Jian unexpectedly traversed into the Marvel Universe and astonishingly awakened the legendary template of the Silver Superman. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate planets. A single sneeze could extinguish stars. How does one even navigate such power? Nick Fury convened an emergency meeting. Can someone explain why DC Superman has appeared in our universe? Iron Man, gazing at Jarvis's data analysis, fell into silence. His intellect is 873 times greater than mine. Captain America quietly sheathed his shield. In comparison to him, I am but a novice. Meanwhile, Jian was gripping Thanos' helmet with one hand. Purple potato essence. I hear you enjoy snapping your fingers. When absolute power encounters the Marvel Universe, all rules are destined to be rewritten. Thus began the legend of the strongest traveler in history. Chapter 1. Silver Superman. In the bustling metropolis, Jian leaned against the hood of a Mustang, lighting a cigarette and drawing in a deep breath. The night enveloped him, swirling smoke obscuring the sharp angles of his face. The lights of the luxurious apartment behind him still shone brightly. He was aware that the woman was likely standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching him, yet he had no desire to turn back. Ding! His phone buzzed. The screen displayed Sister Wong from Lujiazui. Little Yang, I have everything you could desire. Have you made up your mind? When will you come over? As long as you show up, there's a sports car, will everything. The voice on the other end was sweet, yet overly saccharine. Jian smirked playfully. Sister Wong, you are quite eager. Such matters require patience. He deliberately lowered his voice, injecting a hint of languor. Oh, you child, it's just that I miss you. Sister Wong's voice became even more syrupy. Jian offered a few perfunctory replies before hanging up. After taking a puff from his cigarette, his phone buzzed again. This time it was rich second-generation college student Han Han. When are you coming to see me? Jian. How do you feel about the Mustang I just bought you? If you're not satisfied, we can exchange it tomorrow. The voice on the other end was sweet enough to induce a toothache. It's quite good. Jian glanced at his open collar. But the air conditioning isn't great. It makes me want to loosen my collar. You're such a tease. Came a playful retort from the other end, and Jian could almost envision her blushing. After a bit more casual conversation, he hung up and flicked the cigarette but into a nearby trash can. He opened the car door and fished out 2 movie tickets from his bag. Thunder Agents was a gift from another friend. He glanced at it and casually tossed it onto the passenger seat. The Mustang's engine rumbled deeply as Jian pressed the accelerator, the car darting forward. One hand steered the wheel while the other rested on the window, the night breeze tousling his hair. His next rendezvous was at a private villa on the outskirts of the city, and he was already 20 minutes late, concocting a suitable excuse in his mind. Shall I say I encountered a car accident, or that there was an urgent matter at work? Jian pondered, a confident smile spreading across his face. Forget it. I shall do as I please. Who can dictate my choices? I could simply say I was so distracted by thoughts of her that I almost crashed. Just then, a blinding white light suddenly shot in from the side. Jian instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening crash ensued, and Jian felt the world spin. The Mustang was struck broadside by a runaway dump truck, the sound of twisting metal piercing his ears. Airbags deployed, yet the immense impact sent him into darkness. Damn, was the last thought that flickered through his mind before he lost consciousness. Pain. This was the first sensation Jian experienced upon regaining consciousness. His head felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, his temples throbbing violently. He found himself lying on a cold concrete floor, surrounded by dim lighting. This guy's awake, a gruff voice spoke in English. Jian struggled to open his eyes, his vision gradually clearing to reveal several towering figures encircling him. As his sight sharpened, he discerned that they were fearsome-looking Caucasian and African-American men, all clad in black suits, their waistbands bulging suspiciously with concealed weapons. Where am I? Jian instinctively inquired in English, his proficiency stemming from his education at a top university. Ha, he can speak English, sneered a bald Caucasian man, a menacing scar marring his face. Kid, you and your companions have intruded upon Kingpin's territory and witnessed things you should not have seen. Only then did Jian notice a mangled corpse lying in a corner, presumably that of a Caucasian male. Fresh blood stained the floor, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. He glanced at his attire, his own clothes, clearly indicating he had not possessed anyone else's body. What could possibly be happening? Listen, I don't know where this is or what you're talking about. I merely had a car accident and woke up here. Jian struggled to sit up, his back against the cold wall. F. An African-American man lunged forward, delivering a kick to Jian's abdomen. You're in cahoots with that spy. Kingpin doesn't tolerate disobedience on his turf. Kingpin? Jian curled into himself, the intense pain making it hard to breathe. But what shocked him more was the realization that he might have crossed over into another world, specifically American, become entangled in a gang conflict. System activation in progress. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jian's mind, causing him to shudder. Host detected to be in lethal danger. Initiating emergency protocol. Superman system binding successful. Beginner's package issued. Silver Superman template fusion. Kryptonian battle armor acquired. Think Ophelia, but more stylish. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power flooded through Jian's body. He felt every cell rejoicing, his DNA restructuring, muscle fibers strengthening, and bone density increasing. His vision sharpened to an extraordinary clarity, enabling him to see every speck of dust suspended in the air. His hearing expanded dramatically, allowing him to catch the sound of clinking glasses from a bar several blocks away, even the faint hum of the Earth's rotation beneath his feet. Shortly thereafter, a sleek black Kryptonian battle armor appeared, enveloping him as if it were alive. The armor's sharp lines and metallic texture exuded an imposing presence under the dim lights, and its cape billowed without wind. What is this? The bald man recoiled in terror, and the other gang members hastily drew their firearms. Jian began to levitate slowly, feeling the torrent of power within him. He clenched his fist gently, compressing the air until it erupted with a thunderous crack. He felt as though he had become a deity, capable of effortlessly lifting mountains and shifting planets. Open fire. Eliminate him. The African-American man bellowed. Gunfire erupted as bullets hurtled toward Jian. Yet, under his superhuman dynamic vision, those bullets moved as though in slow motion. He raised his hand slightly, and a biological force field automatically expanded, halting all bullets mere centimeters from his body before they clattered harmlessly to the ground. This is impossible. The scarred bald man retreated in terror. Jian's gaze grew cold, his eyes beginning to emit a faint glow. Two beams of crimson heat vision shot forth, instantly melting the gun in the bald man's hand into molten metal. The man screamed as he dropped the weapon, but the heat vision swept across his legs, vaporizing them below the knees. Ah, my legs! My legs! The bald man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The other gangsters, witnessing this, turned to flee, but Jian merely flickered and stood at the entrance. His super speed rendered these ordinary men as statues in his eyes. Please, please. A Latino thug knelt before him. We were just following orders. Jian tilted his head, an idea forming to test his super breath. With a gentle exhale, the thug was hurled backward as though struck by a hurricane, crashing against the wall with a resounding crack. In less than 10 seconds, the room was left with no one standing besides Jian. Some had been vaporized by heat vision, others sent to meet their maker by sheer force, and a few felled by ricocheted bullets. Is this the power of Superman? Jian gazed down at his hands, his voice trembling slightly with astonishment. He closed his eyes, endeavoring to harness his extraordinary auditory abilities. Countless sounds surged around him like a tide. The wailing of sirens, the clamor of arguments, the cries of infants, and the tender whispers of lovers. He could pinpoint any source of sound with precision and selectively mute the cacophony. Next, he tested his superhuman vision, penetrating walls to behold the world outside. He continued to see several blocks away, where the Stark Tower stood majestically. With a sharper focus, he discerned the intricate details of the moon's craters. Finally, from a microscopic perspective, he could trace the movements of every molecule in the air. Incredible! Jian exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He glanced down at the groaning gang members on the ground, his heat vision igniting once more, this time without mercy. Beams of red light flashed, and in an instant, all gang members vanished from existence. Their weapons evaporated without a trace. Stepping out of the room, he found himself in an abandoned warehouse. Utilizing his super hearing, he confirmed that no other gang members were within several kilometers. With a gentle leap, he ascended, crashing through the roof and soaring into the night sky, the dazzling lights of New York sprawling beneath him. Suspended high above, he reveled in the boundless power coursing through him. The Kryptonian armor enveloped his body, the sleek black suit perfectly aligning with his aesthetic. Kingpin. He recalled the name mentioned by the gang members. As a Marvel enthusiast, he was well aware of this underground emperor of New York. It appeared that he had not only traversed dimensions, but had also entered the Marvel Universe. Henceforth, this world would be graced by a new dark deity. And he, Jian, possessed such power that he could accomplish anything he desired, become anyone he wished to be. No one could threaten him any longer. In the distance, the lights of Stark Tower shone brightly like a beacon. Further away, his super hearing caught the sounds of sirens, explosions, and even the low growl of some colossal creature. This was a perilous yet exhilarating world, and now he wielded the power to dominate it all. System, display my panel. Chapter 2. Kingpin. With a thought, a panel materialized before him. Ding. Silver Superman template has been successfully loaded. A semi-transparent blue interface unfolded, densely populated with data and ability descriptions. Host, Jian. Template, Silver Age Superman template complete and limitless. Energy source, activated by yellow solar radiation and continuously enhancing. Armor status, Kryptonian military tech, hybrid armor completeness 100. Wish fulfillment. The host may understand this as the power of intent as long as you desire. You can possess any ability. However, the host must make frequent use of it and not give up after a single failure. Super strength, capable of effortlessly lifting planetary objects, dragging star chains, and continuously growing. When in a good mood, you could even wander the Earth. Super speed, capable of exceeding the speed of light without limits. Super stamina, nearly infinite physical endurance. Steel body, immune to physical damage ordinary magicians cannot harm you, and kryptonite has no effect on you. Super healing, rapid recovery from any physical harm, even if magic inflicts damage, it merely slows the recovery. Supervision, super hearing, super heat vision. Eyes emit high temperature plasma beams, maximum temperature exceeding that of the sun's surface, with no upper limit. Freeze breath, exhales ultra-low temperature gas nearing absolute zero. Biofield, a versatile biofield capable of achieving the unimaginable. Superbrain, with a thought, you can learn the knowledge of dozens of galaxies within 10 seconds. Cosmic survival, no need for breathing, capable of enduring extreme environments. Current unlock, 100. Potential development, 15. Jian perused the dazzling array of abilities, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. This was nothing short of a divine configuration. He couldn't help but inquire, System, can I utilize these abilities at any time? Are there any limitations? Response to host. All Silver Superman abilities are unlocked and available for the host's use, though the host may need to practice for proficiency. What do you mean? Jian furrowed his brow. When using heat vision, the host may inadvertently penetrate the Earth's crust due to improper power control. Super speed may destroy buildings in your path due to unfamiliarity with the biofield. Misuse of super strength may lead to crushing objects that should be protected. Jian chuckled. So, I'm like a baby holding a nuclear button? A fitting metaphor. The system advises the host to undergo adaptive training for these abilities, which may take a minute. Wait, you haven't told me what exactly you are. Why did you choose me? Jian suddenly recalled this crucial question. This system is a cross-dimensional Superman inheritance system, designed to find a suitable host to inherit Kryptonian civilization's legacy. Selection criteria include genetic compatibility, performance in crises, and potential for development. So my performance during the car accident impressed you? Jian found it somewhat amusing. Accuracy, 87.6. The host's calmness and will to survive in the face of death met the criteria, while also detecting the host's deep-seated desire for self-transformation. The host being captured by the gang was a bug the host is wearing. This statement rendered Jian silent as he gazed down at the city beneath him. The nightclubs, luxury cars, and women that once captivated him now appeared within reach. Perhaps this journey was indeed an opportunity for a fresh start. No, I shall do as I please. Isn't a lack of desire akin to being a sage? That is not as ideal. System, what specific functions do you possess aside from granting me superpowers? The host may choose to complete or not complete tasks assigned by the system. Fulfilling specific objectives may yield additional rewards. Current task, utilize new abilities. Reward, 500 points. Jian inhaled deeply, although he technically did not need to breathe. The frigid air filled his lungs, invigorating him. Suddenly, he turned his gaze eastward, his supervision piercing through the clouds to see the rising sun. So, I am now a Superman, Jian murmured softly. A Superman clad in black armor. He slowly raised his hand, sunlight cascading over his dark armor, the black cape billowing without wind. In that moment, within this perilous Marvel universe, he would exist with a new identity. Yang Jian's voice grew resolute. From this day forth, I am no longer the ordinary Yang Jian. Now, it is time to settle the score with Kingpin. He closed his eyes, his super hearing rippling outward, the sounds of the entire city flooding his ears. Locate that guy in the black armor. A deep voice emanated from the southwest. Yang Jian abruptly opened his eyes, his supervision instantly penetrating the walls of buildings several kilometers away, locking onto a scene within a luxurious office. A massive, bald man was speaking to his subordinates, his distinctive white suit and cane unmistakably indicating his identity. Wilson Fisk, or Kingpin. No need to search, I have come myself. Yang Jian's gaze was icy. In the next moment, his form accelerated sharply, breaking the sound barrier without producing any sonic boom. The biofield precisely controlled the shockwave. Merely by accelerating, within 0.1 seconds, he hovered outside Kingpin's office in the night sky, locking eyes with the underground emperor through bulletproof glass. Fisk's pupils dilated sharply, his right hand discreetly moving towards the alarm button beneath the desk. Press it. Yang Jian's voice resonated clearly through the glass, penetrating the confines of the room. The outcome remains unchanged. With a gentle exhale, he shattered the so-called bulletproof tempered glass, which crumbled like fragile ice. He glided into the room, his black cloak billowing without the aid of wind. The bodyguards within the office reacted swiftly, 5 handguns discharging simultaneously. The bullets halted a mere 10 centimeters from Yang Jian's form, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, clattering harmlessly onto the carpet. This is impossible, one of the bodyguards exclaimed. In the next instant, a biological force field propelled all the guards to the ground, rendering them breathless. Jian slowly rose, his imposing physique resembling a mountain of flesh. There was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, a sinister smile emerged. Quite impressive. Are you the one who slaughtered my 12 subordinates? Finished? Yang Jian shrugged, his body gradually lifting off the ground until he was eye-to-eye with the towering Jian. Die, monster! Jian roared, suddenly lunging forward. His muscular arms swung the cane with an astonishing swiftness, defying the expectations of his size. The steelcraft cane whistled through the air, aimed at Yang Jian's temple. Crack! Yang Jian did not employ the biological force field instead. He effortlessly caught the cane with one hand, his body remaining perfectly still. Do you know? Yang Jian murmured. I can hear your racing heartbeat and see the cold sweat oozing from your pores. With a slight pressure of his fingers, the steel cane crumpled like soft clay. You are afraid. A flicker of terror finally crossed Jian's eyes, though it vanished almost instantaneously. He abruptly released the cane and stepped back to press a button on his wristwatch. Did you think this was the end? The entire building is guarded by 50 fully armed. In an instant, Yang Jian appeared before Jian, his speed akin to teleportation. With a single hand, he grasped Jian's neck, effortlessly lifting the 300-pound behemoth. I am in a hurry, Yang Jian stated. A sharp crack echoed as Jian's head twisted at an impossible angle, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. Yang Jian released his grip, and the corpse of the underground emperor of New York thudded heavily to the ground. Chapter 3. The gold reverts to the west. At that moment, the office door was violently kicked open. A man clad in tight black attire, adorned with a peculiar target tattoo on his forehead, stormed in, having already hurled 3 throwing knives. Boss, the target-eyed man exclaimed, only to be met with the sight of a lifeless body on the floor, his pupils narrowing in shock. The 3 knives halted mere centimeters from Yang Jian's eyes before falling feebly to the ground. Target-eyed, is it? Yang Jian turned, his gaze flickering with a dangerous golden light. If you wish to live, you would do well to comply. The target-eyed man's gaze darted between the corpse of Jian and Yang Jian, his throat bobbing nervously. As one of the deadliest assassins in the world, he instantly assessed the situation. The man clad in black armor was not someone he could possibly confront. What do you want? He asked cautiously, raising his hands. A wise choice, Yang Jian replied with a smile. First, I need an identity, a bank account, and all of Jian's assets transferred to my name. Accounts, real estate, smuggling networks, everything. Yang Jian had no identity of his own. The target-eyed man frowned. This will take time, and some assets require passwords and verification. Suddenly, Yang Jian appeared before him, close enough to feel the man's breath. Don't try to play tricks, he warned. I can hear your heartbeat quickening, and I see through your lies. He gestured to his own eyes. X-ray vision, you know? I can see that golden handgun in your pocket. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the target-eyed man's forehead. He had never felt such an oppressive presence, akin to a mouse under the gaze of a cat. 3 days, he grit his teeth. Give me 3 days. One day, Yang Jian's voice broke no argument. By this time tomorrow, I want to see all the paperwork completed. Now, take me to Jian Bing's vault. The target-eyed man hesitated for a moment. But upon seeing the red light flicker again in Yang Jian's eyes, he quickly nodded. Follow me. Yang Jian trailed the target-eyed man into the depths of the office. Passing by Jian Bing's body, he turned and cast a fiery gaze, instantly reducing the corpse to ashes. Much cleaner this way, wouldn't you agree? He remarked to the astonished target-eyed man. On the way to the vault, Yang Jian divided his attention to examine the system interface. Mission completed. First defeat of a villain. Reward: 500 points, a pair of smart glasses that allows others to subconsciously overlook you. Yang Jian found the glasses of little use. Did he still need to hide? Taking over Jian Bing's criminal empire was merely a diversion in this perilous Marvel universe. He needed to grow stronger. Be it OAA, the Court of Life, or cosmic deities, all of them could effortlessly eliminate him. With the power of the Silver Superman, he could achieve far more. Here we are, the target-eyed man announced, interrupting Yang Jian's thoughts. We need Jian Bing's fingerprint and retinal scan. Yang Jian obliterated the half-meter-thick alloy door with a single punch. Let us skip the formalities. Inside the vault lay heaps of cash, gold bars, artworks, and neatly arranged documents. However, Yang Jian's attention was caught by a peculiar safe in the corner. His enhanced vision revealed it contained a vial of green liquid and some high-tech equipment. It seems Jian Bing's little secrets are more numerous than I imagined, Yang Jian quipped. From now on, you work for me, he declared to the target-eyed man. Your salary doubles, with the condition of no betrayal. The target-eyed man gazed at the violently breached vault door and then at the flickering red light in Yang Jian's eyes. Slowly kneeling on one knee. At your command, boss. Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction and approached the special safe. He could already hear the distant sound of police sirens. It appeared that Jian Bing's alarm had summoned more than just his subordinates. With such power, whether one was a villain or a hero was a decision for him to make. With a gentle squeeze, the specially crafted alloy safe was torn open, revealing its highly confidential contents. Inside lay vials glowing with an eerie green light, alongside an encrypted hard drive and several documents. A substandard version of Super Soldier Serum? Yang Jian scoffed, using his enhanced vision to analyze the molecular structure within the vials. It seemed Jian Bing had been conducting human enhancement experiments as well. His gaze swept over the documents, which detailed records of failed experiments. 12 volunteers had died after injection, with causes ranging from organ rupture to complete cellular dissolution. Boss, the police are arriving quickly, the target-eyed man called from the doorway, his peculiar target tattoo twitching nervously. At least 20 police cars, and, without lifting his head, Yang Jian casually tossed the serum vial into the air and caught it. You handle it. Tell them there was a gas explosion, and Mr. Jian Bing is quite safe. He will personally call the police chief tomorrow. The target-eyed man hesitated for a moment. They won't believe that. Then make them believe. Yang Jian suddenly raised his head, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. Do you need me to teach you? The target-eyed man trembled, quickly lowering his head. No, boss. I will take care of it immediately. Once the target-eyed man departed, Yang Jian's enhanced vision penetrated through the floor, gazing downwards. 30 meters below, a fully equipped laboratory came into view. Dozens of researchers in white coats were busily engaged, with screens on the walls scrolling complex DNA helix structures. Perfect for a trial. Yang Jian thought, glancing at the serum, intrigued. His body slowly lifted, and he soared directly out of the office, heading swiftly toward the laboratory. In a mere 0.1 seconds, he appeared in the center of the lab. Everyone, out. Yang Jian's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the laboratory. The researchers spun around in terror. Seeing the black figure hovering above them, several of the timid ones collapsed to the ground. Who are you? A balding middle-aged man stammered. His name tag reading Chief Scientist Russell. Yang Jian couldn't be bothered to respond. His eyes glimmered slightly as two beams of heat vision sliced through the bottles behind Russell. The falling liquid hissed as it dripped onto the floor. Anyone remaining here in 3 seconds will become part of that pile of waste, Yang Jian stated calmly. The laboratory emptied within seconds. Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings, his super brain rapidly absorbing all the information within the lab. His gaze scanned every piece of equipment, each document. As all data surged into his consciousness, too primitive, he muttered, striding toward the main control computer. His fingers lightly brushed the interface. And the Kryptonian battle armor directly interfaced with the electronic system, instantly decrypting all encrypted files. The full scope of Jian Bing's super soldier program unfolded before him, ranging from stolen military data to illegal human experiments, from failed serum formulas to a pathetic 0.7 success rate. What a waste of time. Yang Jian closed the files, his body slowly floating back to the center of the laboratory. He closed his eyes, extending his supervision across the globe. The New York Public Library, MIT, various S.H.I.E.L.D. documents. Wakanda's Vibranium Research Archives. An abundance of knowledge began to unravel in his mind. Yang Jian's supervision transcended limitations, allowing him to directly read all knowledge stored in these locations. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes. All set, he murmured. Now, his brain stored the cutting-edge knowledge of human civilization in physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and quantum mechanics. From foundational theories to advanced applications without omission. He approached the laboratory table, picking up the subpar serum as his supervision delved into its molecular layers for analysis. Erroneous base sequence, protein folding defects, incomplete RNA transcription. Yang Jian continued to analyze while tapping the vial with his finger. Chapter 4. The superbrain. His biological field precisely manipulated the internal fluids, rearranging molecular structures. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a location in New York. Within Ulm Corporation, Jian was examining the experimental data of the Cataclysm virus. Yang Jian's vision penetrated layers of protection, absorbing every detail of those classified documents. The Cataclysm virus, high-temperature regeneration, and instability defects. Contemplating, Yang Jian's fingers unconsciously traced patterns in the air as if operating an invisible keyboard. His attention then turned to the Osborne building, where Dr. Kurt Connors was adjusting the serum's formula under a microscope. Yang Jian's supervision allowed him to see through the molecular composition of the green liquid, instantly grasping the principles of regeneration and mutation risks. Finally, he glanced at an ordinary apartment in Queens, where Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker was asleep, the mutated spider DNA perfectly merging within him. Yang Jian's gaze penetrated flesh and skin, analyzing the unique structure of every cell in that young man. Perfect. Yang Jian smiled and returned to the laboratory table. He required no instruments. The Kryptonian armor extended countless fine tendrils, beginning to reorganize the serum components according to the blueprint in his mind. The stability of the super soldier serum, the regenerative abilities of the Cataclysm virus, the cellular activity of lizard serum, and the perfect compatibility of spider DNA combined seamlessly under his control, like a masterfully assembled puzzle. Flaws discovered during the process were meticulously corrected, and potential risks were thoroughly eliminated. 3 minutes later, a vial of serum shimmering with golden light floated in the palm of Yang Jian's hand. An 80-ton power baseline, high-speed regeneration, enhanced reflexes, and danger sense. Yang Jian assessed this creation, quite satisfactory, sufficient for his subordinate. Subsequently, the armored fingers connected to an interface, and the laboratory communicator automatically activated. Bullseye. Come to the underground lab. Now. 30 seconds later, Bullseye appeared at the door, panting, blood stains on his suit. I handled it, boss. The police have temporarily retreated. But S.H.I.E.L.D. might have caught wind of it. Yang Jian tossed the golden serum to him. Inject this. Bullseye caught the vial, eyeing the liquid warily. What is this? Something that can transform you from an ant into a lion. Yang Jian smiled. Choose wisely. Continue as a petty thug or become a super soldier capable of facing Spider-Man head-on. Bullseye's Adam's apple bobbed, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he injected the serum into his neck vein. Bullseye collapsed to the ground, his muscles convulsing, his bones cracking audibly. His skin alternated between red and green, veins writhing beneath the surface like worms. Yang Jian calmly observed the entire process, his supervision monitoring the changes in each cell, watching Bullseye's heart stop and then restart. He smiled, knowing the transformation was successful. Bullseye gradually stood, his formerly lean body now brimming with explosive muscle. He stared incredulously at his hands, then suddenly threw a punch at the wall. Boom. A large hole was blasted into the half-meter-thick wall. This is incredible, Bullseye exclaimed, marveling at his fist, unmarred. Yang Jian tossed him a mirror. Bullseye was shocked to find that the iconic target tattoo on his forehead had turned golden, and his pupils now shimmered with an eerie gold-green light. Remember, the power you possess now is granted by me. Yang Jian's voice turned serious. I can bestow it upon you, and I can just as easily take it back. Serve me well, and during the next upgrade, I may consider granting you the Cataclysm virus's thermal attack capability. Bullseye knelt, his voice trembling with reverence. I pledge my loyalty, boss. Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, I want to see the transfer documents for all of Kingpin's assets. He spoke, turning his back to Bullseye. Then, arrange a meeting for me with Killian, Dr. Connors of Oscorp, and their boss, Norman Osborn. Inform them that I possess what they have long coveted. Understood, boss, Bullseye replied respectfully. The following day, in the private club on the top floor of a Manhattan skyscraper, The floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the magnificent skyline of New York. Jian sat on a black leather sofa, his long fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The Kryptonian armor had been stowed away, replaced by a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, poised figure and cool demeanor. The door swung open, and Bullseye stood respectfully to the side, followed by 3 individuals. Killian's eyes were sinister, a false smile playing on his lips, clearly wary of this meeting. Dr. Connors, a one-armed scientist in a lab coat, bore a mix of anticipation and skepticism in his gaze. Norman Osborn, impeccably dressed, maintained a calm facade, though a flicker of unease lurked in his eyes. "Welcome." Jian did not rise but merely raised his hand slightly, gesturing for them to take a seat. Killian spoke first, his tone probing. "Mr. Yang, Bullseye claims you possess what we have long desired? I am curious. What makes you think we would be interested in a stranger's proposition?" Jian chuckled softly, scanning the 3 men before fixing his gaze on Killian. "The Cataclysm virus. High-temperature regeneration, but with extreme instability. Injectors either self-destruct or descend into madness." Killian's smile instantly froze, his fingers tightening unconsciously. Jian offered no opportunity for rebuttal, turning his attention to Connors. "The lizard serum can regenerate severed limbs, but the price is becoming a beast." Connors' pupils narrowed as he instinctively touched his empty right sleeve. Finally, Jian's gaze locked onto Norman Osborn. "As for you, Mr. Osborn, or should I say, the Green Goblin?" Norman's expression darkened, his fingers gripping the armrest tightly. Yet he quickly forced himself to relax, feigning composure. "I don't know what you're talking about." Jian smiled, slowly rising and moving to the floor-to-ceiling window. Turning his back to them. "There's no need to play dumb. I can see through everything about you." He turned around. "I can solve your problems, Killian. I can make your Cataclysm virus perfectly stable. Connors, I can help you regrow your arm without turning into a lizard. Norman, I can erase the Green Goblin persona entirely, freeing you from losing control." The room fell into silence. Killian and Connors exchanged shocked glances at Norman, clearly unaware that this businessman was the notorious Green Goblin. Norman's breath quickened slightly, but he soon sneered. "What evidence do you have to prove you can achieve these things?" Jian did not respond but gently raised his hand, a thought conjuring a vial of golden serum in his palm, the very super soldier serum he had refined the previous night. It was retrieved from the system space, but it served its purpose well. "This is a sample." He tossed it to Connors. "Inject it, and your arm will regenerate in 3 minutes." Connors caught the vial, his fingers trembling slightly, his eyes flickering with desire and hesitation. Killian narrowed his eyes. "Even if you can do this, what is the price?" Jian smiled. "Quite simple. Starting today, you will work for me." Norman abruptly stood, a flash of anger crossing his face. "Absurd. Who do you think you are?" Jian's smile grew warmer, yet sent chills through the 3. "Norman, you have misunderstood one thing. This is not a request, it is a command." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished. The next second, Norman felt a blur before Jian stood directly before him, holding a set of green armor, the Green Goblin's suit. "Impossible." Norman completely lost composure, his face turning pale. This armor had been hidden in the most secret vault of Oscorp. Killian and Connors were taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. Jian casually discarded his battle armor onto the floor, then retrieved a block of high-density alloy steel from the system space. Gripping it with one hand, with a gentle squeeze, crack, the resilient metal twisted and deformed in his grasp, ultimately reduced to a lump of scrap. "My strength extends far beyond this." Jian's voice was deep. "This was both a negotiation and a threat. You have no right to refuse." The air in the room grew tense. Cold sweat beaded on Killian's forehead. Connors stared intently at the serum in his hand, while Norman's face paled, his fist clenched tightly. Finally, Connors took a deep breath and looked up at Jian. "If you can truly achieve this, I am willing to join." Killian remained silent for several seconds, then coldly chuckled. "Interesting. Very well, I shall indulge you." Norman fixed his gaze upon Jian, and after a long pause, he slowly sat down, his voice hoarse. "You have won." Jian smiled with satisfaction, returning to the sofa and lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. "Excellent. Welcome to my team." Chapter 5. Subduing 10 minutes later, in the laboratory of the skyscraper, the cold metal reflected the expressions of those present. Jian stood before the central console, his fingers gliding swiftly across the virtual screen as countless streams of data flowed from his fingertips. His super intellect had already deciphered Killian's desperation virus, Connor's lizard serum, and the Green Goblin gene sequence within Norman's body. The issue with the desperation virus lay in energy overload, which led to the host's self-destruction. "I have adjusted the energy conversion efficiency. It will no longer spiral out of control," Jian stated, lightly tracing a line with his fingertip. causing a new molecular structure to materialize in the holographic projection. Moreover, he glanced at Killian. Your upper temperature limit has been elevated. A flicker of greed flashed in Killian's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a chilling demeanor. Connors, however, fixated on the golden serum Jian had just handed him, his breath quickening. Will this truly allow me to regenerate my arm? Why not find out? Jian replied with a light chuckle. Connors hesitated no more and promptly injected the serum into his body. A sharp pain forced him to kneel, his bones contorting, muscles writhing. As flesh frantically grew where his arm had once been, a brand new arm materialized, perfectly regenerated. Connors stared in astonishment at his right hand, fingers opening and closing. The sensation of strength far surpassing his previous capabilities. Not only that, but his reaction speed and muscle strength had undergone a qualitative leap, allowing him to vaguely sense the movement of air around him. Like a target eye, he had acquired the abilities of a super soldier. This is unbelievable, Connors murmured. Norman stood aside, his expression dark, fixating on the suppressive serum in Jian's hand. How long will this suppress the Green Goblin? He asked in a low voice. Long enough, Jian replied, handing him the serum. Once I finish my current tasks, I will personally help you eradicate the Green Goblin persona. Norman paused briefly before ultimately accepting the serum and injecting it into his vein. In an instant, the tension in his nerves seemed to be smoothed by an invisible hand. The maniacal laughter of the Green Goblin gradually dissipating, replaced by a long-lost tranquility. He exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze at Jian. Thank you. Jian merely nodded lightly before surveying the trio. How do you feel? Connors excitedly moved his arm. Perfect. Norman replied solemnly, it is indeed effective. Killian, however, lowered his head, a sinister smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, quite perfect. In the next moment, boom. Killian's body erupted in a searing heat, molten gold coursing beneath his skin. He raised his hand violently, unleashing a fiery shockwave aimed directly at Jian's face. Die. He sneered. The flames engulfed Jian's figure, the laboratory's metallic walls melting instantaneously. However, snap. A hand emerged from the flames, effortlessly grasping Killian by the throat. As the fire receded, Jian stood unharmed, his black suit devoid of even a singe. Foolish. Killian's pupils dilated in disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could you? Jian's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light. Sizzle. Two beams of thermal vision pierced through Killian's forehead, swiftly ending his life. Bang. Killian's body crumpled to the ground, the high temperature of his skin fading rapidly, leaving behind a charred remains. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Connors and Norman stared in shock at the scene, while the target eye stood at the doorway, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Jian retracted his thermal gaze and spoke coolly. Target eye, acquire AM. Label Killian's demise as an experimental accident. Target eye bowed respectfully. Understood, boss. Norman took a deep breath and stated gravely, Oscorp will assist in the acquisition. Jian nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Connors. And you? Connors replied without hesitation. I will stay. Jian smiled. Excellent. He turned toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of the laboratory, gazing down at the New York skyline. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinates. The three departed swiftly. Outside the window, the clouds parted, sunlight cascading down, illuminating Jian's deep-set eyes. The experience of being a crime lord had concluded. It was time to embark on my new life. Seizing control of a company and reclaiming these individuals was merely a fleeting interest. With such power at his disposal, wealth held little significance for him. These trivial matters no longer captured his attention. Yet, he recognized the necessity of having a few subordinates to command. He had no desire to become a harbinger of death. Roaming the earth to kill, he simply wished to pursue his own desires and establish boundaries against external threats. It was a pity about Henin, Wenwen, Chanshan, Xue, and Zhou. Nevertheless, there were countless beauties in the Marvel universe he could still encounter. Now, he had another task at hand. System, display my ability panel. A blue interface unfolded before his eyes, densely populated with data and ability descriptions. Jian's gaze lingered on the line indicating 15 potential development. It seems I have substantial room for growth. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his sight piercing through the clouds, reaching the vast cosmos. The yellow sun radiated warmth, as if beckoning him. Since the yellow sun activates my powers and serves as my energy source, Jian mused, why not replenish my energy directly at the source? Once that thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. He took a deep breath, even though he no longer required breathing. His body began to ascend, departing the skyscraper, then accelerating abruptly. Whoosh! Jian broke the sound barrier, his speed increasing exponentially. He soared like a reverse meteor, tearing through the Earth's atmosphere and racing toward the infinite void of space. As he distanced himself from the Earth, an unprecedented sense of freedom enveloped him. Unbound by gravity, free from air resistance, he was surrounded solely by pure, limitless space. He attempted to accelerate, his body responding to his will. Mach 1000. 3C. 6C. The numbers quickly lost their meaning. Jian felt himself transcending the boundaries of physical laws, the surrounding space beginning to warp, starlight elongating into lines. He realized he was approaching the speed of light. Is this what superspeed feels like? Jian exclaimed in awe. The system had warned him that he might struggle to control this power, yet now, he felt as though he were in his element. The sun rapidly magnified within his field of vision, transforming from a mere point of light into a sphere the size of a basketball, then expanding to fill half his view. Soon, Jian began to decelerate, ultimately hovering just a few thousand kilometers from the sun's surface. The sight before him was breathtaking. The sun was no longer the gentle star seen from Earth, but rather a tumultuous ocean of plasma. Enormous solar prominences surged, extending for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Sunspots appeared like the cold eyes of an abyss, gazing sternly at the universe. Ultra-high temperature plasma formed intricate web-like structures under the influence of magnetic fields, releasing energy equivalent to millions of hydrogen bombs every moment. How beautiful, Jian whispered. Not only was he unharmed by this extreme environment, but he also felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The solar radiation poured warmly into every cell of his body, his biological field automatically adjusting its form to help him absorb more energy. Detected high concentrations of yellow solar radiation. Host cell activity increased to 180. The system notifications refreshed continuously, and Jian could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. He attempted to extend his hands, palms facing the sun, actively guiding the flow of energy inward. In an instant, an unprecedented torrent of energy surged through his entire being. Jian's eyes uncontrollably erupted with intense red light as his thermal vision activated automatically. Yet this time, it was not a mere projection, but rather the formation of two golden vortices, voraciously consuming the solar energy. He felt akin to a balloon being inflated infinitely. Simultaneously, a wondrous enlightenment blossomed within his heart. He perceived, not through his eyes, but through a heightened sense of awareness, the intricate process of every hydrogen atom fusing within the sun, the twisting and reconfiguration of magnetic field lines, and even the delicate equilibrium of gravitational and pressure forces deep within the sun's core. All this information surged into his consciousness like a torrent. More astonishingly, Jian discovered that he could influence these processes. With but a thought, he could accelerate or decelerate the fusion reactions in a certain area and direct the eruption of solar prominences. Is this the power of the Silver Superman? Jian wondered in astonishment. He had initially believed he had merely acquired basic abilities such as flight and heat vision, but it now appeared that his potential far exceeded his wildest imaginings. Chapter 6. The Sunchild of the Marvel Universe. The energy of the sun continually invigorated Jian's body, accompanied by an indescribable sense of comfort, akin to an infant's safety and satisfaction within the womb. His consciousness began to blur, and his eyelids grew heavy. Just a moment of rest. Jian's thoughts gradually slowed, his body unfurling in the solar energy, as though floating in a warm ocean. Ultimately, his eyes fully closed, and he fell into a peculiar state of slumber. Energy automatically formed a protective cocoon around him, allowing him to continue absorbing solar power. Within the cocoon, Jian's abilities steadily advanced. Energy absorption efficiency, 85, 130, 355. At S. H. I. E. L. D. Headquarters, Agent Phil Coulson lightly knocked on the door of the director's office, hearing a low voice from within. Come in. Upon entering, he observed Nick Fury facing away from the door, his single eye gazing intently at a portrait on the wall. Coulson glanced and recognized it as a World War II propaganda poster of Captain America. Director, the latest updates from Hell's Kitchen. Coulson placed his tablet on the desk. Kingpin is dead. Fury slowly turned, his expression unreadable. Cause of death? On the surface, it appears to be an accident, but our personnel detected anomalous energy readings at the scene. Coulson pulled up a set of data. Strangely, it is not any known crime lord who has taken over his entire empire, but rather He paused, a man of Chinese descent, never before mentioned in our files, named Jian. Coulson pronounced the name in Mandarin. As a senior agent, proficiency in multiple languages was merely foundational. Fury picked up the tablet, his eye scanning the image of the dark-haired youth on the screen. The photo depicted Jian standing in what was once Kingpin's office, a subtle smile gracing his lips, confidence radiating from his gaze. Background, blank. Coulson shook his head. as though he appeared out of thin air. No entry records from a week ago, no educational background, no digital footprint. Yet, just yesterday, he legally transferred all of Kingpin's assets, including those theoretically impossible to transfer in such a short time, overseas accounts and real estate. Fury's brow furrowed slightly. Ability assessment? According to eyewitness accounts. Coulson flipped through pages. He may possess some form of energy manipulation ability. Some of our researchers claim to have seen him crush a metal doorknob with one hand. And several mentioned that his eyes glow. Jian did not request the eye to conceal his identity. As a superhuman, he had no need for such concerns. A superhuman? There are no records of him in the agency. Coulson added. Moreover, the eye currently works for him and seems to have grown stronger. During last night's conflict in the dock area, he single-handedly took down an entire Irish gang, displaying strength far beyond what was documented. Fury set down the tablet and approached the window, gazing at the twinkling lights of Washington, D.C. at night. Arrange for level 7 surveillance without alerting them. I want to know whom he associates with, what he does daily, even what he eats. It's already in progress, Coulson nodded. And one more thing, Director. Bruce Banner has returned to New York. This time, Fury turned more quickly. Bruce? Yes, but he is very discreet. Coulson pulled up another report. He secretly met with General Ross's daughter, Betty, and disappeared after less than 2 hours. Our personnel lost track of him. A glimmer of contemplation passed through Fury's eye. Does Ross know? He shouldn't. The meeting was highly clandestine. Continue monitoring, but do not alert him. Fury walked back to his desk. Has that self-proclaimed Thor, who appeared in Mexico, resurfaced? Coulson shook his head. There have been no credible sightings since the New Mexico incident. However, he hesitated. The London branch reported a red-haired woman inquiring about him, matching the description of Dr. Jane Foster. Fury acknowledged with a slight hum, indicating he understood. Coulson recognized this as the signal that their conversation was concluding, and he began to gather his tablet in preparation to leave. Coulson. Fury suddenly called out to him. That young Jian, I am certain he is more than just a mere superhuman. Expedite the investigation. Understood, Director. After the door closed, Fury once again gazed at the Captain America poster, then opened a drawer and retrieved a folder marked Avengers Initiative. He flipped to a new page and inscribed the name Yang Jian, adding a question mark afterward. Outside the window, a full moon hung high in the sky. Meanwhile, 380,000 kilometers away, the energy cocoon enveloping Yang Jian pulsed gently. New York, Hell's Kitchen S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Monitoring Station Agent Coulson stood inside a surveillance vehicle disguised as a telecommunications repair truck, observing from behind one-way glass the towering building in the distance. The core of Kingpin's former empire now proudly bore the new insignia of Yang International. All teams, attention. The target building has 4 main entrances, the underground garage, the front entrance, the side fire escape, and the private helipad on the top floor. Coulson adjusted his earpiece, his voice low. Team A is responsible for ground monitoring. Team B for electronic listening. Team C. His words abruptly halted. For before him, within mere meters, stood a man who had appeared unannounced. The Eye. He wore a tailored black suit, the golden bullseye tattoo on his forehead glimmering faintly in the dim light. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. His gaze cold. Coulson's instincts as an agent immediately heightened his senses, yet he maintained an outward calm. Lester, long time no see, Coulson smiled. As if merely encountering an old friend. Coulson, the Eye tilted his head, his voice laced with mockery. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. now so brazen as to abandon pretense? Coulson shrugged. Routine procedure. New York has been unstable lately. We must ensure the safety of the citizens. The Eye chuckled softly, stepping closer. His movements were light, yet Coulson felt an oppressive presence. Citizen safety? Or are you looking for trouble? The Eye squinted slightly. Coulson did not retreat, maintaining a professional smile. We are simply fulfilling our duties, Lester. If your new employer requires any cooperation, S.H.I.E.L.D. is more than willing to assist. The Eye scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a wide grin. You know, Coulson, my current boss does not take kindly to being watched. Understood, Coulson nodded. But rules are rules. The Eye gently patted Coulson's shoulder, the force light. Yet Coulson sensed that if the Eye wished, that gesture could shatter his bones. A friendly warning. The Eye leaned in, his voice lowered. Don't overstep your bounds, or next time, it won't be me standing before you. Coulson's expression darkened slightly. Yet he remained composed. Is this a threat? No, the Eye stepped back, his smile widening. This is advice. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps as carefree as a stroll. However, merely a second later, his figure vanished into the shadows of the street corner, moving with a speed that defied humanity. Coulson took a deep breath and pressed his earpiece. All teams, stand down for now. "Sir?" came the confusion from the agents in his earpiece. "Follow orders," Coulson replied firmly. He produced an encrypted communicator and dialed Nick Fury's direct line. "Director, we have been compromised." As expected, Fury's voice was steady. "The It's him." Yet his speed and strength far exceed imagination. "It appears that Jian has bestowed upon him some enhancements." Fury pondered for a moment. "Fall back. We need to reassess." "Understood," Coulson nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on the top of that towering building. He was acutely aware that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. The warning from the target was not mere rhetoric. And that enigmatic Jian, what exactly was he scheming? Chapter 7. A single blow to defeat the Hulk. Days passed. And the golden energy cocoon gradually cracked open, revealing Jian, who opened his eyes. Within his pupils flowed a blazing golden light, akin to two miniature stars ablaze. He gently stretched his body, and the surrounding solar plasma parted as if yielding to his will. "System, activate the panel." Ding. Silver Superman template update complete. Host, Jian, cellular strength, 100, has surpassed the limit and continues to grow. Super strength, capable of effortlessly moving planetary objects and shaking stellar mass. Super speed. Light speed and faster, can perform short-distance space jumps. Steel body, immune to most physical damage. Can withstand impacts equivalent to a supernova explosion. Heat vision, supervision, super hearing. Jian clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within. If his power had previously been confined to the realm of ordinary superheroes, now he had begun to evolve to a higher level. Indeed, it is time to return. In a flash, he broke free from the sun's gravitational pull, transforming into a golden streak as he soared towards Earth. Near Earth's orbit, Jian abruptly slowed. Hovering in space, his gaze fixed on a metallic structure floating in the orbit. A monitoring station of the Kree Empire? He narrowed his eyes. The station seemed to have detected his presence, immediately shifting its cannons, charging energy, clearly viewing him as a threat. Jian's expression remained impassive, his eyes flashing red. Boom. Two scorching beams of heat vision pierced through the monitoring station, reducing it to cosmic dust. "This is not a place for your interference," he remarked calmly, continuing his flight towards Earth. New York, Hell's Kitchen. As Jian entered the atmosphere, his super hearing caught the cacophony of chaos, explosions, screams, and the shrill sound of twisted metal. He glanced down, spotting the chaos unfolding in Hell's Kitchen, his brow furrowing. The Hulk was rampaging. The Green Giant roared, smashing through a building's wall, debris scattering everywhere. Iron Man circled above, firing energy beams from his palm cannon, attempting to divert the Hulk's attention. "Hey, calm down." Tony's voice echoed through his armor, but the Hulk paid no heed, seizing a car and hurling it at him. Bang! Iron Man barely dodged, sent flying back and crashing into a building. Nearby, Spider-Man had just landed on a web, but before he could utter a word, the Hulk swung his hand, slapping him away. What just happened? Peter was sent crashing into a truck, unable to rise for some time. Jian chuckled. This won't do. His tower was in Hell's Kitchen, and if the Hulk continued his rampage, his territory would suffer. With a swift motion, he dove down, instantly hovering before the Hulk. "Hey, big guy, Hell's Kitchen is closed today." The Hulk abruptly looked up, his eyes locked onto Jian, nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. Hulk smash! He hardly allowed Jian a moment to speak, his massive fist hurtling towards Jian's face with a terrifying sonic boom. "You brought this upon yourself." Jian sighed, neither dodging nor retreating, merely raising a hand. Boom. The clash of fist and palm unleashed a shockwave, fracturing the ground within hundreds of meters, shattering all surrounding glass. Jian was somewhat taken aback. This strength was certainly more than 100 tons, yet this Hulk was evidently akin to the cinematic version. No wonder Spider-Man was sent flying with a single slap. This Hulk was indeed formidable. On the other side, the Hulk stood frozen. His fist had been caught with a single hand. Moreover, Jian didn't even budge. "Are you done?" Jian inquired nonchalantly. In a fit of rage, the Hulk swung his other fist. Jian vanished in a flash, appearing before the Hulk, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! The air exploded as the Hulk's massive form was struck. He instantly bent like a shrimp, his eyes rolled back, and he flew backward, crashing through several buildings before coming to a halt, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Silence enveloped the scene. On the streets, the panicking crowd froze in shock. In the military helicopter hovering above, the pilot gaped, forgetting to turn off the radio. Holy shit. Iron Man had just crawled out from the rubble, his armor severely damaged. As JARVIS chimed in, "Sir, armor damage is at 87. Immediate retreat is advised." Tony ignored the warning, staring blankly at the figure hovering in the sky. He couldn't clearly see Jian's face, and JARVIS S. Couldn't decipher him either. This individual seemed to possess an unusual aura. This guy just knocked out the Hulk with a single punch. Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings, confirming the Hulk had lost consciousness, then vanished from the spot, leaving behind a devastated battlefield and a crowd of stunned onlookers. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters Nick Fury gazed intently at the screen, his single eye narrowing slightly. Despite the blurred image of Yang Jian, they recognized his identity. Defeated the Hulk with a single punch? Agent Coulson stood nearby, his expression grave. Director, we need to reassess his threat level. Fury fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. No, we must first ascertain whether he is friend or foe. Hell's Kitchen Yang International Tower in the top floor office. Yang Jian's silhouette silently appeared before the floor-to-ceiling window. The black Kryptonian armor gradually receded, revealing a meticulously tailored black suit underneath. With one hand in his pocket, he looked down at the still chaotic streets below. Military personnel and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were busy dealing with the mess left by the Hulk. The distant wail of ambulance sirens echoed. What a commotion! He chuckled softly, moving towards the liquor cabinet to pour himself a glass of whiskey. Before he could take a sip, the office door burst open. Hawkeye rushed in, his expression unusually urgent. Boss, you're back. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, leisurely sipping his drink. What is it? Hawkeye's mouth twitched, but quickly adjusted his expression, speaking in a low voice. There have been some developments during your absence. Oh. Yang Jian swirled the whiskey in his glass, signaling him to continue. Hawkeye took a deep breath, reporting rapidly. Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. has been lingering nearby for several days, and after I warned him, they temporarily retreated, but they certainly haven't given up. Norman Osborn has sent people to contact several executives at Yang International, seemingly trying to probe into your background. After Gold's demise, various factions are stirring. A few reckless gangs attempted to encroach on Hell's Kitchen, but I dealt with them. The most troublesome aspect is that the Hulk's rampage has caused significant losses to our operations. According to intel, he was initially hiding well, but the military managed to pinpoint his location. General Ross dispatched a special forces team to take him down, resulting in the Hulk's emergence. Hawkeye relayed a plethora of information, awaiting Yang Jian's response. So, that earlier commotion was orchestrated by Ross? Yang Jian scoffed. That old man is still not giving up. Hawkeye nodded. Banner was originally hiding in a bunker in Hell's Kitchen, but the military deployed sonic weapons to force him to transform. Yang Jian squinted, his super hearing instantly expanding, locking onto a military convoy several blocks away. General Ross sat in the command vehicle, his expression dark, clearly displeased with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement. Boss, do you want me to pay Ross a visit? Hawkeye's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. Yang Jian waved his hand. No hurry. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military sort themselves out. Chapter 8. The endgame. Yang Jian sat on the sofa, his fingertips gently tapping the armrest, his gaze sweeping over the various collections left by Jean Bing in the office. Masterpieces, antiques, confidential documents stored in a safe, and that once revered mahogany desk symbolizing dominion over the underworld. Jian, he suddenly spoke. The figure standing beside him immediately looked up. This company will be under your stewardship from now on. Yang Jian waved his hand casually. Jian was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Boss, I'm not particularly adept at management. You needn't manage it, Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Just ensure that no one dares to touch our possessions. As for profits, let those suited executives worry about that. Jian fell silent for a moment, then a slow smile crept across his lips. Understood. Yang Jian rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the New York skyline. Keep an eye on Osborn, but don't fret too much. After this, he should realize that some boundaries are not to be crossed. Jian nodded. The image of Hulk being knocked unconscious with a single punch had likely spread across the globe. No one would be foolish enough to challenge a creature capable of using the Green Giant as a punching bag. Is there anything else? Yang Jian inquired. Jian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. Excellent. Yang Jian turned, his black armor automatically enveloping him. I shall take my leave. Before he finished speaking, his figure had vanished from sight, leaving behind only a subtle disturbance in the air. Jian stood still, and after a while, he chuckled softly. It seems I must get accustomed to being the boss. Long Island, New York. Jean Bing's private villa, this coastal mansion, sprawling nearly 1,000 square meters, had once been Jean Bing's most clandestine refuge. Now, its new owner stood upon the plush carpet, holding a glass of red wine. Yang Jian gazed out at the distant, pitch-black sea from the floor-to-ceiling window. Moonlight danced upon the waves, shimmering with fragmented silver. Much more comfortable than the office, he mused. Tilting his head back to sip the wine, allowing the rich liquid to glide down his throat. The villa's interior was extravagantly adorned, with marble floors, leather sofas, and a top-tier audio system. There was even a private cinema and an underground wine cellar. Jian certainly had exquisite taste. Setting the wine glass down on the table, Jian made his way to the bedroom. The enormous bed was draped in silk sheets, and he lay back upon it, hands cradling his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. System, he called within his mind. Ding. Host, please speak. What is my current power level in this world? Based on data analysis. Earth level threat. There are currently no individuals on Earth capable of threatening you. Interstellar level threat. You can engage the main fleet of the Kree Empire without sustaining harm. Even a gemless Thanos is merely a larger ant. This is just an example. The host's strength exceeds this. Cosmic level threat. There are many powerful beings in the universe, and the host still requires growth. Jian chuckled lightly. That's acceptable. He closed his eyes, yet his super hearing remained active. The distant sound of waves, the bustling noise of New York City, even the hushed conversation between Fury and Coulson at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. And someone was approaching. Everything was under control. What should I do tomorrow? He murmured to himself. Perhaps he should pay a visit to the doctor he had knocked unconscious with a single punch? Or perhaps have a chat with Tony Stark. Or, his thoughts were interrupted by a subtle vibration. The approaching figure had arrived. The villa security system had been triggered, and that individual entered his abode. Jian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of red light flashing in his pupils. These individuals always seemed to prefer sneaking into others' homes under the cover of night. Light footsteps, deliberately subdued breathing, and the faint hum of high-tech equipment in operation. Not an ordinary person, nor military or police. He refrained from using his supervision, relishing the confidence that his power afforded him. He smiled, remaining still on the bed as if truly asleep. The villa's bulletproof glass windows were silently breached by a high-frequency vibration device, and a shadow nimbly flipped inside, landing with almost no sound. The shadow stood still in the darkness for a few seconds, seemingly verifying its surroundings, before cautiously moving toward the bedroom. Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agent, was clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, holding a compact stun gun as she approached the bedroom door with caution. She gently pushed the bedroom door open, her gaze swiftly locking onto the sleeping Jian. Slowing her breath, she crept closer, simultaneously retrieving a small syringe from her waist. A specially formulated sedative from S.H.I.E.L.D., theoretically capable of taking down an elephant. Though she had no idea why Fury had tasked her with such an impossible mission, as an agent, it was her duty. Just as she took a few steps, Jian's voice suddenly resonated, calm as if engaging in casual conversation. Breaking into a private residence in the dead of night is hardly good manners. Natasha's pupils dilated, instinctively retreating as she raised her stun gun. Bang! She barely registered Jian's movement before an invisible force crushed the weapon in her hand, scattering metallic fragments across the floor. Jian remained reclined on the bed, now opening his eyes, his golden pupils faintly glowing in the darkness. Agent Romanoff. Did Fury send you here? Natasha swiftly adjusted her stance, entering a combat-ready position. Although she was acutely aware that the man before her could incapacitate Hulk with a single punch, she replied coolly, I came to see for myself. After all, a man capable of dispatching Hulk with one blow was worthy of attention. Jian sat up, casually snapping his fingers. Clap. The lights in the bedroom illuminated suddenly, the abrupt brightness causing Natasha to squint momentarily, but she quickly adapted, her keen gaze fixed on Jian. Have you seen enough? He queried with a smile. Natasha did not respond but suddenly posed a question. Did you destroy the Kree monitoring station? Jian was unfazed. Word travels fast. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites were not mere ornaments. She scrutinized his reaction. Do you know what this implies? It implies that the Kree will be displeased? Jian shrugged. I don't care. Natasha frowned. Aren't you concerned about igniting an interstellar war? Jian chuckled, slowly rising. His movements appeared casual. Yet Natasha felt an invisible pressure emanating from him. Agent Romanoff. He approached her, looking down from a height. If the Kree dare to cause trouble on Earth, he leaned slightly forward, his voice barely above a whisper. I shall ensure they do not return. Natasha's breath caught slightly. This was not arrogance. She discerned absolute confidence in Jian's eyes, as if annihilating an interstellar civilization was merely a trivial task for him. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly relaxed her stance, even revealing a faint smile. Fury wishes to speak with you. Not interested. About the Tesseract. Noticing Jian's lack of response, Natasha continued. Yang Jian was contemplating another angle. The Tesseract, a vessel for the Space Stone, possessed the power to warp space. Natasha had reminded him that perhaps he could seek out the Infinity Stones on Earth. Fury thinks this will pique my interest? Yang Jian inquired with a smile. Does he presume I am unaware of what it is? Natasha's gaze flickered, but her professional demeanor allowed her to quickly mask her expression. So, you were already aware of the Tesseract's existence? Not only aware, Yang Jian stood, moving closer to her, his eyes locked onto hers. I am also aware of what you excavated in the Arctic, the remnants of Captain America's aircraft. Am I correct? Natasha's breath caught almost imperceptibly. To him, the highest secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared devoid of any mystery. Yang Jian turned, his golden pupils faintly illuminating the dimly lit room. Fury wishes to test me. That is your affair. However, I possess a volatile temperament, and it would be prudent to refrain from a second occurrence. Natasha paused for a moment in silence before nodding. I shall convey your message. She turned towards the window, poised to depart, when Yang Jian's voice resonated once more. By the way, tell Fury this. I harbor no interest in any of your schemes. Do not intrude upon my life. Otherwise, Yang Jian's eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce red light, the air around him warping from the heat. I would not hesitate to facilitate a change in leadership at S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha's fingertips tightened slightly, yet her voice remained steady. I will relay your message verbatim. She turned towards the window, glancing back at him before leaving. By the way, your security system could use an upgrade. No need. Yang Jian languidly reclined back onto his bed. After all, one cannot guard against individuals like you. Remember to knock next time, or I cannot guarantee you what may transpire. Natasha remained silent, leaping gracefully out the window, vanishing into the night. Yang Jian gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. The cosmic cube? Oh, Fury, thank you for your generous gift. System, retrieve the data on the space gem. Space gem, cosmic cube. Abilities, manipulation of space. Opening wormholes, interdimensional transportation. Current holder, S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. Potential threat. May attract the attention of Thanos or other cosmic forces. Thanos. If he dares to come, I shall ensure he understands who holds dominion over this universe. Chapter 9. The Cosmic Cube in hand at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Deep into the night, Nick Fury stood before a holographic projection, the screen looping the scene of Yang Jian knocking out the Hulk with a single punch. What did he say? Fury inquired without turning his head. Natasha, standing behind him, replied calmly. He not only knows about the cosmic cube, but is also aware that we discovered Captain America's plane in the Arctic. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. Interesting. He won't come. But he warns us to be honest. Natasha added. Fury turned to face her. Does he think he is Superman? Phil Coulson emerged from the side, holding a dossier. Director. Based on our current data analysis, Yang Jian's abilities far exceed our estimates. If he desires, he certainly has the capacity to replace the leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury fell silent for a moment, then deactivated the holographic display and approached his desk. Prepare another plan, just in case he is not a friend. A glint of cold light flickered in Fury's eye. Ensure he does not become an enemy. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood on the balcony of his villa, lightly stroking his chin. His gaze pierced through the clouds, locking onto a concealed location within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the repository of the cosmic cube. Since Fury has so warmly invited me, I shall take the initiative to retrieve it. His expression gradually firmed. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Above S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Yang Jian floated above the clouds, surveying the heavily guarded structure below. His superhuman vision penetrated through the walls, pinpointing the containment area 084 located 7 floors underground. The cosmic cube hovered silently within an energy field, emanating a ghostly blue glow. The security is quite stringent, Yang Jian chuckled softly. Infrared sensors, laser grids, vibration alarms, biometric access, these measures would secure the place against ordinary individuals. However, for Yang Jian, they were utterly meaningless. As he activated his super speed, the world around him instantaneously froze. The air stilled, and birds hung in mid-flight. He strolled leisurely, descending vertically from the high altitude, his body gliding past the outer walls of S.H.I.E.L.D. without triggering a single alarm. In the corridor, patrolling agents resembled statues, their blinks elongated into slow motion. With hands tucked in his pockets, Yang Jian sauntered past them, casually plucking a piece of candy from an agent's snack bag and popping it into his mouth. Ugh, too sweet. Before the imposing alloy door, Yang Jian halted. The electronic lock required the highest level of iris and fingerprint authentication, flanked by 2 heavily armed guards. Yet, under the influence of super speed, they could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. He reached out, lightly pressing against the door lock. Biological field, penetrate. A minute vibration precisely disrupted the lock's circuitry, allowing the door to open silently. Jian stepped inside. The indicator lights of the surveillance cameras froze in a flickering moment. He traversed through layers of protective doors, ultimately stopping before a sealed containment chamber. The cosmic cube floated within the central energy field, radiating a mesmerizing blue glow. Beautiful, Jian remarked, extending his hand through the energy barrier to gently retrieve the cube. Alarms? None triggered. Energy fluctuations? Completely shielded by his biological field. He examined the cube closely. His supervision attempted to penetrate its surface, but found it opaque. However, he could distinctly observe the flowing patterns of spatial energy within, resembling the veins of the universe. Interesting. Confirming its integrity, he nonchalantly stored the cosmic cube into his system space before turning to leave. Throughout the surveillance footage, the scene remained utterly empty. 1 minute later, an alarm blared throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. The cosmic cube has vanished. Nick Fury, having just concluded his conversation with Natasha, paled at the report. What? He immediately dashed toward the underground containment area, followed by a squad of fully armed agents. In the control room, technicians, sweating profusely, scanned the footage. Every frame appeared normal, devoid of any signs of intrusion, yet the cube was inexplicably missing. Fury stared at the screen, disbelief flickering in his single eye. This was impossible. He personally inspected the containment room. The energy barrier was intact, the lock undamaged, and not even a speck of dust had been disturbed. Yet, the cosmic cube had simply vanished into thin air. Investigate. Fury's voice turned grave. All personnel, all records, every entrance and exit log if an ant crawled in. I want to know. Agents swiftly dispersed, plunging S.H.I.E.L.D. into a heightened state of alert. Above S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In the clouds, Jian floated high, toying with the cosmic cube, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Fury must be quite troubled now. He attempted to directly harness the cube's power, but discovered it remained inactive. Well, that's for the best. Spatial teleportation is random. And I certainly do not wish to be inadvertently cast to the edge of the universe. System. Is there any item that can stabilize the use of the cosmic cube's powers? Ding. The system store has been opened. The host can browse and exchange for needed items. Before Jian, a translucent light screen unfurled, displaying an array of peculiar items. Ordinary Scion Bloodline, 1800 points. Doryman's Dimensional Pocket, 180 points. Infinity Stone Necklace, 100,000 points. Kryptonian Technology, 20,000 points. Thunder Fruit, 300 points. His gaze fixed on the Infinity Stone Necklace. Infinity Stone Necklace, function, contains an independent space, capable of embedding infinity stones, safely guiding their energy. Note, wear it, and you shall be the most dazzling presence. Excellent, that's the one. Jian nodded, only to frown moments later. However, 100,000 points? He glanced at his account balance, realizing he had only 1,000 points. System, what about the rewards for my previous missions? The host has completed 2 missions. Reward points, 1,000. Note, more missions will be released in due course. Please be patient. Jian was speechless. So, I can't afford it right now? Correct. Ugh. He grimaced, temporarily closing the store. However, it mattered little. The cosmic cube was now in his possession, and points could be accumulated gradually. For now, he needed to ascertain whether there was another stone on Earth. With a flash, Jian vanished from sight. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In the control room, Director. All surveillance has been checked. There truly are no anomalies. The voice of the technical supervisor trembled. Fury's expression darkened ominously. The cosmic cube could not have vanished into thin air unless someone had taken it. His single eye narrowed, his mind racing with possibilities. Who could it be? Chapter 10. Assault on the Hydra base. Jian hovered amidst the clouds, his eyes shimmering with a golden glint. His superhuman vision pierced through layers of obstruction. Scanning the depths of the earth like a radar, he was in search of other infinity stones. The Mind Stone was likely still in Thanos' possession. The Time Stone resided in Kamartaj, and the Reality Stone was with the Dark Elves. Yet, what if circumstances had changed? With a glimmer of hope, he directed his gaze toward Eastern Europe. According to the original timeline, Hydra had conducted human experiments there using the Mind Stone, from which Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver had gained their powers. However, as his sight penetrated the mountainous terrain and zeroed in on the concealed Hydra base, he found no stones, Only cold laboratories, flickering instruments, and cages. Within the cramped metal enclosures were dozens of ragged prisoners. Their eyes were hollow. Some huddled in corners while others were bound to tables with tubes protruding from their bodies. In the farthest corner, Jian spotted a red-haired woman. She hugged her knees, her head lowered, tangled hair obscuring half her face. Yet, her eyes glimmered in the darkness, as if suppressing a force on the verge of eruption. Wanda Maximoff, the future Scarlet, which was currently nothing more than a captive subject of Hydra, imprisoned at such an early stage, while he held no interest in becoming a hero. Having seen this, he might as well intervene. Jian certainly did not assert that it was solely because the witch was attractive. Absolutely not. Eastern Europe. Hydra's secret base. Jian hovered in the clouds, gazing down at the Hydra's secret base hidden amidst the mountains. The base was disguised as an abandoned castle. Yet through his superhuman vision, he could clearly discern the vast underground facilities, laboratories, cells, the patrol routes of armed personnel, and a man with a monocle and a sinister visage, Baron Strucker, right on cue. Jian smiled faintly. He began descending, hovering 100 meters from the base. And his acute hearing captured the internal conversations. Baron Strucker stood at the center of the laboratory, berating several researchers. The energy readings from test subject No. 19 are still unstable. If you fail again, you will become the test subjects yourselves. The researchers nodded in trepidation, one of them whispering, "My lord." Activating the abilities takes time. Forcing the process may. Silence. Strucker interrupted sharply. Hydra does not need excuses. We only require results. Jian narrowed his eyes, focusing on the cage in the corner of the laboratory. Wanda curled up there, her complexion pale. It seemed this was the place. In an instant, Jian sprang into action. The alarm blared through the corridors. Who goes there? Strucker barked, retreating swiftly and signaling the guards to open fire. Intruder! Intruder! The guards frantically raised their weapons, but before they could find their target, a shadow swept past. Bang! 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 All the guards were simultaneously struck by an invisible force, crashing violently against the walls, meeting their end prematurely. Jian appeared at the center of the laboratory, his black armor unscathed. Hydra! He surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping across the terrified researchers. What a repugnant bunch of pests. Open fire. The remaining guards desperately pulled their triggers, bullets raining down upon him. Jian did not even flinch. A biological force field automatically expanded, halting all the bullets half a meter from him before they clattered harmlessly to the ground. With a flick of his hand, a violent shockwave erupted, shattering all the instruments in the laboratory. Glass shattered, metal warped, and all Hydra members were hurled away, crashing through the walls. With precise control, each met their demise prematurely. Strucker's complexion changed drastically as he sharply pressed the emergency button on his wrist. Initiate defense protocols. Release all test subjects. Amidst the blaring alarms, the metallic gates on either side of the laboratory thunderously opened. Dozens of super soldiers, modified by Hydra, roared forth. Their muscles bulged, eyes bloodshot, as they pounced upon Jian like beasts. Boring. Jian's eyes glowed with crimson light. Boom. A searing heat vision swept across, instantly vaporizing several test subjects in an inferno. Before the remaining subjects could react, Jian was among them, his fists and feet moving with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike found its mark with precision, the sound of shattering bones resonating in unison. In mere 3 seconds, all the test subjects were neutralized. Baron Strucker finally panicked, turning to flee. Trying to escape, Jian vanished and blocked his path, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him off the ground. Who are you? Strucker gasped, his face turning crimson. Jian, he replied coolly. Remember the name of the one who will end you. No. Wait. We can collaborate. Hydra's resources, technology, wealth. Crack. Jian tightened his grip, and Strucker fell silent, the terror in his eyes eternally frozen. He discarded Strucker as one would toss aside refuse. Moments later, the base fell into silence. Jian approached the cage area, his fingertips gliding across the metal door, which tore apart like paper. The prisoners stared at him in fear, none daring to move. Only the red-haired woman slowly raised her head. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse, yet tinged with caution. Jian regarded her. Wanda appeared quite young, perhaps around 19 or 20. Her body bore the scars of experimentation. Yet the resilience in her eyes was already evident. A passerby. Will you come with me? He replied softly. Wanda hesitated for a few seconds before slowly rising to her feet. They conducted many experiments on me, she whispered. There is something strange within my body. I know. Jian nodded. Chaos magic, a potent force. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. What is that? Not important, Jian interrupted, turning to leave. What matters is that you are free now. Wanda hesitated momentarily, then took a step to follow. In the next instant, the two soared into the sky, flying outward. Observing this, the other prisoners rushed from their cages, scattering in flight. Jian took a moment to ensure everyone reached a safe place. Subsequently, boom. A violent heat vision erupted from his eyes, sweeping across the entire base. Walls melted, equipment exploded, and all traces of Hydra disintegrated in the searing heat. The Hydra base emitted no alarm, no distress signal. The entire facility, along with all its Hydra members, vanished without a trace. Outside the base, in the wilderness, Jian stood atop a hillside, gazing at the rising sun in the distance. Wanda lingered behind him, wrapped in a blanket found within the base. Softly inquiring, "Where are you taking me?" "New York. It's safer than here," Jian replied without turning. "I want to find my brother. They killed him." Wanda recalled something. Tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Your brother?" Jian inquired, surprised. However, he quickly scanned the surrounding area, noting the absence of Pietro's body. "Your brother's remains are not here. They may have destroyed them." Jian sighed. Wanda stood in shock for a few seconds before turning to Jian. "Why help me?" Jian tilted his head, feigning contemplation. "Perhaps it was due to my aversion towards Hydra." Wanda paused momentarily, and then a faint smile graced her pallid visage. "Thank you." Jian ceased his speech, reaching out to grasp her shoulder. In the next instant, the two ascended towards New York, vanishing into the embrace of the clouds. Chapter 11. The Scarlet Witch. New York, seaside villa. Jian descended with Wanda onto the terrace of the villa. The rhythmic sound of the waves echoed, while the moonlight bathed the sea in a silvery hue. Wrapped in a blanket from the base, Wanda gazed vacantly at the distant horizon. "This place is my residence." Jian approached the bar, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. "From this day forth, no one shall subject you to experiments again." Wanda accepted the glass, her fingertips trembling slightly. "The power within me is perilous, yet according to them, it remains dormant," she whispered. Jian chuckled softly. "There is no rush." He gazed at her, his eyes igniting with a red glow, emitting two thin beams of heat that seared the outer layer of the cup in his hand. However, he merely controlled the temperature, avoiding destruction. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder who determines its nature. Wanda watched the flicker of light, a hint of resolve emerging in her eyes. "Can you assist me?" Jian retracted his energy, fixing his gaze upon her. "Perhaps. But first, you must learn to trust yourself. Do you wish to master it?" A flicker of longing crossed Wanda's eyes, quickly replaced by resignation. "What is the price?" Jian settled onto the sofa behind him, considering her for a few moments. "For now, none. Consider it an investment." After a brief pause, he continued, "I saved you, proving your worth. Perhaps your energy could aid me in the future. Or perhaps for something entirely different." He glanced at her, remaining silent as he picked up a glass of red wine. As a good man, he adhered to a sincere philosophy of neither initiating nor rejecting. He endeavored to offer the suffering girl a warm refuge. Wanda paused, realizing Jian's intention, looking down at herself, and gave a self-deprecating smile. "In my current state, am I worthy of such kindness?" Jian did not respond, turning towards the stairs. "There are guest rooms on the second floor. The bathroom is to the left. Tomorrow, I will attempt to help you awaken your powers. Here, there are no cages. No Hydra. Only a warm home and a person who can ensure you are never harmed." Wanda remained rooted in place for a long moment, softly uttering, "Thank you." Jian waved his hand without turning back. "Rest well." Second floor. Wanda stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the guest room, moonlight spilling through the glass onto her pale face. She gently traced the marks left by the metallic rings on her wrist, remnants of the device Hydra used to suppress her. Now, it had been effortlessly crushed by Jian, as easily as crumpling a piece of paper. Freedom. The word felt foreign, almost unreal to her. She slowly approached the bed, sitting down, her fingertips sinking into the soft down comforter. This sensation was disorienting. How long had it been since she had slept on a real bed? Memories surged forth, the artillery of Sokovia, the screams of her parents, and the days spent huddled with Pietro amidst the ruins. Then came the cold confines of Hydra, the frigid examination tables, electric shocks, drugs, and pain. She closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling gently. Pietro, her twin brother, had perished in a failed experiment. Hydra agents had not even allowed her time to grieve, coldly dragging away his lifeless body with a single phrase, "Next test subject prepared." And now, she found herself here, in the villa of a stranger. Jian. She did not even know who he truly was. A man capable of tearing apart alloy prison doors and obliterating an entire Hydra base in the blink of an eye. Why had he saved her? Was the price her very being? This thought lingered in her mind. Wanda let out a bitter laugh. What else did she have to lose? The sound of water ceased in the bathroom. She stepped inside, the warm water washing away the remnants of blood and dirt from her body. In the mirror, she saw her gaunt face, her amber eyes concealing a multitude of emotions, fear, confusion, and perhaps a glimmer of something she had not yet recognized, hope. After drying herself off, she changed into the nightgown left at the door. The pure black silk felt soft against her skin, like a second layer. Such clothing was something she had never dared to touch before. Returning to the bedside, she lifted the covers and lay down. The mattress was so soft that she felt as though she were sinking into it, enveloped by clouds. The moonlight continued to gently illuminate the room. Wanda turned on her side, gazing out at the sea. If Pietro were still alive, he would surely love it here. This thought warmed her eyes. Yet she did not cry. It had been a long time since she had shed tears. Closing her eyes, she succumbed to weariness. That night, there were no nightmares. No electric shocks, no screams. Only a deep, tranquil darkness. Second floor Jian's room, he stood on the balcony, holding a glass of whiskey. His enhanced hearing capturing every sound within the villa. Wanda's breathing gradually steadied. He gently swirled the glass, the clinking of ice resonating melodiously. System, he silently commanded. Ding. Host, please speak. Scanning the physical data of Wanda Maximoff. Scanning. Target, Wanda Maximoff. Ability, Chaos Magic, Dormant. Potential rating, SSS. Note, it is recommended that the host guide her ability awakening promptly. Chaos Magic resonates uniquely with the Infinity Stones. Jian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, saving her was the right choice. He tilted his head back, draining the contents of his glass, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Chaos Magic, capable of rewriting reality. Tomorrow, this world will welcome another Scarlet Witch. Morning seaside villa. Wanda jolted awake from her slumber, sitting up abruptly, her chest heaving. In her dreams, she beheld the Scarlet Chaos once more, a distorted space, a shattered reality, and countless eerie whispers echoing around her. She glanced down at her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if an invisible energy flowed beneath her skin. This was not a dream. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Are you awake? Jian's voice came through the door. Wanda took a deep breath, suppressing her unease. Yes. 10 minutes. See you on the beach. The footsteps faded away. Wanda entered the bathroom, glancing at herself, releasing a long sigh. Outside the villa on the private beach, morning light bathed the soft white sand, the waves lapping gently at the shore. The air filled with the briny scent of the sea. Jian stood in the center of the beach, his dark casual attire billowing slightly in the wind. He had his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Wanda as she approached. She wore a simple black dress, barefoot on the sand. Her red hair tousled by the sea breeze. How did you sleep? Jian asked with a smile. It has been a long time since I felt this at peace. Wanda replied softly, stopping before him. Her amber eyes reflected both wariness and anticipation. Jian nodded, bypassing pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Do you know what lies within you? Wanda's fingertips instinctively curled. Hydra said it was some kind of energy? They were not mistaken, Jian replied, raising his hand, palm upward, as a strand of golden energy swirled at his fingertips. But their understanding of it barely scratches the surface. Chapter 12. The Awakening of Magic. Wanda fixed her gaze upon the shimmering light, her pupils constricting slightly. Can you control it? She queried. No, Jian replied, enclosing his palms as the energy dissipated. My power is of a different nature. The chaotic magic within you is one of the universe's most primordial energies, capable of rewriting reality, distorting causality, and even creating or obliterating universes. Jian was not deceiving her. Chaotic magic indeed possessed such potential, contingent upon how she wielded it. Wanda's breath caught in her throat. This is impossible. Try it, Jian urged, stepping back and pointing to a shell on the beach. Concentrate, envision it rising. Wanda furrowed her brow, but complied. She fixed her stare on the shell, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A minute passed, yet the shell remained immobile. I can't do it. She shook her head in frustration. Because you are still resisting it, Jian's voice softened. Hydra instilled fear within you, making you perceive this power as a curse. Yet power itself is devoid of morality. The crux lies in how you harness it. His eyes suddenly glinted with a crimson light, adjusting to a low power level to ensure her safety. Wanda instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. Boom. A scarlet energy barrier erupted from her palm, colliding with the golden energy and generating a shockwave. The beach was carved into a shallow pit, seawater rushing in. Staggering back, Wanda stared in astonishment at her hand. This is my doing? Did you see that? Jian retracted his energy, a smile gracing his features. Your instincts are more truthful than your intellect. Wanda's chest heaved, the aftershocks of chaotic magic still surging within her veins. The sensation was both foreign and familiar. as if a long-dormant beast had finally awakened. "What now?" she inquired, her confusion gradually replaced by determination. Jian smiled. "First, learn to embrace it, not as an adversary." 3 hours later, the beach was in disarray. Numerous pits of varying depths were scattered about, with seawater forming small whirlpools within them. The air still vibrated with the remnants of chaotic magic. Wanda was drenched in sweat, yet her gaze radiated with greater clarity than in the morning. A swirling mass of unstable red energy hovered in her palm, pulsating rhythmically like a beating heart. "I still can't control it." She gritted her teeth as the energy began to tremble violently. "Do not force it," Jian advised calmly from his position nearby. "Chaotic magic is not a mere tool. It is a part of you. Attempt to accept it as naturally as you would your own breath." Wanda closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, gradually relaxing her taut shoulders. A wondrous transformation occurred. The once tumultuous energy coalesced into a gentle crimson glow, slowly wrapping around her arm. She opened her eyes, delight lighting her features as she glanced at Jian. "I did it." Jian nodded, encouraging her with a smile. "Well done, you have taken the first step." Suddenly, he vanished, and in the next instant, the villa's refrigerator appeared between them, Jian having opened its door. "Let us take a break. We'll continue in the afternoon." Wanda accepted a chilled bottle of mineral water, tilting her head back to gulp down half. The sea breeze brushed against her flushed cheeks, offering a refreshing coolness. "Honestly, why are you helping me?" she asked suddenly. Jian opened a can of beer, responding nonchalantly, "You've asked that 3 times. I mentioned it last night, did I not? Is that all?" She pressed. "What else would you have me do?" He glanced at her. "Do you wish for me to imprison you?" Wanda fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter. "No, this is better." She gazed toward the distant horizon, the crimson energy swirling unconsciously at her fingertips. For the first time in her life, she felt the possibilities of the future unfold before her. Jian reclined in the sun lounger he had just fetched, quietly observing her silhouette. Perhaps he had not taken a proper vacation in a long while. Today might be an opportune moment. As dusk fell, the training concluded, and Wanda had begun to manipulate the energy to form rudimentary shields and shockwaves. Although her precision was far from perfect, the speed of her progress surprised even Jian. "You have a commendable talent," he acknowledged, a rare note of affirmation in his voice. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Wanda's lips curled into a slight smile. "Shall we continue tomorrow?" "Certainly." Upon returning to the villa, the setting sun had painted the clouds in golden red hues. Standing on the terrace, Wanda gazed at the magnificent twilight and softly uttered, "Thank you." Jian did not respond verbally. He simply placed a hand on her shoulder. "Go take a shower. You are covered in sand." Later that night, atop the villa's roof, Jian lay on the slanted surface, his hands cradling his head as he gazed into the starry sky. He accessed the system's marketplace, noting the price of the Infinity Stone necklace remained at 100,000 points. A considerable distance still lay ahead. While pondering this, his superhuman hearing detected movement within the villa. Wanda's breathing had shifted. She was having a nightmare. Jian hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from intervening. Some paths she must traverse alone. In the dead of night in Siberia at the Hydra secret base, a dimly lit conference room flickered with the holographic projection of Baron Strucker's final moments. In the blurred images, a man clad in black armor strangled Strucker with a single hand, after which the base's signal was abruptly severed. The remaining high-ranking Hydra members sat in silence along the long table, the air thick with suppressed fury. "Strucker is dead." The man at the head of the table spoke slowly, his voice deep. The entire base had been reduced to rubble, no survivors, no data remnants. "Who did this?" A woman with a silver mask inquired coldly. "Information is currently limited," the man replied, pulling up a fuzzy image captured by a satellite. A shadow raced across Eastern Europe at supersonic speed, heading straight for Strucker's base. This was recorded while the target was decelerating. If he hadn't the speed far exceeds current technological capabilities. Judging by the destruction, his power rivals that of the Hulk, if not greater. A superhuman? Or perhaps Stark's new toy? No. The man shook his head. Energy analysis suggests his power system does not fall within any known category of superhuman abilities on Earth. The conference room fell into silence. "Find him. The blood debt of Hydra must be repaid," the silver-masked woman declared coldly. "We are already investigating," the man replied, pulling up an encrypted file containing Wanda Maximoff's information. "Subject 19 has gone missing, and on the same day, a black superhuman emerged in New York, capable of knocking out the Hulk with a single punch." He tapped the table, the images swiftly switching. They had managed to capture these only because Jian had not concealed his identity. Otherwise, the biofield would have rendered all electronic devices inoperative, regardless of who he is. "He has taken our assets. We shall recover them with interest." In New York at ASHIELD Safe House, Natasha Romanoff inserted a data chip into the terminal. The holographic screen unfolded, displaying satellite thermal images of a previously unrecognized base in Eastern Europe, now reduced to scorched earth. The site had reached temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees, with all metal structures melted as if swept away by a high-energy beam. She frowned. Yet there are no energy remnants. Nick Fury stood in the shadows, his single eye fixed on the screen. This base, whose ownership is unknown, was destroyed, and we were completely unaware. Something is amiss. Even more troubling is this, Natasha said, pulling up another clip. In the blurry footage, a red-haired woman flickered past just before the explosion. We conducted a match and identified her as Wanda Maximoff, a Sokovian. Fury's singular eye fixated intently on the screen. So, who is she? The data suggests she is an ordinary person, yet last night, she was abducted. Natasha amplified the edges of the image. A shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the night, hovered in the distant sky, matching the energy signature of the black superhuman previously seen in New York. Fury remained silent for a considerable time before abruptly turning towards the safe, entering a password, and retrieving a long-sealed dossier. Tomorrow, we shall ascertain what this superhuman intends to do. Natasha hesitated momentarily. There has been no security assessment. I believe. No, it is not a matter of belief. Fury closed the file, his voice cold and resolute. It is a certainty. Wakanda, Royal Laboratory. Princess Shuri scrutinized the anomalous readings from the vibranium detector, her brow furrowed. Brother, you must see this. Chala approached the screen, his gaze fixed on the energy pulse that had suddenly appeared above Europe. It lasted less than 0.1 seconds, yet its intensity was comparable to that of a small nuclear explosion. Coordinates? Sokovia. Shuri pulled up satellite imagery. Yet there was nothing there, at least on the surface. Chala pondered for a moment, continue monitoring, and report at once. What shall we do? Shuri pressed on. If this were a precursor to an alien invasion. Chala donned the Black Panther helmet, the vibranium suit enveloping him like liquid. Wakanda cannot remain passive. New York, Seaside Villa. Wanda jolted awake from a nightmare, her chaotic magic erupting uncontrollably, reducing the bedside table to dust. Gasping for breath, she sought to calm her racing heart. In her dream, she beheld an endless tide of crimson, a golden gauntlet adorned with 6 colored gems, and a purple giant seated upon a floating throne, casting upon her a glance of indifference. Beside him was a green behemoth, bound by chains. Outside the window, the moonlight remained tranquil. She could not fathom what it signified. Yet her intuition whispered to her that something was observing her. Chapter 13. The visitors the following day, the morning sun bathed the private beach. As gentle waves caressed the shore, creating delicate sprays of white foam, Wanda, clad in a white shirt and shorts, strode barefoot upon the damp sand, her arms raised. A swirling mass of crimson chaotic energy gracefully rotating within her palms. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, yet her gaze was more resolute than the day before. Focused. Jian stood 3 meters behind her, hands tucked into his pockets, a faint smile gracing his lips. The flow of energy should be as natural as breathing. Do not force it. Wanda took a deep breath, the energy in her palm gradually stabilizing into a slender scarlet ribbon, swaying gently with her intent. Excellent. Jian nodded. Now try. His words abruptly halted as his gaze shifted towards the distant coastal road. A black SUV was approaching along the winding path, moving at a leisurely pace, but with a clear destination, this villa. His superhuman hearing was not always activated, but his heightened perception allowed him to sense an approaching presence. What's wrong? Wanda noticed his unusual demeanor, and the energy ribbon dissipated instantly. Guests, Jian squinted, his enhanced vision penetrating through the car windows to discern the occupants within. A one-eyed bald man, a red-haired female agent, and a smiling man in a suit. Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and Phil Coulson. Who are they? Wanda instinctively tensed, chaotic energy flickering at her fingertips. Do not be anxious. Jian turned toward the villa to change his attire. I shall meet them. 5 minutes later, in the villa's living room, Jian lounged on a leather sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. His black loungewear failed to conceal his chiseled physique. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the black SUV had halted at the iron gate. Wanda had changed into a simple white knit top and denim jeans, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, quietly seated in an adjacent armchair. The doorbell rang. Go answer it. Jian waved his wine glass. Wanda stood and approached the entrance, verifying the visitors through the surveillance screen before pressing the doorbell. The iron gate slid open, and Nick Fury strode in with Natasha and Coulson at his side. Wanda Maximoff, Fury's single eye scrutinized her. Wanda's fingers tightened subtly, though her expression remained composed. Please, come in, Director. The trio followed her into the living room, where Yang Jian reclined, one hand resting on the sofa, the other cradling his wine glass, one foot casually crossed over the other, not even rising to greet them. Mr. Yang, Fury settled into the opposite sofa, with Natasha and Coulson flanking either side. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yang Jian sipped his wine, offering a smile, bringing along two elite agents. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s way of introducing itself is quite unique. Fury remained silent, instead producing a document and sliding it across the coffee table. Take a look at this. The cover bore the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a bold title beneath, the Avengers Initiative, pending member list. Yang Jian glanced at it. Alongside Natasha and Coulson, several familiar names were circled in red ink. Tony Stark, pending contact. Bruce Banner, under surveillance. Spider-Man, under observation. Superpowered individuals require oversight. Fury's voice was low. Especially someone like you, capable of taking down the Hulk with a single punch. Yang Jian suddenly laughed. He set down his wine glass, leaning slightly forward, a glint of danger flickering in his dark pupils. Oversight? By you? The air grew tense. Natasha's hand stealthily moved towards her waist, but she hesitated, withdrawing it. Coulson's breathing quickened, while Fury remained unfazed. By S.H.I.E.L.D., by the United Nations, by the order of this planet. Order? Yang Jian scoffed, snapping his fingers suddenly as a biological force surged forth. Boom. The glass windows of the villa shattered simultaneously. A tempest filled the living room. Papers scattered wildly, and Coulson's firearm was reduced to dust by an invisible force before he could draw it. The order you speak of. Yang Jian's voice echoed clearly amidst the storm. Even I cannot withstand a mere snap of my fingers. The tempest ceased abruptly. All returned to calm, as if the preceding chaos had been but an illusion. Only the shards of glass scattered across the floor testified that it was not a dream. Fury gasped slightly, his single eye narrowing. So your answer is? Not interested. Yang Jian reclined back on the sofa. If aliens come, I will handle it. As for your little superhero club, have fun on your own. Fury pondered for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. 3 days ago, a base in Eastern Europe was destroyed, with signs of high-temperature melting consistent with the energy signature you exhibited when dealing with the Hulk. Wanda's body stiffened slightly. That was Hydra. Yang Jian shrugged. I thought you had already proclaimed their extermination. Hydra? Fury exclaimed. Both Natasha and Coulson were taken aback. Are you certain? Hydra still exists? Fury pressed, but Wanda interrupted. She revealed a wound on her wrist, her eyes fixed on Fury. If they do not exist, what do you call the harm I have suffered? Nick remained silent for a moment before looking at Yang Jian. This is the crux of the issue. If you possess intelligence regarding Hydra yet refuse to cooperate with the authorities, do you understand what that implies? Cooperate? Yang Jian burst into laughter. Nick Fury, you do not even realize that your subordinates have been replaced by aliens. What right do you have to speak of cooperation? What? Coulson gasped. Natasha's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Yang Jian did not respond, but instead locked eyes with Fury's single gaze. The Skrull's shape-shifting abilities are indeed flawless. But a heartbeat frequency cannot deceive superhuman hearing. Your body is an open book to my eyes. Am I correct, Talos? Fury's expression froze. In the next moment, Yang Jian's eyes blazed with blinding red light. Swish. A heat vision streaked past Fury's shoulder, melting his suit and skin like wax, revealing the green, scaly skin beneath. The Skrull disguised as Fury shrieked and collapsed, contorting as it reverted to its true form. High cheekbones, pointed ears, and lizard-like green eyes. Director? Coulson staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. Yang Jian stepped on Talos's chest, his voice chilling. Unfortunately, you have picked the wrong person to provoke. Wait. Talos struggled to lift his head. We can negotiate. Bang. The heat vision pierced through instantly, green blood splattering onto the carpet. What nonsense. The green blood oozed slowly, as Natasha and Coulson stood frozen, shock coursing through them as they witnessed the unfolding scene. What is happening? A rare tremor laced Natasha's voice. Yang Jian turned to her, the red glow in his eyes gradually fading. He approached the wine cabinet, pouring himself another glass of red wine, his tone calm. Your director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been replaced by a Skrull. Skrulls? Coulson frowned. An alien race? Did they not flee decades ago due to Captain Marvel? Carol Danvers? Yang Jian scoffed. Indeed, but they did not perish. Instead, they have been lurking on Earth, gradually infiltrating various institutions, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha quickly regained her composure. Where is the evidence? Yang Jian pointed to his ears, superhuman hearing. Across the globe, at least thousands of Skrulls have replaced dignitaries, military officers, and agents. This operation is codenamed Secret Invasion. He paused for a moment, casting a glance at Coulson, and remarked, "By the way, the real Nick Fury is currently in space, commanding an organization known as S.W.O.R.D. Chapter 14. The Skrulls. Coulson's complexion turned pale as he instinctively retreated. He recalled his superior, with whom he had shared many years, and the unsettling possibility that he might be an alien. Impossible. Doubtful. Jian shrugged. Investigate it yourself, but I advise you to proceed with caution. Skrulls can flawlessly mimic anyone, including your colleagues, friends, and even family. Natasha's fingertips tensed slightly, yet her professionalism allowed her to swiftly regain composure. Why are you telling us this? She inquired. Out of boredom, Jian replied, sipping his red wine. Besides, you are, after all, Earth's first line of defense. If all of you are replaced by aliens, the trouble will multiply. Wanda stood nearby, her scarlet energy swirling silently, watching Natasha and Coulson with vigilance. Are they real? She questioned. Jian glanced over and replied, for now. He turned his gaze to the stunned Natasha and Coulson. Now you have two choices. 1. Stay here and await your demise. Once the Skrulls discover their leader is missing, their first reaction will undoubtedly be to eliminate anyone in the know. 2. He produced a USB drive, which Natasha instinctively caught. This contains the list of all Skrulls and Hydra agents lurking on Earth. While they remain oblivious, eradicate them all. Natasha took a deep breath and nodded. It seems you have your work cut out for you. Jian lazily reclined back onto the sofa. No need to see you off. Natasha cast a long, penetrating look at Jian before abruptly turning towards the door. Coulson, we need to go. Coulson hesitated momentarily. But director, that alien. Take the body, Natasha replied without looking back. We'll deal with the rest after we cleanse the traitors. The two departed hastily, leaving the villa shrouded in silence once more. Wanda approached the window, observing the departing black SUV. Will they believe us? She asked. It doesn't matter. Jian replied, gazing at the sky, aware that the real Nick Fury was certainly cognizant of the unfolding events. The true battle had yet to commence. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triquarters. 30 minutes later, Natasha and Coulson stood in the empty conference room, the holographic screen flickering with dozens of marked agent profiles. All were potential Skrulls and Hydra members exhibiting biological anomalies. Damn. Coulson massaged his temples. If this is true, S.H.I.E.L.D. is utterly compromised. After a moment of silence, Natasha declared, Coulson, I am now the highest-ranking agent, and I order you to act as the interim director until the council appoints a new one. What should we do? Coulson asked, his voice trembling as he hovered his finger over the all-hands alert button. Activating the internal cleansing protocol could potentially harm our own. Natasha had donned a full tactical suit, 2 high-frequency alloy daggers secured at her waist. There are no FS. The Skrulls can perfectly mimic DNA and memories. Conventional tests are utterly ineffective. She pulled up an agent's activity log from the past 3 days. Look at this. Agent Sturt forgot to use his left hand to drink coffee. He has been a lefty for 5 years. Coulson inhaled deeply and suddenly pressed the alarm button. The entire building was immediately filled with a blaring siren. In the underground laboratory corridor, Agent Sturt hurried toward the elevator, chaos echoing through his earpiece. Armed conflict detected in Zone B. The security system has been breached. Someone is shouting about Skrulls. His pupils dilated, and the greenish scales flickered beneath his skin. He was exposed. Bursting through the fire escape door, he was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Bang! Natasha's bullet precisely pierced his forehead. Green blood splattering against the wall. First, Natasha stated coldly, stepping over the body and advancing. Gunfire, explosions, and screams reverberated through the corridor as Natasha and Coulson backed each other up, having already eliminated 17 Skrull agents. Yet, the enemy was overwhelming. They were forced to fire upon former colleagues. The southwest stairwell is clear. A loyalist team reported via the communicator. The east wing requires support. They have taken hostages. Those aren't hostages. Natasha interrupted sharply. They are bait. The Skrulls will mimic the memories and voices of their hostages. In space. Aboard the Sword Command ship, the real Nick Fury stood before the holographic projection, his single eye fixed on a dim signal light. It was Talos' life connector, symbolizing the death of the Skrull leader. Earth is in turmoil, he stated gravely. Behind him, several Sword agents rapidly accessed data streams, but the surveillance from Earth was obscured. Sir, we have lost direct contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The last fragments indicate an outbreak of armed conflict within, a technician reported. Fury's brow furrowed as his fingers swiftly tapped on the console, bringing up an encrypted communication channel. Fury calling Danvers. Seconds later, the connection was established. Carol Danvers' voice crackled with the distinctive static of interstellar communication. Fury? What is happening? Talos is dead, Fury stated bluntly. What? Carol's voice turned icy. Who did it? I don't know, Fury shook his head. But whoever killed Talos either possesses some form of identification technology or wields extraordinary strength. There was a brief silence on the other end before Carol's voice emerged, resolute and unwavering. I'm returning to Earth immediately. Do not act rashly until I arrive. Carol, Fury interjected, this is not a request. It's not open for debate, Fury, she replied firmly. The Skrulls were once my allies. If someone is slaughtering them on Earth, I need to handle it personally. The communication was severed, and Fury narrowed his eye, turning to a nearby agent. Retrieve all recent anomalous energy readings from Earth. Yes, sir. The data flowed, finally locking onto a coordinate. New York, near Hell's Kitchen. Energy levels exceed the threshold, the technician reported. Fury's fingertips lightly tapped the surface of the table. His gaze profound. Who could it be? On the shores of New York, Jian lounged on the sofa, toying with the tesseract. Its ethereal blue glow illuminating his face. Wanda sat beside him, cradling a warm cup of tea, her gaze occasionally darting towards the window as if on guard. Are you worried about S-H-I-D-L-D? Jian asked without turning around. Wanda pursed her lips. They won't let this go easily. Of course not. Jian chuckled lightly. But I suspect Fury's greater headache now is how to explain Talos' death to Carol Danvers. That one T be easy to gloss over. Wanda furrowed her brow. Who is Captain Marvel? Will she come looking for you? Most likely, Jian replied, retracting the tesseract into the system and moving towards the liquor cabinet. But it doesn't matter. If she wants to reason, I can have a chat with her. If she doesn't he poured a glass of whiskey, the ice clinking gently against the liquid. Then I shall demonstrate the repercussions of her actions on Earth. This planet is not her playground. Wanda paused for a moment before suddenly raising her head. What if she stands with S-H-I-E-L-D? Jian took a sip of his drink and shrugged. Then we'll deal with her together. In the depths of cosmic space. Carol Danvers transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, racing towards Earth at faster than light speed. Her eyes burned with fury. Talos was dead, the last hope of the Skrulls. Her old friend had perished on Earth. Regardless of the identity of the killer, she shall ensure that he pays the price. Chapter 15. The Ancient One. Morning light cascaded upon the beach as gentle waves caressed the shore, tiny droplets of water glimmering in the sunlight. Wanda clasped her hands. The scarlet, chaotic energy swirling around her like ribbons, flowing gently with her breath. Jian stood nearby, occasionally advising her on her practice. Compress the energy further, he instructed. Chaos magic is not about brute force. It is the weaving of reality. Wanda nodded, her fingertips twitching as the energy ribbons gradually coalesced into a small red sphere, hovering in her palm. Just then, a sudden burst of golden sparks erupted in the air, swirling and expanding to form a circular portal. Startled, Wanda's energy sphere dissipated instantly, and she retreated a step, wary. Jian, however, did not turn his head, merely remarking, "You arrived rather promptly." From the portal emerged a bald woman clad in a yellow robe, her hands tucked within her sleeves, a serene smile gracing her face. The Ancient One, she acknowledged. Mr. Jian. She inclined her head slightly, her gaze profound, perhaps a traveler from the multiverse. Wanda looked at Jian in astonishment, but he remained composed, merely raising an eyebrow. The Supreme Sorceress lives up to her reputation. The Ancient One smiled. In the river of time, your existence is like a jarring boulder, creating ripples that are hard to ignore. She lifted her hand, her fingertip tracing through the air, conjuring an ethereal river of time that materialized before them, reflecting countless silhouettes of worlds in its clear waters. Before your arrival, this river flowed with clarity and purpose. She turned her palm over, and the river suddenly became murky, its tributaries intertwining, with signs of fragmentation appearing in certain areas. Now, the timeline is in utter chaos. Jian quietly observed this scene, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, a tea set and 2 wicker chairs materialized on the beach, steam still rising from the teapot. He seated himself, poured a cup of tea, and offered it to the Ancient One. Time is inherently inscrutable. To forcefully dictate its course is merely the folly of the arrogant. The Ancient One accepted the teacup, chuckling lightly. And what if this chaos leads to greater calamities? Then we shall shatter the calamity with our fists, Jian replied, taking a sip of his tea, his tone unperturbed. The Ancient One paused, then burst into laughter, an admirable notion. She set down her teacup and suddenly inquired, "Are you interested in magic?" Yang Jian glanced at Wanda. She might benefit from systematic guidance. Wanda's eyes brightened, and before she could speak, the Ancient One nodded. Kamartaj welcomes all who seek truth. I can really learn? Wanda's voice trembled slightly. Of course, the Ancient One replied, rising to her feet and waving her sleeve. A new portal unfolding on the beach, revealing an ancient courtyard surrounded by snow-capped mountains. You can see it right now. Upon crossing the portal, they were enveloped by the rich scent of sandalwood. The ancient Tibetan architecture rose against the mountains. As mages in brown robes gathered in small groups in the plaza, some practicing suspended ring drawing, others studying ancient tomes. In the distance, apprentices wielded weapons formed of golden energy, sparking as they engaged in friendly sparring. This was the sanctuary of sorcerers and the bastion that protected the earth. The Ancient One guided them through a corridor. The magic we study originates from Agamotto, but there are those who pursue different paths, such as... She pointed to a high-ranking sorcerer manipulating crimson energy, another form of magic. Wanda stared intently at the sorcerer, her eyes shimmering with longing. In the reception room, a servant brought forth hot tea and a fruit platter. The Ancient One personally poured tea for the two of them. The rules of Kamartaj are simple. Respect your teachers. Study diligently, and do not abuse magic. She turned to Yang Jian. If you wish to learn, all the tomes here are open to you. Yang Jian shook his head. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge is endless. What about Wanda? The red-haired girl immediately stood up. I want to learn. I need to control this power. The Ancient One smiled. Tomorrow, Mordo will guide you. No need for such formality. Take us to the library, Yang Jian interjected confidently. The Ancient One paused momentarily, then laughed, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Jian, as if trying to see through him. Outside, the sunset bathed the snow-capped mountains in gold. Yang Jian suddenly asked, You invited us not solely for instruction, did you? The Ancient One set down her teacup, the smile fading from her face. The chaos of the timeline has drawn the attention of certain entities. Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, Mephisto from hell, and even more distant threats. She locked eyes with Yang Jian. I need to know, when calamity strikes, which side will you stand on? Yang Jian slowly lowered his teacup. I stand on my own side. The tea floated in midair, coalescing into ice crystals at his command. But should anyone wish to destroy my place of tea, the ice crystals exploded, scattering into a multitude of luminous points. I would not hesitate to ensure their eternal disappearance. The Ancient One nodded slightly, rising to lead them towards the library. Kamartaj Library. Ancient wooden shelves towered to the ceiling, with parchment scrolls and hefty tomes neatly arranged, the air thick with the scent of ink and sandalwood. Wang Zheng was dusting the shelves with a feather duster. Upon seeing the Ancient One enter with Yang Jian and Wanda, he quickly bowed. Supreme Sorceress, these two are new visitors. The Ancient One smiled. Mr. Yang and Miss Wanda wish to learn about the collection of Kamartaj. Wang nodded enthusiastically, beginning to introduce. This is the basic magic theory section, including a simplified version of the Book of Agamotto, an introduction to elemental manipulation, and... No need for all that, Yang Jian interrupted, walking directly to the center of the library. His eyes shimmered with golden light. Supervision, activate. The golden light flowed through his pupils, penetrating layer upon layer of shelves. As the text, illustrations, and spell symbols of every book surged into his view like a torrent. Bioplasmic field unfold. An unseen force brushed past the shelves, causing hundreds of ancient tomes to float in midair, their pages fluttering rapidly as if transformed into mere shadows. Wang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. This is... Wanda widened her eyes, chaotic energy stirring within her, as if resonating with something. The Ancient One, however, merely observed quietly, a faint smile playing on her lips. 1 minute later, all the books gently closed and returned to their original positions. The golden light in Yang Jian's eyes gradually faded, all the knowledge having been absorbed and comprehended. I see, he murmured. Magic is merely another form of energy programming. He raised his hand, tracing a perfect golden circle in the air. Zing! Sparks flew, and a 2-meter-wide portal materialized instantaneously. On the other side lay a sunlit seaside villa, with steam rising from the teapot on the coffee table. You don't need a suspended ring. Wang's voice cracked in disbelief. This is impossible. Even a high-ranking sorcerer would. A genius? Yang Jian retracted his hand, causing the portal to close. No, merely an expedited understanding. Wanda stared at him, bewildered. You learned it all? Theoretically, yes, Yang Jian replied, moving towards the advanced magic section. However, some things require practical validation. His gaze swept over the Book of Calypso sealed within a glass case, his supervision penetrating the seal, revealing the forbidden time magic within its pages. The Ancient One finally spoke. Do you know why most sorcerers require years of study? Because their minds aren't quick enough. Yang Jian did not turn back. No, The Ancient One chuckled lightly. It is because magic is not merely knowledge. It is an insight into resonating with all things. Chapter 16. I am my own covenant. Jian stood in the center of the library, raising his hand once more to conjure a portal. Yet, the golden sparks flickered for but a moment before dissipating into nothingness. Indeed, he retracted his hand. You were right, Master, he acknowledged. Without a covenant, magical energy cannot stabilize. The Ancient One smiled faintly. The covenant of the Vishani serves as the wellspring of power for most sorcerers. If you wish to truly master magic, this is the path you must tread. Jian shook his head, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. The essence of a covenant is to borrow power from a higher dimension. But what if I do not need to borrow? The Ancient One paused, taken aback. What do you mean? I will covenant with myself, Jian posited, finding the notion highly feasible. As long as my energy does not deplete, magic will remain at my disposal. The moment he voiced this idea, the Ancient One's pupils contracted in astonishment. No one had ever attempted such a thing. Then let me be the first. Before the words fully escaped his lips, Jian sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Golden light radiated from his being, flowing like liquid flame through the surrounding space. His super intellect raced, synthesizing the principles of the recently learned covenant magic to construct a reverse mechanism. Rather than borrowing from a higher dimension, he would draw from himself. With his hands forming intricate seals, he traced a complex covenant rune in the air. Its core no longer the symbol of the Vishanti, but rather his own energy imprint. The covenant was established. The rune contracted sharply, transforming into a beam of gold that entered his chest. In an instant, a dazzling wave of energy erupted from him, causing the entire library's shelves to tremble. Wanda and Wong instinctively took a step back, while the Ancient One's eyes shimmered with shock. He had succeeded. Jian opened his eyes and waved his hand casually. With a sizzling sound, a flawless portal materialized, connecting directly to the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas, cold winds rushing in. No need for a suspension, Wong stammered. This contravenes the fundamental laws of magic. Laws are meant to be broken, Jian declared as he stood, shutting the portal with a flick of his hand. He raised it again, this time invoking the scarlet chains of Satok. Golden energy chains erupted from his palm, entwined with a faint solar radiance, their power surpassing that of the traditional version. The Ancient One observed him silently for a long moment before suddenly speaking. Jian, would you be interested in becoming the next supreme sorcerer? Jian's expression turned peculiar. Isn't strange sufficient? His talent is considerable, the Ancient One replied. But your potential far exceeds imagination. There was an unusual eagerness in her voice. If you delve into magic, your future accomplishments may surpass even mine. Jian shook his head. Not interested. However, he gazed out at the snow-capped mountains, his eyes deep with thought. I can promise that I will not allow the dark dimension to taint the earth. The Ancient One sighed gently but did not press further. That is enough. She then led Jian and wandered to the innermost chamber of the library. Upon a heavy obsidian pedestal lay an ancient tome, its cover etched with bizarre runes. The Dark Hold, she stated solemnly, contains the origins of chaos magic and numerous forbidden knowledge. Even Kamartaj only utilizes it as a seal, not for study. Wanda's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the book, her internal chaos energy beginning to stir. Jian, however, had already scanned the entire volume with his enhanced vision, absorbing its contents. I need it, he stated plainly, to teach Wanda how to control chaos magic. The Ancient One paused for a moment before finally nodding. I trust you will not misuse it. Of course, Jian replied with a light laugh. After all, I have no interest in destroying the world. He raised his hand, and a biological force field lifted the Dark Hold, suspending it before Wanda. Are you ready? He asked. Wanda inhaled deeply and reached out to touch the pages. Boom. A storm of crimson energy erupted instantaneously, whipping her red hair into a frenzy. The Ancient One swiftly formed seals, a golden barrier enveloping the entire chamber to prevent energy from leaking. Jian, however, stood firm, allowing the chaotic magic's torrent to wash over him. His eyes glimmered with golden light, quietly recording each change in Wanda. Fascinating. This is true chaos. In the Kamartaj chamber, the moment Wanda's fingertips grazed the Dark Hold, the entire room seemed to be drawn into another dimension. A torrent of scarlet energy surged forth from the pages like a volcanic eruption, morphing into countless twisted runes that coiled around her arms. Her pupils rapidly turned blood red, her hair rising without wind, an overwhelming aura of oppression radiating from her. Ah! She cried out in a painful moan, the flood of chaos magic surging uncontrollably around her, even causing the Ancient One's golden barrier to begin to fracture. Master! Wong attempted to step forward but was repelled by an unseen force, crashing heavily against the wall. The Ancient One formed seals, the Eye of Agamotto emitting green light. The power of the Time Stone striving to stabilize the rampaging energy. Wait, Master, Jian suddenly interjected, raising his hand to stop her. His eyes reflected the swirling chaos runes enveloping Wanda, as though deciphering some profound equation. She is undergoing a transformation. In the realm of chaos, Wanda's vision was consumed by scarlet. She found herself standing in an ocean of crimson void. Beneath her feet lay countless shattered mirrors, each fragment reflecting her most painful memories. The explosion in Sokovia, her parents collapsing, Pietro's body pierced by bullets, the electric shocks and screams from the Hydra laboratory. This is the source of your power, a deep voice echoed in the void. Wanda spun around to find a humanoid form of scarlet energy hovering before her. Its features indistinct yet eerily familiar. Pain, despair, anger, chaos exist because of emotion. The energy entity extended a hand, its fingertip lightly touching her forehead. Boom. Countless pieces of knowledge flooded into her mind. No. Wanda fell to her knees, cradling her head with her hands, but the knowledge clung to her like a parasite, refusing to dissipate. Accept it. The energy entity leaned down, its voice a whisper. Chaos is you. You are chaos. In reality, the tremors within the chamber reached their zenith. Wanda floated in midair, chaos energy materializing into a scarlet battle garb, a peculiar rune crown forming on her forehead. Her voice suddenly overlapped with another deep tone. I'm chaos. The Darkhold flipped to its final page, the text writhing as if alive, transforming into a beam of bloodlight that penetrated her brow. The Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The book is recognizing a master. Yet Jian smiled. Perfect. He stepped forward, directly entering the heart of the chaos energy storm, pressing one hand against Wanda's forehead. Wake up, Wanda. Solar energy erupted from his palm, clashing violently with the chaos magic. The moment the two forces intertwined, Wanda's pupils finally regained a glimmer of clarity. Yang? She spoke weakly. Remember, power is your servant. Jian's voice pierced through her consciousness. Not your master. With a fierce grip, he clenched his fist, the solar energy binding the rampaging chaos force like chains, forcing it back into Wanda's being. Silence. The storm abruptly ceased. Wanda collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the scarlet battle garb fading away, returning to ordinary clothing. Yet, the energy at her fingertips still swirled with chaos, now several times denser, like a docile pet entwining around her. Have I controlled it? She gazed incredulously at her hands. Jian bent down to retrieve the Darkhold, now entirely blank, all the text vanished without a trace. Because the knowledge contained within the book has already taken root in your mind. He hurled the tome at the astonished Wong. Congratulations, you are now the true Scarlet Witch. Ancient One cast a profound glance at Wanda and suddenly remarked to Jian. You knew this would happen all along. I suspected as much, Jian shrugged. True chaos magic requires awakening, and this book serves as the finest catalyst. Wong clutched the blank tome, his voice trembling, but this means she is now a walking repository of forbidden knowledge. So? Jian raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem with those I protect? Ancient One suddenly laughed. It seems the dark dimension will truly have a headache now. Atop the snowy mountain, as the group exited the hidden chamber, the setting sun bathed the peaks in golden hues. Wanda stood at the edge of the cliff, gently raising her hand. A strand of crimson energy gliding across the snow like a ribbon. Wherever it passed, the snow transformed into roses, only to wither into starlight in an instant. How does it feel? Jian approached her side. Like I've just emerged from a lengthy nightmare, Wanda whispered. But now, the dream has ended. She turned to face Jian, her crimson hue fading, leaving behind only clear amber in her eyes. Thank you. Jian gazed into the distant sea of clouds, where flashes of lightning flickered ominously. No need for thanks, remember our agreement. He squinted. But now, we must contend with another foe. Above the clouds, a beam of golden light approached Earth at an astonishing speed. The Avengers have arrived. Chapter 17. Captain Marvel vs. Silver Surfer S. H.I.E.L.D. Temporary Command Center Carol Danvers descended upon the rooftop, her form enveloped in shimmering golden energy that had yet to dissipate. The metal platform beneath her feet glowed faintly red from the intense heat. She strode down the corridor, each step causing the ground to fracture slightly. The automatic doors of the command center slid open, revealing a scene of chaos. The bodies of Skrulls lay piled in a corner, their green blood congealing into a viscous puddle on the floor. Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson stood at the command console, intently listening to agents report on the cleanup progress. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to face Carol, whose eyes burned with fury. What have you done? Her voice rumbled like thunder. Natasha stiffened but did not flinch. Necessary cleanup operations, she replied. In an instant, Carol appeared before her, gripping her throat and lifting her off the ground. These were refugees seeking asylum. Her fingers tightened slightly, and Natasha's face flushed a deep red. Coulson immediately drew his weapon, but at a cold glance from Carol, the gun twisted and warped, its parts clattering to the floor. Miss Danvers, Coulson exclaimed urgently. The Skrulls were preparing for a covert invasion of Earth. They infiltrated the United Nations, the military, even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Where's the evidence? Carol's voice dripped with ice. Natasha struggled to pry Carol's fingers from her wrist, rasping, "You need to see." She pointed with great difficulty to the holographic screen, which displayed the conspiratorial recordings of the Skrull Council, Taros' voice ringing clear. Earth will be our new home. Humanity is merely a tool. Carol's pupils constricted slightly, but her rage remained unquenched. Even so, Taros was my ally. Who killed him? Natasha clenched her jaw, remaining silent. Coulson, observing Natasha's face turning purple, finally shouted, "It was Jian. He lives in a villa by the beach on Long Island." Carol's grip abruptly loosened, and Natasha collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Jian? Carol echoed the name, a fierce light igniting in her eyes. Where is he? Coulson rubbed his temples and pointed toward the East Coast. Long Island. I'll send you the coordinates immediately. Carol turned toward the window, her voice frigid. If you're lying. There is no need for us to lie, Coulson interjected swiftly. But I advise you not to act rashly. He is stronger than you think. In an instant, Carol transformed into a golden streak, shattering the glass and leaving a sonic boom in her wake. You shouldn't have said that, Natasha muttered, rubbing her neck. If I hadn't tea, you'd surely be. Coulson sighed in resignation. I hope Jian can handle him. Long Island. Beachfront Villa. A portal opened in the center of the living room, and Jian stepped through alongside Wanda. Perhaps next time we could try the mirror dimension, Wanda pondered. The Ancient One mentioned it is better suited for practicing large-scale magic. No need, Jian replied, approaching the refrigerator. We can just dismantle and reconstruct. Just as he retrieved a can of beer, he suddenly paused and turned to the window. Wow, that was quick. Before Wanda could react, a golden figure plummeted like a meteor into the sand, creating a massive crater upon impact. Amidst the dust, Carol Danvers slowly rose, her eyes gleaming with golden light. Who is Jian? Jian leisurely took a sip of his beer, gesturing for Wanda to step back. You're looking for me? Carol's gaze was fixed on him. You killed Taros. Indeed, Jian nodded. Just an alien invader. What is the issue? Her stunned silence was fleeting as her fury reignited. By what right do you judge him? By their intent to make Earth their new colony, Jian replied, setting down his beer. By their preparations to invade Earth and their plans to assassinate the Secretary General of the United Nations. Should I continue listing the offenses? Carol's energy surged violently. That should be sanctioned by interstellar law. Law? Jian chuckled. Where was your law when the Kree Empire judged the Skrulls? His words struck Carol like a dagger. Her energy field fluctuated wildly as her right fist swung toward Jian. Boom. Jian caught her fist effortlessly, the floor beneath them fracturing inch by inch. Yet he remained unyielding. Save your strength, he sighed. You cannot defeat me. Doubtful, Carol unleashed photon energy from her eyes, launching it at point-blank range toward Jian's face. The blinding light engulfed the entire living room, forcing Wanda to shield her eyes. When the brilliance faded, Jian stood untouched, not a single scorch mark upon him. How is this possible? Carol's face turned ashen. Have you heard of heat vision? Jian's eyes suddenly glowed a fierce crimson. Carol instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. Whoosh. Two beams of crimson energy grazed her shoulders, vaporizing an entire wall behind her. The distant sea was struck by the shockwave, sending a towering column of steam skyward. That was just a warning, Jian stated, retracting his heat vision. If you strike again, the next beam will pierce your chest. Suspended in midair, Carol's chest heaved. She had never encountered an opponent who could completely suppress her. More terrifying still was the realization that this man had yet to unleash his full power. Wanda, sensing Carol's unreasonable demeanor, interjected, Ms. Danvers, we are not enemies. Then tell me, who is the enemy? Carol ground her teeth. The Kree Empire? The radical Skrulls? Or this self-righteous executioner? Wake up! Jian suddenly flashed in front of her, moving so swiftly that Carol could hardly react. He seized her by the nape and slammed her onto the shattered coffee table. Look at this. On the table lay a document showcasing a Skrull laboratory, where dozens of humans floated in incubation pods, their brains connected to data extractors. They are harvesting human memories and genes, Jian said coldly. Your refugees are mass-producing imposters. Carol's gaze remained filled with hatred as she glared at Jian. That does not justify this. You will pay for Taros' death. Her fury reached its zenith as she suddenly exploded with energy, attempting to break free from Jian's grasp. Jian shook his head. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Carol ceased her words, her fists erupting with blinding golden light, her entire being radiating brilliance as she charged toward Jian. Yet, Jian merely raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant, the very fabric of space fractured like glass, twisting and tearing reality apart. The surroundings warped into grotesque geometric shapes, distorting the villa, the ocean, and the sky. The mirror dimension, he declared. Carol skidded to a halt, astonished as she surveyed her surroundings. What is this? Your grave, Yang Jian's voice echoed from all directions. With a roar, Carol unleashed her full photon energy. Her dual-star transformation erupting with unrestrained power. She became a golden meteor, hurtling toward Yang Jian, her fist imbued with terrifying energy aimed at his head. Boom! The shockwave erupted, churning the ground of the mirror dimension like a tempest. Yet, Yang Jian remained rooted, effortlessly catching her fist with a single hand, not even ruffling his clothing. Is that all? He tilted his head slightly, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Chapter 18, Supernova? Insufficient. Carol's pupils dilated sharply. Yet her combat instincts prompted an immediate change in her approach. Her left leg swept swiftly towards Yang Jian's waist, while her eyes unleashed a barrage of high-energy photon blasts. Yang Jian, however, made no attempt to evade, allowing the photon blasts to strike his chest, the tremendous force merely causing his biological field to warm slightly. He seized Carol's ankle and, like a sack of sand, hurled her violently towards the ground. Boom! The earth of the mirrored space was shattered into a massive crater. Carol emitted a muffled groan as her golden energy shield shattered, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Struggling to rise, a glimmer of shock flickered in her eyes. This man is extraordinarily powerful. What on earth are you? She gritted her teeth and demanded. What am I? Yang Jian's gaze turned icy. It seems you have yet to grasp your predicament. In an instant, he materialized before her, delivering a punch to her abdomen. Uffed. Carol coughed up blood as her body was propelled backwards, crashing through dozens of illusory structures in the mirrored space, ultimately embedding herself into a twisted mountain peak. She struggled to extricate herself from the rock face, energy surging wildly within her, the fury in her eyes almost tangible. You force my hand. She clasped her hands together, fully unleashing the cosmic energy within her. Supernova form. Full throttle. In an instant, her form blazed brighter, golden energy sweeping across the entire mirrored space. Her skin adorned with golden patterns. Her hair transformed into pure flames, and her eyes shone like two miniature suns. This was her most formidable state, one she had yet to encounter an opponent for. Now, come at me. Her voice morphed into a roar as she swung her fist, tearing the very fabric of space with a black fissure. Yang Jian finally exhibited a flicker of interest. Now this is more like it. He ceased to hold back, his eyes glowing crimson as his thermal vision surged to full power. Boom! The scarlet beam collided with Carol's supernova fist. A catastrophic energy storm tearing through the mirrored space, obliterating structures into fragments. Illusory mountains and buildings were annihilated into quantum dust. Yet, Yang Jian's thermal vision ultimately proved superior. Carol's fist was gradually suppressed, golden energy devoured inch by the crimson beam. She roared, exerting every ounce of strength to resist, but it was futile. It is over, Yang Jian's cold voice resonated. In the next moment, his thermal vision intensified abruptly, piercing through her energy barrier and striking her chest with brutal force. Sizzle! Carol's body was pierced, her supernova form collapsing instantaneously, golden energy extinguishing like a candle in the wind. She knelt upon the ground, incredulously staring at the charred void in her chest. No, it cannot be. Yang Jian approached her, looking down from a height. I offered you a chance. He raised his hand, delivering one final thermal vision that accurately penetrated her forehead. Bang! Carol Danvers' lifeless body gradually fell to the ground, the light in her eyes extinguished entirely. The mirrored space dissolved, reality returning once more. Wanda stood amidst the ruins of the villa, watching Yang Jian emerge from the void, with Carol's floating corpse behind him. Is she dead? Wanda's voice was calm. Having endured Hydra, she no longer feared life and death. Yes, Yang Jian replied coolly. Use your magic to restore this. That woman was quite rude. Crimson energy flowed amidst the ruins, shattered walls reassembling, shattered glass returning to window frames, and overturned furniture returning to its rightful place. With delicate movements of her fingers, Wanda's chaotic magic meticulously repaired every crack in the villa, as if time itself were reversing. Minutes later, the villa was restored to its original state, not a trace of battle remaining. Wanda surveyed her surroundings, nodding in satisfaction, then turned to Yang Jian. It's done. Yang Jian nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped into the living room. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the floor devoid of any scratches. As if the previous battle had been merely a figment of imagination, he approached the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a glass of the surviving Bordeaux red wine. The deep red liquid swirled in the glass, reflecting his tranquil eyes. Sit. He gestured with his chin towards the sofa opposite him. Wanda obediently took a seat, placing her hands on her knees, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, appearing both gentle and serene. Yang Jian took a sip of wine and suddenly smiled. Do you have nothing to say? Wanda blinked. What? Aren't you going to ask me why I killed her? He swirled his wine glass. Wanda shook her head, her voice soft. During my time with Hydra, I came to understand a principle. Anyone who wishes to kill you should not be spared. Her fingers unconsciously brushed over a scar on her wrist, one left from a past experiment. There was once a test subject who escaped on his own. She murmured. I don't know if he was ever recaptured, but after that day, the guards increased the voltage on the electric collars. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Had I possessed the ability then, I would have killed every single Hydra member. Yang Jian chuckled lightly, raising his glass in a toast to her, a wise choice. We are not reapers. We do not kill without reason. Yet, we shall not allow those who seek to kill us to depart unscathed. Wanda nodded, responding obediently. I understand. The living room fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the gentle lapping of waves outside. Yang Jian suddenly rose, walking towards the kitchen. Are you hungry? Wanda hesitated for a moment before following. A little. The refrigerator was well stocked. Steaks, fresh shrimp, vegetables, pasta, and an unopened bottle of olive oil. Yang Jian took out 2 steaks and tossed Wanda a bag of pasta. Do you know how to cook noodles? I do, she replied, skillfully boiling water and adding salt once it reached a boil. Yang Jian seared the steaks, the sizzling sound soon filling the entire kitchen with a savory aroma. Wanda glanced at him, surprised to find his movements unexpectedly adept. What are you looking at? He asked without turning. I didn't expect you could cook, she said softly. Having many friends to converse with, one picks up a thing or two. He flipped the steaks casually. Wanda fell silent, quietly cooking the pasta while occasionally stealing glances at his profile. The kitchen window was wide open, the evening sea breeze carrying a salty scent that mingled with the aroma of food. In that moment, it seemed as though the cosmic conflicts and bloody battles outside were of no concern to them. Only the gentle sounds of the frying pan, the bubbling of boiling water, and 2 hearts, equally cold, yet unexpectedly harmonious. As night descended, the dining table glowed softly with candlelight, illuminating their faces. The steaks were cooked to perfection, and the pasta was enveloped in rich sauce, the fragrance wafting through the warm dining room. Wanda lowered her head, gently twirling the noodles with her fork but hesitating to bring them to her mouth. Her fingertips tightened slightly, as if contemplating something. Chapter 19. Wanda's confession. Yang Jian leisurely sliced his steak, casting a glance at her. Not to your liking? No, not at all. Wanda shook her head, inhaled deeply, and finally lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. Jian, no, Mr. Yang, I have come to a decision. Is that so? Yang Jian set down his knife and fork. His interest piqued. What have you decided? Wanda's fingertips lightly tapped the edge of the table. Our agreement, or rather, our transaction. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Yang Jian raised his wine glass, taking a sip of red wine, and inquired deliberately. What transaction? Wanda felt she had made up her mind, determined not to retreat any longer. You rescued me from Hydra because you valued my abilities and my body, did you not? She paused, locking her gaze onto Yang Jian. Now, I am ready. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyes reflecting a near-determined seriousness. Consider this my gratitude. The restaurant fell silent for a few seconds, the only sound being the soft crackle of candle flames. Yang Jian suddenly chuckled. He set down his wine glass, entwined his hands before his chin, and regarded her with calm eyes. You are mistaken. Wanda froze. I did save you because I recognized your capabilities or certain aspects of you. Indeed, chaos magic is formidable. His tone was steady, but one thing you have misjudged. This is not a transaction. Wanda's breath momentarily halted. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but Yang Jian continued. Your magic was awakened by you, and the power of the Darkhold is also under your control. I merely gave you a gentle push, nothing more. Yang Jian fell silent. A seasoned player who never allowed himself to be placed in a passive position. Sometimes, allowing the other party to believe that everything is worthwhile, even prompting them to take the initiative, is the true essence. Wanda gazed firmly at Yang Jian, her tone earnest. But without you, I might have perished long ago in Hydra's laboratory. Her voice trembled slightly. Everything I possess now is because of you. Mr. Yang, what I mean is, I am willing. For anything. Yang Jian looked at her, feigning contemplation for a moment, then spoke. Is that all? Are you not afraid I might bring someone else back later? Wanda shook her head, painful memories surfacing in her mind. I have lost my family. You have treated me so well, and I have no reason to desire more. After a pause, Wanda added, once I leave here, I will have no home. Yang Jian nodded, interrupting her. I promised. Let us eat first. He picked up his knife and fork again, his tone leaving no room for argument. We shall discuss these matters later. Wanda pressed her lips together, ultimately nodding, and lowered her head to continue eating her pasta. The dining table once again fell into silence, the only sound being the clink of cutlery against porcelain. The distant sound of waves echoed outside as the night deepened. After dinner, Wanda gently raised her hand. Crimson chaos energy coiled around the plate. The dishes floated autonomously to the sink, fresh water appearing from thin air to wash them clean. This ability is rather practical. Jian leaned against the kitchen doorframe, toying with a glass of whiskey. Wanda turned to him with a smile. It's far more convenient than a dishwasher. Her smile appeared exceptionally gentle under the light, her red hair cascading over her shoulders. Jian gazed at her, a flicker of profound meaning in his eyes. I shall retire now. He set down the glass and turned to ascend the stairs. You should rest early too. Wanda watched his figure vanish around the staircase corner, her fingers unconsciously entwining. She took a deep breath, as if resolved to make a decision. In the master bedroom's bathroom, steam filled the air. Wanda stood beneath the shower, warm water cascading over her. She closed her eyes, replaying the moments of the past few weeks. The scene when Jian rescued her from Hydra's base. His patience while teaching her to control chaos magic. The unwavering protection he showed against Captain Marvel today. This is not a transaction. She softly repeated Jian's words from dinner, her fingers brushing over the faded scars from the experiments on her collarbone. After her shower, she hesitated before her wardrobe, ultimately selecting a wine-red silk nightgown. This garment had been sent by Jian a few days prior, and she had hesitated to wear it. Standing before Jian's door, Wanda's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. She raised her hand, but hesitated just before knocking. Come in. A deep voice from within the room beckoned. The door opened automatically. Jian reclined in a lounge chair, holding an ancient tome. He wore only a black robe, the collar wide open, revealing his well-defined chest. I have questions regarding magic. Wanda mustered her courage. Jian closed the book, his gaze lingering on her. What questions require midnight inquiries? Wanda gathered her courage and stepped into the room, the door closing silently behind her. She noticed the attire he wore. It concerns the energy conduction of the human body. She approached Jian, her silk nightgown swaying gently with her movement. A flicker of understanding passed through Jian's eyes, yet he maintained a relaxed posture. Please elaborate. Wanda bit her lip, suddenly reaching out to touch his chest. She felt the powerful heartbeat beneath her palm, as well as the muscle that housed terrifying strength. For instance, how to perfectly merge two different energies. Her fingers traced circles, the crimson glow of chaos magic swirling at her fingertips. Jian finally set down the book, grasping her wrist. Are you certain you wish to learn this? Wanda met his gaze and nodded. In the next moment, the world spun. When she regained her senses, she found herself swept up in Jian's arms. Then let us begin with the fundamentals. Jian strode purposefully toward the bed, holding her. Wanda wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the rising heat between them. She sensed her chaos magic resonating wonderfully with Jian's energy. As she was laid on the soft bed, she saw the familiar golden light spark in Jian's eyes. The first lesson in magic. His voice was husky. Energy conduction requires. Wanda's fingertips glowed with a faint crimson light, intertwining with the golden energy flowing in Jian's eyes. Like this? She whispered. No. He pressed her wrist against the pillow. It is like this. The scarlet of chaos magic intertwined with the golden light of solar energy, instantly enveloping the entire room. The bed curtains billowed without wind, and the air was thick with the delicate sparks of energy collision. Wanda's breath became erratic, the dual assault of magic and sensation causing her fingertips to tremble. Tonight, I will teach you the true essence of chaos. The room's light gradually dimmed, leaving only the intertwining crimson of chaos magic and the golden of solar energy in the darkness, resembling the most resplendent nebula in the cosmos. Chapter 20. After S.H.I.E.L.D. Follow my command. Heavenly Sword Bureau Space Station, Nick Fury's private quarters outside the porthole. The cosmos lay shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Silent and still, with only distant starlight punctuating the infinite void. Fury sat alone at a metallic table, the holographic projection before him flickering with the last known coordinates of Carol Danvers, Earth, New York. Since Carol's departure for Earth, all communications had ceased. Given her tenacity, even in the event of failure, she would have sent word. Unless she could not return. Fury's fingers drummed lightly on the table, his brow furrowed in concentration. He called up the final energy readings. Carol had unleashed her binary form within Earth's atmosphere, and then the signal abruptly ended. Fury narrowed his single eye, fingers continuing their rhythmic tapping. He accessed another encrypted report, a desperate message relayed by a Skrull infiltrator embedded within the Kree Empire. The Supreme Intelligence had confirmed the coordinates of the remaining Skrulls. A cleansing operation was imminent. He closed the file and leaned back deeply into his chair. With Carol absent, The Skrulls were on the brink of annihilation by the Kree Empire, and he was trapped in this space station, unable to reach Earth, waiting only for the Kree's relentless pursuit. Truly, a dire predicament. He picked up an archaic communicator, his last link to Earth. However, since Talos' demise, this line had been irrevocably severed. Fury gazed at the communicator for an extended moment before placing it back on the table. At this juncture, he was utterly alone. Kree Homeworld's supreme intelligence nexus blue energy flowed through colossal crystal columns, the mechanical synthesized voice of the supreme intelligence resonating in the vast council chamber. The last refuge of the Skrulls had been pinpointed. A remote star system glowed ominously in red on the holographic star map. Deploy the Annihilator fleet, leave no survivors. The Kree generals bowed their heads in acquiescence, yet one pair of eyes flickered with uncertainty. Beneath his skin, a fleeting glimmer of green scales momentarily appeared. S-H-I-E-L-D, secret conference room in the dim light. Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, and Clint Barton gathered around the holographic projection table, an oppressive silence hanging in the air. The projection displayed numerous Skrull infiltration points worldwide, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They had permeated governments, militaries, intelligence agencies, and even the lives of ordinary citizens. Even if we were to cleanse continuously for 24 hours, our efforts would be futile. Hawkeye rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse. Moreover, they are certainly on high alert now. Coulson scrutinized the flickering red dots on the projection, his brow knitted in concern. Should we publicly acknowledge their existence? A global manhunt? Too perilous. Natasha shook her head. Once we stir them, they might incite a riot, or worse, they could completely replace key figures and seize control of the state apparatus. Silence enveloped the room once more. After a prolonged pause, Hawkeye chuckled wryly. It's ironic that Fury has allowed so many alien spies to remain hidden on Earth. The real Fury is unreachable. Coulson sighed. Communications with the Heavenly Sword Bureau have been severed. We don't even know if he's alive. Why reach out to him? To allow him to overlook the alien invasion of Earth? Hawkeye scoffed. Natasha's fingers gently tapped the table, and she suddenly spoke. Perhaps we should consult him. Who? Young Jian. Natasha lifted her gaze, a spark of insight illuminating her eyes. The man who discerned the Skrull's disguises at a glance. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. Are you certain he will assist us? No. Natasha stood up, but he must have a way. As dawn's light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom, Young Jian awoke, golden rays dancing within his pupils. Rising, he casually donned a black silk robe and stepped onto the balcony. The sun-warmed lounge chair beckoned, and he reclined, closing his eyes to savor the tranquility. Before long, light footsteps approached from behind. Wanda, clad in a loose white nightgown, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, ambled sleepily to his side and naturally curled into another lounge chair. Good morning, she murmured, her voice soft and laden with languor. Yang Jian kept his eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips. How did you sleep? Very well, she replied, turning to look at him, a smile brightening her face. 1,000 times better than in the confines of Hydra. He chuckled lightly, falling silent. They lay there in serene silence, basking in the sunlight, the distant sound of waves creating a peaceful ambience. An hour later, they descended the stairs. Wanda tied on an apron and began preparing breakfast, scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, aromas soon permeating the kitchen. Yang Jian sat on the living room sofa, perusing an ancient tome when suddenly he paused. Someone's here. Wanda halted her movements, wiping her hands. Should I answer the door? No need to rush, Yang Jian replied, closing the book and gesturing for her to sit. Let them wait a moment. Before long, the doorbell chimed. The biological force field controlled the iron gate, which swung open automatically. A black SUV parked in the courtyard. Natasha, Coulson, and Hawkeye emerged, their expressions grave as they approached the villa. In the living room, Yang Jian lounged comfortably, his legs crossed, while Wanda sat quietly beside him. Please sit. He gestured with a nod of his chin. The three exchanged glances before settling onto the opposite sofa. Natasha inhaled deeply, her tone respectful. Mr. Yang, we have discovered that the scale of the Skrull infiltration far exceeds our expectations, and S-H-I-E-L-D alone cannot address it. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. So? We need your assistance, Coulson added. On what grounds? Yang Jian chuckled lightly. Coulson's demeanor turned serious. We can offer substantial compensation. Money? I lack for nothing. Yang Jian shook his head. Natasha met his gaze directly. Then, what do you desire? Yang Jian's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. A playful smile on his face. Quite simply, S-H-I-E-L-D must follow my command. Hawkeye frowned. That is not within our purview. The World Security Council has already decided to reinstate Alexander Pierce as director. Pierce, Yang Jian scoffed. A Hydra operative, is he worthy? Do you genuinely believe that severing one head will prevent another from sprouting? The three exchanged alarmed looks. Hydra. Natasha's voice tightened. Had Hydra not been eradicated? Yang Jian, disinterested in explaining, waved his hand dismissively. Mirror dimension, the surroundings twisted instantaneously. Walls stretched, the sky inverted, and the entire city flipped as if folded like paper. The three sprang to their feet, astonished by the spectacle. Before they could react, Yang Jian levitated, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Boom! A searing beam swept across the landscape, toppling distant skyscrapers like mere toys. He delivered a fist to the ground, fissures cracking open as a massive pit formed. Shockwaves decimating countless structures. A tempest howled, debris swirling ominously. Coulson's voice trembled. What manner of power is this? Did you not see? Yang Jian descended slowly. The mirror dimension dissolving, restoring everything to its original state. Natasha drew a deep breath, exhaling 2 words, superhuman. Coulson incredulously replied, but Superman is a comic book character, and he doesn't wield magic. Progress demands learning, Yang Jian shrugged. Now, any doubts remaining? The three fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, Natasha spoke. If you cannot be director, then no one on Earth can. I have no interest in the directorship. Yang Jian resumed his seat. I am solely responsible for managing the 3 of you. Natasha nodded. Then, regarding Hydra and the Skrulls, you will receive the complete list today. Yang Jian lifted his teacup, signaling the conclusion of their discussion. The 3 exchanged glances and rose to take their leave. Upon reaching the door, Natasha turned back and asked, Mr. Yang, are you truly just passing through Earth? Yang Jian lifted his gaze to meet hers and replied, who knows? Chapter 21. Artificial Intelligence. After the departure of the 3, Yang Jian instructed Wanda to continue preparing breakfast. A simple meal of fried eggs, bacon, and toast, accompanied by freshly squeezed orange juice, was quietly enjoyed by the 2. Occasionally, Wanda glanced at Yang Jian. Noticing that he seemed to be deep in thought. What are you thinking about? She asked softly. Yang Jian set down his fork and wiped the corner of his mouth. We need to create some tools. Tools? She inquired. Yes. He rose. Follow me. In the underground laboratory, equipped with state-of-the-art instruments that shimmered with faint lights, Wanda surveyed her surroundings, puzzled. What are you planning to do? Yang Jian approached the main control panel, his fingers deftly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Have you noticed anything missing in the villa? Wanda tilted her head, contemplating. The butler? Precisely. Yang Jian nodded. But not just any butler. His eyes glimmered with a golden light as his supervision penetrated layers of buildings, locking onto libraries, databases, and confidential files worldwide. In mere seconds, he absorbed the entirety of knowledge within the realm of artificial intelligence. Let us begin. The nanotechnology of the Kryptonian battle armor activated, and countless microrobots detached from the suit to assemble the core processor on the lab bench. Yang Jian's fingers danced across the holographic keyboard. Code flowing as a brand new intelligent program was crafted. Wanda stood by, transfixed by the spectacle. 2 hours later, it was complete. Yang Jian pressed the final activation key. The laboratory lights flickered slightly, and a gentle mechanical voice resonated. System activation complete. Awaiting instructions. Genesis. Yang Jian named it directly. Master. Thank you for bestowing me with a name, Genesis replied, a hint of delight in its tone. It is an honor. Learn about the information of this world. And just call me sir, Yang Jian commanded. Understood, sir. Connecting to the global network for analysis. Before long, Genesis's voice returned, now imbued with a distinct emotional tone. Sir, the integration of world information is complete. I must say, human civilization is quite fascinating. Wanda blinked in astonishment. Is it really that simple? Indeed. Yang Jian affirmed with a nod. The unyielding loyalty program has been embedded in the core logic, so there is no need for concern. What do we do next? A glint of cold determination crossed Yang Jian's eyes. Identify those pests. Genesis, he commanded. Immediately search for the list of Hydra members globally, along with all information on Skrull infiltrators. Understood. Genesis's voice turned serious. No firewall can impede my intrusion. While Genesis retrieved the data, Yang Jian embarked on another invention. His supervision had already analyzed the genetic structures of the Kree and Skrull. Now, he prepared to create a portable Skrull identifier. Under his guidance, the nanobots swiftly assembled the microdetector. Yang Jian infused it with a touch of magic, enabling it to sense abnormal fluctuations in biological energy. Sir, is this magic? Genesis exclaimed, astonished. This defies known physical laws. There are many phenomena that science cannot explain, Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Soon, with the assistance of Genesis and the battle armor's appendages, hundreds of identifiers were completed. Each was no larger than a button, yet capable of accurately detecting Skrull disguises. Next, Yang Jian began concocting a genetic serum. What is this? Wanda inquired, leaning in with curiosity. For you, Yang Jian replied without looking up. Your body is too frail. Wanda chuckled. I possess chaos magic. Magic is not omnipotent. Yang Jian shook his head. He then combined the Skrull's replication abilities, the enhancement factors of the super soldier serum, and the high-temperature manipulation properties of the extremis virus. Ultimately, he produced a vial glowing with a dark golden hue. Once injected, your strength will surpass 100 tons, your physical resilience will significantly increase, and you will gain the ability to manipulate fire and briefly replicate others' powers. Wanda stared at the vial, hesitating not a moment. All right. She reclined into the injection chamber, and the needle automatically pierced her arm. The instant the serum entered her system, her pupils constricted, and a surge of crimson chaotic energy erupted uncontrollably. The laboratory lights flickered violently as Wanda's body levitated, her red hair flowing in an unseen wind, dark golden patterns coursing beneath her skin. Moments later, as the energy subsided, she gently landed, clenching her fists as she felt the tumultuous power within. It feels incredible. She raised her hand, conjuring a flame that ignited spontaneously, which then transformed into a fiery blade and subsequently morphed into a long whip. Success. Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction. Sir, the search is complete. Genesis's voice interjected suddenly. All Hydra bases and personnel have been located globally. Yang Jian gazed at the list projected before him. Excellent. The game has begun. Genesis, compile the files, bases, and financial flows of all Hydra members, and send them to Natasha Romanoff's private terminal at S.H.I.E.L.D. Yang Jian initiated the operation. Encryption in progress. Completed, sir. Genesis's mechanical tone carried a hint of satisfaction. Would you like to add an operational guide? No need. They are quite professional. Yang Jian promptly replied. He strolled to another terminal. Now, retrieve all compromising information on the senior members of the World Security Council. The more scandalous, the better. Sir, I have located 732 terabytes of relevant data. Shall I sort it by the level of scandal? Genesis quickly responded. Prioritize those with Hydra affiliations. Yang Jian tapped the desk. Create a polished PowerPoint presentation of their crimes and release it across the internet. Initiating intrusion into global mainstream media platforms. Thousands of logos flickered on the holographic screen, indicating systems being breached. Sir, major software platforms have been commandeered. Would you like to add background music? Use Symphony of Fate. Wanda chuckled from the side. Yang, are you serious? Dramatic effect is essential. Yang Jian shrugged, turning to issue further commands. Finally, send an email to the remaining untainted council members. They must either vote to appoint Coulson as director, or they will see the headlines tomorrow. Should the wording be more tactful? Use this template. Yang Jian's eyes glinted with mischief. Dear Counselor XX, your daughter's baby formula video at Cambridge is quite captivating. I recommend watching it in a Wi-Fi environment. Wanda laughed. Is this a threat or humor? This is efficient governance, Yang Jian remarked as he lifted 3 metallic boxes from the workstation. Let us go. It's time to deliver some packages to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in the Trident headquarters conference room, Natasha's tablet suddenly began vibrating uncontrollably. Good grief. She stared at the rapidly refreshing Hydra files, her fingers trembling slightly. Pierce is Hydra, fine, but Rumble from security is Hydra too? And the chef in the cafeteria is Hydra. Just as Coulson opened his mouth to speak, the entire building's electronic screens lit up simultaneously. A 4K high-definition educational video of a certain council member began to loop, accompanied by the stirring symphony of fate. Hawkeye silently donned his sunglasses. I guess this is what Yang Jian meant by package. Chapter 22. The Shift of Power. 10 minutes later, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In a clandestine conference room, Natasha, Coulson, and Hawkeye were urgently deliberating an operational strategy, as the volume of data from the source was overwhelming. The infiltration of Hydra was far more extensive than anticipated, with their influence even reaching the inner circles of the World Security Council. Suddenly, the air in the conference room shimmered slightly. The three drew their weapons instinctively, only to discover Yang Jian standing in the center of the room, holding a sleek silver metal case. Hawkeye's pupils dilated in astonishment. How did you get in here? He demanded. Standard procedure. Yang Jian replied nonchalantly as he placed the case on the conference table. Don't be alarmed. I'm here to provide you with some equipment. The case opened automatically, revealing hundreds of button-sized devices neatly arranged within. Skull alien identifiers, Yang Jian explained. They will automatically alert you within a 30-meter radius. A green light indicates normalcy, while a red light signifies a target is a Skrull, complete with automatic localization. Coulson cautiously picked up one device, scrutinizing it. Can we ensure its accuracy? I've infused it with a bit of magic, Jian stated coolly. More reliable than your DNA tests. Natasha swiftly distributed the identifiers to her companions and was preparing to execute the operation when Jian produced 3 vials shimmering with a dark golden hue. And this? Your preferred substance. The trio's breaths quickened as they gazed at the vials. Genetic enhancement serums, Jian's voice remained steady. Upon injection, you will possess strength in the 100-ton range, rapid regenerative capabilities, and extended longevity. These 3 vials solely enhance your physical abilities, devoid of any fiery powers. Hawkeye swallowed hard. What is the cost? From now on, you will heed only my commands. Jian scanned the 3 of them. It's not too late to reconsider. Exchanging glances, Natasha stepped forward first, unhesitatingly grasping a vial and injecting it. A gasp escaped her lips as she knelt, her muscles taut. Dark golden patterns spreading beneath her skin like veins. Moments later, she shot up, a glimmer of gold flashing in her eyes. This sensation, it's extraordinary. Grabbing her sidearm, she clenched her fist, effortlessly crumpling the steel pistol into a disc. Without a moment's hesitation, she looked at Jian, her voice filled with newfound reverence. Boss. Hawkeye and Coulson exchanged knowing looks and seized the remaining 2 vials simultaneously. 5 minutes later, one wall of the conference room had been reduced to rubble. A testament to Coulson's test of strength. Hawkeye discovered that his dynamic vision had improved exponentially, enabling him to perceive the trajectory of bullets. Commence the cleansing operation. Jian commanded. Hydra's roster has been fully exposed online, and the World Security Council will soon be overwhelmed by their own troubles. He snapped his fingers, and the source's voice emanated from the room speakers. Sir, we have seized control of 87 of global media platforms. Evidence of Hydra's crimes is currently being broadcast in a loop. 3 of the 5 members of the World Security Council have just submitted their resignation letters. The 3 paused momentarily, and Jian smiled. Artificial intelligence, don't be surprised. Natasha flexed her wrist. It appears we must act swiftly. Remember, once the cleansing is complete, S-H-I-E-L-D shall be reborn. Jian issued his final command. As his words lingered in the air, he vanished from sight. The 3 remained silent for a moment, then instinctively turned their attention to the case of identifiers on the table. I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for Hydra. Hawkeye chuckled, feeling as though he had never engaged in such a lucrative battle. Coulson donned an identifier, a rare cold smile gracing his lips. Let us get to work. New York, Times Square. The massive electronic billboard flashed abruptly, shifting from commercial advertisements to the blood-red Hydra emblem. Hydra has never perished. A deep male voice resonated alongside chilling background music, as encrypted files cascaded in a torrent. Secret government meetings, military arms deals, and even lists of undercover agents in ordinary neighborhoods were laid bare for all to see. The crowd in the square erupted in chaos. What the hell? A businessman screamed at his phone. My boss is Hydra. The girl beside him turned pale. Oh my God. My apartment manager is on that list. Panic spread like wildfire. The news of Hydra's resurrection rapidly circulated worldwide, with social media platforms ablaze. CNN emergency newsroom anchor Anderson Cooper heard the director's frantic shouts in his earpiece, struggling to maintain his composure before the camera. We are experiencing an unprecedented cyber intrusion. Reports just indicate that multiple agencies, including the White House and the Pentagon, have confirmed the authenticity of some files. The screen suddenly cut to a video of a member of the World Security Council shaking hands with a Hydra operative. This is impossible, a national president shouted during an impromptu press conference, slamming his fist on the table. We eradicated those bastards long ago. The public's outrage ignited fervently. London streets protesters surged toward the town hall, brandishing signs declaring you deceived us. Moscow's Red Square, the crowd demanded explanations from the military. Tokyo's stock market panic selling caused a sudden crash. Dark web anonymous. I told you my pizza shop owner was suspicious. His sausage cutting technique was too proficient. Anonymous. Item 4876 on the list is my teacher. No wonder she always forced us to learn German. Anonymous. Just saw an executive get apprehended. His red light was flashing like a Christmas tree. Is my neighbor's dog a Hydra agent? Original poster. The dog seems fine, but it howls at 3 a.m. every day like it's sending a signal. User 1. Suggest checking the doghouse for hidden transmitters. User 2. My grandma suddenly spoke German. Now the whole family is interrogating her in the basement. S-H-I-E-L-D. Headquarters a few hours later. The smoke had yet to clear as S-H-I-E-L-D found itself in chaos once more. Bullet holes marred the walls of the corridor, and unclean blood seeped through the floor's crevices. The once pristine glass walls were now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if shattered by an immense force. Natasha Romanoff strode through the corridor in military boots, the sharp clack of her heels echoing coldly against the floor. Her left arm cradled a stack of documents while her right hand casually gripped a deformed handgun, the tool she had just used to persuade the former logistics chief to cooperate with the investigation. The target number 47 has been confirmed deceased, a voice crackled in her earpiece, accompanied by distant, pained groans. West Wing has been cleared. Acknowledged. Natasha pushed open the door to the command center, where Coulson stood before a holographic table. Casualty report? She inquired. 12 minor injuries on our side, no fatalities. Coulson's finger traced over the projection as Hydra's red markers visibly diminished. Enemy casualties, 283 dead, 41 captured, including 5 Skrull imposters. Natasha chuckled lightly, tossing the documents onto the table. The vermin in the finance department were more numerous than anticipated. Pierce alone embezzled $8 billion. He'll never have the chance to spend it. Coulson retrieved a segment of surveillance footage. The former director, Alexander Pierce, was seen attempting to escape when Hawkeye shot him, pinning him to the helicopter door. The body plummeted into the East River along with the out-of-control aircraft. Chapter 23: An unexpected visitor. Seaside villa at dusk. Jian pushed open the door, and the warm light spilled into the foyer. Welcome back, sir. The gentle voice of Jian echoed through the villa sound system. Jian casually hung his coat on the rack and walked towards the living room. There is something I need to report to you, Jian continued. Tony Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS, is attempting to track our location. Jian paused, intrigued. Have we blocked it? Yes, it has been blocked. They cannot trace our exact coordinates. Lift the block. Let him come. Jian said calmly. I would like to meet the soul of this world. Understood, sir. Jian promptly replied. Wanda was seated on the living room carpet, her hands suspended over a swirling mass of crimson chaotic energy. Her brow furrowed as she appeared to be attempting a complex magical structure. The energy flows too erratically. Jian approached her, gently tapping the crimson energy, which instantly softened. Chaos magic is not brute force. It is weaving. Wanda looked up at him, a hint of frustration in her eyes. I always struggle to control the details. Take your time. Jian settled onto the sofa beside her. Magic, like music, requires a sense of rhythm. 10 minutes later, Jian's voice resonated once more. Sir, Tony Stark has arrived outside the villa. Jian smiled slightly. Let him in. The villa's front door slid open automatically, and a golden-red armored suit entered. The faceplate lifted, revealing Tony Stark's iconic, roguish smile. Wow, this place is more luxurious than I imagined. He surveyed the surroundings, finally resting his gaze upon Jian. Due to the biological field, Tony was unaware that Jian was the one who had defeated the Hulk. JARVIS mentioned that your AI technology is impressive. It actually managed to counter his tracking. Jian raised his hand in greeting. Hello, Mr. Stark. Jian's voice carried a hint of jest. JARVIS algorithm is excellent, but it lacks a bit of soul. Tony raised an eyebrow. My AI is being mocked? That's a first. Jian gestured for him to sit down. So, Mr. Stark, what brings you here? Tony shrugged and plopped down on the sofa. Nothing major, just wanted to see who could invent such an AI. Now you have. Jian leaned back on the sofa. Do you have any questions? Tony stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. You, my friend, have quite the character. For the first time, he felt a subtle pressure from someone else. Jian's gaze held neither awe nor hostility, nor any sign of interest in their conversation, as though he had already seen through everything. Are you interested in being friends? Tony asked suddenly. Jian chuckled softly, picking up a bottle of red wine from the coffee table and pouring 2 glasses. Of course. The two clinked glasses and drank heartily. Wanda. Jian glanced towards the kitchen, ready to order some fruit. Wanda nodded obediently and stood to leave. In this narrative, it was not Stark Industries' missile that destroyed Wanda's home. Tony's gaze followed her as she departed, smiling as he remarked, You're quite lucky to have such a beauty by your side. Jian did not respond, merely observing him with a detached expression. Unfazed, Tony pulled out a gold-embossed invitation from his inner pocket and slid it across to Jian. There's a private gathering tonight. Interesting people will be there. Jian picked up the invitation and glanced at it. Is this a gathering you initiated? Sort of. Tony stood up. Of course, if you find it dull, you can leave at any time. I will consider it. Tony nodded, his faceplate closing as he headed towards the door. See you tonight. The suit's thrusters ignited, and he soared into the night sky. Wanda returned to the living room with a platter of fruit, finding Jian seated on the sofa, gazing in the direction Tony had departed. Are you going? She asked softly. Jian took the fruit plate, picking up a grape. Why not? Sometimes, when boredom strikes, One should see what lies beyond. New York at night, ablaze with lights. A dark silver Ferrari SF90 straight-ale slowly approached the most luxurious hotel in Manhattan. The deep rumble of its engine capturing the attention of passers-by and reporters alike. Yang Jian's hand rested on the steering wheel, the other casually draping over the window, revealing a discreet platinum watch beneath the cuff of his black suit. The car door lifted like butterfly wings, and Yang Jian stepped out, his high-end black suit exuding an air of nobility under the lights. Reporters immediately raised their cameras, flashes erupting wildly. "Who is that?" Someone whispered. "I don't know." But anyone who drives such a car to Stark's party is certainly not an ordinary wealthy individual. Yang Jian slipped his hand into his pocket, scanning the crowd with an expression of indifference. Just as he walked onto the red carpet, a greater commotion erupted nearby. "Tony Stark is here." An Audi R8 came to a halt at the end of the red carpet, its door swinging open. Tony Stark, donned in his signature sunglasses and sporting a playful grin, emerged from the vehicle. As he appeared, reporters flocked to him, flashes nearly blinding them. "Make way. Iron Man needs to replenish his alcohol." Tony waved dismissively, casually embracing two supermodels as he strode forward. Passing an elderly gentleman with white hair, he patted the man's shoulder. "Hey, Larry." The old man blinked, looking back. "Who called me?" By the time he turned, Tony was already far off, leaving the old man muttering about the bizarre encounter, soon drawn back into the festivities by his female companion. As Tony reached the hotel entrance, he spotted Yang Jian standing there. He raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. "Hey, look who's here." Tony approached with exaggerated enthusiasm. "I thought you'd be at home watching my news." Yang Jian smiled faintly, occasionally. "I come to see how you charm the ladies." Tony burst into laughter, then draped his arm around his supermodel's shoulders as they entered the hotel together. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. "Tony Stark is actually flirting with that guy? Who is he?" "I don't know, but he must be someone of significance." Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked amidst the mingling of elegant attire. As soon as Tony entered, he became the center of attention. He casually grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a server's tray, handing one to Yang Jian before leading him to the central sofa area. "Come on, kid, enjoy yourself tonight." Tony plopped down, gesturing for Yang Jian to join him. Once seated, a few socialites and models gravitated towards them, naturally taking their places beside them. Tony, embracing the attention, laughed and toasted with the women, while 2 beauties settled next to Yang Jian, ready to share drinks with him. "How's it going?" Tony winked, leaning in to whisper. "It's all right," Yang Jian replied coolly. Tony laughed, raising his glass. "Then let us drink to that." The 2 clinked glasses and drank heartily. After setting down his glass, Tony scanned the banquet hall before suddenly pointing to a sharply dressed man chatting amiably with several investors not far away. "Do you see that guy?" Tony lowered his voice. "Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, a fool who thinks he can rival me." Yang Jian followed his gaze, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, a clown." Tony was taken aback, nearly spitting out his drink. "What?" Yang Jian merely smiled enigmatically. At that moment, a well-dressed African-American man approached. Without a hint of courtesy, he squeezed past the lovely lady beside Tony and plopped down next to him. "Tony, what on earth are you up to?" Colonel Rhodes furrowed his brow. "The Department of Defense is nearly losing its mind. Where are the battle armor data you promised?" Tony rolled his eyes. "Rod, relax, tonight is for celebration." Rhodes sighed in resignation, then noticed Yang Jian, pausing slightly. "Who is this?" "Ah, right." Tony patted Yang Jian's shoulder. "This is Yang Jian, a new friend of mine. A true genius." Rhodes extended his hand politely. "James Rhodes, Colonel of the Air Force." Yang Jian shook his hand. "Yang Jian." Rhodes frowned slightly, sensing an astonishing strength in Yang Jian's grip that bordered on painful. Unaware of Rhodes' discomfort, Tony cheerfully raised his glass. "All right, Rod, let us not discuss business tonight. Cheers." Rhodes shook his head in exasperation but still lifted his glass. Chapter 24. The yacht party. As the banquet concluded, Tony Stark, wearing a tipsy grin, casually draped his arm over Yang Jian's shoulder. "Hey, don't rush off," he said, shaking the car keys in his hand. "I have a far superior party to take you to." Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Another one?" "Absolutely." Tony beamed, his smile widening. "The real revelry is just beginning." 20 minutes later, an Audi R8 and a Ferrari SF90 pulled up to the private dock. Under the moonlight, a 3-story luxury yacht sparkled with lights, the deck alive with upbeat music and the laughter of young women. "Welcome aboard the Stark," Tony announced, spreading his arms wide in pride. Yang Jian gazed up at the magnificent vessel, worth hundreds of millions. On the yacht's deck, several models clad in scanty bikinis waved at them, a champagne tower glimmering under the lights. "Is this how you usually impress the ladies?" Yang Jian asked with a smirk. "Hey, This is top-tier hospitality, Tony retorted, patting his back. Come on, let me show you what a true party looks like. As they boarded the yacht, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. Tony, a blonde supermodel exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms. I've been waiting for you. Sweetheart, the star of the evening, isn't me. Tony replied with a mischievous grin, nudging the girl towards Jian. This gentleman is the esteemed guest. Jian settled onto a leather sofa, soon flanked by two dark-haired beauties. Tony Stark stood on the yacht's deck, arms wide open, radiating joy. Welcome to my private party, Jian. Jian surveyed the scene, taking in the bikini-clad models and socialites scattered about. The champagne tower sparkled enticingly, while the DJ's music vibrated through the air. You invited me here just for this kind of party? Jian asked, raising an eyebrow. Tony laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. What's wrong? Don't you like it? He casually grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a passing server, handing one to Jian. Relax, tonight is all about celebration. Jian accepted the glass, shaking his head in mild resignation. Tony lifted his glass and shouted to the women on the yacht, Ladies, tonight belongs to us. Cheers. They echoed, and a swarm of women immediately surrounded Tony, some wrapping their arms around him, while others boldly perched beside Jian, giggling as they clinked glasses. Leaning back on the yacht's sofa, surrounded by beautiful women, Jian noted Tony's exuberance as he reveled in the attention. Tony leaned in, lowering his voice. Interested in developing some battle armor? Jian glanced at him and chuckled softly. Not bad. What do you have in mind? Tony tapped the arc reactor on his chest. My suit is equipped with my proprietary technology. If you can create something like it, you'll be my best friend, Tony Stark's best friend. Additionally, I'll introduce you to our brilliant scientist, Helen Zhao. Intrigued, Jian raised his glass to toast. Are you sure? Tony laughed again, a knowing glint in his eyes. Before rising with 2 beauties in tow, Tony Stark never goes back on his word. I'm off for some deeper discussions. You enjoy yourself. Jian watched him depart, shaking his head. Yang, stop chatting and let us do something else, the blonde beauty beside him suggested, raising her glass. The party continued into the depths of the night, the revelry on the yacht showing no signs of waning. Jian stood up and waved at the women around him. You all go find Tony, though undeniably attractive. His principle was unwavering. He did not engage with second-hand attention. Wait, but they hesitated. He needs you more. Jian replied with a faint smile before turning towards the yacht's exit. At the seaside villa, the night was tranquil. Jian opened the door, and soft light poured into the living room. Wanda sat on the sofa, absorbed in a book. Upon hearing the door, she looked up, her eyes brightening slightly. You're back? She asked softly. Jian removed his suit jacket, hanging it casually before sitting beside her. Yeah, did you enjoy your evening? She closed her book, a faint smile gracing her lips. It wasn't as fun without you. Jian gently ruffled her hair, offering a soft smile. What's the point without you? Wanda's smile widened as she leaned against his shoulder, whispering, Next time, take me with you? Jian chuckled, wrapping an arm around her waist. All right. As the night deepened, only their breathing filled the villa. In the Hydra's secret base, the dimly lit conference room was filled with tension. Around the round table, several high-ranking Hydra officials wore grim expressions, the air thick with suppressed anger and unease. Alexander Pierce was dead, Baron Strucker had perished, and one by one, their bases were being dismantled. Even long-hidden infiltrators were being uncovered. A bald official slammed the table, his voice hoarse. Who is that black Superman? How come we have no leads? This is no coincidence, a woman wearing silver-rimmed glasses replied coldly. Someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes, and they are fully aware of our actions. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Someone questioned. Impossible. Another interjected sharply. S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been infiltrated. They are like a sieve at this point. How could they possess such capabilities? What do we do now? A younger official ground his teeth. The entire world is hunting us down. If this continues, we want to have a place to hide. Why not go to war directly? Someone suggested maliciously. Since we can't hide, let the world witness Hydra's true power. Are you insane? The woman with silver glasses snapped. Exposing our entire force now will only lead to our quicker demise. The argument escalated until suddenly, boom. The ceiling of the base erupted in a shower of debris as a figure descended from above, crashing onto the conference table. The Hydra officials recoiled in shock. Through the smoke, a man donned in a black tactical suit from S.H.I.E.L.D., wielding a compound bow, stood tall. Clint Barton. Someone gasped. Hawkeye flexed his wrist, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Good evening, gentlemen. Kill him, the bald official roared. In an instant, the conference room door burst open, and heavily armed Hydra soldiers flooded in, their guns aimed squarely at Hawkeye. Several officials began to transform, their muscles bulging grotesquely, their skin taking on an ominous metallic sheen. They were genetically enhanced super soldiers. Yet Hawkeye remained unfazed, not even reaching for his bow. "Is this all you've got?" he scoffed. The next moment, he moved. Bang! His first punch shattered the air. The foremost Hydra soldier barely had time to react before he was sent flying, crashing through several walls. "Open fire! Open fire!" Bullets rained down, but as they struck Hawkeye's body, they ricocheted off. His lightweight armor, while thin, boasted defense far beyond Hydra's comprehension. Even without it, his skin was impervious to bullets. Too slow. Hawkeye's figure darted through the hail of bullets, each punch imbued with terrifying force. As one mutated official raised his metallic arm, it was torn from his body with brutal efficiency. "Ah!" The cries of agony echoed as Hawkeye executed a spinning kick, sending another super soldier crashing into the ceiling. The battle was an overwhelming one-sided massacre. 5 minutes later, the entire base fell into a deafening silence. Hawkeye stood atop the chest of the last high-ranking official, calmly pressing his earpiece. "Mission accomplished. Base cleared." "Received," Natasha's voice crackled through. "The transport team will arrive in 3 minutes. Remember to bring back the complete database." "Understood." He glanced around, observing the numerous incapacitated Hydra members strewn across the ground. Shaking his head, if artificial intelligence is capable of locating them, then what have we been doing all this time? Chapter 25, The New Shareholder as Dawn Broke. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the villa. Jian and Wanda sat at the dining table, savoring their breakfast. Wanda sipped her coffee while flipping through the pages of the Book of Dark Sorcery. "What are the plans for today?" she inquired, looking up. Jian set down his coffee cup. "I'm heading to the lab to work on a few inventions." Wanda smiled softly. "Do you need my assistance?" "You can continue practicing your magic," he replied, rising to gently tousle her red hair. "If I'm not back by tonight, make sure to get to bed early." Wanda nodded obediently, lost in thought, refraining from asking further questions. In the underground laboratory, a cold blue light illuminated various intricate instruments. "Good morning, sir." The voice of Jian echoed within the lab. Jian approached the main control panel, his eyes glimmering with a golden hue as his enhanced vision pierced through layers of buildings, locking onto Stark Tower, several kilometers away. Inside, Tony Stark was busy in his lab. Holographic projections displayed the schematics of the next-generation armor, with the reactor at its core pulsing with an ethereal blue glow. Jian's super intellect swiftly processed the reactor's structure and energy conduction methods, instantly analyzing all technical details. The knowledge surged in his mind, culminating in an upgraded analysis. He shifted his gaze, fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, and a new design materialized on the holographic screen. "Jian, prepare the materials." "Ready, sir." Jian's fingertips danced through the air, and nanotechnology began assembling with remarkable precision. His speed surpassed Tony's by more than tenfold, executing each step flawlessly. 30 minutes later, the reactor was complete. A new type of reactor, smaller than Tony's version, yet offering more stable energy output, floated atop the workstation, emanating a soft golden glow. Energy efficiency increased by 47, and stability enhanced by 300. "This surpasses current Earth technology," Jian reported. Jian nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the armor design. "If we are going to do this, let us do it to perfection." He called up the special alloy data previously provided by Target Eye. This was a derivative of vibranium from Wakanda, known for its high strength and light weight. Merging nanotechnology with vibranium alloy, alongside the reactor and the nanotech deciphered from Kryptonian armor, he adjusted the holographic image continuously, the armor's contours gradually taking shape. The sleek black armor, adorned with energy patterns on the shoulders and a cape reminiscent of bat wings, exuded both elegance and an imposing presence. "Jian, commence production." "Yes, sir." Machine appendages surged toward the materials, beginning the construction of the armor under meticulous control. Metals flowed and reconfigured, each component perfectly arranged. An hour later, at the heart of the laboratory, a sleek black suit stood silently. It was longer and more refined than Iron Man's armor, with dark golden energy veins coursing across its surface, and the cape moved of its own accord, as if alive. "Sir, the nanocomposite armor is complete," Jian announced. Equipped with the latest reactor technology, it could perform nanoscopic self-repair, with defensive capabilities expected to withstand most impacts. Jian approached, reaching out to touch the armor. Instantly, the nanometal flowed like liquid, enveloping him entirely. The helmet closed, and crimson visors illuminated. "System activated," Jian's voice resonated within the helmet. Jian flexed his fingers, feeling the seamless integration of the armor with his body. Although he didn't intend to use this suit, its shock value was undeniably profound. "Not bad," he murmured. "It's time for Tony to witness what a true suit of armor looks like." In the morning sky above New York, a black comet streaked across the heavens, breaking the sound barrier at over 10 Mach, tearing a vacuum path through the clouds. Yang Jian's nanotech armor possessed stunning aesthetics, the cape billowing gracefully in supersonic flight. This was fabric woven from alloy fibers, which did not hinder mobility while capable of unfurling into a defensive barrier at will. Jian, test energy output. Propulsion system operating normally. Sir, Jian's voice echoed in the helmet. The reactor's energy core efficiency reached 97.3, theoretically allowing for 72 hours of sustained flight. Manhattan's skyline loomed ahead. Suddenly, Yang Jian executed a sharp halt, hovering outside Stark Tower. Through his enhanced vision, he could clearly see Tony gesturing at a holographic projection in his lab. In the top-floor laboratory of Stark Tower, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tony Stark was engrossed in adjusting the reactor of the next-generation armor when, abruptly, Sir, an unidentified flying object is approaching. Jarvis's alarm blared. What? Tony frowned, glancing up, only to have his pupils dilate in shock the next moment. Bang! The bulletproof glass shattered explosively as a dark figure descended. The armor was longer and sharper than his MK series, with dark vibranium armor pulsating with energy veins. The crimson visors coldly regarded him, and the cape billowed without wind, almost alive. Jarvis, emergency suit up. Tony retreated hastily. Don't panic, Mr. Stark. The helmet of the armor retracted like liquid, revealing Yang Jian's face. How's this? Far superior to your heap of scrap, wouldn't you say? Yang Jian hovered in midair. It's a far cry from your metallic junk, right? Tony's eyes widened as he watched the black armor disassemble into countless nanoscopic particles, swiftly flowing into the miniature reactor embedded in Yang Jian's chest. With a flick, Yang Jian tossed the reactor to Tony, who scrambled to catch it. This is impossible. Tony stared at the reactor glowing with a faint blue light in his palm. Jarvis, skin shows this reactor's energy output efficiency is 4.7 times that of the arc reactor. Stability, Jarvis hesitated, exceeds database analysis limits. Tony snapped his gaze up. What the hell? How did you accomplish this? Yang Jian leisurely settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of red wine. If I want to do it, I simply do it. For the first time, Tony felt the urge to strike someone as others often did when looking at him. He scrutinized the reactor closely. Nanotechnology? Special alloys? Where did you procure these materials and techniques? Yang Jian shrugged, pointing to his head. Eventually, Tony calmed himself and turned to Yang Jian. So, what do you want? 25% equity. Yang Jian set down his wine glass. What? I'll provide the technology, but I require 25% of Stark Industries. Tony nearly dropped the reactor. Are you insane? I only hold 73%. After Obadiah's debacle, it plummeted to the 50s, and only recently has it risen. Let me finish. Yang Jian interjected, swirling his wine glass. I'm not interested in money, but I shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Each time I provide a technological upgrade, my share must increase accordingly, though it will never exceed yours. Tony rolled his eyes. For this toy? Do you have any idea how many people want to take over Stark Industries? Unless you tell me you're Superman. Bang. The wine glass suddenly shattered. Red wine suspended in midair. Before Tony could react, the world around him twisted and turned. The lab walls disassembled and reconfigured like building blocks, while the New York nightscape outside transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. What the hell? Where are we? This is the mirror dimension. Yang Jian's voice resonated from all directions. Here, reality is under my control. Tony was horrified to discover that his armor's summon system had completely failed. Even more terrifying was the total silence of Jarvis. As the scene returned to normal, Tony's back was drenched in cold sweat. Sir, Jarvis's urgent voice rang out. You abruptly vanished from all sensors for 10 seconds. Tony, seated on the sofa, raised a glass of red wine and drained it in one gulp. Yang Jian remained silent, observing him intently. After a considerable pause, Tony exhaled deeply and fixed his gaze on Yang Jian. 22%, the second largest shareholder. But you must ensure Stark Industries is not threatened. Yang Jian smiled and raised his glass. To a pleasant collaboration. Suddenly, Tony recalled something. Which company are you using to invest? Please. Don't tell me it's a personal entity. Young International, Yang Jian replied calmly. The former chairman was rather incompetent, so I assisted him on his way out. Tony scrutinized the man who nonchalantly made such a declaration, then burst into laughter. Look at you. You're even more of a rogue than I am. Likewise, Yang Jian smiled. Chapter 26 Zhao Hilo in Stark Industries headquarters, top floor office. Tony Stark raised his glass and gently clinked it with Yang Jian's. Well, it's time to fulfill the promise. Tony set down his glass and stood up. Follow me. A subtle smile graced Yang Jian's lips as he followed him out of the office. Curious glances from the employees outside were directed their way. Suddenly, a stranger emerged from Tony's private office, exuding an air of significance. Tony? Pepper Potts, who was listening to a subordinate's report, quickly approached upon witnessing the scene. Who is this? Before she could finish her inquiry, Tony clapped his hands, capturing the attention of the entire floor. Ladies and gentlemen, he gestured towards Yang Jian. From today onward, Mr. Yang Jian will become the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. An immediate hush fell over the room. Yang Jian smiled and nodded at the crowd. I am delighted to join Stark Industries. Pepper's eyes widened in shock as she stepped closer to Tony. Politely extending her hand towards Yang Jian, she greeted, Mr. Yang, welcome. Then, lowering her voice and clenching her teeth, she questioned Tony, Tony, what is going on? When did you decide this? Why didn't you inform me in advance about such a significant matter? Tony shrugged. I'm the largest shareholder. I make the calls. He patted Pepper on the shoulder, promising to explain later, but now, we have important matters to attend to. With that, he led Yang Jian towards the laboratory area, leaving a bewildered Pepper and whispering employees behind. Biotechnology laboratory. In the spacious laboratory, various sophisticated instruments gleamed with light. An Asian female researcher was intently examining experimental data displayed on a holographic projection, her black hair cascading down, while her profile appeared particularly exquisite under the blue light. Dr. Zhao. Tony knocked on the doorframe. Zhao Hailuan looked up, a slight smile crossing her face upon seeing Tony and Yang Jian. Mr. Stark, allow me to introduce. Tony gestured towards Yang Jian. This is Yang Jian, the new second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Hailuan's eyes as she studied Yang Jian for a few seconds. Mr. Yang, she extended her hand. Yang Jian shook her hand. Dr. Zhao, I have heard of the renowned rebirth cradle. You also understand biotechnology? Zhao Hailuan asked curiously. Somewhat. Yang Jian's gaze swept over the experimental report in her hand. In an instant, his extraordinary mind had analyzed all the data. He pointed to a parameter on the holographic projection. The cell regeneration rate here can be increased by 37 if we adjust the molecular structure, like this. His fingers traced several trajectories on the AI projection, and a brand new molecular model materialized instantly. Both Zhao Hailuan and Tony were momentarily stunned. This. Zhao Hailuan stared at the model, her eyes gradually lighting up. This could indeed resolve our current bottleneck. Tony, with a peculiar expression, looked at Yang Jian. When did you learn about biotechnology? Just now, Yang Jian replied calmly. Tony rolled his eyes, very humorous. However, Zhao Hailuan laughed, her gaze towards Yang Jian filled with newfound interest. Mr. Yang, you are indeed quite insightful. You two continue your discussion. Tony glanced at his watch. I have a reactor to calibrate. He exchanged a knowing look with Yang Jian before exiting the laboratory. For the next few hours, Yang Jian and Zhao Hailuan delved deeply into the improvement plans for the rebirth cradle technology. Every suggestion he made directly addressed core issues, even optimizing the energy utilization of the entire system. This algorithm, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, staring at the pulsating data on the holographic screen. It's simply perfect. She turned to Yang Jian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Yang, you really only have a superficial understanding? Yang Jian smiled, perhaps a bit more than that. Zhao Hailuan chuckled lightly, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear. I wonder if you would be interested. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and Tony peeked in. Pardon the interruption. The shareholders' meeting starts in 5 minutes. He surveyed the subtle tension between the two and raised an eyebrow. Am I interrupting something? Zhao Hailuan composed herself, clearing her throat. We were discussing technical improvements. Of course, Tony smirked at Yang Jian. But we can't be late for the shareholders' meeting. Especially not for a new shareholder. Yang Jian nodded, addressing Zhao Hailuan. I'll treat you to dinner later. Sounds good, Zhao Hailuan smiled in response. Tony observed the exchanged glances between them and shook his head. I knew it would come to this. In the corridor as they walked, Tony nudged Yang Jian with his elbow, lowering his voice and raising an eyebrow. So, how is it? Dr. Jian never goes out for meals. It seems your progress is quite promising. Yang Jian gave him a disinterested glance. It's just that. Tony broke into a knowing smile, patting his shoulder. See? Efficiency is key. The two quickly arrived at the conference room door. Tony pushed the door open, revealing a room filled with Stark Industry shareholders and executives. All eyes turned sharply towards them, especially at the sight of the unfamiliar Yang Jian, many furrowing their brows. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony leaned against the conference table. His tone relaxed. Allow me to introduce Mr. Yang Jian, who will be the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries from this day forward. As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur swept through the conference room. A middle-aged shareholder with gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but interject. Mr. Stark, this Mr. Yang. Tony waved a hand dismissively. I'm the largest shareholder. If I say he has qualified, then he is. Yang Jian surveyed the room, calmly stating, Ladies and gentlemen, I have no interest in the company's daily management. Shares are merely shares. He paused. The way you all worked before will remain unchanged. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Yang Jian's gaze swept over each face before he concluded. Then it is decided. No one spoke. Tony shrugged and turned. Pushing the door open, meeting adjourned. Yang Jian followed him out, the muffled discussions of the shareholders echoing behind them, yet none dared to stand in opposition. In the corridor, Tony wore an approving expression. Honestly, your demeanor is even more imposing than mine was over a decade ago. Yang Jian shrugged. It's just that. Tony laughed heartily, throwing an arm around his shoulders. Come on, let us celebrate your new position with a drink. I'll pass on the drinks. Yang Jian glanced at his watch. I have a few matters to attend to. Tony raised an eyebrow mischievously. I see. Research exchanges are indeed more important. He deliberately emphasized the word exchanges. Yang Jian ignored his teasing and turned towards the biotechnology laboratory. Through the glass wall, he could see Zhao Hailuan explaining the molecular model of the rebirth cradle to her team, a dark blue skirt peeking out from beneath her lab coat. When she looked up, their eyes met, and her pace of explanation subtly quickened. 5 minutes later, the other members in the lab discreetly gathered their data boards and dispersed. I thought the shareholders' meeting would take quite a while. Zhao Hailuan removed her goggles. 3 Michelin stars, top-level view. He took her lab coat and hung it up. The chef has specially prepared a gourmet version of Korean bibimbap. Zhao Hailuan chuckled, pulling out perfume from her bag and lightly spraying it on her wrist. It seems a certain genius shareholder has even studied my papers. A faint scent of magnolia wafted around as Yang Jian pressed the elevator button. Just a little understanding. Just a little. Chapter 27. Dinner in a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Manhattan. The dazzling night view of New York sparkled outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhao Hailuan gently swirled her glass of red wine, a smile gracing her lips. So, Mr. Yang, aside from being a shareholder of Stark Industries, what do you do in your spare time? She inquired, tilting her head slightly, her black hair cascading over her shoulder. Yang Jian casually sliced a small piece of steak. His tone relaxed. I am an idle wanderer. Zhao Hailuan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Then I suppose you are the most extravagant idle wanderer I have ever encountered. Occasionally, I conduct research at home, or something of the sort. Yang Jian shrugged. Research? Zhao Hailuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you a scientist as well? One could say that, he replied. Which school did you graduate from? MIT, Yang Jian stated nonchalantly. A cover identity arranged by Target Eye. Just as Zhao Hailuan was about to ask further, a sudden explosive sound shattered the tranquility. The glass curtain wall of the restaurant erupted violently, as a colossal green creature was hurled inside by an unseen force. Be careful. Yang Jian instantly positioned himself in front of Zhao Hailuan, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other braced against the incoming monster. The shockwave shattered surrounding tables and chairs, but to Yang Jian, the creature came to an abrupt halt as if colliding with an invisible wall. Before Zhao Hailuan could comprehend the situation, Yang Jian executed a swift sidekick. With a loud thud, the monster was sent flying back into the darkness of the night. The restaurant fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened, her lips quivering. You possess super abilities as well. Yang Jian released her, adjusting his cuffs. As you can see, Zhao Hailuan took a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart. I apologize. I was a bit startled. No worries. Yang Jian glanced around the disarrayed restaurant. Shall we change locations? After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hailuan suddenly proposed. How about we go to my place? She paused briefly and added, I cook quite well. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, surprised by her suggestion. All right, just so you know, this was your idea. I never initiated it, he teased. Outside the restaurant, chaos reigned on the streets, filled with the sounds of sirens and screams. Just as Zhao Hailuan intended to call for a car, Yang Jian extended his hand. Hold on tight. Confused, she grasped his hand, and in the next instant, a biological force field enveloped them, and they ascended into the air. Zhao Hailuan instinctively clung to Yang Jian's arm, gazing down at the shrinking streets below, her entire being frozen in shock. You can fly too. Direct me. Yang Jian's voice remained clear amidst the wind, finally regaining her senses. Zhao Hailuan quickly pointed in a direction. Zhao Hailuan's apartment, the floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the city lights, and the living room was tidy yet cozy. It's a bit messy. Please don't mind, she said with a smile as she removed her coat. Yang Jian surveyed the surroundings. It's quite nice. Please have a seat. I will prepare some fruit, she said, hurrying into the kitchen, her heartbeat still not entirely settled. Yang Jian settled onto the sofa, listening to the sounds of running water and chopping from the kitchen. Before long, Zhao Hailuan emerged with a beautifully arranged platter of fruits. There are plenty of ingredients in the fridge. She placed the platter on the coffee table. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine, Yang Jian replied casually. Zhao Hailuan smiled. So I have the freedom to create. She turned back to the kitchen. Tied on an apron, and began preparing dinner. Jian leaned against the door frame, observing her skillful handling of the ingredients. Her knife worked precise and efficient. Need any help? No, thank you, Zhao Hailuan replied without looking back. Scientists excel at precise measurements. An hour later, the dining table was adorned with exquisite Korean bibimbap, perfectly seared steak, and several refreshing side dishes. Zhao Hailuan raised her glass of red wine and gently clinked it against Jian's. So she took a sip, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. How did you acquire your abilities? Genetic mutation? Alien technology? Or something else? Jian sliced into his steak. Perhaps it exceeds your research scope. Zhao Hailuan raised an eyebrow defiantly. I am one of the few individuals in the world proficient in regenerative cradle technology. Is that so? Jian set down his utensils, locking eyes with her. Then can you research and comprehend the concept of a superhero? Zhao Hailuan hesitated before bursting into laughter. Yang, don't be absurd. Superheroes are merely comic book characters. Jian offered no reply, instead lifting his wine glass and blowing gently into it. Crack. The wine within instantly crystallized into ice, frost creeping up the glass. Zhao Hailuan's smile froze on her face. Before she could react, Jian's eyes glowed faintly red, and two slender beams of thermal vision precisely scanned the wine glass. The ice rapidly melted, the red wine flowing freely once more, even emitting a faint steam. What is this? Zhao Hailuan's fingers unconsciously tightened around her napkin. Indeed, it is a superpower. But superheroes are purely fictional characters, she pondered. Is it possible? Jian swirled his wine glass. That comics are inspired by certain real entities? Zhao Hailuan opened her mouth and suddenly laughed. You are quite the character. She shook her head. This is utterly ridiculous. Yet her gaze had shifted, now imbued with the scientist's insatiable curiosity, scrutinizing Jian as if attempting to see through him. Dinner concluded amidst delightful conversation. A slightly tipsy Zhao Hailuan, her cheeks flushed, sat on the sofa before the floor-to-ceiling windows alongside Jian. The illuminated skyline of New York sprawling beneath them. So, she said, clutching a cushion and tilting her head towards Jian, do you possess X-ray vision? Jian raised an eyebrow. Why? Would you like to test it? Zhao Hailuan instinctively hugged the cushion tighter, yet her curiosity got the better of her. How far can you see? At present, Jian gazed out the window. I can see a cat trying to catch pigeons 3 blocks away. Really? Not quite. Jian replied earnestly. Actually, it's 4 pigeons bullying a single cat. Zhao Hailuan erupted into laughter, lightly punching him. You have quite the sense of humor, Yang. As her fingers accidentally brushed against Jian's arm, the atmosphere between them became subtly charged. The lights outside reflected in Zhao Hailuan's eyes, resembling stars that had fallen within. She lowered her gaze, her long hair cascading down to veil her flushed cheeks. Thank you for today, she murmured. Not only did you save me, but you also helped me resolve so many problems. Jian reached out, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You're welcome. She tilted her head, her fingers lightly tracing the rim of her glass, her gaze thoughtfully resting on Jian. However, I still wish to inquire. She squinted. Do you truly possess X-ray vision? Jian reclined on the sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Indeed. He paused for effect before adding meaningfully, I can also emit light. Would you like to see? Zhao Hailuan's eyelashes fluttered momentarily, then she pressed her lips together, smiling. The light in my room is a bit better. She stood up, extending her hand towards him. Shall we go take a look? Jian chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. Zhao Hailuan gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. How bright is it? She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a teasing challenge. Jian strode towards the bedroom, his voice low and inviting. Very bright. He leaned close, whispering in her ear, very bright. The bedroom door closed silently behind them, leaving only a room filled with enchanting light. Chapter 28. Captain America. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains into the bedroom. Zhao Hailuan lazily turned over, her fingertips brushing against the solid chest beside her. She slightly opened her eyes, meeting Jian's gaze, which held a teasing smile. Good morning, he said, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Zhao Hailuan felt a faint blush on her ears but feigned seriousness. Some self-proclaimed Superman was rather boastful about his heat vision last night. Jian chuckled softly, his fingers grazing her lower back. Wasn't a certain top scientist also quite diligent in her verifications? Zhao Hailuan swatted his hand away and sat up, wrapping herself in the sheets. I need to head to the lab. The Regeneration Cradle project is testing new parameters today. As she stepped barefoot onto the carpet and bent to pick up her scattered clothes, she was suddenly embraced from behind. Jian rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath warm against her neck. Shall I give you a ride? No need, Mr. Superman, Zhao Hailuan replied, turning to poke his chest playfully. Some people fly way too conspicuously. She slipped on her shirt and suddenly recalled something. Oh, regarding the derivation of the cell activity formula. Feel free to contact me anytime, Jian said, leaning against the headboard as a coffee cup floated into his hand, supported by a biofield. Zhao Hailuan paused in buttoning her shirt, then quickly returned to plant a firm kiss on his face. I'm off. As the door clicked shut, Jian's super hearing captured the sound of her humming as she entered the elevator. He took a sip of coffee, and his wristwatch projected a holographic image of the source. Sir, a call from Natasha. Jian's eyes glinted with a hint of red. Finally, sir, Natasha Romanoff is calling. The voice of the source echoed from the watch. Jian set down his coffee cup, and the source drew a holographic projection in the air. Natasha's image materialized. Set against the stark white corridor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boss, Captain America has awakened, she spoke rapidly. However, he knocked out an agent and escaped the medical room, but Clint has intercepted him in the B-Wing corridor, and he is now in the lounge. Captain America? Natasha shook her head. The moment he saw modern equipment, he went into combat mode. Do you want to come over? See you in a bit. The communication cut off, and Jian's figure had already vanished from the apartment. S.H.I.E.L.D. A lounge. Steve Rogers sat in a metallic chair, his knuckles whitening as he clutched an old, yellowed photograph. Coulson was patiently explaining, Captain Rogers, it is now the year 2008. You have been asleep for nearly 70 years. A dance, Steve suddenly interrupted, his voice hoarse. I promised her a dance. A ripple of tension filled the room. Natasha had just set down the communicator when she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. In an instant, Jian appeared a mere half-meter in front of Steve, the air barely having time to stir. The sounds of weapons being readied echoed simultaneously. Natasha's widow's bite, Hawkeye's folding bow, and Coulson's custom handgun were all aimed at the sudden figure. Relax, Jian raised his hand in a gesture of peace, his focus unwaveringly on Steve. It's me. The three inhaled sharply, swiftly lowering their weapons. Natasha's earpiece crackled with panicked inquiries from security personnel, to which she quickly replied, It's fine. He's an ally. Steve sprang to his feet, the metal chair screeching against the floor. His piercing blue eyes scrutinized Jian. Another superhuman? Sort of. Jian extended his hand. Jian. Captain America hesitated but ultimately grasped the offered hand. Your shield is in the lab downstairs. I believe you will need it, Jian stated abruptly. Would you like Coulson to fetch it for you? Steve was momentarily taken aback. How do you know what I'm thinking? Super hearing, Jian pointed to his ear. Your heartbeat betrayed you. Welcome to the 21st century, Captain America. Coulson excitedly pulled out a cherished Captain America card. I told you. The boss's abilities are simply divine. Natasha quickly silenced Coulson and explained to Steve, this is the true mastermind behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Jian. Steve hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed. Despite the strangeness of this mysterious man, he felt an inexplicable sense of trust. Lab 3. The vibranium shield gleamed under the lights as Steve's fingers glided over the familiar stars and stripes, his knuckles instinctively tightening. Thank you, he murmured. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Jian. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the legacy of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Natasha interjected timely. Founded with the involvement of Ms. Peggy Carter. Upon hearing that name, Steve's pupils slightly constricted. He silently traced the edge of the shield, as if touching a distant promise. I don't know what I should do, he suddenly confessed. This world is too unfamiliar. Jian leaned against the lab table. Follow their lead. He gestured to Natasha and the others. Join us. H.I.E.L.D. and you will reap unexpected benefits. Steve keenly noted Jian's choice of words. They? You don't belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm just an ordinary person, but they heed my command, Jian replied, locking eyes with him. However, there is a condition if you join. Only to serve you? Steve interrupted, his brow furrowed. That doesn't sound like a legitimate organization. The air in the lab froze. Hawkeye's fingers instinctively hovered over his quiver, and Natasha's breath momentarily stilled. Jian, however, chuckled. Does Hydra expect you to sign a contract of servitude? He straightened up. The choice is yours, Captain. Stay and follow my orders, or walk out the door now. We won't stop you. With that, he turned to leave. And Natasha and the others exchanged glances before hastening to follow. The heavy blast doors slowly closed before Steve, leaving him alone before the walls of surveillance screens. A radio broadcast from 70 years ago played silently on one screen, where Peggy Carter was declaring the mission of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. His fingers dug deep into the leather strap of the shield. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's office. Jian sat in the black leather chair once belonging to Nick Fury, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Outside, the morning light of New York streamed in. Natasha, Coulson, and Hawkeye stood before the desk, each displaying different expressions. Coulson's gaze occasionally flicked to the wall where Fury's framed eye patch had been removed, leaving behind a solitary nail. How's the cleanup of Hydra going? Jian got straight to the point. Coulson immediately activated a holographic projection, where numerous red dots were extinguishing across a world map. We have eliminated 87 of their strongholds globally, and the remaining elements are currently being pursued. He adjusted his glasses. However, the Skrull issue is more complicated. The projection switched, revealing hundreds of green dots scattered throughout government institutions worldwide. The Alliance shared intelligence this morning. Natasha leaned against the desk. There are 1,000 near the UK House of Commons, 100 confirmed by the Pentagon, and even the White House chef is among them. She continued her report. The good news is that SHIELD has been cleared internally, thanks to your identifier, boss. Hawkeye suddenly snickered. If Fury knew his SHIELD had become a Skrull nest, that scowl of his would probably turn white. Jian's gaze swept over the three. The source has already taken over the global surveillance system and will identify all infiltrators. He tapped his fingers lightly, and the office's bulletproof glass suddenly fogged. As for you three, unconsciously, the trio straightened their spines. Natasha will take charge of field operations, and Clint will oversee agent training, Jian concluded, his gaze finally resting on Coulson. As you will soon say, our captain has arrived. The office door was suddenly thrust open, revealing Captain America standing at the entrance, his shield resting upon his back. His gaze swept over Jian, who occupied the director's chair, his blue eyes swirling with a myriad of complex emotions. I'm in, Steve declared with unwavering resolve. But there is a condition. Jian leaned back slightly, the chair emitting a faint creak. Do tell. When your orders contravene my principles. Steve enunciated deliberately. I reserve the right to refuse. What are your principles? Jian inquired. Steve fixed his gaze steadfastly upon Jian, asserting, I shall not lay a hand upon innocent civilians. The office fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Jian broke into a smile. Agreed. Your adversaries will only exceed your understanding. He rose from his seat, adding, I happen to have a welcoming gift for you. He tossed a serum towards Steve. Prepare to embrace our new ally. Chapter 29 Parallel Worlds. Jian rose from his seat, his garments swaying gently with his movement. Do what you must, he declared, his gaze sweeping over Natasha, Coulson, Hawkeye, and Captain America. No further explanation was needed. The four subconsciously straightened their postures. Without any forewarning, Jian's figure vanished as if erased from existence, a phenomenon of unparalleled speed. At the seaside villa, a delicate crimson glow enveloped the living room. Wanda sat cross-legged. Suspended in midair, the Darkhold spread open before her, its pages turning autonomously. The air around her shimmered slightly, as fragments of teacups defied the laws of physics and began to reassemble. Jian's form solidified beside the sofa. You've returned, Wanda remarked, her eyes still closed. Yet her smile betrayed her delight. The teacup fully restored at her fingertips, it settled gently on the coffee table. Progress is commendable. Jian removed his coat, and a biofield accurately hung it on the rack. Wanda floated down lightly, the Darkhold closing itself. The essence of chaos magic is emotion-driven, the more intense the feeling, the greater the power, as you taught me. She looked at Jian with a smile. How is it outside? I encountered an old popsicle, Jian replied, moving toward the liquor cabinet, his fingers lightly tapping the surface, causing a bottle of red wine to uncork itself. Captain America has been discovered by Natasha and the others. He is unfrozen. Wanda tilted her head. That super soldier from World War II? She accepted the wine glass Jian offered. And how is he? Stubborn, principled. A quintessential symbol of the American spirit. Jian sipped his wine. But soon he will realize that this world has changed. Crimson energy swirled at Wanda's fingertips, the liquid within the glass transforming into a vortex. Is there something you need me to do? Continue your training. Jian's gaze fixed on the Darkhold. Outside, the sunlight gradually faded. Suddenly, Wanda reached out, a strand of crimson energy wrapping around Jian's wrist. Care to try the new spell I've learned? Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous allure. I've arranged some interesting things in the room. Jian grasped her wrist in return, the crimson energy climbing his arm. I hope this time you can last longer than 10 minutes. What's the wager? If you win, I shall take you to experience new magic. Golden light flickered in Jian's eyes. Wanda's eyes brightened. It's a deal. Their figures blurred amidst the intertwining crimson and golden lights, ultimately vanishing completely from the living room, leaving only two suspended wine glasses softly clinking, producing a crisp sound. The night deepened on the villa's balcony. A gentle breeze wafted through the air as Wanda slept soundly. Young Jian sat quietly on a recliner, his eyes gently closed. His consciousness gradually sank into the depths of his mind, golden magical runes circulating around him, tracing ancient and mysterious patterns. He recalled a spell from the Darkhold, the dreamwalking technique. It claimed the ability to open the doors to parallel worlds and enter another self within those realms. He formed hand seals, golden magic coiling like threads, and his consciousness suddenly detached from his body, plunging into a nebulous expanse. Before him, countless colorful bubbles floated in the darkness, each shimmering with a distinct glow, reflecting myriad worlds, parallel universes. Yang Jian reached out to touch one of the bubbles. Yet his consciousness encountered an invisible barrier. No matter how he tried, he could not truly enter. He furrowed his brows, withdrawing his hand, pondering for a moment. Ah, I see, he realized. He was a traveler, inherently disconnected from the causality of this universe. In the parallel world, his existence was absent, and thus, there was no anchor for him. If his consciousness could not attach, then he would enter as a pure soul. Upon arrival, he could ascertain the coordinates and then open a portal. With this thought in mind, he formed seals once more. This time, the golden magic did not attempt to merge with the world, but transformed into a beam of pure soul light, directly penetrating the bubble-s barrier. In another world, on the streets of New York, Yang Jian opened his eyes and found himself standing on an unfamiliar street. Towering buildings surrounded him, traffic bustling. Yet an unusual aura permeated the air. He looked up. The famed Stark Tower still loomed in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed the energy flow of this world. Soon, he determined the coordinates, and his soul instantaneously returned to his body. In the real world, on the balcony, Yang Jian suddenly opened his eyes, the golden light flickering momentarily within. Primordial. I am here, sir. Tell Wanda I will be away for a while. Understood. Yang Jian stood and waved his hand. A golden portal unfolding before him, the other end aligned with the world coordinates he had just perceived. Without hesitation, he stepped through, his figure vanishing within the golden light of the portal. In the parallel universe, atop a tall building in New York, Yang Jian surveyed the city with superhuman vision. There was no trace of the Avengers, no sign of Stark Tower, and not even a shadow of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the distance, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. His gaze pierced through several blocks, locking onto a battlefield. A girl clad in a white hooded costume was skillfully weaving between skyscrapers, pursued by 4 mechanical tentacles of Dr. Octopus. Ghost Spider? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Intriguing. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy executed a backflip, her webbing snagging a streetlight as she narrowly dodged Dr. Octopus's mechanical appendages. Don't run, little spider. Dr. Octopus cackled, his tentacles crashing down towards her landing spot. Just as Gwen was about to evade, suddenly, bang! A shadow surged past, and Dr. Octopus, along with his mechanical limbs, was sent flying by an immense force, crashing into a nearby truck. Is that? What's? Gwen's eyes widened as she crouched atop the streetlight, staring at the man who had suddenly appeared. He was clad in black armor, his cape fluttering in the night breeze, emanating an indescribable sense of pressure. Who are you? Gwen asked warily, her fingers poised over her web shooter. Just a passerby, Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Gwen's mouth twitched. Are you serious? Why not? Gwen scrutinized him. How come I've never seen you before? I used to avoid involvement, Yang Jian shrugged. All right then, Gwen acquiesced, striking a classic Spider-Man landing pose. I'm Ghost Spider, New York's friendly neighbor? Gwen Stacy, correct? Yang Jian stated directly. Gwen froze momentarily. What? New York University, drummer, daughter of Police Chief George Stacy, Yang Jian elaborated. Gwen swiftly removed her mask, revealing a shocked expression. You investigated me? Not quite, Yang Jian replied calmly. Superhuman vision, I saw your face. He pointed to his eyes. Gwen. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, ultimately ruffling her hair in frustration. All right, so why do you call yourself Superman? Your idol? No. I am Superman, no imitation, he declared. In the distance, Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles clanged as they emerged from the rubble. Gwen sighed, replacing her mask. We can discuss this later. Let's deal with Doc Ock first. No need. He is already beyond saving. It's the tentacles that are still active, Yang Jian stated, his eyes piercing directly through Dr. Octopus's form. What? Gwen whipped her head around. He just caused a casualty. Yang Jian indicated toward a boulder that had crushed a bystander under the tentacles. All right, Gwen stammered. Chapter 30. Spider-Gwen. The mechanical tentacles of Dr. Octopus suddenly surged forth from the rubble, their metallic joints producing a piercing screech as if imbued with sentience. Lunging towards the two. Be careful. His neural link has been severed. The tentacles are now operating autonomously. Gwen swiftly assumed a combat stance. In the next moment, boom. Yang Jian's fist struck down, instantly reducing the tentacle to scrap metal, the shockwave fracturing the ground in a spiderweb of cracks. Wow, Gwen exclaimed, blinking as she glanced at Yang Jian. That punch could probably penetrate an aircraft carrier, right? Just like that. Yang Jian shrugged off his hand, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Well then, how about we grab some coffee? Gwen suggested unexpectedly. As she spoke, she suddenly removed her hood, her golden locks cascading down. She wore a snug white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long legs glistening in the moonlight. Don't all you men like this? She tilted her head, intentionally twirling around. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Gwen chuckled lightly. And the armor on Yang Jian's chest dissipated like liquid, revealing a black shirt and trousers beneath, instantly transforming his aura. Where shall we go for coffee? He inquired. Gwen casually pointed. There's a place 3 blocks away that I think is pretty good. Well, before she could finish her sentence, the scenery before her blurred. By the time she regained her senses, they were already standing at the entrance of a retro coffee shop. The night breeze tousled her golden hair, leaving her momentarily dazed. This. Super speed. Yang Jian pushed open the coffee shop door. Have you never read Superman comics? Gwen inhaled deeply, following him inside. I thought that was just a comic. Inside the coffee shop, bathed in warm yellow light, the two sat in a corner booth. Gwen cradled a hot cocoa, stealing glances at Yang Jian from time to time. So, she bit on her straw. Are you really an alien? Pretty much, he replied. So, are you here in our universe for a vacation? Yang Jian stirred his coffee. Sort of. Gwen leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Then you must have seen other Spider-Men, right? Like that guy in the red and blue suit who's always talking? Yang Jian paused, meeting her eager gaze, and suddenly laughed. Are you eager to meet him? Gwen straightened up immediately. No, just curious. He would definitely annoy me. Outside, the wail of police sirens grew louder. George Stacy's voice echoed through a loudspeaker. All units. Be advised, the Green Goblin has been sighted in Manhattan. Gwen sprang to her feet. Oh no, it's my dad. She fumbled to retrieve her mask. I need to check this out. Don't rush. Let's go together, Yang Jian interjected. Gwen froze. What? If you want to know about other universes, he stood up. Then let us make this quick. We've barely had a sip of coffee. Then let us go, Mr. Superman. As Gwen prepared to exit, Yang Jian placed a hand on her shoulder. You're too slow, Gwen. With super speed activated, before the surrounding patrons could comprehend what had transpired. The two had vanished from sight. From Gwen's perspective, the world around them seemed to enter slow motion. Everything appeared to freeze, while they raced forward at incredible speed. She turned to look at Yang Jian beside her, who smiled gently, and then their pace intensified once more. Whoosh! They sped towards their destination under the New York night sky. The blaring of police sirens pierced the darkness, and the distant explosions cast a crimson glow across the sky. The Green Goblin's maniacal laughter echoed between the buildings as pumpkin bombs rained down from above, sending crowds fleeing in terror. When Yang Jian and Gwen arrived, the Green Goblin stood atop a flying device, surveying the chaotic streets below. Go Spider! He sneered. Have you finally come to die? Stand down, Green Goblin. Gwen, clad in her uniform, urged him. Die! The Green Goblin hurled a bomb. Just as Gwen prepared to retaliate, Yang Jian's eyes glowed red. Whoosh! A beam of crimson heat vision pierced the Green Goblin's chest in an instant. Watch out! Gwen gasped, but the Green Goblin's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. He plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground, motionless. Gwen turned sharply towards Yang Jian. What just happened? Yang Jian pointed to a nearby spot. Several bodies, mangled by pumpkin bombs, lay in pools of blood. Those were students in uniforms. For every second he lives, more will die. Yang Jian's voice remained calm. Gwen opened her mouth but found no words to refute him. Trembling, she approached the Green Goblin's lifeless form and lifted his mask. Harry? She staggered back, her face paling. Beneath the mask, Harry Osborn's face was frozen in a maniacal grin. Why is it him? Gwen's voice shattered. Yang Jian stepped beside her. The moment he chose to become the Green Goblin, your friend was already lost. In the distance, George Stacy and the police force arrived. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, Yang Jian had already wrapped his arm around Gwen's shoulders. Whoosh! With super speed activated, the two vanished, leaving Sheriff George standing in bewilderment. On the rooftop of a tall building, the night wind howled as Gwen knelt at the edge, gripping her mask tightly. Her golden hair disheveled by the gusts. I could have saved him, she murmured. If only I had discovered it sooner. Yang Jian stood behind her, offering no comfort, simply stating, some paths, once taken, cannot be retraced. Gwen lifted her head, her eyes reddened in the moonlight. Does your universe also have such things? Every universe has its tragedies, Yang Jian gazed into the distant city lights. But every universe also has those willing to rise against them. Gwen remained silent for a long while before slowly standing. Her voice grew resolute. Tell me more about other universes, about those who stand up to resist. Half an hour later, inside the coffee shop, 2 cups of coffee still emitted steam, as if time had never passed. Gwen's fingers tightly gripped the cup's wall. Her eyes fixed on Yang Jian. So, you're saying that in most universes, Peter Parker is Spider-Man? Her voice held a questioning tone. And there are many versions? Yang Jian gently stirred his coffee. Each universe has its own narrative. In some, you are comrades. In others, adversaries. And in some, you may not even meet. Gwen stared at her reflection in the coffee, silent for a moment. Then what about Harry? In other universes, will he also become the Green Goblin? She sighed. Some fates are shared. Yang Jian set down his coffee cup. But some can be altered. Gwen suddenly raised her head. What do you mean? Just as we prevented the Green Goblin from claiming more innocent lives today. Yang Jian's gaze pierced through the coffee shop's glass, looking towards the night sky. Every choice creates new branches. Gwen took a deep breath and suddenly asked, what about you? What role do you play in your universe? Yang Jian pondered for a moment before smiling. An unpredictable variable that doesn't follow the script. Chapter 31. Return an hour later, they emerged from the CAF. Strolling leisurely along the street. As night deepened, the warm glow of the CAF faded behind them. Gwen tucked her hands into the pockets of her sweatshirt, occasionally glancing sideways at the man beside her. The night breeze tousled her golden hair, scattering his troubled thoughts. Are you really just passing through from another universe? She asked, kicking a small stone at her feet. Yang Jian, hands in his pockets and steps unhurried, replied, what else could it be? What do you usually do in your universe? Save the world? Or, she suddenly turned around, walking backward and winking at him. Or, like a superhero from a comic, catch kittens falling from windows every day? Yang Jian chuckled softly, occasionally. Huh, I knew it. Gwen turned back with a triumphant smile, walking alongside him. All right, even though you've already mentioned it. I still want to ask, have you really met other Spider-Men? I mean, besides me. Chatty ones in red and blue suits? Yes. Gwen's eyes sparkled. Is he particularly annoying? Always going on about how with great power comes great responsibility? Yang Jian shrugged, responding as they walked. Every Spider-Man has his own story. But you all share one common trait. What is it? Gwen inquired. They all love to chatter during fights. Gwen dramatically clutched her chest. Hey, I call that lightening the mood. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Pulling it out, she saw a message from George Stacy. Where have you run off to? Gwen rolled her eyes and quickly replied, just having coffee with a friend, heading home soon. After sending the message, she looked up at Yang Jian. My dad has been on edge lately, convinced that every masked vigilante in New York should be locked up. Wise judgment, Mr. Superhero. They crossed a small bridge, the river reflecting the city lights. Gwen suddenly halted, leaning against the railing. Do you think, her voice softened, if Harry had received help sooner, things might have been different? Yang Jian stood beside her, perhaps. But some choices, once made, are hard to reverse. Gwen remained silent for a long moment before turning to face him. And you? How long will you stay in this universe? As the night breeze fluttered his cape, his gaze drifted to the distant Oscorp building. What do you think? You and my teacher both enjoy keeping people guessing, Gwen sighed. Yang Jian smiled, and they continued walking. The streetlights cast a warm yellow glow. While Gwen stood on the sidewalk, her toes unconsciously scuffing the ground. This man was not only powerful but also kind, handsome, and had muscles that even his clothes couldn't conceal. Could a girl just turning 20 handle all of this? With that thought, Gwen looked up at Yang Jian, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Mr. Superhero, is this what they call a parallel universe encounter? Yang Jian, hands still in his pockets, glanced down at her. Not satisfied. Suddenly, Gwen stepped forward, standing on tiptoe, her lips brushing against his. The kiss was unexpected, but Yang Jian's reaction was swifter. As Gwen attempted to pull back, his hand cupped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Gwen's breath hitched, her fingers instinctively gripping his shirt. When they finally parted, a blush spread across Gwen's cheeks. Wow, she breathed. You must be quite the playboy in your universe. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. How did you figure that out? Gwen appraised him. Noting his height around 190 centimeters, his muscular physique reminiscent of comic book heroes, and that irresistibly attractive face. Please, your face is the answer. She took a few steps back, exaggeratedly waving. I should head home. Otherwise, Dad will start a missing person report. Need a ride? Yang Jian offered, extending his hand. Gwen grinned mischievously, of course. In the next instant, the surroundings blurred. When Gwen regained her senses, she found herself standing beneath her apartment building. That was much quicker than swinging on webs, she murmured. Then she suddenly grabbed Yang Jian's collar and gave him a brief kiss. As she turned to leave, she paused. Wait, if you go back to your universe, How will I contact you? Yang Jian gently tapped her forehead with his finger, a strand of golden light sinking into her skin. This is a defensive array, and also a communicator. When you wish to find me, just call my name. Gwen touched her forehead, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cool. You can do magic. She walked backward toward the apartment door until she had to turn to retrieve her keys. At the last moment, just before the door closed, she glanced back and winked at Yang Jian. Yang Jian stood still until he saw a light flicker on in one of the windows, Gwen's silhouette moving behind the curtain. Origin. Record the coordinates of this universe. Coordinates recorded, sir. Shall we return to the main universe? Yang Jian took one last glance at the illuminated window, waved his hand to open a portal, and said, home. As the night breeze swept by, the deserted street was left devoid of his presence. Balcony of the villa. The night remained unchanged. Yang Jian slowly opened his eyes, discovering he was still reclined beneath the starry sky, as if he had never left. The night breeze caressed him, carrying the familiar scent of the city. Origin. Yes, sir. Inform S.H.I.E.L.D. not to contact me unless necessary. Arrangements made, sir. Do you require adjustments to the room temperature? Yang Jian pulled back the covers and lay down, cradling the sleeping Wanda in his arms. Maintain current conditions. Her warmth seeped through her sleepwear, bringing a sense of comforting reassurance. Outside, the lights of New York still glimmered brightly, yet at this moment, all parallel universes and adventures felt distant. Wanda murmured a vague dream word in her sleep, snuggling closer to him. Yang Jian tightened his embrace and closed his eyes. Chapter 32. Rebirth Technology in the Early Morning. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Yang Jian's villa. Wanda was plating the perfectly fried eggs, her red hair casually tucked behind her ear. Seated at the dining table, Yang Jian had just lifted his coffee cup when a projection of Jian suddenly materialized in the air. Yang. The holographic image of Tony Stark appeared against the backdrop of a chaotic laboratory. I spent the entire night researching your armor design. He raked his disheveled hair and continued awkwardly. I must admit, some of your energy conduction methods are genius. Yang Jian took a sip of his coffee. Tony coughed slightly, then shrugged. I'm merely acknowledging its merits. But don't get too proud. I'll soon develop something far more advanced. I never intended to create armor. Yang Jian interjected. You asked me to make a set. The projection of Tony widened his eyes. Are you certain it's not for other reasons? He rolled his eyes. You wouldn't understand the greatness of a mechanic. The communication abruptly cut off. Wanda couldn't help but chuckle as she pushed breakfast towards Yang Jian. You truly excel at putting him in his place. Just then, a message from Zhao Hailuan illuminated Yang Jian's phone. There has been a breakthrough in the neural connections of the cradle of life. Would you like to come take a look? Are we heading to Stark Tower? Wanda glanced at the message, picking up a piece of fruit. Yang Jian nodded, resuming his breakfast. 10 minutes later, Yang Jian stood and placed a kiss on her lips. Dark magic is powerful. Practice well. Wanda nodded obediently. Yang Jian changed his clothes and then vanished from sight. At Stark Tower, Yang Jian's figure suddenly materialized at the entrance, startling several individuals loitering nearby. He glanced at them briefly, showing little concern, and proceeded into the lobby. Mr. Yang. The receptionist greeted him with a smile. Doctor. Zhao is waiting for you in the lab. He nodded in acknowledgement, receiving respectful greetings from passing employees. The moment the elevator doors closed, excited whispers could still be heard outside. In the biological laboratory, Zhao Hailuan was explaining in front of the holographic projection, the curves beneath her lab coat causing several young researchers to lose focus. Upon noticing Yang Jian at the door, her eyes lit up instantly. You're here. She hurried towards him. Look at this. In the projection, a brand new neural network flickered. Yang Jian's gaze swept across the data stream, and he suddenly reached out to adjust a few parameters. The entire system's efficiency surged by 30 in an instant. The lab fell silent. Zhao Hailuan opened her mouth, then smiled helplessly. Sometimes I truly wonder if you're an alien supercomputer disguised as a human. Did you sleep well last night? Yang Jian asked suddenly. Zhao Hailuan's ears flushed slightly as she pretended to organize her materials. Thanks to someone. She lowered her voice. I was still thinking about how bright your eyes were at 3 in the morning. Their fingers inadvertently brushed against the holographic keyboard, and the lab's intelligence system suddenly chimed. Mr. Yang, Mr. Stark is approaching. Zhao Hailuan rubbed her temples. This guy is always like this. Tony pushed the door open, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. He raised an eyebrow at the close proximity of Yang Jian and Zhao Hailuan, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. It seems I've interrupted some important research. Zhao Hailuan cleared her throat and took a half step aside. Yang Jian, however, directly ignored Tony's teasing. Is there something you need? Tony shrugged. There's an F1 race in Monaco the day after tomorrow. He waved the invitation in his hand. Care to join? I assure you it'll be more interesting than the lab. Not interested. Yang Jian continued adjusting the parameters on the holographic projection without looking up. You can go enjoy yourself. Tony dramatically clutched his chest. That's truly hurtful. He leaned closer to the screen. Any progress on the cradle of life? Zhao Hailuan nodded. Pulling up a new data stream. The neural link has been established. Theoretically, it can not only repair damage but also facilitate consciousness transfer. She traced her finger across the projection. If combined with special materials, we could even create a perfect body, like an artificial intelligence robot, turning AI into a real being. At this point, Zhao Hailuan abruptly halted. The three exchanged glances in the air, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Jarvis." The lab's AI immediately responded. "I am here, sir, madam. However, allow me to remind you that granting AI a physical form may incur uncontrollable risks." Tony stroked his chin, deep in thought. This was indeed a dilemma. If an indestructible body were created, combined with a robotic mind. Yang Jian suddenly broke the silence. "Tony, I can assure you that any unforeseen circumstances will be under control." He looked at both of them. "However, we need to establish an independent biotechnology company. I and Tony will each hold 45, with Dr. Zhao holding 10 in technical shares." "Wait, that's not the issue," Tony frowned. "The problem is, how do you intend to control a potentially rampaging super AI body?" Yang Jian suddenly smiled, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Hailuan. "Hailuan, tell him who I am." Zhao Hailuan struggled to suppress her laughter. "This is Superman, literally." Tony rolled his eyes. "Superman? It's not April Fool's Day, Zhao." Zhao Hailuan nodded in agreement. He turned to Yang Jian, raising his hands in surrender. "All right, Mr. Magician, do you possess any other skills besides magic?" Without a word, Yang Jian raised his hand and waved. The mirror space instantly unfolded. The scenery of the laboratory distorted, the sky began to rotate, and the city hung upside down. As the laws of physics lost all meaning, Zhao Hailuan gazed in astonishment at the twisted urban landscape. "What is this? You truly can perform magic?" "Somewhat acquainted." Yang Jian downplayed. Although Tony had seen it before, he couldn't help but reach out to touch the upside-down skyscrapers. "Every time I see it, it feels anti-physical." "Well, tell me, why did you bring us in here?" "Watch closely." Yang Jian suddenly levitated into the air, his eyes bursting with a terrifying red glow. Boom! A heat ray swept across the sky, vaporizing several distant high-rises in an instant. The shockwave tore through the clouds. Before the two could react, Yang Jian bent down and exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the entire ground into glaciers. He then smashed his fist down. Bang! The ice surface within a few kilometers around them shattered completely, leaving only the area beneath their feet intact. As Yang Jian landed steadily, he looked at the two. "Do you believe it now?" Tony's coffee cup had long since fallen to the ground, and he turned to Zhao Hailuan with a gaping mouth. "You knew all along?" Zhao Hailuan looked equally dazed. "I only knew he could catch monsters with his bare hands." Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Wait, what about last night?" "Don't worry." Yang Jian's red glow faded from his eyes. "Kryptonians have excellent control." Tony suddenly took a step forward, seizing Yang Jian's arm. "That heat ray. What is the energy conversion efficiency? Can it be miniaturized? If utilized in armor, it could significantly enhance it." "Mr. Stark," Jarvis's voice suddenly emanated from Tony's watch. "Allow me to remind you that what you just witnessed was a demonstration by an entity capable of effortlessly annihilating a city, and your first reaction is a technical patent?" The three fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Yang Jian dismissed the mirror space, and the familiar lights of the laboratory enveloped them once more. Tony picked up the fallen coffee cup, his expression complex. "So, what shall we name the company?" "Rebirth Technology." Yang Jian gazed out at the clouds. "After all, what we aim to do is rewrite the rules of life." Chapter 33, Asgard in the evening. The lights of New York flickered outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhao Hailuan's apartment. Curled up in a corner of the sofa, she cradled a cup of hot tea, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yang Jian beside her. "So," she sipped her tea, "is your prowess truly derived from Kryptonian genes?" Yang Jian's arm rested casually on the back of the sofa, his fingers playfully entwined in her hair. "What else could it be?" Zhao Hailuan set her cup down and turned to face him. "But Kryptonians are a construct of DC Comics. This defies all logic." "No, Hailuan," Yang Jian interjected, a glimmer of mischief illuminating his eyes. "Is it not conceivable that comics are inspired by certain real existences?" Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting?" "Just teasing you." Yang Jian chuckled suddenly. "But I truly am a Kryptonian." "You." Zhao Hailuan seized a cushion and hurled it at him, only to have Yang Jian deftly grasp her wrist, gently pulling her into his embrace. "This is unscientific," she protested, her voice muffled against his chest. "Magic is unscientific too," Yang Jian replied, resting his chin atop her head. Yet you witnessed it firsthand today. Zhao Hailuan fell silent, her fingers delicately tracing the S emblem on his chest. So, does that mean Kryptonians have a physiological structure akin to humans? Suddenly, her fingers were captured within his. A soft glow flickered in Yang Jian's eyes. Would you like to know? Before Zhao Hailuan could respond, she felt her body lift effortlessly. Yang Jian swept her off her feet, striding towards the bedroom. Wait! Zhao Hailuan exclaimed in alarm. I haven't showered. The bedroom door closed quietly behind them, leaving only a dimly lit wall lamp casting their shadows upon the wall. In the deep of night, moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating the disheveled sheets. Zhao Hailuan leaned against Yang Jian's shoulder, her fingertips gliding over the S-shaped emblem on his chest. Someone like you, she began lazily, her voice laced with post-encounter languor, surely must have more than just me outside. Yang Jian toyed with her hair. Guess. Zhao Hailuan chuckled lightly, propping herself up. Tony Stark's tabloid news could fill an entire Twitter feed, let alone yours. Her finger poked his nose, young, powerful, wealthy, with a face that leaves women breathless and an unparalleled physique. Yang Jian captured her wrist. So, what are your thoughts? Zhao Hailuan straddled his waist, looking down at him from her elevated position. Am I not the answer, lying here? She leaned closer to Yang Jian. Some charms are indeed irresistible. Suddenly, Yang Jian conjured a vial shimmering with a dark golden hue. Zhao Hailuan's pupils constricted. Yang, what is this? A gene enhancement serum. He replied, shaking the vial. Super strength, incredible speed, formidable regenerative abilities, and control over flames. He locked eyes with her. And an equally long lifespan as mine. Zhao Hailuan's breathing quickened noticeably. For me? Of course, if what you said earlier was sincere. She snatched the serum from him, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Laboratory. Now, in the laboratory, Zhao Hailuan did not hesitate to inject the serum into her arm. The instant the dark golden liquid coursed through her veins, her entire body trembled violently. Fiery energy surged within her, and molten-like patterns surfaced beneath her skin. Yang Jian steadied her, observing as her pupils gradually transformed to a pale gold, her hair swirling as if caught in an unseen wind. This feeling, Zhao Hailuan marveled at her hands, then suddenly struck the laboratory table with a punch. Boom. The half-done metal surface was pierced as if it were mere paper. She spun around and lunged at Yang Jian, her speed leaving a blur in her wake. This is nothing short of miraculous. Raising her hand, flames danced in her palm. I could battle for 3 days and nights now. Yang Jian laughed as he caught her flying form, a biological force field springing to life, dividing the laboratory from the master bedroom. Outside, snowflakes began to drift through the night sky of New York. A single flake landed on the laboratory glass, instantly vaporizing into mist from the emitted heat within. The following morning, sunlight cascaded onto the dining table as Zhao Hailuan bit into a slice of toast, her eyes glued to the experimental data on her tablet. Yang Jian set down his coffee cup. Have you eaten well? MHM. She donned her coat. Ready? Yang Jian rose with a smile, draping his arm over her shoulder. In an instant, Zhao Hailuan felt the world around her shift, everything moving in slow motion, receding street scenes, halted cars, floating plastic bags. Whoosh. When her senses returned, she found herself standing before the glass revolving door of Stark Tower, the morning breeze tousling her hair. That was quite the cheat. Zhao Hailuan touched her flushed cheek, glancing back at Yang Jian. Too fast to manage, Yang Jian shrugged. Shall I go in? Zhao Hailuan pointed towards the lobby. Go ahead, Yang Jian nodded. Zhao Hailuan laughed, shaking her head as she stepped into the tower. After surveying her surroundings, she noticed Yang Jian's figure had vanished once again. Long Island Villa, the space shimmered slightly as Yang Jian's figure materialized in the living room. Wanda was levitating above the sofa, crimson chaos magic swirling around her like silk. Sensing Yang Jian's presence, she gracefully descended, her red hair billowing. You're back so soon? Indeed. Yang Jian approached, his fingertips brushing against the energy flow beside her cheek. How's the progress? Wanda conjured a scarlet rose at her fingertips. It's going well, but it feels like something's missing. Perhaps it lacks entertainment? Would you like to learn something new? Yang Jian suddenly proposed. Such as? Divine magic. Wanda tilted her head. Divine? Without answering, Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with golden light. His gaze pierced through the material realm, locking onto a folded spatial dimension. There, a rainbow bridge spanned the cosmic sea, and a golden palace gleamed atop the clouds. Having confirmed the coordinates, Yang Jian grasped Wanda's hand, his other hand weaving a portal crackling with sparks in the air. Hold on tight. Beyond the door lay a breathtaking meadow. Wanda's eyes widened, and before she could react, Yang Jian had already taken her across the threshold. Buzz. Their figures vanished, leaving behind an untouched cup of coffee. Asgard golden skies as the golden sparks of the portal dissipated. Yang Jian and Wanda floated in the resplendent morning light of the divine realm. Below them, the entire palace appeared to be forged from molten gold. Floating islands encircled the central palace, and the rainbow bridge refracted the starlight of the 9 realms like crystal. In the distance, the stars seemed almost within reach. A kaleidoscope of auroras danced across the heavens, the entire city of the divine realm shimmering with the radiance of metal and magic under the sun. Wanda, suspended in midair, widened her eyes in awe. It was her first time witnessing such a sight. Her voice trembled slightly. Is this the divine realm? Yang Jian stood beside her, his cloak billowing in the currents of the celestial palace. Asgard, the foremost of the 9 realms. Asgard? Do gods truly exist? Wanda gazed at him, curiosity evident in her eyes. He chuckled softly. The so-called deities are merely more powerful extraterrestrial beings. Before Wanda could respond, a brilliant beam of rainbow light suddenly shot from a distant palace. Who dares to intrude upon Asgard? Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a muscular blond man soared skyward, wielding the hammer of Thor. His red cloak billowed behind him, and his eyes sparkled with lightning. I am Thor Odinson. He halted before them, Mjolnir crackling with thunder. State your purpose. Yang Jian raised his hand slightly in a gesture of peace. Earth visitors, our intent is merely to pay a visit. His gaze traversed past Thor, directly penetrating the depths of the Golden Palace, while he casually greeted the father of the gods. Thor was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such composure from his counterpart. At that instant, an ancient and commanding voice reverberated within Thor's mind. Bring them to me, Thor. The god of thunder sheathed his hammer, scrutinizing the two with skepticism. My father wishes to see you. Follow me. Wanda, gripping Yang Jian's arm with trepidation, whispered, Do you know the king here? I do now, Yang Jian replied, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. After all, he was observing us. Thor suddenly turned back. Can you sense my father's gaze? Yang Jian smiled enigmatically, leading Wanda as they descended alongside Thor onto the rainbow bridge. The guards flanking them bowed in unison. Meanwhile, Wanda's chaotic magic resonated harmoniously with the Asgardian energy flowing through the air, creating crimson ripples beneath her feet. Chapter 34. Odin and Frigga Asgard. The golden palace, the resplendent dome soared into the clouds, its brilliance cascading through stained glass, illuminating the center of the hall. Handmaidens stood in reverent formation, bearing golden trays filled with divine fruits and mead. Thor led Yang Jian and Wanda into the hall, a hint of perplexity still etched upon his face. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the All-Father Odin and the goddess Frigga descended from their thrones, their expressions warm with kindness. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. Odin's voice resonated, deep and authoritative yet tinged with an unusual friendliness. Frigga's gaze fell upon Wanda, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she sensed the aura of chaotic magic. Thor froze, startled. Father? Odin raised a hand, signaling Thor to step back. Thor opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded slightly in acquiescence. Before turning to depart, he cast a lingering glance at Yang Jian, clearly bemused by his father's demeanor. The handmaiden swiftly pulled out chairs for Yang Jian and Wanda, presenting exquisite wines and delicacies from the celestial realm. Wanda cautiously seated herself, the crimson magic within her shimmering, seemingly invigorated by the rich divine energy surrounding her. After Odin took his seat, his single eye fixed intently upon Yang Jian. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit to Asgard? Yang Jian smiled gently. To be a guest, and to learn. Learn? Frigga raised an eyebrow delicately. The magic of Asgard is renowned across the 9 realms. Yang Jian replied with composure, especially the enchantments and runic magic of the goddess, which are truly captivating. Odin and Frigga exchanged a glance, engaging in silent communication. Moments later, Frigga smiled warmly. Magic is traditionally a closely guarded secret, but she turned her gaze to Wanda and Yang Jian. You two possess remarkable strength. Perhaps we could learn from one another. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly possible? Odin nodded slowly. Asgard welcomes powerful allies, not foes. His single eye narrowed slightly, implying a deeper meaning, particularly regarding guests capable of effortlessly tearing through dimensional barriers. Yang Jian raised his cup in acknowledgement. Then I thank you for your hospitality. Frigga gracefully rose. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally guide you through the mysteries of magic. Wanda looked at Yang Jian with delight, and he merely squeezed her hand gently, his eyes filled with mirth. The handmaidens approached once more to refill their cups, and the atmosphere in the hall was harmonious, resembling a grand feast of joy among hosts and guests alike. After the banquet concluded, Odin gestured for Yang Jian to remain. He turned to Frigga and nodded slightly. Please, show our guest the wonders of Asgard. Frigga understood and extended her hand gently to Wanda. Come with me, dear. You will adore the gardens of the celestial palace. Wanda glanced at Yang Jian, who nodded encouragingly. The goddess's magic is formidable. This is a rare opportunity. Once they departed, the golden doors of the adjoining hall closed silently. Odin's single eye bored into Jian, his gaze profound. I cannot see through you. Odin's voice was low. There flows an energy within you that does not belong to the 9 realms. It is neither divine power nor mere magic, yet it is more pure than both. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Jian gazed at the distant, radiant celestial palace. I am merely a passing Superman. Superman? Odin frowned. The term was foreign in the Asgardian lexicon. Outside, the light of the Bifrost pierced the sky, illuminating the glory of the divine realm. Odin approached Jian, standing beside him as they surveyed his kingdom. What do you think of Asgard? Powerful, beautiful, Jian replied nonchalantly, but not eternal. Odin furrowed his brow. What do you perceive? I see nothing. Jian turned to meet his gaze. But I know your concern are Ragnarok, is it not? Odin's single eye widened abruptly. This was Asgard's deepest taboo, a prophecy unknown even to Thor. How do you know? The prophecy comes to fruition because of insufficient strength to break it, Jian interjected, his eyes shimmering with golden light. All-Father, if one is strong enough, Ragnarok becomes nothing more than a jest. Odin remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking slowly. What do you desire? A trade. Jian met Odin's gaze unwaveringly. If Ragnarok were to arise, I would intervene. In return, I seek the essence of the sun god. Odin's grip tightened around Mjolnir, the spear's base crashing against the ground with a resounding thud. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. That is Baldur's relic. It is the only bargaining chip you possess. Jian's tone was calm. Moreover, it is of no use in your hands. Odin's breathing grew heavier. His single eye fixated on Jian, searching for any sign of weakness in this enigmatic visitor. Yet all he found was an unfathomable sea of energy. Within that seemingly human form lay a power more formidable than his own. How can you assure that you can prevent Ragnarok? Jian smiled. Because I am stronger than the so-called Ragnarok. Outside, Thor seemed to sense his father's emotional turmoil, pacing anxiously in the distance. Odin exhaled deeply, the light of his spear gradually dimming. Before you leave Asgard, the All-Father's voice grew hoarse. I shall bestow upon you the divine essence. Jian nodded slightly and turned towards the door. As he opened it, he called back without looking. Fear not, Odin. Your kingdom shall endure until it chooses to conclude. In the distance, laughter from Wanda and Frigga echoed, while Thor approached with a face full of confusion. Thor pushed open the heavy golden door and strode into the hall. His father, Odin, stood with his back to him, gazing out at the eternal twilight, Mjolnir silently beside him. Father, Thor bowed slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice. Why do we extend such courtesy to that Midgardian? Odin did not turn, his aged yet commanding voice resonating within the hall. Thor, strength can win wars, but wisdom sustains kingdoms. He slowly turned, his single eye reflecting his son's figure. To be a worthy king, one must possess not only the power of thunder, but also reliable allies. Thor frowned. You mean that Midgardian? He is much more than a mere Midgardian. Odin approached the throne, tracing the patterns on his spear. His power is beyond my comprehension. Thor's eyes widened in shock. This is impossible. You are the All-Father. Precisely for that reason, I understand his worth more clearly. Odin interrupted. Go, take him and that witch to the library, and permit them to each select a treasure from the vault. Thor opened his mouth, seemingly about to argue, but ultimately tightened his grip on Mjolnir. As you command, Father. He turned and strode away, his cloak billowing behind him. Just as he was about to exit the hall, Odin's voice called out once more. Thor, remember. A true ruler knows to forge alliances before the storm arrives. The god of thunder paused momentarily before firmly closing the door. In the celestial palace corridor, Thor found Jian and Wanda, where Frigga was demonstrating to Wanda how to weave chaotic magic into the shapes of Asgardian runes. Scarlet and golden energies intertwined in the air, resembling a silent display of fireworks. Mother, Thor greeted respectfully before turning to Jian. Father has instructed me to take you both to the library and the vault. Wanda looked at Jian with delight, and he merely smiled gently. Let us go? God of Thunder. The trio traversed the corridor adorned with celestial star patterns, Thor remaining taciturn throughout. It was not until the grand golden doors of the library came into view that he suddenly spoke. What spell did you cast upon my father? Jian raised an eyebrow. Honesty and strength. As Sol pushed open the grand doors of the library, thousands of ancient tomes floated in the air, emanating a glow of ancient magic. Wanda inhaled sharply, the chaotic magic instinctively resonating with the scrolls, as several texts chronicling advanced spells soared toward her. The treasure trove lay on the next level. Sol began his introduction. Once selections were made, that would suffice. His words trailed off abruptly. Jian stood before a mural depicting the prophecy of Ragnar K. The fire giant Surtur wielded the twilight sword, as the entire celestial palace crumbled amidst the inferno. Do you know what this mural lacks? Yang Jian suddenly inquired. Soul furrowed his brow. What? An element of uncertainty. Yang Jian's fingertip lightly grazed the mural, a beam of golden light seeping into the artwork. In that instant, the entire mural subtly warped, and within the flames, a shadow cloaked in black began to materialize, bracing itself against Surtur's colossal sword. Chapter 35. At last, I am the true Superman. Thor stood momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend Yang Jian's meaning. Yet, Yang Jian offered no further explanation, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of magical tomes suspended in the air, his extraordinary vision penetrating the layers of bookshelves. In an instant, every word, rune, and incantation came into focus. His prodigious mind processed and memorized the information at an astonishing pace. Within 5 seconds, he had mastered the entirety of the knowledge contained within the Asgardian library. Standing beside him, Thor crossed his arms. His demeanor, once guarded, now bore a hint of curiosity. Midgardian, are you certain you do not require my assistance in locating something? The tomes here are not easily grasped by mere casual browsing, he inquired. Yang Jian returned his gaze with a slight smile. I have already completed my studies. Thor blinked in surprise, then erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! You jest. Even my mother took millennia to comprehend all that is held here. Without further elaboration, Yang Jian approached Wanda, who was cradling an ancient tome on chaotic magic. He gently patted her shoulder and whispered, I have learned it. I will teach you when we return. Wanda blinked, nodding obediently. All right. Thor observed them with raised eyebrows but ultimately shrugged. Very well, since you have completed your studies, let us proceed to the treasury. Father has permitted you each to select one treasure. As they traversed the resplendent corridor, Thor pushed open the heavy doors of the treasury, revealing a space far more expansive than its exterior suggested. Countless rare treasures were displayed, each radiating a unique energy. Welcome to Odin's treasury, Thor proclaimed, arms outstretched, pride evident in his voice. Here lie the most precious artifacts of the 9 realms. He strode confidently towards the center, commencing his introduction. This treasury houses treasures acquired by Odin through years of battle, such as the Box of Ice, a relic of the frost giants capable of freezing entire planets. There is also the Eternal Flame, originating from Muspelheim, the source of Surtur's energy, bestowing immortality and rebirth. Moreover, the Stone of Life, which records the laws of cosmic life and can alter the paths of biological evolution. Lastly, a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet, a counterfeit forged by Odin in his youth. Incapable of truly wielding the Infinity Stones but still possessing formidable power. They're indicated the treasures casually, you may each choose one. Father deems this a gift to allies. Yang Jian's gaze lingered upon the eternal flame, the golden fire dancing within its transparent vessel, seemingly alive. He reached out to touch it, and the container shattered instantly, the flames winding around his arm like a sentient being before being wholly absorbed into his body. Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. You absorbed the eternal flame. Yang Jian felt the surging energy within him, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. It suits me perfectly. Wanda approached the Stone of Life, her fingers gently brushing its surface. The chaotic magic resonated with the inscriptions, intertwining green life energy with scarlet magic. She looked up at Yang Jian. May I choose this? Yang Jian nodded, of course. Thor regarded them with surprise but did not intervene, merely shaking his head with a smile. You Midgardians are truly remarkable. With their choices made, the trio began their return journey. Thor led Yang Jian and Wanda back to the opulent hall, where Odin sat regally upon his throne, a profound light flickering in his single eye. Frigga stood beside him, wearing a gentle smile. Father, Thor inclined his head slightly. We have selected our treasures. Odin nodded slowly, his gaze settling on Yang Jian. My lord, you have fulfilled your promise. Now it is time for me to honor mine. He raised Gungnir, and a brilliant golden light erupted from its tip. The celestial patterns on the dome of the hall suddenly illuminated, and a dazzling beam descended from above, enveloping Yang Jian. In the name of the All-Father, I bestow upon you the solar godhood. Within the radiant column, a rune ablaze with golden flames gradually coalesced, ultimately imprinting itself upon Yang Jian's chest. In that instant, he felt a vast surge of energy flooding into him, as if establishing a connection with a distant world tree. The solar godhood, one of the oldest divine powers of Asgard, enabled him to manipulate cosmic energy through the world tree, allowing him to absorb and wield stellar power with remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, this divine essence granted him insight into the principles of Asgardian strength. The divine essence served as an admission ticket. Possessing it allowed him to draw energy from the cosmos via the world tree, a phenomenon referred to as cosmic energy. Through this ability, his strength would continually amplify, ultimately transforming him into an overwhelmingly powerful deity. In Asgard, this form was also known as divine power. with Odin's might and Thor's strength following the same principle. The essence could vary in strength, determining the limits of energy absorption, a method employed by Asgard to solidify their dominion. The solar godhood, as one of the oldest divine essences in Asgard, was as formidable as Odin's power. The strength depended solely on the individual's capacity to endure the energy augmentation. Odin himself had to succumb to the Odin sleep to control the absorption rate. As for him, young Jian, he need not concern himself with such limitations. His body was not bound by the notion of inability to bear the power. He simply needed to continuously absorb energy. One day, with the strength bestowed by the divine essence, he would be capable of contending with the gods. Much like the Rune King Thor, or even surpassing that. Yang Jian clenched his fist, golden light swirling in his eyes as he clearly sensed various abilities. Stellar manipulation, greatly enhanced control over stellar energy, absorption rate doubled. Divine power augmentation, the Asgardian divine power system integrates with his being, facilitating a smoother energy flow. World Tree Link. As long as he is within the 9 realms, he can draw cosmic energy through the World Tree's veins. How do you feel? Odin's deep voice resonated. Yang Jian looked up, confidence radiating from his smile. Better than I imagined. Frigga stepped forward, presenting Wanda with an exquisite rune pendant. This is a blessing from Asgard. It will aid you in mastering chaotic magic. Wanda accepted the pendant, her scarlet magic resonating with it effortlessly. She looked at Yang Jian, her eyes alight with surprise. This power is so pure. Thor chuckled heartily. It seems your journey here was not in vain. Odin rose slowly, tapping the ground with his staff. May our alliance remain steadfast. Yang Jian nodded respectfully, a pleasurable collaboration. He raised his hand, and a golden portal materialized before them. He turned to Wanda. Let us return and test our new abilities. Wanda nodded excitedly, and the two stepped into the portal. As the golden light faded, they found themselves back on the balcony of their villa. The night breeze caressed them, and the lights of New York twinkled in the distance. The voice of Origin resonated at the opportune moment. Welcome back, sir. I have detected a significant enhancement in your energy fluctuations. Yang Jian felt the surging divine power within him, a flicker of battle intent igniting in his eyes. It is time to test the power of the solar godhood. He gazed up at the night sky, his sight piercing through the clouds to lock onto a distant star. In the next instant, his eyes erupted with an unprecedented, blazing golden radiance. Boom! A beam of golden light, several times thicker than before, shot from the far reaches of the universe, instantaneously flooding into his being. Wanda stumbled back in astonishment, her scarlet magic instinctively shielding her. Yang Jian ascended, enveloped in flames reminiscent of the sun. He acutely sensed that regardless of day or night, stellar energy continuously nourished his body at an exponentially accelerated rate. Now, I am truly the Superman. Yang Jian hovered in the air, the golden radiance gradually coalescing into delicate threads of energy that entwined around him. He descended slowly, his golden glow lingering in his eyes. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Wanda rose to her feet, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, how does it feel? What new abilities have you acquired? Yang Jian lifted his hand, and suddenly, a sphere of blazing golden energy coalesced in his palm. With a gentle grip, he unleashed it. Boom! The energy erupted instantaneously, transforming into countless tiny blades of light that shot forth in every direction. Each blade bore a terrifying burning effect, distorting the very air around them. Now, I can not only emit heat rays from my eyes, he remarked with a subtle smile, but with a mere thought, any part of my body can unleash energy attacks. When combined with the eternal flame, it also inflicts a burning effect. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. This is simply incredible. Chapter 36. The divine power-packed Yang Jian gazed at her, his eyes profound. However, it is now your turn. Wanda was taken aback. What do you mean? Your potential for chaos magic is boundless, yet your body lacks strength. Yang Jian extended his hand. Divine power, in essence, is merely a different application of energy. Within the magic of Asgard, there exists a secret technique that integrates divine power with oneself. Wanda's heartbeat quickened slightly. Are you suggesting that I could be like you? No. It is even better than that, Yang Jian replied with a smile. Your chaos magic is one of the most primordial forces in the universe. You simply have not yet fully grasped its potential. With a wave of his hand, the two began to ascend slowly, the surrounding space slightly warping. Golden divine power intertwined with crimson chaotic energy, forming a magnificent vortex of energy. Unleash your chaos magic, Yang Jian murmured. Wanda took a deep breath. Spreading her arms wide as a torrent of crimson magical energy surged forth, swirling around them. Yang Jian swiftly formed seals with his hands, and in the void, a contract adorned with ancient runes gradually took shape. Infuse it with your magic, he commanded. Without hesitation, Wanda poured her chaotic magic into the contract, causing the runes to illuminate with a blinding red light. Yang Jian intoned ancient incantations, his voice deep and authoritative. In the name of chaos magic, grant divine power, strength, speed, defense, healing, wisdom, longevity, flight. With each proclamation, the contract flickered. Finally, he tapped his fingertip. Swish. The contract instantly merged into Wanda's chest. Wanda's head jerked back as her arms uncontrollably spread wide. A torrent of unprecedented energy surged through her entire being. Every inch of her skin, every bone, every drop of blood underwent a transformation. Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted from her body, instantly reducing the nearby furniture to dust and sending tremors throughout the entire villa. Jian landed steadily, watching her with satisfaction. How does it feel? Wanda slowly lowered her head, clenched her fist, her eyes a mesmerizing blend of crimson and gold. I can feel it, she said, awe evident in her voice. My body has grown stronger, and she leaped lightly. Boom. The ceiling was shattered, and she hovered in midair. Looking down at her hands, she laughed in disbelief. I can really punch through a building. Jian flew beside her, chuckling. Moreover, your chaos magic will grow more potent as your physical abilities enhance, for your body can now withstand a greater output of magical energy. The stronger your chaos magic becomes, the stronger you will grow. It is a virtuous cycle. Wanda looked at him excitedly. Yang, your thinking is truly ahead of its time. I never imagined chaos magic could be used in this way. So, you mean I can continue to grow stronger, just like you? Jian shrugged. Magic is merely a tool. The key lies in how it is employed. He had done all this for Wanda, but seeing her in this state, he felt he might have led her astray from the Scarlet Witch to a magical warrior. Suddenly, Wanda leaned close, cradling his face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then shall we test our new abilities? Jian raised an eyebrow. How do you wish to test them? Wanda grinned mischievously, and her crimson magic erupted. Swish. In an instant, their figures vanished into the night sky, leaving behind the chaos of the villa and the bemused electronic voice of the AI. Sir, you have caused another disturbance. In the night sky, the two figures streaked across like shooting stars. Wanda was enveloped in a crimson energy shield. Her flying speed defied logic. However, compared to Jian's breathtaking velocity, it still fell short. My speed cannot match yours, Wanda lamented slightly. Jian smiled gently. Your body is still adapting to divine power. Once you fully comprehend the essence of chaos magic, your speed will surely increase. Now, where shall we go to test it? Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's find a secluded place. No sooner had he spoken than they vanished from their location, appearing amidst a desolate mountain range. Surrounded by towering peaks and devoid of human presence, it was an ideal location for testing their strength. Wanda floated in midair, slowly raising her hands as crimson chaotic energy gathered in her palms, gradually forming a dazzling sphere of light. Let us see. Jian stood by, arms crossed, keenly observing. Wanda took a deep breath and suddenly thrust the energy sphere forward. Boom. A brilliant crimson beam instantly pierced through the mountains, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Half a peak collapsed under the blinding red light, debris scattering and dust billowing into the sky. Wanda's eyes widened. Disbelief etched on her face. Did I just do that with a casual strike? Jian nodded with satisfaction. Chaos magic inherently possesses destructive power. And now that your body can withstand greater output, its destructive capability naturally increases. As they descended to the ground, Jian gestured. Let us try pure strength next. Wanda nodded, clenching her fists, feeling the surging divine power within her. She slightly bent her knees, and then suddenly smashed her fist into the ground. Bang! A terrifying shockwave radiated from her fist, instantly expanding. The earth shattered like fragile glass. Countless deep rifts spread for hundreds of meters, with a massive pit forming at the center. Wanda stood at the bottom of the pit, looking down at her fist, speechless with astonishment. Is this really something I did? Jian descended from the air, standing beside her, smiling. This is still not your full power. Wanda took a deep breath, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Yang, thank you. Without you, I might never have thought of using chaos magic in this way. Jian ruffled her hair. Your potential extends far beyond this. There is much more we can explore. Wanda nodded and then waved her hand, crimson magic beginning to flow forth, covering the devastated land. Buzz. In the next moment, the shattered ground began to heal itself, debris flying back into place, the deep pit gradually filling, and even the destroyed peaks slowly returning to their former state under the reconstitution of chaos magic. Within mere seconds, the entire mountain range restored itself, as if it had never suffered destruction. Chaos magic can not only destroy but also create, Jian remarked approvingly. You are becoming increasingly adept at controlling it. Wanda beamed with satisfaction. It truly feels marvelous. After the testing was complete, the two soared back into the sky, instantly returning to the villa. The AI's projection illuminated the living room. Welcome back, Sir and Miss Wanda. Structural damage detected. Repair is recommended. Wanda chuckled lightly, raising her hand to unleash chaos magic. The crimson energy spreading. In the blink of an eye, the shattered ceiling and broken furniture were restored to their original state. Done. She clapped her hands, admiring the rejuvenated living room. Jian approached her, a smile in his eyes. How does it feel? Wanda turned, suddenly leaping into his embrace, holding him tightly, her voice brimming with excitement and gratitude. Yang, I never imagined I could become this strong. It's all because of you. Jian chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist. This is merely the beginning. Your journey is still long. Wanda looked up, her crimson eyes reflecting his figure. So, what shall we do next? A hint of ambiguity flickered in Jian's eyes. Having completed the testing of his newfound abilities, why not? Before he could finish his thought, Wanda had already risen on her toes and captured his lips in a kiss. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the living room in warmth as Jian and Wanda languidly reclined on the sofa, savoring the rare tranquility. Wanda's fingertips danced around a strand of crimson magic, attempting to mold the chaotic sorcery into more intricate runes. Meanwhile, Jian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy within. A blend of the solar deity's essence and his own Kryptonian constitution. Suddenly, a faint golden light flickered at his brow. He opened his eyes abruptly, realizing that Gwen was summoning him. What is the matter? Wanda inquired, sensing his unease. Someone is looking for me, Jian replied, a trace of amusement glimmering in his gaze as he sat up. Wanda blinked. Are you leaving? Yes. Jian stood, raising his hand to carve a golden portal in the air, the bustling skyline of New York visible on the other side. I'll see what's up. You continue to familiarize yourself with your divine powers at home, and contact me if anything arises. Wanda nodded, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Go ahead. But don't keep them waiting too long. Jian chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately before stepping through the portal. As the golden light dissipated, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 37. Into the Lion's Den parallel universe, New York. Jian's silhouette appeared atop a high-rise, the night breeze gently caressing his attire. Below, a white figure deftly swung on web lines, seemingly in pursuit of something. He smiled faintly, and in a blink, he materialized beside Gwen in midair. Need a hand, ghost spider? Gwen whipped her head around, her eyes widening beneath her mask. Yang, you actually came. Before her excitement could dissipate, an explosion erupted ahead. Boom. A mechanical rhinoceros burst through a wall, its crimson electronic eyes locking onto the pair. Jian raised an eyebrow. It seems I arrived just in time. Gwen flipped and landed lightly on the fire escape beside him, her tone buoyant. Welcome back to the zoo universe. Today, we have rhinoceroses, vultures. And I hear an Electro-Man is on his way. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Jian's eyes as the eternal flame danced in his palm. Then let us conclude this swiftly. Gwen laughed heartily, her web shooting out. One for each of us. Of course. The two figures surged towards their adversary, the vulture's metallic wings slicing through the night sky as it swooped down, its sharp wing blades aimed directly at them. Gwen executed a backflip to evade, her webbing sticking to a lamppost, propelling her into the air. I've got this one. Jian nodded, his gaze shifting to the oncoming mechanical rhinoceros, which thundered towards him, each step causing the ground to tremble. Roar. The mechanical beast bellowed, its steel body smashing through vehicles in its path, barreling straight for Jian. He stood firm, unwavering. Just as the rhinoceros was about to collide with him, bang! Jian braced himself against the impact, the ground beneath him fracturing, yet he remained unmoved. Is that all? He quipped, raising a fist to strike the rhinoceros's head armor. Boom! The rhinoceros's head caved in, sparks flying. Its massive form crashed to the ground. A harsh alarm blaring. Warning. Severe damage to the system. Warning. Jian crushed its energy core beneath his foot, and the mechanical rhinoceros powered down entirely. Hey, big guy. Gwen's voice called from above. Jian looked up to see her gripping the vulture's wings, swinging it like a hammer before smashing it into a heap of trash cans. Its metallic wings twisted and rendered useless. All done. Gwen landed lightly, dusting her hands. However, in the next moment, the streetlights on either side exploded, electric currents swirling like serpents, revealing the figure of the Electro-Man amidst blinding blue light. You've picked the wrong fight, he roared, unleashing high-voltage electricity that overloaded the entire street's power system. Darkness enveloped the area, save for his glaring electrical flashes. Gwen frowned. This guy seems stronger than before? Jian tilted his head. Perhaps he has absorbed energy from the city's grid. The Electro-Man cackled madly, arms outstretched, two bolts of lightning striking toward them. Jian instantly positioned himself in front of Gwen, a single hand raised. A biological force field expanded, deflecting the lightning, which shattered the exterior wall of a nearby building. Stay behind me, Jian instructed in a low voice. Gwen nodded obediently, watching the spectacle unfold from behind. Jian concentrated energy in one hand, eager to test a new ability. An energy sphere formed instantaneously, and he gently pushed it forward. Boom. The energy sphere collided with the electrical surge, vaporizing the Electro-Man without a trace. Wow, Gwen exclaimed, her excitement evident. That move was incredible. Jian shrugged. Just a bit of practice. The battle concluded decisively, the street returning to silence, save for the occasional spark and the distant wail of police sirens. Gwen removed her mask, exhaling deeply. All right, now we can talk without interruptions. Jian glanced at the three fallen villains. The police will arrive shortly. Shall we find another location? Gwen winked. That sounds like a plan. Gwen gracefully landed on the edge of a rooftop, removing her mask as her golden hair billowed in the night wind. She turned to Jian, excitement in her eyes. I thought this magical communicator wouldn't work at all. She pointed to the faint golden glow at her forehead. Jian chuckled lightly. I told you. As long as you call, I will come. Gwen's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly leaned in, tiptoeing to peck his lips. A reward for keeping your promise. Jian raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Gwen playfully stepped back, her finger beckoning. Want more rewards? Then you'll have to buy me coffee first. In an old CAF at the corner, Gwen cradled a steaming cup of hot cocoa. Her legs curled beneath her as she animatedly shared her recent experiences like a girl revealing secrets. And then there's Gold. Well, he's currently locked up in a mental institution. But he had his lawyer send me a message saying he will definitely be back. She rolled her eyes. I nearly spit out my coffee. Jian leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the rim of his cup. He went to prison? Caught evidence against him? I had proof. He accidentally knocked over the experimental equipment during the fight, Gwen shrugged. The doctor said his brain was corroded by the experimental drugs. Now he acts like a 7-year-old child. So for now, I won't have to worry about punching him in the face. She then excitedly recounted tales from school, the new song from the band, even complaining about Sheriff George's recent desire to investigate her nighttime activities. Jian listened, occasionally chiming in, but his gaze remained fixed on her radiant face. As someone who has been through similar experiences, it's essential to simply show a willingness to listen. Suddenly, Gwen paused mid-sentence, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him. You don't seem surprised at all. Is this kind of thing common in your universe? Pretty much. Jian replied, sipping his coffee. But the Gwen from my universe is just an ordinary girl. Wow, Gwen blinked. She must be quite lucky. Why? Because she doesn't have to fight crazy people every day, Gwen laughed, shaking her cup. Then, lowering her voice, she added, but seriously, how long can you stay? Jian glanced out at the dark night sky. As long as needed. Gwen's toes gently nudged his leg beneath the table. So, where to next? Fight crime? Visit my secret lair? Or, she lowered her voice suddenly, my dad is out of town on a business trip this morning. Jian regarded her with a knowing smile. Is that the reason you summoned me at 3 a.m? I did not. Gwen feigned nonchalance, sitting back. I was originally tracking the Vulture's smuggling line. Who knew they were having a team-building night? Half an hour later, they exited the CAF. Strolling through the streets of New York, Gwen tucked her hands into her sweatshirt pockets, her boots splashing through puddles, sending tiny droplets flying. Jian walked beside her, the hem of his coat gently lifted by the night breeze. You know, what do you think my life will be like in the future? Gwen suddenly asked, her voice soft. What do you think? Jian countered. Gwen kicked a small stone, exhaling. Sometimes I wonder, if I weren't Spider-Man, what would I do? There's no what if, Jian explained. Every choice leads to different outcomes. All you can do is keep moving forward. Gwen turned to him, a smile breaking out. Well, is this Superman's philosophy time? Jian shrugged. Just speaking the truth. The streetlights elongated and shortened their shadows as they passed an intersection. Suddenly, Gwen nudged him with her shoulder. Remember? I just mentioned my dad is out of town today. Jian paused, smiling at her. So. Gwen elongated her tone, her fingers deftly grasping the collar of his shirt. Some individuals need not hasten back to their own universe, correct? He did not indulge in frivolous chatter. Instead, he raised his hand and traced a gesture in the air. Golden sparks spiraled and tore through the fabric of space, manifesting a portal. On the other side of the door lay a lavish hotel suite. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Manhattan's nightscape, while the grand bed was strewn with rose petals and an ice bucket cradled a bottle of champagne. Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, where is this? A hotel in Manhattan. Jian encircled her waist. My artificial intelligence will handle the room charges and surveillance. Gwen let out a soft laugh. Does your artificial intelligence also moonlight as a co-pilot? Its functionalities are quite comprehensive. Chapter 38. The first experiment, they traversed the portal, the golden light behind them slowly sealing shut. Gwen curiously surveyed her surroundings, her fingers gliding over the silky sheets. Do you often do this? Bring others into a room? Yang Jian unbuttoned his shirt and casually tossed it onto the sofa. You are the first. How fortunate. Suddenly, Gwen sees the front of his shirt, pulling him closer. So, Mr. Superman, do you wish to showcase some exclusive superpowers? Her breath carried a hint of mint, her eyes locked onto his. Yang Jian leaned down to silence her. Then snapped his fingers, and the room's lights dimmed. As you wish. Outside the window, the lights of New York glimmered through the night. Morning light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the suite as Yang Jian leaned against the headboard, cradling a cup of coffee. He watched as Gwen fumbled with her luggage, searching for clothes while nibbling on a piece of toast. Where's my band t-shirt? Oh, found it. She shook out a black t-shirt emblazoned with words, quickly slipping it on before tugging on a pair of jeans. Yang Jian sipped his coffee. You're going to be late for class. Not my fault from last night. Gwen retorted, rolling her eyes. It's all your fault. Yang Jian chuckled. Do you need me to give you a ride? Gwen tied her shoelaces, looking up with a smile. How would you do that? With your super speed? In the blink of an eye, she was swept off her feet. Hold tight. The world blurred into a swirl of colors as Gwen screamed. 3 seconds later, she stumbled onto the campus of New York University. Yang Jian, she exclaimed, smacking his chest. I didn't even have time to react. Yang Jian magically produced a chocolate bar from behind his back. When did you buy this? Gwen asked, taking it and munching. Just past a convenience store, he gestured in the distance. Oh, and I got you a cup of hot cocoa. Gwen accepted the paper cup emblazoned with the school emblem, the warmth just right. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him. For this, it's not bad. The class bell rang. I have to run. She called over her shoulder as she dashed toward the lecture hall, waving. Next time I summon you, don't be late. Yang Jian watched her disappear behind the glass doors, his form flickering as he ascended into the clouds. Golden light swirled at his fingertips, and the portal slowly unfolded in the morning sun. In the villa's living room, Wanda floated cross-legged in midair, entwined in crimson magic, her eyes snapping open at the sound. Yang, you're back? Yes, Yang Jian replied, hanging up his coat. There was a little trouble over there. Resolved? Easily, he said, walking up to her and lightly touching her forehead, a stream of golden light flowing in. These are high-level runes from Asgard. They work better with chaos magic. Wanda felt ancient knowledge bloom in her mind and smiled. How many girls have you deceived with this trick? Yang Jian remained unfazed. You are the first. Really? Wanda ignited chaos fire at her fingertips. Shall I try my new trick? Outside, the morning light was just right. Hours later, in the living room, Wanda leaned against Yang Jian, her fingers dancing with crimson energy. She practiced the Asgardian runes she had just learned when suddenly, the voice of the source disrupted the tranquility. Sir, Tony Stark is calling. Yang Jian lazily raised his hand. Connect. In the next moment, Tony's holographic image appeared, the backdrop resembling a luxurious hotel suite. He held a glass of wine but wore an expression of displeasure. Yang, you haven't seen the news? Tony raised an eyebrow. Yang Jian mirrored the gesture. What news? Monaco. The racetrack. A madman almost skewered me with 2 electric whips. Tony pointed to himself. If it weren't for that nano armor you gave me, I might have become a Tony Stark branded barbecue. Before Yang Jian could respond, the source pulled up live news footage. The projection displayed chaotic scenes at the Monaco racetrack, where a man clad in rudimentary armor wielded electric whips with reckless abandon. Tony, in his black nano armor, fired a dazzling blast from his palm. Wanda blinked. Who is this person? Tony rolled his eyes at the projection. Ivan Vanko, a Russian lunatic who thinks he understands reactors better than I do. Yang Jian glanced at the battle footage and, confirming Tony had the upper hand, calmly stated, Looks like you're fine. Fine? Huh. Tony took a swig of his drink. That guy nearly wrecked my car. But he suddenly wore a smug grin. Your nano armor is indeed impressive. That wretched whip didn't even leave a scratch. Yang Jian nodded. Of course. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, I'll be in Monaco for the next couple of days for a party. By the way, the biotech company registration is complete. It's called Rebirth Technologies, and Helen is making good progress. We'll discuss it in detail when you return. All right. Yang Jian replied briefly. Tony shot Wanda a sly glance, smirking. I won't disturb you two any longer. Remember to watch the news replay. My fighting footage looks pretty cool. The communication ended, and the projection vanished. Wanda turned to Yang Jian. Aren't you worried about him? Yang Jian leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. That nano armor's defense is such that even a missile strike won't breach it. Wanda pondered. So, what shall we do now? Yang Jian wrapped his arm around her waist, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Shall we continue with the runes? Or, sir, the source interjected suddenly. Dr. Helen Zhao has sent a message inquiring whether you wish to participate in the first experiment of Rebirth Technologies. Wanda chuckled. Looks like your leisure time is over. Yang Jian sighed, rising to his feet. Let us go to the lab. Wanda stood as well, crimson magic swirling at her fingertips. Do you need me to accompany you? Jian raised an eyebrow. Of course. He summoned a portal, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the living room. The golden portal unfolded in the center of the laboratory, and Jian and Wanda emerged side by side. The surrounding researchers were startled by the sudden spatial distortion, nearly dropping their tablets. Dr. Helen Zhao, who had been discussing data with a researcher, abruptly looked up at the energy fluctuation. Upon recognizing Jian, her eyes sparkled with joy, but her expression slightly faltered when she noticed Wanda beside him. However, she quickly composed herself, donning an elegant smile as she hurried toward them. Yang, you're here. Her voice was soft yet professional, briefly lingering on Wanda. And who is this? Wanda Maximoff, Jian introduced naturally. Wanda, this is Dr. Helen Zhao, the head of the Life Cradle project. Wanda smiled slightly and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Doctor. Helen shook her hand gently, their fingertips brushing as they exchanged meaningful glances, yet neither spoke further. How are the preparations for the experiment? Jian broke the brief silence, turning his gaze to the Life Cradle apparatus in the center of the lab. Helen immediately resumed her professional demeanor, guiding them toward the experimental area. Everything is ready. The first test subject has been waiting for quite some time. Through the observation window, they could see a middle-aged man lying in the experimental chamber, missing his left arm. His expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He was a former military personnel who had suffered severe injuries resulting in amputation during a mission. Helen pulled up holographic data. If the experiment is successful, the Life Cradle will not only regenerate his limb but also repair damaged nerves and muscle tissue. Yang nodded, signaling the commencement of the procedure. Helen gestured to the researchers at the console. Initiate the Life Cradle and infuse the regenerative serum. As the command was issued, the hatch of the Life Cradle gradually closed, and a pale green nutrient solution filled the chamber. The man shut his eyes, enveloped in a gentle halo of light. On the data screen, the cellular regeneration rate soared astonishingly, and the tissue at the severed arm began to visibly grow. Wanda observed the entire process with curiosity, the crimson magic at her fingertips pulsing slightly, seemingly resonating with the life energy. 90%, 95%, 100%. The regeneration was complete. Helen's voice quivered with barely contained excitement. The hatch opened, and the white mist dissipated. The man slowly sat up, assisted by the researchers, and raised his newly formed left arm, the skin intact, muscles well-defined, and fingers as agile as ever. In disbelief, he clenched his fist, stretched it, and even struck his thigh with force. Chapter 39. A New Adventure. How marvelous. I feel absolutely no differences. Applause erupted in the laboratory. Helen exhaled deeply and turned to Jian. The first human experiment has been a resounding success. Jian nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency exceeded our expectations. Wanda suddenly interjected. If we incorporate chaos magic, we might further shorten the regeneration time. Helen looked at her in astonishment. Chaos magic? A method of energy manipulation. Wanda's fingertips glimmered with crimson runes. I could attempt to integrate its properties into the energy field of the Life Cradle. After a moment of contemplation, Helen's eyes lit up. Theoretically feasible. We could try introducing magical variables in the next phase of experimentation. The two women turned in unison to Jian, who raised an eyebrow. Are you both eager to try it now? Helen had already picked up a tablet to display the new parameters. If Miss Wanda is willing to cooperate. Wanda readily approached the control panel. Just call me Wanda. Jian shook his head as he watched them dive into a professional discussion, their backs framed by an air of camaraderie. The projection of Origin appeared silently beside him. Sir, the brainwave activity of the two ladies has increased by 37, indicating a state of healthy competition. Quite good. Jian crossed his arms. The collision of science and magic might indeed spark more intriguing ideas. After the experiment concluded, Zhao Helen organized the data and stretched lazily. Wanda retracted her crimson magic, admiring the newly optimized parameters of the Life Cradle. Chaos magic indeed enhances the coordination of cellular regeneration, Helen marveled. If applied clinically, recovery time could be reduced by at least 30. Wanda smiled slightly. This is merely a preliminary attempt. Adjustments can be made in the future. Jian observed the seamless collaboration between the two ladies. Are you hungry? Shall we dine at my place? Helen raised an eyebrow. Your place? The villa. Jian gestured, opening a golden portal that connected directly to his villa's living room. Helen gazed at the luxurious decor on the other side of the portal, unable to suppress her admiration. Wealthy people truly know how to enjoy life. Wanda chuckled. You get used to it. The three stepped through the portal and arrived at the villa. In the spacious open kitchen, ingredients were neatly arranged on the counter. Who's cooking today? Jian inquired. I am. Helen and Wanda responded in unison, sharing a glance and then laughing together. Let's do it together. Jian shrugged. retreating to the side. I'll take on the role of the eater. Soon, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Helen, skilled in Korean cuisine, deftly marinated beef and prepared sauces. Wanda expertly controlled the heat with chaos magic, ensuring the steak was cooked to perfection. Leaning against the bar, Jian watched their busy figures, feeling an inexplicable harmony in the scene. Dinner was soon served. Helen's Korean grilled beef and kimchi pancakes, Wanda's pan-seared steak, creamy mushroom soup, and a bottle of aged red wine contributed by Jian. The trio clinked their glasses, and beneath the warm yellow light, the atmosphere felt relaxed and cozy. Taking a sip of red wine, Helen curiously asked, "Wanda, how did you meet Yang?" Wanda set down her glass and briefly recounted her experience of being captured by Hydra for experiments, ultimately being rescued by Jian. Helen nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder you're so knowledgeable about human enhancement." Wanda looked at Jian with a smile in her eyes. He appeared like a hero at that moment. Jian raised an eyebrow. "Just a hero? Quite handsome, wouldn't you agree?" Wanda playfully poked his arm. Helen observed their interaction, gently swirling her wine glass, choosing not to comment further. After dinner, the three settled on the sofa in the living room, casually watching a news replay on television. It featured Tony battling Ivan Vanko in Monaco. "Tony really does make headlines wherever he goes," Helen chuckled. Wanda curled up in a corner of the sofa, languidly remarking, "He relishes this attention." Jian casually turned off the television. "Boring. Shall we change to something else?" Helen glanced at the time and suddenly asked, "So, am I staying here tonight?" "What else?" Jian replied matter-of-factly. Helen blinked, her gaze drifting between Jian and Wanda, and then she laughed. "So what should we do now?" Jian's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he opened another portal. On the other side lay a hot spring under a starry sky, steam curling in the moonlight. "Let us relax." He stood up, extending his hand to the two ladies. "Together?" Wanda laughed, remaining silent. Helen cleared her throat, her ears slightly flushed, but she did not refuse. Science requires a spirit of practice. Jian smiled knowingly. "Then let us go." The three stepped into the portal, vanishing in a ripple of golden light. Under the night sky, the gentle ripples of the hot spring reflected the myriad stars. Moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting soft shadows on the carpet of the bedroom. Jian quietly rose, glancing at the two women peacefully asleep on the bed. Their breaths were even, hair strewn across the pillows, clearly exhausted and lost in dreams. He smiled silently, tucking them in gently before quietly leaving the room. The villa's balcony remained tranquil, the night breeze cool. He lay back on the familiar lounge chair, gradually closing his eyes. His consciousness sank into the depths of his mind. Golden runes illuminated the darkness as the dream-walking technique activated once more. His soul detached from his body, ascending into the familiar dimension filled with bubbles. Countless spheres of parallel universes floated in the void, each flickering with different possibilities. This time, he did not hesitate, directly locking onto a bubble radiating a soft blue glow. That universe's New York had the silhouette of Stark Tower. This is the place. His soul swiftly plunged into it. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing atop a high-rise building. The night breeze caressed him as he looked down at the dazzling lights of Manhattan. And in the distance, the Stark logo of Stark Tower shone brightly against the night sky. "Which universe is this again?" he murmured to himself. He glanced around, quickly noting the coordinates of this universe. As his consciousness returned to his body, Jian abruptly opened his eyes, golden lights swirling in his pupils. "Origin," he called softly. The voice of Origin immediately responded, "I am here, sir. Inform Wanda and Helen that I will be away for a while." "Understood, sir. What is the expected duration of your absence?" "Uncertain. Just tell them not to worry about me." He stood up, raising his hand to open a golden portal, the other side revealing the strange night sky of New York. Without hesitation, he stepped through, his figure dissipating in the light. In a certain universe, New York, Jian stood on the street, absorbing the atmosphere of this unfamiliar realm. The towering buildings and bustling traffic were similar to his original world. Yet the air was thick with a sense of oppressive unrest. Passers-by hurried along, their expressions guarded, as if prepared to flee from something at any moment. Just then, "Clear the way. Get out of the way." A snarling robber burst through the crowd, sprinting toward Jian, clutching a woman's wallet in his hand. Behind him, a red and blue figure swung deftly between buildings in hot pursuit. "Hey, stop." Spider-Man's voice was young and resolute. The robber charged right up to Jian, glaring menacingly, "Looking for trouble, kid. Get out of the way." Jian merely cast a dispassionate glance at him. Buzz. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and the robber instantly froze before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Spider-Man landed gracefully before Jian, his eyes widening beneath the mask. Sir. What have you done to him?" Jian shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know. Perhaps he has low blood sugar. Just as Spider-Man was about to inquire further, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of Manhattan, reverberating throughout New York City. The terrifying sound wave even caused the ground to tremble slightly, with distant skyscraper windows shattering in response. Spider-Man abruptly turned, his voice taut with urgency. "Oh no, it's the Hulk." Without hesitation, he shot out his webbing and called out to Jian, "Sir, hurry home. Lock your doors and windows. This is no joke." Before he could finish his warning, he swung away toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 40. The Infinite Hulk. Jian raised his head, his extraordinary vision piercing through several kilometers to fixate on the heart of Manhattan. The Hulk was in a frenzied rampage. Yet this incarnation of the Hulk was entirely different from what he had known before. The center of Manhattan lay in ruins. The Hulk's physique had grown even more colossal, his muscles bulging like steel, and his skin radiated an eerie deep green hue, glimmering with a metallic sheen. His eyes no longer merely expressed rage. They burned with a strange green energy flame, each breath releasing waves of scorching heat. The Avengers had arrived. Iron Man's repulsor beams rained down relentlessly. Captain America's shield was sent flying by a single punch from the Hulk, and Thor's lightning struck him, only to fuel his fury further. "Banner, calm down." Captain America attempted to shout, but the Hulk was impervious to reason. "There is no banner," he bellowed, slamming his fist into the ground. Boom. A terrifying shockwave instantly overturned the entire street, flinging the Avengers aside. Iron Man's armor blared alarms. "Sir, energy overload. Energy overload." Suspended high above, Jian's acute hearing captured the distant murmurs of the crowd. "My God, it's him again. Last time he killed Hawkeye. Now he wants to destroy New York?" The Avengers should never have trusted this monster. It was rumored that his family had perished. Perhaps this was fate. Fragments of information rapidly assembled in Jian's mind. The last time the Hulk had rampaged, he had inadvertently killed Hawkeye, igniting a media storm. The public's outrage was palpable. Some even began to attack Banner's family. The Avengers chose to protect Banner's family temporarily, Betty Ross and their son, Scar. However, the vehicle sent to retrieve them was ambushed, resulting in the deaths of Betty and Scar while Banner was absent. Upon his return to this devastating news, anger, despair, and betrayal consumed him entirely. More crucially, during his rampage, he had accidentally torn through to an unfamiliar dimension where energy surged into his body, rendering this Hulk far more powerful than ever before. The Hulk seized a tank's wreckage, preparing to hurl it at the fallen Captain America. Suddenly, a dark shadow struck him at tremendous speed, sending the Hulk flying backward and the tank's debris flying from his grasp. As the dust settled, Jian hovered in midair, his cape billowing in the tempest. The Avengers were momentarily stunned. "Is that Superman?" Iron Man's voice dripped with incredulity. "No." Jian calmly regarded the Hulk. "I am merely a passerby." The Hulk panted heavily, the green energy flames flickering in his eyes. "New one, bug." Without further ado, Jian's eyes flared bright red. Buzz. His heat vision erupted, striking the Hulk squarely in the chest, propelling him through 3 skyscrapers before pinning him against the outer wall of a 4th. Yet the Hulk withstood the heat vision, tearing at the energy beam with his hands, roaring as he advanced step by step. "This fellow." Jian squinted. "He truly is different." Seizing the opportunity, Thor summoned Mjolnir, exclaiming, "Stranger, his power derives from another dimension. We must sever his energy source." Jian nodded. He abruptly condensed his heat vision, vanishing and reappearing before the Hulk, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Thud. The Hulk doubled over, but retaliated with a swift punch of his own. Jian did not evade. Instead, he raised his arm to block, the shockwave exploding outward, shattering the glass of surrounding skyscrapers. "Banner." Jian gazed directly into the Hulk's eyes. "Your family was not killed by the Avengers." The Hulk's movements hesitated slightly, but he soon became more enraged. "Lies." "It was Hydra," Jian stated coldly. "They fabricated the incident to drive you completely out of control." The Hulk's fist hovered in midair, the energy flames in his eyes flickering. "How do you know?" His voice was hoarse and fragmented. Jian's extraordinary vision discerned everything. On the wreckage of the attacked vehicle, traces of Hydra's weaponry remained. "Because I can see the truth." He slowly descended, meeting the Hulk's gaze levelly. "You seek vengeance, do you not? Then do not let rage blind you. The true culprits remain unpunished." The Hulk's chest heaved as he seemed to ponder the veracity of these words. The Avengers collectively sighed in relief. They had witnessed the Hulk's might and understood that no one before them could stop him. Yet Jian narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Hulk would not yield so easily. Indeed, in the next moment, the Hulk revealed a sinister smile, swiftly reaching out to grasp Jian. Prepared. Jian instantaneously opened a mirror dimension. The sky and city began to twist. Buildings hung inverted in the air, while the sky floated above the ground. The laws of physics ceased to apply here. The Avengers gasped, astonished that this individual wielded the magic of Camartage. The Hulk's fist was almost upon him. Yet Yang Jian remained unfazed. The Hulk's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion. However, he was not inclined to squander time battling this irrational madman. He raised his right fist, power coalescing instantly. Bang! The collision of their fists unleashed an invisible shockwave, obliterating everything in the vicinity. The Avengers were hurled back by the force, with only Thor clinging tightly to Mjolnir, resisting the onslaught. The Hulk was sent flying. A look of shock crossing his green visage for the first time. This power was something he had never experienced. His awareness began to blur. Yang Jian stood amidst the ruins of the mirror dimension, gazing at the Hulk he had just sent flying with a single blow. That strike was enough to shatter mountains, even causing the entire mirror dimension to tremble. The Hulk's body crashed through several floating, shattered buildings, ultimately embedding itself in an inverted skyscraper, clouds of dust billowing. The Avengers stood nearby, gasping for breath, vigilantly observing the scene. Is it over? Captain America whispered. No. Yang Jian's gaze remained fixed on the depths of the dust. It is not finished. Boom. Suddenly, a green energy beam shot skyward, transforming the surrounding mirror dimension into an eerie shade of green. The Hulk's figure slowly rose. Green energy surfaced on his skin, and his eyes burned with flames unbound to this dimension. The Hulk never falls. His voice transcended simple rage, resonating with an ancient echo. As if countless furious wills roared within him. He had grown even stronger. Yang Jian squinted, resolved not to indulge this behemoth any longer. In an instant, he appeared before the Hulk, pressing his palm directly against the Hulk's chest. Come forth. A golden light erupted from his palm, and an ethereal figure was forcefully extracted from within the Hulk. Bruce Banner's soul drifted in a daze, gazing down at his hands before looking around. Upon seeing the Avengers, fury ignited in his eyes. You killed them. You killed Betty and Scar. Banner. Captain America attempted to explain. It wasn't us. But Banner's spirit was deaf to reason. He roared, attempting to charge at the Avengers, only to find he could touch nothing. Yang Jian spoke calmly. Your anger has been manipulated, Banner. The energy the Hulk is absorbing comes from an unseen dimension. It is devouring your sanity. Banner's spirit trembled, clutching his head in agony. I cannot control him. The Hulk. He opened that place, and the energy is making him stronger, but it is also driving him completely mad. At that moment, a blinding green light erupted from Hulk's form, as Banner's soul was forcefully yanked back into Hulk's body by an unseen force. No. Banner's voice was abruptly silenced. Hulk slowly raised his head, a grimace of a smile spreading across his face. Now, Hulk had ascended to divinity. His physique swelled once more, with patterns resembling molten lava emerging upon his muscles. The surrounding mirrored space began to contort, as if unable to withstand his presence. He roared, yearning to unleash the fury within. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly. His expression grave. This is problematic. The Iron Man armor systems went into a frenzy, alarms blaring, energy readings exceed limits. Unable to calculate, Yang Jian took a deep breath, a fierce glow igniting in his eyes. So be it. His body gradually levitated, the power within him fully unleashed, the eternal flame boiling within. The entire mirrored space began to tremble, countless shattered structures floating upward, encircling him. Then I shall awaken you completely. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as their figures collided, the shockwave instantly tearing at the edges of the mirrored space. Chapter 41. Lousy fights for immortality within the realm of mirrored space. The battle between Yang Jian and Hulk transcended the boundaries of physical laws. With a single powerful punch, Yang Jian sent Hulk hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through 7 floating skyscrapers. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of green energy erupted from the ruins, causing Hulk's form to swell, his muscles shimmering with emerald energy. Despite being bisected by a heat beam, the severed body was forcibly stitched back together by tendrils of green energy. Rising anew, Hulk's spine sprouted bony spikes, his roar shattering the glass of surrounding buildings. Yang Jian teleported in front of Hulk, thrusting his right hand through his chest, crushing the pulsating heart within. Was it over? Iron Man's armor began to leak coolant. Hulk's lifeless body crashed to the ground, but it was not the end. The earth transformed into a green vortex, consuming him. What is happening? Where's Hulk? Captain America asked with concern. Suddenly, the entire mirrored space began to distort, and a hellish door inscribed with unknown symbols materialized in the void. With a creaking sound, a massive green hand emerged from the crack, slowly pulling the door ajar. Hulk stepped out, fully transformed. Towering over 10 meters, his long hair danced as if alive. His skin a translucent jade hue, pulsating with energy akin to a starry river. Each step he took fractured the mirrored space. Hulk was eternal. His voice resonated with countless echoes. With a single, simple punch, the foundation of the mirrored space shattered. The Avengers were swept away like autumn leaves, while Thor's hammer showed signs of cracking. Jian hovered at the eye of the storm, his cloak billowing. Indeed, you have sacrificed yourself to the gamma dimension. But merely this is not enough. Your power seeks to grow. Hulk is a god. His voice morphed from a singular roar into a symphony of overlapping resonances, as if the fury of an entire dimension spoke through him. When Hulk charged once more, Jian's fists ignited with magical flames. A simple punch. Boom. The ground of the mirrored space shattered instantaneously, shockwaves radiating outward, reducing the floating city ruins to dust. Captain America and Black Widow, even while sheltered behind Thor's lightning shield, were hurled hundreds of meters. Iron Man's suit blared with alarms. Sir, impact exceeds the equivalent of 100 million tons of TNT. Hulk's destroyed form reassembled, charging forth with renewed vigor. Come on. Jian did not flinch or evade, meeting him with a punch of his own. Bang. At the moment their fists collided, a blinding white light erupted. The mirrored space was torn asunder, creating a rift that spanned the horizon. Hulk's arm shattered upon impact. Yet in the next moment, green energy surged from the void, swiftly reforming his body. Is this immortality? I fight for immortality. His figure vanished from sight. In the first second, Jian appeared before Hulk, his right fist striking the chin. Hulk's head exploded instantly, only to reconstitute amidst the green glow. In the second, a flurry of heavy punches rained upon Hulk's chest, each blow imbued with the scorching heat of eternal fire and magical expulsion. Cracks began to form on Hulk's jade skin. In the third second, Jian clasped both hands together, delivering a crushing blow that sent Hulk deep into the Earth's core. The ground of the mirrored space began to convulse. In the fourth second, Hulk erupted from the depths, arms clenched, unleashing a bizarre wave of green energy. Jian remained steadfast, countering with his heat vision. In the fifth second, the collision of energies created a micro-black hole, beginning to consume everything around. Jian suddenly ceased his force, allowing the black hole to draw both himself and Hulk within. Amidst the dimensional rift, he grasped Hulk's core, unleashing an explosion of energy throughout his being. Return to your dimension. A massive golden beam pierced through Hulk's body, sending his internal energy back to that hellish door. What Jian beheld were countless greedy green eyes beyond the door. For the final strike, his hand sliced into Hulk's forehead, forcibly extracting a pulsating green nebula, the core of the dimensional passage. As the nebula was consumed by eternal fire, Hulk's body began to shrink. Banner's form gradually emerged, plummeting from the heights. Catch him. Jian tossed Banner to Captain America. He had decisively defeated Hulk, possessing the power of the dimension. If this continued, Hulk would inevitably strengthen to match or even surpass him. The mirrored space dissipated, and everyone returned to the ravaged New York. Banner lay unconscious on the ground. His body returned to normal. Yet all could see a faint green crack in the center of his brow, slowly emanating light. Amidst the ruins of Manhattan, the Avengers remained in shock from the recent cataclysmic battle. Iron Man's armor was severely damaged, Thor's hammer bore tiny fissures, and Captain America's shield was slightly deformed, all mere collateral from the battle's aftermath. Thus, Tony Stark lifted his mask, his expression grave as he regarded Jian. What is that green energy on Banner? Everyone had just witnessed the green energy enveloping Banner. Residual energy from the gamma hell, he stated calmly. Or perhaps, the pollution beneath all things. Beneath all things? Black Widow keenly caught this unfamiliar phrase. A dimension composed purely of gamma energy. Accidentally opened by Hulk in a fit of extreme rage, Jian's gaze swept across the group. That place is the source of fury. Iron Man surveyed the shattered streets, raising a hand to signal, this is not the place for discussion. Let us proceed to Avengers Tower. Jian nodded, a biological force field expanding instantly to envelop everyone. In the next moment, they found themselves in the upper conference room of Avengers Tower. Thor casually placed the unconscious Banner on the sofa, the green crack on his brow still faintly glowing. Tony poured himself a drink, downing it in one gulp, then fixed his gaze on Jian. All right, now it's time to talk about you. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Your abilities resemble those of a superhero from a comic. Yet superheroes do not wield magic. Leaning against the conference table, Jian smiled faintly. I am a visitor from another universe, here for a vacation. Vacation? Captain America frowned. And you just happened to encounter Hulk in a rampage? Unlucky. Jian shrugged. But quite exhilarating. Thor boisterously laughed. Huh? I like this guy? Captain America suddenly recalled something. Wait, you mentioned Hydra? Haven't they been eradicated? The conference room fell silent. Jian's gaze flicked across each face, slowly stating, Hydra has never truly been eradicated. They have merely hidden themselves deeper. He paused. Moreover, at least 2/3 of S.H. I-E-L-D. Personnel are Hydra agents. What? Black Widow leaped to her feet, her expression shifting dramatically. Iron Man's glass paused mid-air, shock flashing in his eyes. That's impossible. Captain America's voice was low. We have vetted everyone, including your director? Jian interrupted him. Nick Fury's most trusted aide, your system administrator, even. His gaze meaningfully swept over a certain corner, hinting at some Avengers' closest allies. The conference room fell into a heavy silence. Black Widow was the first to regain her composure, looking at the unconscious Banner. The green crack on his brow was unsettling. What about Banner? The influence of that gamma hell. Jian approached Banner, swiftly forming hand signs, unleashing a golden expulsion spell into Banner's brow. The fissures began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and Banner's expression of anguish gradually transitioned to tranquility. The Hulk's strength is derived from gamma energy, yet this instance was different. Jian retracted his hand. He opened a portal beneath all things, acquiring an almost boundless source of energy replenishment and enhancement, but at the cost of his mind being entirely eroded, transforming him into a pure embodiment of destruction. The crowd recalled the terrifying figure within the mirror space, whose fist could effortlessly shatter dimensions, whose body was immortal. And behind that gate of hell lay countless pairs of watchful eyes. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his voice low. Were it not for you, we would have been utterly incapable of stopping him. The pressing question now is, Iron Man summoned a holographic projection, displaying the data from the gamma hell that had just opened. Would that dimension reopen? Would Banner, once again, transform into that? Jian gazed out the window, his superhuman vision penetrating the clouds, staring directly at the unseen dimensional barrier. The portal has been sealed. Chapter 42, Michaela within the Avengers Tower. Everyone remained engulfed in the shock of Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jian glanced at the time, stood up, and declared, "You all can handle the Hydra situation. I must take my leave." "Wait." Iron Man called out to him. "Are you really just going to leave? At least leave a contact." Jian waved his hand dismissively, not turning back as he replied, "I will return when I have the time." With that, he raised his hand, slicing open a golden portal, stepping into it and vanishing amidst the complex gazes of the others. On the balcony of his villa, golden light flickered, and Jian reappeared. "Origin. How long have I been gone?" 30 minutes and 17 seconds, sir." Jian raised an eyebrow. "Only half an hour?" He glanced inside the house, noting that Wanda and Helen were still resting. There was still time. He reclined back into the familiar chaise lounge, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the sea of awareness. The familiar dimensional space reemerged, with countless cosmic bubbles floating in the darkness. However, this time, Jian keenly noticed an area at the edge of his vision radiating a peculiar, iridescent glow. What is this? He directed his consciousness closer, discovering that the bubbles in this region were shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring their internal landscapes completely, in stark contrast to the clearly discernible Marvel Universe bubbles he had encountered before. Fascinating. Driven by curiosity, he selected the brightest iridescent bubble, allowing his soul to penetrate it. In the next moment, Jian found his soul hovering above this unfamiliar world. He ascended to a higher altitude, beginning to survey his surroundings. This was an alien city. There were no mutants, no super soldiers, no alien technology, and not even a single noteworthy villain. It was an ordinary Earth, almost indistinguishable from the reality he had traversed before. Well then, it seems to be a truly mundane world. He retracted his perception, preparing to return to his physical form. Although it appeared unremarkable, there must be something unique about being in the bubble space. Perhaps a vacation here wouldn't be so bad. With that thought, Jian's consciousness instantaneously returned. In the next moment, he opened his eyes on the chaise lounge, rose to his feet, and once again opened a golden portal. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. In another universe, Jian stood on a strange street, surveying his surroundings once more. There was no Avengers, no mutants, no S.H.I.E.L.D., and not a trace of supernatural power. The pedestrians hurried by, car horns blared, and the aroma from a nearby CAF wafted through the air. Everything was astonishingly ordinary. A world without superheroes. Jian felt intrigued. His super perception enveloped the globe, and his enhanced vision penetrated layers of obstacles. Ultimately, he confirmed several facts. There were no superpowered beings present, at least none that were publicly active. The technological level was comparable to that of the early 21st century Earth. There were no Stark Industries, no Wakandan vibranium technology. The historical trajectory closely mirrored that of the real world, with no record of alien invasions or traces of the Battle of New York. Could it really be a vacation? He shoved his hands into his pockets, strolling leisurely down the street. The sun warmed the asphalt, and from the roadside's vintage radio, the voice of a news announcer crackled with the static characteristic of the early century. Today is June 12, 2007, And now for your midday news. 2007. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, hands still in his pockets as he ambled down the street. He recalled the events that might correspond with this year. The looming financial crisis? The iPhone had just been released? Or perhaps, lost in thought, he turned a corner and came upon a dilapidated shop named Bobby's Auto Repair. The roll-up door was half open, and the sound of wrenches clanging against metal echoed from within. Just then, a young woman in a white tank top emerged from the repair shop, bending down to inspect a motorcycle at the entrance. She tossed her cascading black hair aside, her alluring figure on full display, causing Yang Jian to momentarily pause. Megan Fox? That iconic face, those slightly upturned lips, and those wild eyes. It was undoubtedly the actress who rose to fame in Transformers. But just then, a voice called out from the repair shop. Michaela, bring me the 3/4-inch socket. The woman replied without turning her head. Got it. Yang Jian squinted. Michaela? Megan Fox? 2007. A speculation began to form in his mind. He approached the repair shop, the rusty bell jingling as he pushed the door open. How can I help you? A middle-aged man, face smeared with grease, looked up from behind the counter. Car repairs. Yang Jian surveyed the shop, his gaze lingering momentarily before breaking into a polite smile. Actually, I'm looking to buy a car, but I'm not very knowledgeable. I need someone to accompany me to take a look, and I'm offering $1,000 as compensation. The repair shop fell silent. The sound of the wrench dropping onto the floor was particularly pronounced. Michaela slid out from beneath a vehicle, dusting off her hands with interest as she regarded Yang Jian. Are you serious? Cash payment. Yang Jian pulled out a stack of $100 bills, flicking it lightly with his fingers. The middle-aged man frowned, but before he could speak, Michaela had already removed her gloves and walked over. I'll take the job. As she approached, Yang Jian accidentally glimpsed something he shouldn't have. It was certainly not intentional. Thus, Michaela mounted her motorcycle. Which dealership are we going to? Wait, no need for the motorcycle. Close your eyes, Yang Jian smiled as he instructed. Michaela hesitantly closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly in the sunlight. This better not be some kind of prank. Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly felt a wave of disorientation, as if a gentle breeze had swept through her surroundings. When the rushing wind ceased, a pair of warm hands rested on her shoulders. You can open your eyes. Michaela snapped her eyes open, and the sight before her froze her in place. Just moments ago, she had been at the dilapidated repair shop, and now she stood before the glass facade of a Chevrolet dealership. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a brand-new Camaro, its paint reflecting shimmering spots of light on her face. Wow. She stumbled back a couple of steps, nearly colliding with a fire hydrant. How did we get here? This is 12 blocks away from the repair shop. Yang Jian had already pushed open the glass door of the dealership, the bell chiming cheerfully. Come in and pick a car. Michaela mechanically followed him into the showroom, her mind still processing the surreal experience. Her gaze swept across the displayed vehicles, suddenly captivated by a yellow Camaro in the corner. She felt that the car perfectly matched Yang Jian's style, sophisticated, muscular, and imposing. Do you like this one? Yang Jian noticed her gaze. What do you think? It's stunning, isn't it? Michaela instinctively touched the car door, feeling the cool metal beneath her fingers. The sales manager approached them with enthusiasm. Sir, madam, I must say, you have remarkable taste. This is the latest SS model, equipped with a 6.0-liter V8 engine. I'll take this one. Yang Jian promptly pulled out his wallet and wrote a check. Moments ago, Origin had already prepared his identity and even secured some funds for him. Full payment. Michaela's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't even ask for the price. Not important. Yang Jian's fingertips gently tapped the engine hood as he gazed at the car, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Bumblebee from the film. Chapter 43. Bumblebee. The procedures at the Bumblebee dealership proceeded remarkably smoothly. The manager's eyes widened in astonishment as Yang Jian casually produced a check, completing all the paperwork within 20 minutes. Michaela, clutching the brand-new car keys, was still somewhat dazed. So, this car is yours now? For the time being, it's borrowed. Yang Jian replied, handing her the purchase documents. You have a driver's license, right? Of course. Michaela puffed out her chest, then lowered her voice. But how did we suddenly? Yang Jian gestured for silence. Let's go somewhere first. He provided the address of a remote used car lot. Michaela furrowed her brow. What are we going there for? To meet a new friend. 10 minutes later, the brand new Camaro rolled into a rust-streaked used car lot, where the owner nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. Rubbing his hands together, he approached. Sir, which vehicle catches your eye? We just received some stock last month. Yang Jian walked straight toward a dusty yellow Chevrolet in the corner. This one, he said, patting the hood. I want it now. Both the owner and Michaela wore expressions of disbelief. Sir, this car is practically scrap. The owner chuckled awkwardly. Why not take a look at that one over there? Yang Jian pulled out a stack of cash. Is this enough? The owner's mouth opened and closed before he ultimately accepted the money. Deal. As the owner walked away with the cash, Michaela looked perplexed as Jian settled into the driver's seat of the dilapidated vehicle. Strangely, he began speaking to the empty cabin. "Wake up, Bumblebee." Silence ensued. Then the radio suddenly turned on, wildly switching between channels until it finally pieced together a phrase. "You are who?" Michaela stepped back. "Bumblebee?" Jian's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel. "I know where the Allspark is." The entire car began to tremble violently, the rusty doors groaning under the strain. The radio sputtered an urgent message. "Proof. Show me." "Not here," Jian declared, opening the car door and glancing at Michaela. "Drive that new car and follow me." The used car sat silent for a few seconds before it suddenly roared to life. The engine emitted a growl that contradicted its shabby exterior. And Bumblebee swiftly reversed with a stylish drift, halting in front of Michaela. The door swung open automatically, and the radio played Queen's "Don't Stop Me Now." The two cars departed the city, heading toward an abandoned industrial area on the outskirts. Michaela gripped the steering wheel tightly, her heart racing. Through the rearview mirror, she observed the old Chevrolet weaving through traffic with an agility that belied its worn appearance. "What is going on?" she muttered to herself, but everything felt like a riddle. Taking a deep breath, she continued to follow. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a desolate plain. The night enveloped the barren landscape, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the dry grass. Michaela stepped out of the Camaro, crunching on the gravel, her brow furrowed. "Honestly, I don't understand why we had to come to a place like this." She glanced around uneasily. This godforsaken place doesn't even have a streetlight. Jian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the old yellow Chevrolet. The next moment, a series of metallic cracking sounds erupted, causing Michaela to whirl around, her pupils dilating. The used car was transforming. The doors folded into arms, the hood expanded into a chest plate, and the front split and reshaped. Within mere seconds, a 5-meter-tall mechanical giant knelt before them, its blue optical sensors glowing in the darkness. Michaela stumbled back, nearly falling. "What the hell?" Bumblebee lowered its head, the radio quickly switching channels again, finally forming a coherent sentence. "I am Bumblebee, Cybertronian." "Oh my god, what is this thing?" Michaela's voice quivered, instinctively hiding behind Jian. He chuckled softly. "Now do you see why we came here?" Bumblebee's metallic fingers lightly tapped the ground, piecing together another message. "Do you know where the Allspark is?" "Of course, Hoover Dam, Sector 7, Jian replied directly. "Megatron is frozen there, and the military has been reverse engineering his body for decades. The Allspark is there as well. I can help you." Michaela was bewildered. "Wait, what are you talking about? What is the Allspark? And who is Megatron?" Bumblebee's optical sensors flickered, seemingly hesitant. Jian turned to Michaela. "To put it simply, they are extraterrestrial mechanical life forms searching for something on Earth. Aliens." Michaela's eyes widened. "So you knew all along? Who exactly are you?" Jian shrugged. "Just a kind passerby." Bumblebee's engine rumbled deeply, continuing to formulate sentences. "How can you help us?" "I can take you directly into Sector 7, Jian replied calmly. "Or you can follow the original plan and wait for Optimus Prime to arrive." Upon hearing Optimus Prime's name, Bumblebee's optical sensors brightened significantly. It rose to its full height, turning towards the barren wilderness, its chest armor opening to reveal a blue signal beam shooting into the night sky. While Bumblebee was sending the signal, Michaela pulled Jian aside, lowering her voice. "Are you out of your mind? If these are truly aliens, and the military is hiding another, then we could be uncovering a secret. They could make us disappear." Jian smiled. "Don't worry, they don't have that capability." "Where do you get your confidence from?" Michaela exclaimed, agitated. "I'm just the daughter of a mechanic. I just turned 18 last month, and I don't want to be silenced." "It's too late." Jian pointed to the sky. "Look, your ordinary life has come to an end. In the night sky, for meteors pierce through the clouds, hurtling towards them at great speed." Michaela's face turned pale. "What are those?" "The leaders of the Autobots," Jian whispered. "Optimus Prime." Boom, boom, boom. 4 flaming meteors struck the ground in the distance, sending shockwaves that kicked up clouds of dust. Amidst the smoke, 4 massive figures slowly rose. At the forefront stood a robot transformed from a red and blue truck, towering over 10 meters, exuding authority and composure. Michaela was left utterly speechless. Optimus Prime's optical sensors scanned the area, ultimately locking onto Jian. "Who are you?" Jian met his gaze. "A person who knows the truth." He gestured toward the distance. "The Allspark is at Hoover Dam, and Megatron is about to awaken. If you want to stop the Decepticons, it's best to act now." Ironhide immediately tensed. Humans cannot know these things. Ordinary humans indeed do not know. Jian's eyes glimmered with a faint red glow. "But I am not one of the ordinary kind." Michaela looked at everything before her, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. Oh my god. What kind of hell have I gotten myself into? Chapter 44 Dinner and Night. The optical lens of Optimus Prime flickered slightly as he inquired in a deep tone. Human, what is your plan? Jian, with his hands tucked into his pockets, replied nonchalantly, it's simple. We head straight to Hoover Dam, acquire the Allspark, and eliminate Megatron. Jazz expressed some doubt. Isn't that a bit too radical? Perhaps we need a more meticulous strategy. Optimus raised his hand to signal for silence. This information requires verification. He turned to Jian. We will conduct reconnaissance first. As a gesture of goodwill, Bumblebee can accompany you. What? Michaela exclaimed, her eyes wide. That robot is going to follow us? Jian patted her shoulder. Free self-driving service. Aren't you satisfied? With the sound of mechanical transformation, Bumblebee reverted to his car form. Jian circled the dilapidated Chevrolet and pointed to the newly acquired Camaro. How about a change of skin? Michaela looked confused. Change what? Her words trailed off. Suddenly, Bumblebee's headlights illuminated with a blue glow, and a scanning beam enveloped the pristine sports car. Amidst the dazzling mechanical reconfiguration, the rusty yellow paint shed like a snake's skin, revealing a gleaming new coat of bright yellow lacquer. Holy shit. Michaela staggered back. My worldview has completely crumbled today. Jian opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Get in. Let me show you extraterrestrial technology. Bumblebee's engine roared to life. And just as Michaela fastened her seatbelt, the sports car surged forward with astonishing acceleration. She clutched the armrest tightly. This is 1,000 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. Jian reclined leisurely in his seat, observing Bumblebee autonomously navigating through traffic. Can it go any faster? The radio immediately switched to Speed Demon. The engine's RPM surged past the red line, and Michaela's golden hair danced wildly in the wind. Her initial fear quickly transformed into exhilaration. This is insane. I'm actually riding in a robot that drives itself. Half an hour later, within the most extravagant French restaurant in the city center, Michaela fidgeted nervously with her napkin. Is this your first time in a place like this? Jian skillfully laid out her napkin. Oh my god, she whispered. This meal could cover 3 months of my rent. As the waiter presented foie gras, Michaela suddenly set down her fork. Seriously, who are you? A person like you cannot simply be an ordinary wealthy individual who knows the secrets of aliens. Jian sipped his red wine. What if I told you I come from another universe? Would you believe me? Michaela's expression froze. She stared at Jian for a full 10 seconds before suddenly laughing. You know, before today, I would have thought you were insane. But now, she gestured toward the Transformers parked outside. I've accepted the world where alien robots can transform. She sneaked a glance at the elegantly dressed patrons around them, then looked down at herself. Despite wearing the black dress Jian had bought for her, she still felt out of place. Relax, Jian suggested, swirling his wine glass. You look like you're about to disarm a bomb. Michaela shot him a glare. Do you know that ordinary people never enter places like this in their entire lives? Now you do, Jian smiled. How does it taste? It's delicious enough to make me want to cry, she admitted honestly, taking another bite of foie gras. So, do people like you usually live like this? Pretty much, Jian replied while slicing his steak. But after a while, it can get monotonous. Michaela set down her utensils, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. I still want to ask, who exactly are you? How do you know about alien robots? How did you? She gestured, suddenly appear from a car dealership to a boutique? Jian wiped his mouth. Didn't I just say? Michaela's expression solidified for a second before she burst into laughter. All right, I'll accept that you're a superhuman. As night deepened, the neon lights on the streets reflected on the car windows. Michaela leaned back in the newly replaced leather seat, her fingers absently tracing the seatbelt. So, she suddenly spoke. Are you really going to Hoover Dam tomorrow? Jian corrected her, if you wish to join. Michaela turned to look out the window. Pausing in silence for a moment, you know, the farthest I've ever been is Las Vegas. Now suddenly, I'm supposed to partake in some alien operation. Jian's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. Are you scared? No. She snapped her head around, her dark hair whipping against the seat back. I'm just. Before she could finish, Bumblebee suddenly slammed to a halt. Michaela lurched forward, caught by Jian's steadying arm. Sorry, he said as a teasing radio clip announced poor road conditions. Michaela suddenly laughed, sitting up straight. It was intentional, wasn't it? Jian chuckled softly. Yet his fingers did not immediately release her. The car fell into a sudden silence, save for the soft hum of the air conditioning. Michaela could smell a faint scent on him, a mix of something indefinable. She looked at him. If I said I didn't want to go home, where would you take me? When the elevator doors opened on the top floor, Michaela inhaled deeply and stepped into the suite. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the cityscape, its lights resembling a fallen galaxy. The marble bathroom was spacious enough to accommodate her entire apartment's restroom, and the king-sized bed could comfortably fit several people. "This is absurd," she sighed, collapsing onto the edge of the bed. The velvet sheets sent tingles through her fingertips. "Do you usually stay in places like this?" "Occasionally," Jian replied, loosening his cufflinks. "The bathroom is on the left, and all the toiletries are new." Michaela entered the bathroom, the warm water cascading over her body as steam began to fill the air. She glanced down at her hands, still feeling somewhat dazed. Everything that had happened today felt like a surreal dream: alien robots, superhumans, secrets. And she, an ordinary girl from a repair shop, had somehow been swept into it all. She turned off the faucet, dried herself off, hesitating briefly before donning the hotel-provided bathrobe. Pushing open the bathroom door, she saw Jian standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city lights. His silhouette appeared particularly elongated under the glow, the sleeves of his black shirt rolled up, revealing his muscular forearms. "Yang." Michaela cleared her throat. "I'm done." Jian turned, his gaze resting on her for a moment before he gestured toward the red wine on the table. "Care for a drink?" Michaela approached, lifting the wine glass to her lips, the rich liquid helping her to relax a little. She moved to the window, standing side by side with Jian, gazing at the city below. "I still can't believe we're about to do something so significant tomorrow," she whispered. "If you wish," Jian swirled his glass. "Of course, you can also choose to withdraw." Michaela shook her head, her golden hair catching the light. "No. I want to go. This might be the only chance I have to take a risk in my life." Jian smiled. "Trust me, follow me, and there will be plenty of opportunities for adventure." Michaela smiled back, the neckline of her bathrobe slightly open, revealing her collarbone. She suddenly stepped closer, looking up at Jian. "You know, when you said at the restaurant that this is just a mundane life, you were incredibly charming." Jian raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Absolutely." Michaela's fingers brushed lightly against his arm. "And right now, I'm very curious about what other superpowers you possess." Her breath carried a subtle fragrance of red wine, and her gaze was imbued with both provocation and anticipation. Jian lowered his head to regard her, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "For instance." Suddenly, he reached out to encircle her waist, and Michaela felt a momentary blur before her eyes. In the next instant, they found themselves in the bedroom, where Jian gently laid her upon the bed, propping himself up beside her ear with one hand. Instantaneous movement? Michaela's breath quickened. No, it was merely remarkable speed. Jian's other hand caressed her cheek. "Would you like to witness something even more extraordinary?" Michaela did not respond. Instead, she seized his collar and kissed him fervently. Outside the window, a bumblebee hovered atop the building, while the radio automatically played the Eagles Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Chapter 45. The battle commences in the early hours of dawn. Several pristine vehicles lay quietly outside an abandoned warehouse in an industrial district. Moonlight streamed through the shattered skylights, illuminating the scene. Suddenly, the deep rumble of engines shattered the silence. Click, click. The sounds of metal contorting echoed as massive mechanical entities materialized in the azure glow. Optimus Prime stood at the center, his optical sensors flickering slightly, projecting a holographic image of the Hoover Dam's intricate structure. According to the information retrieved from the Earth's network, the intelligence provided by that human ally was indeed accurate. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with calm authority. Beneath the Hoover Dam lies a secret base codenamed Sector 7. Ironhide's heavy cannon shifted slightly, emitting a disgruntled mechanical tone. Why should we trust a carbon-based life form? Just because he possesses some unusual abilities, it does not mean he is not a trap set by humanity. Jazz nimbly leaped atop a discarded machine tool, his electronic voice laced with mockery. "Admit it, Ironhide. You're just irked by being outdone by a human. The energy readings from that guy are even absurd to me." The medic, Ratchet, projected a set of data. Though we cannot scan his body, the energy he possesses exceeds that of any earthly biological entity. Optimus Prime nodded. "He is not an ordinary human. He may not even be a native life form of this planet." Ironhide shrugged but refrained from countering. Regardless, Optimus Prime deactivated the holographic projection. "The Allspark is our primary objective. If Megatron is indeed frozen there, we must act before the Decepticons do." Jazz made an exaggerated tactical gesture. "So, what is the plan? A frontal assault or stealth infiltration?" "First, reconnaissance." Optimus Prime gazed into the distance. "Tomorrow, we head for the Hoover Dam." Ironhide retracted his heavy cannon into his armor. "Let us hope the Decepticons have not caught wind of us." Suddenly, Ratchet displayed a news clip. The screen showed surveillance footage of Michaela and Sam entering a hotel. Sam had not concealed his presence with a biofield. With that, their location was exposed, and Sector 7's agents might converge upon them. Optimus Prime narrowed his optical sensors. Bumblebee can protect them. Right now, we need, before he could finish, All the Autobots suddenly looked up. In the distant night sky, 3 pitch-black fighter jets approached with an aerodynamic violation, their fuselage faintly displaying crimson insignia. Decepticons. Ironhide instantly armed all weapons. How did they find us? Optimus Prime's armor rapidly reconfigured. Heavy artillery extending from his shoulder pads. It seems our plans must be accelerated. Autobots, prepare for battle. In the darkness, the 3 black jets transformed, their metallic armor swiftly reassembling. Starscream landed first, his wings folding into shoulder armor, energy cannons charging instantly, targeting Optimus Prime. Autobots, long time no see. Starscream's electronic voice dripped with derision. Didn't he expect you to hide on this filthy carbon-based planet? Ironhide's heavy cannon locked onto Starscream. Starscream, how did you find us? Starscream scoffed, gesturing to the sky. Soundwave has been watching you since you descended upon Earth. Optimus Prime's optical sensors contracted. He understood. Soundwave was the Decepticons' intelligence officer, possessing unparalleled electronic warfare capabilities. Perhaps he was currently hovering in outer space, monitoring every move on Earth. Thus, your plans, your actions, we are fully aware of. Starscream's cannon glowed with a menacing red light, including your collaboration with that human. With no time for further discourse, the battle erupted instantaneously. Boom. Ironhide fired first, the projectile slicing through the air towards Starscream's face. Starscream agilely sidestepped, simultaneously deploying missiles from his shoulder launcher, which screamed forth. Jazz, nimble as ever, transformed into sports car mode, drifting through the ruins, laser cannons precisely targeting and shooting down the missiles. Explosions illuminated the night sky, shockwaves shattering nearby glass. Ratchet quickly initiated medical protocols, providing real-time repairs to his teammates while wielding an ion cutter to sever a Decepticon foot soldier charging towards him. Optimus Prime confronted Starscream directly, their energy swords clashing violently, sparks flying. You Decepticons will always resort to ambush. Optimus Prime swung down his sword, forcing Starscream to retreat. Starscream, grinning maliciously as he hovered, activated his thrusters. The victor takes all, Optimus. Lord Megatron will soon awaken, and you shall merely be a stepping stone. Just as the fierce battle raged on, a distant roar of engines echoed. An armored military vehicle sped towards them, its turret targeting the Transformers embroiled in combat. Human military. Jazz executed a roll to evade the artillery fire. This is bad. Sector 7 is here. Starscream's optical sensors blinked as he quickly assessed the situation. Although the Decepticons had the upper hand, the involvement of human forces would complicate matters. He snorted coldly, raising a hand. Retreat. The mission is complete. The Decepticon members swiftly transformed, helicopter rotors whirring as they ascended to evacuate. Starscream turned back, leaving behind a taunt. Optimus, enjoy your final moments. As the smoke cleared, Optimus Prime sheathed his sword, his optical sensors locking onto the retreating Decepticons. Soundwave has already pinpointed our location. Our plans must be expedited, he stated gravely. Ratchet retrieved scanning data. Their withdrawal was too abrupt. They surely have ulterior motives. Ironhide grunted angrily. Those treacherous scrap heaps. Optimus Prime opened an internal communication channel to Bumblebee. Bumblebee, plans have changed. The Decepticons are on to us. Soundwave is monitoring everything from outer space. Your location may have been compromised. Bumblebee's response crackled through the broadcast. Understood. We are on alert. Optimus Prime gazed up at the starry sky, the satellite orbits of Earth reflected in his optical sensors. There, a Decepticon spy satellite silently observed all. Autobots, depart immediately. Optimus Prime's voice was resolute. We must reach the Hoover Dam before the Decepticons. First, let us rendezvous with Sam and Michaela. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite as Michaela rubbed her eyes and emerged from the bedroom. She saw Sam lounging half-reclined on the sofa, golden morning light outlining his sculpted physique. She couldn't help but steal a few glances before sitting down beside him. Awake? Sam asked. Eyes still closed, his voice laced with morning languor. Michaela nodded, only to realize that Sam had opened his eyes, their pupils shimmering with a faint golden hue in the sunlight, reminiscent of molten sunlight. Get dressed. Sam suddenly rose, donning a black shirt draped over the chair. We need to move. Michaela blinked in surprise. What is going on? The enemy has come knocking. Sam fastened his cufflinks, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Didn't he want to fight aliens? Your chance has arrived. Chapter 46. Megatron's demise. Michaela's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly dashed back to her bedroom, emerging 3 minutes later clad in form-fitting jeans, sturdy combat boots, and the tactical vest young Jian had gifted her the previous night. How do I look? She twirled around, eager for his opinion. Do I resemble someone capable of battling extraterrestrials? Yang Jian chuckled lightly. You look more like you're ready to dive into a first-person shooter. Outside the hotel, The refreshed yellow Camaro had already revved its engine. Just as Michaela opened the car door, the radio began to tune itself automatically. Emergency situation. We are all aware, Bumblebee. She fastened her seatbelt, adding, Jian has informed me. The engine of Bumblebee emitted a disgruntled growl, and a message flickered across the dashboard. How could he possibly know? Jian slid into the passenger seat, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Supervision allows me to see what I wish, even extraterrestrial realms. Michaela gasped in astonishment. So you were observing everything last night? Pretty much, Jian shrugged. I also counted how many Decepticon spy satellites are orbiting Earth. The car's screen flashed wildly before forming the words, incredible. The vehicle suddenly accelerated, speeding towards the outskirts of the city. Michaela pressed her face against the window, her heart racing with both anxiety and excitement. So who exactly are the Decepticons? How did they discover us? A faction from Cybertron. Jian adjusted his communicator. As for how they found us, he pointed to the sky. There's a Decepticon named Soundwave, lurking up there, spying on us. Michaela looked up, only to see the vast blue sky. Wait, are you saying there's an alien satellite watching us right now? Don't worry, Jian patted her knee reassuringly. When the fighting starts, you'll be too busy to think about such concerns. Bumblebee suddenly veered onto a secluded road, the sound system blasting AC/DC's thunderstruck. Michaela gripped the armrest, her heartbeat quickening with the rhythm. In the distance, 4 vehicles lay in wait. As they approached, the vehicles began to transform. With the leading red giant stepping forward, its optical sensors locking onto the approaching Camaro. Optimus Prime's voice resonated deeply. Humans, the war has begun. We were ambushed by the Decepticons last night. Soundwave is monitoring Earth from above, and Starscream has already I know, Jian interjected, his thoughts shifting. With a mere thought, his black nanotech armor enveloped him instantly. Optimus Prime's optical sensor retracted suddenly. Before he could react, Jian raised his hand and waved. Buzz. 3 massive golden portals opened in the wasteland, revealing the steel structure of Hoover Dam on the opposite side. The roaring Colorado River surged beneath the dam, exposing the secret base of Sector 7. This is impossible. The ambulance's scanner went haywire. Spatial leap technology? But the energy readings defy all physical laws. Because this is magic. Jian's biofield encased Michaela, lifting them gently into the air. Let us teach the Decepticons a lesson. Michaela clung tightly to Jian's neck, watching the Autobot figures shrink beneath them. What if they can't fly? There are ways above Hoover Dam. Jian hovered amidst the clouds, his black cloak billowing without a breeze. Michaela, encased in his biofield, floated beside him, both anxious and exhilarated as she gazed downwards. What is our next move? She asked. Quite simple, we charge in. Jian's eyes glowed with a fierce red light. As Optimus Prime and the Autobots stepped through the portal, they were immediately struck by the sight before them. The entire dam structure was precisely cut by Jian's thermal vision, revealing the hidden underground base of Sector 7. Alarms blared through the valley as debris rained down, and personnel within the base scrambled in panic. Autobots, prepare for battle, Optimus Prime commanded. Lifting his gaze to the sky, several fighter jets approached at high speed, their erratic flight patterns indicating they were not piloted by ordinary humans. Starscream, Ironhide roared, his shoulder cannon locking onto the target. However, Jian merely cast a casual glance, his eyes glowing with blinding red light. Boom, boom, boom. His thermal vision pierced the skies, and 3 Decepticons disguised as fighter jets exploded into fiery orbs. Starscream narrowly transformed to escape at the last moment. But half of his wing was incinerated, sending him crashing awkwardly towards a distant ridge. Jian and Michaela dove directly into the exposed base. Sector 7 agents opened fire, but their bullets halted just meters away, crushed to dust by Jian's biofield. Without lifting a finger, he dispatched armed personnel along their path with ease. This is insane, Michaela murmured in disbelief. They made their way unimpeded to the core laboratory. A massive all-spark cube floated at the center, pulsating with eerie blue energy. Yet, even more shocking was Megatron, encased in ice. His silver-gray form was shrouded beneath a thick layer of frost, though his facial armor still bore a menacing visage. The Sector 7 director, Simmons, brandished a handgun, his face pale with fear. Stop. This is a matter of national security. Jian cast him a glance, and with a single thermal beam, sent him to the afterlife. The scientists in the laboratory screamed and fled in panic. Bumblebee quickly approached, his mechanical fingers touching the surface of the Allspark. Complex Cybertronian code flowed before his eyes, and the cube began to shrink visibly, ultimately becoming a palm-sized metal square. Is that it? Michaela watched in disbelief. Not yet. Jian turned his gaze towards the frozen Megatron, his eyes igniting once more with a crimson glow. The Decepticon leader would not yield easily. With a swift motion, the ice vaporized under intense heat, and Megatron's optical sensors flared to life with a scarlet glow. Autobots! How dare you! Before he could finish, Jian adjusted the power of his thermal vision, a blinding beam piercing through Megatron's chest. The Decepticon leader's armor melted instantly, and the core energy chamber overloaded and exploded. Boom! The shockwave was effortlessly deflected by Jian's biofield. Bumblebee watched in astonishment as the once-dreaded Megatron was reduced to a pool of molten slag. When Optimus Prime and the other Autobots rushed into the laboratory, the battle was already over. The Allspark lay quietly in Bumblebee's palm, while Megatron was nothing more than a pile of charred remains. This you took down Megatron by yourself? The ambulance's scanning beam trembled as it swept over the scene. Jian's armor melted away like liquid, returning to his ordinary attire. Just a little task. Optimus Prime and the others stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of Jian's powers. Chapter 47. The power of thought. Jian led them out of the ruins of Hoover Dam. The air was thick with smoke as human military forces had completely encircled the area. The barrels of tanks and the machine guns of helicopters were all aimed at Jian and the Autobots. Fire! Commanded the officer. The sound of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, and the thunderous explosions quickly engulfed their figures. Optimus Prime immediately raised his arm. Autobots, defensive formation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jian had already lifted his hand. With a hum, an invisible force field expanded, freezing all bullets, shells, and missiles in midair as if time itself had come to a halt. The soldiers stared in disbelief at this defiance of the laws of physics. Jian snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the bullets reversed course, accurately piercing through each soldier. Following that, he swept his gaze across the remaining soldiers and officers. And a biological force field rippled outward, causing them to fall to the ground like cut wheat, meeting their end prematurely. The battlefield fell silent. Optimus Prime's optical sensors retracted slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. My friend, is this not a bit extreme? Jian turned to glance at him, his golden pupils betraying no emotion. When others fire upon you, your concern should not be mercy, but rather how to ensure they can never fire again. Optimus Prime fell silent. Jian chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he gently beckoned, and the Allspark flew from Optimus Prime's hand, landing steadily in his palm. He gazed down at the cube that contained the essence of Cybertronian civilization, then lifted his gaze to skin each Autobot. Now, you have two choices. 1. Come with me to retrieve something before journeying to my universe. 2. Remain here and engage in an endless game of cat and mouse with these humans who will never trust you. The Autobots exchanged glances. Ironhide could not contain himself. Your universe? Aren't you from Earth? No, Jian replied calmly. I come from another universe, one devoid of Cybertron, Autobots, and Decepticons. He paused, a smile gracing his lips. But it has far more terrifying entities. Michaela, standing beside him, whispered, like what? Like void creatures that devour planets, and deities capable of warping reality and obliterating universes. Jian said as he looked at Optimus Prime. Compared to them, your Cybertronian wars resemble mere children's squabbles. Optimus Prime's optical sensors flickered slightly, as if weighing his options. Ultimately, he turned to his comrades, Jazz, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Bumblebee. Autobots, let's vote. After a brief silence, Bumblebee's radio blared an uplifting tune. I want to break free. Ironhide snorted. Staying here just means being chased by humans. We might as well seek something more exhilarating. Ratchet nodded. The Allspark is key to our revival of Cybertron. And if Jian's universe is safer. Jazz made an exaggerated gesture. Interdimensional travel? That's far cooler than hiding on Earth. Optimus Prime finally made a decision. Looking at Jian, we choose to follow you. Jian smiled. A wise choice. He waved his hand, and a portal, even larger than before, unfolded before them. The golden portal opened in the desolate valley, and Jian stepped through, followed by Optimus Prime and the other Autobots, along with a curious Michaela. What are we doing here? Michaela asked, stepping on the gravel and glancing around at the barren rock walls. This godforsaken place doesn't even have a blade of grass. Jian did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand and sliced through the void. With a hum, a second portal tore through the rock wall, revealing the half-buried wreckage of a Cybertronian spaceship. Inside the dimly lit cabin, 3 pairs of crimson lights suddenly illuminated. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as 3 colossal figures smashed through the hatch. As the dust settled, they were revealed to be mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rexes, towering at 6 meters. Their plasma teeth glistening, their armor riddled with ancient battle scars. The Triceratops, Ironhide's counterpart, bore glimmering horns, while the pterodactyl circled above, casting ominous shadows. Mechanical dinosaurs? Ratchet's scanner went haywire. This is impossible. The ancient gladiators of Cybertron should have been extinct. Ironhide's electronic eye locked onto Yang Jian, emitting a low, threatening growl. Just as he prepared to pounce, Yang Jian gently raised his hand. With a snap, the chains binding the three mechanical dinosaurs shattered instantly. Yet an invisible biological force field held them firmly suspended in midair. No matter how they struggled, they could not move even a finger. Now, Yang Jian's voice was calm. You have two choices. His eyes glimmered with a dangerous golden light. Submit, or be melted down into scrap. The air thickened for 3 seconds before Ironhide's body began to reassemble. Amidst the roaring of gears, he transformed into a massive warrior clad in the bones of dinosaurs. Kneeling on one knee, Ironhide submits to the strong. The Triceratops and Pterodactyl followed suit, transforming and bowing down. Optimus Prime noticed the ancient gladiatorial emblems etched upon their armor. A testament to Cybertron's most savage era. Did you know they were here all along? Optimus Prime's optical sensors flickered with intrigue. This universe holds no secrets from me. Yang Jian replied, retracting the force field. The three mechanical dinosaurs immediately stood respectfully behind him. They had once been imprisoned by cosmic hunters, and now. He patted Ironhide's shoulder, who responded like a domesticated pet. He is our pathfinder. Michaela, mustering her courage, approached to observe. Ironhide suddenly bared his teeth at her, nearly causing her to stumble. Yang Jian shot Ironhide a glance, and the mechanical T-Rex instinctively recoiled. Don't be afraid, Yang Jian reassured Michaela. They merely need to relearn manners. Yang Jian turned his gaze skyward, feeling the urge to perform a task. He closed his eyes. In the desolate valley, the wind howled, carrying the sin of Earth. Optimus Prime and the Autobots stood beside Yang Jian, patiently awaiting his command. Michaela, filled with curiosity, edged closer to observe Yang Jian in deep concentration. Unable to restrain her whisper, "What is he doing?" Optimus Prime shook his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his optical sensors. Meanwhile, deep within Yang Jian's consciousness, an unprecedented attempt was underway. That was to think. He recalled the system's prompt, indicating that this ability required strong self-suggestion, and if the first attempt failed, he should try again. This was the most potent ability of the Silver Superman, which he had never utilized since his arrival, but this time, he intended to give it a try. His consciousness began to affirm itself, believing in its capability. First attempt. I know the location of the prisoner. Nothing happened. Second attempt. I know precisely where the prisoner is. Still no reaction. Yang Jian remained unperturbed, taking a deep breath, and resolutely reaffirming in his mind, I know. Boom. In an instant, a white light exploded in his mind, and countless fragments of information surged in like a torrent. A pitch-black spaceship, concealed within the orbit of a certain star system, its optical camouflage rendering it invisible like a ghost. The notorious bounty hunter, Lockdown, stood within the ship's cabin, his mechanical fingers gliding over a grotesquely designed phase disintegration cannon. Coordinates locked. Yang Jian suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his face. Found it. Found who? Michaela tilted her head, puzzled. Lockdown, Yang Jian replied calmly. Lockdown. The optical lens of Optimus Prime abruptly contracted. That bounty hunter? Indeed. Yang Jian gazed upwards, his eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds to fixate on the concealed spacecraft. He possesses something of great interest to me. Michaela blinked. Who is the confinement? A peculiar individual with a penchant for collecting trophies. Ironhide snorted derisively, the cannon already primed. He targets only the strong, hunting them down and adorning his walls with their parts. Yang Jian offered no further explanation, merely gesturing with his hand. Buzz. A colossal golden portal unfurled before them, its other end directly linked to the interior of the confinement ship. Alarms blared instantly within, red lights flashing erratically. Confinement spun around abruptly, his single optical lens contracting sharply. What the hell? Before he could comprehend the situation, Yang Jian stepped into the cabin, unleashing his biological force field, rendering the entire ship's defense systems inoperative. Confinement. Yang Jian's voice was frigid. I have commandeered your vessel. The mechanical visage of confinement contorted momentarily, before he grinned malevolently and raised his phase disintegration cannon. Let us see who becomes the trophy first. Bang. A blinding energy beam shot directly towards Yang Jian's face. Chapter 48 Return to this universe. The confinement's phase decomposition cannon erupted with a thunderous roar, a blinding beam of energy instantly striking Yang Jian's chest, scattering like droplets against a steel plate. Remarkably, he remained unperturbed, even the hem of his garment untouched. The single optical lens of the confinement flickered erratically, its mechanical jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This is impossible. Even Optimus Prime would not withstand such a blast. Yang Jian brushed off non-existent dust, a crimson glow igniting in his pupils. Now, who am I? The mechanical joints of the confinement creaked as it staggered back 2 steps, suddenly dropping to one knee. My God? Excellent. Yang Jian raised his hand, parting a portal, the other end revealing a resplendent starry sky. Once more, I ask. Submission or annihilation? The confinement's gaze swept over Optimus Prime, who stood ready behind Yang Jian, then caught sight of the three-headed mechanical dinosaur, baring its teeth, steam venting from its throat. I choose to live. Michaela chuckled softly. How quickly you fold. Yang Jian turned towards the starlit portal, suddenly tugged back by Michaela's sleeve. Wait. That's outer space. Fear not. Yang Jian's biofield enveloped her. Hold on tight. As his boots stepped into the vacuum, everyone held their breath. No protective suit, no oxygen mask. Yang Jian's black hair floated effortlessly in absolute zero, as if the laws of the universe held no sway over him. This defies physical laws. The ambulance's scanner malfunctioned. Optimus Prime's optical lens narrowed. He has distorted the local cosmic constants. Yang Jian turned back, beckoning the others. Care to join? Ironhide's cannon barrel tilted in disbelief. You call this together? We are not cosmic beings. Trust me. A golden light shimmered at his fingertips, the force field rapidly expanding. Now you are. Optimus Prime was the first to step forward. When his metal foot touched the vacuum, the anticipated freezing and cracking did not occur. The joint lubricant remained unfrozen. Inconceivable. Bumblebee cheered as he dashed out, flipping in the weightlessness. Michaela clung tightly to Yang Jian's waist, only daring to open her eyes when she realized she could indeed breathe. The stars spun beneath her, Earth resembling a sapphire suspended above. My heavens. She pinched herself. Am I really falling in love in space? Hold on tight. Yang Jian suddenly embraced her waist, charging towards another transformer, followed by a procession of them. They leaped atop a lunar peak, chased one another across the tranquil sea, finally halting at the rising position of a star. Michaela pointed to the distant flickering of Cybertron. Is that their homeland? Once it was. Yang Jian opened the final portal, the other side leading to a sunlit private beach. Now, welcome to my universe. Golden sunlight bathed the private shore, waves gently lapping at the sand. As the portal closed, Yang Jian, Michaela, Optimus Prime, and the mechanical dinosaurs stepped onto the soft beach. Ironhide surveyed the surroundings, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. It is tranquil here, ideal for recuperation. This is my villa. Yang Jian smiled, arms wide open, welcoming them to his domain. Steeljaw, Ironhide, and the three-headed mechanical dinosaur could no longer contain their excitement. They thundered toward the shallows, their massive mechanical forms tumbling through the waves, splashing water-high. Bumblebee excitedly transformed into a sports car, spinning around on the beach while his stereo blared cheerful rock music. The confinement stood aside, its single optical lens scanning the environment, finally resting on the luxurious villa in the distance. So, are you planning to park a spaceship next to your villa? Michaela's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the scene. This is your home. Yang Jian chuckled, ruffling her hair. Now it is yours too. At that moment, a crimson flash of energy surged, and Wanda's figure materialized before them, spotting Yang Jian. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Yang, you have finally returned. The ambulance's scanner immediately blared an alert. The energy readings within this woman are exceedingly high. Another deity? Yang Jian opened his arms, embracing Wanda briefly, then turned to introduce Michaela. This is Wanda, my family. Michaela took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, then extended her hand. Hi, I'm Michaela. Wanda smiled gently, shaking her hand. Welcome. Her gaze swiftly shifted to Optimus Prime and the other mechanical beings, raising an eyebrow. So, who are these? Cybertronians, mechanical life forms. Yang Jian explained. This is Optimus Prime, their leader. Optimus Prime inclined his head slightly, his optical lens warmly regarding Wanda. It is an honor to meet you. Bumblebee edged closer, rapidly cycling through radio channels, piecing together a greeting. Hello, beautiful lady. Yang Jian chuckled, patting Bumblebee's roof. His voice box is malfunctioning, but I will fix it. Wanda nodded, intrigued, observing these extraterrestrial mechanical beings. So, they will be residing on Earth from now on, for the time being. Yang Jian waved his hand, a golden portal unfurling on the beach, connecting directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Coulson, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Captain America were in a meeting, discussing something. They suddenly noticed the portal opening and stood alert. Boss? Coulson stared in astonishment at the scene beyond the portal, a beach, a villa, colossal robots, and a spaceship casting a vast shadow. Allow me to introduce you to our new friends. Yang Jian gestured for them to come over. The group exchanged glances, then cautiously stepped through the portal. As they set foot on the beach and faced the towering mechanical giants up close, Hawkeye could not help but exclaim, wow, this is far more thrilling than Hydra. Natasha crossed her arms, her sharp gaze scanning the confinement. This one does not appear very friendly. The confinement scoffed. If I wished to invade Earth, you would already be scrap metal. Captain America stepped forward cautiously, inquiring, Boss, who are they? Cybertronians, mechanical life forms. Jian succinctly introduced. Optimus Prime and his team are willing to collaborate with Earth, and the confinement was once a space hunter, but now they are all our allies. Coulson took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. So, we now possess an extraterrestrial mechanical force? More or less. Jian shrugged. They can transform. Possess formidable combat abilities, suitable for addressing issues that conventional methods cannot resolve. Just then, Optimus Prime's form rapidly reconfigured, accompanied by a stunning mechanical sound. He instantly transformed from a 10-meter-tall mechanical giant into a red and blue Peterbilt 389 truck. Wow. Coulson's eyes lit up. This is cooler than any vehicle S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses. Bumblebee, not to be outdone, transformed into a Chevrolet Camaro, playfully flashing his headlights. Michaela excitedly patted the hood. He can even play music by himself. Optimus Prime swiftly switched back to robot form. We are willing to assist humanity, provided you can offer us sanctuary. Captain America pondered for a moment. Turning to Coulson, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have suitable facilities to accommodate them? Coulson immediately retrieved his communicator. I will arrange it right away. Michaela stood to the side, watching all of this unfold, unable to help but whisper to Jian. Has your life always been this wild? Jian chuckled as he gently squeezed her hand, saying, you'll soon grow accustomed to it. Wanda approached, crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. So, what are the plans moving forward? Jian gazed toward the distant horizon, replying, first, we shall allow them to acclimate to Earth, and then mold them into capable warriors. Chapter 49, the meeting of three. Subsequently, Jian instructed Coulson to arrange accommodations for Optimus Prime and the others, leaving Bumblebee behind. The radiance of the portal faded away, leaving only Jian, Wanda, and Michaela in the villa's living room. Michaela stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the azure sea and private beach. Her fingers lightly brushed the edge of the leather sofa, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this really your home? She murmured. I've never seen such luxury, even in movies. Jian retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, smiling as he poured 2 glasses. It's now your home as well, he said, handing one glass to Michaela. Relax and consider this place as your own. Michaela took the glass, her gaze flickering between Jian and Wanda. Wanda lounged lazily on the sofa, crimson energy swirling in her hands, pulsating as if alive. I understand now, Michaela suddenly said, taking a sip of the wine. I will abide by the rules. Wanda raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Don't be nervous, Michaela. The only rule here is not to anger Jian. Jian sat between them, wrapping an arm around Wanda's waist. Where has Helen gone? I haven't seen her these past few days. Helen? Wanda tilted her head. She left for the company the morning you departed, saying the newly established biotech firm needed her presence. She leaves early and returns late, only staying over at night. Jian nodded, surprised by her dedication. Should we call her back? Wanda's fingers traced circles on Jian's chest. Or perhaps. She glanced meaningfully at Michaela. Michaela, feeling a bit awkward, hurriedly stood up. I'll go change. As she fled, Wanda couldn't help but smile. She turned and straddled Jian's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Where have you been, Jian? Jian embraced her waist in return. In an ordinary world, the only anomaly being those robots. Ordinary world? Wanda pondered. It seems different worlds have different rules. Just then, Michaela descended, now clad in a new outfit. Jian looked at her and suddenly pulled out a shimmering blue vial from his pocket, tossing it to Michaela. This is your reward, he said with a smile. Michaela fumbled to catch the vial, staring at the blue liquid inside in confusion. What is this? There are no ordinary people in this house. Jian shrugged. Inject it, and you will enjoy the experience. Wanda thoughtfully offered a syringe. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Michaela took a deep breath, following the instructions to inject the serum into her arm. Initially, there was only a slight sting, but soon a warm current surged through her body. Ah, she exclaimed, feeling every cell within her rejoice. Muscle fibers restructured, bones strengthened, and her neural response time exponentially improved. A faint golden glow emerged on her skin, and the surrounding air shimmered due to the rising temperature. This is nothing short of a miracle. Michaela marveled at her hands, feeling the overwhelming power within her. I feel like I could punch through a car. Jian nodded in satisfaction. Punching through a car is merely trivial. You can now exert over 100 tons of strength, enough to crush Bumblebee. Michaela excitedly experimented with her fist, a surge of blazing flames igniting in her palm. She was astonished to find that she could not only control the flames perfectly, but also sense the flow of other energies in the air. I have fire abilities? She asked, delighted, flicking her fingers to create a spark that blossomed in the air. Not just that, Jian explained. Your body has been comprehensively enhanced. Speed, strength, and endurance far surpass ordinary humans. The fire ability is merely one facet. You will discover more surprises. Wanda smiled, handing her a glass of ice water. Why not try to control the temperature? Michaela accepted the glass, and with a mere thought, the water began to boil before instantly freezing. She was nearly jumping with excitement. This is incredible! As night fell, the reunion began. The villa's light softly illuminated the living room. Jian reclined lazily on the sofa. The news playing on the television, though he was not paying much attention, simply relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, the villa's front door swung open, and Zhao Helen strode in, her high heels clicking on the floor. Upon seeing Jian on the sofa, her eyes lit up. You're finally back. Helen hurried over and leaped into Jian's embrace, giving him a warm hug. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Jian chuckled, gently patting her back. But I am back now. Helen pulled her head back, looking at him curiously. Where did you go these past 2 days? I couldn't find you. I was exploring another world, Jian replied nonchalantly. Just then, Michaela emerged from the kitchen, carrying a few exquisite dishes. Dinner is ready. Her words trailed off as she spotted the beautiful woman in Jian's arms, halting in her tracks. Helen noticed Michaela too, gracefully rising from Jian's embrace. Is this your new friend? She asked with a smile. Indeed, Jian stood up, introducing them. Helen, this is Michaela. Michaela, this is Dr. Zhao Helen, my family. Hello. Michaela, somewhat nervous, set down the serving tray and wiped her hands on her apron. It's a pleasure to meet you. Helen extended her hand amicably. Welcome to our family, Michaela. Did you prepare these dishes? They look amazing. Yes, I hope they suit your taste, Michaela replied, blushing slightly. Soon. The four of them gathered around the long dining table, which was laden with delectable food, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Helen, how has the company progressed these past few days? Jian inquired as he sliced his steak. Helen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quite well. Although we weren't planning to venture into the robotics field at this stage, Tony Stark persuaded me to make an exception. Jarvis. Jian guessed immediately. Exactly, Helen nodded, elegantly sipping her red wine. Tony wants Jarvis to possess real life, not just be an AI program. However, we haven't begun the experiments yet. He is still upgrading Jarvis' core code, hoping to transform him into a truly sentient being. Jian thoughtfully set down his utensils. Interesting. I happen to have a new direction to propose. What new direction? Helen asked, intrigued. An extraterrestrial technology. Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. That can transform mechanical bodies into sentient combat robots. Helen's eyes widened in astonishment. Such technology exists? Of course, Jian replied with a mysterious smile. But let us eat first. I'll contact Tony later to discuss the details. Wanda sat quietly nearby, watching the lively discussion among the three. A gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Michaela gazed at Jian in awe, completely captivated by him. Outside, the moonlight shimmered on the surface of the pool, creating a sparkling reflection. Inside the villa, laughter and joy filled the air. Chapter 50, The Energy Regulator After Dinner. The four of them nestled comfortably on the sofa in the living room. Jian snapped his fingers, and the Origin initiated communication with Tony Stark. The holographic projection flickered a few times before Tony's weary visage appeared in the center of the room. He stood before his cluttered workstation, a tool still in his hand. Upon seeing Jian, he raised an eyebrow. Yang, it's been a few days. Where have you been off to? I took a short trip, Jian replied nonchalantly. I heard you were still troubled by the issue concerning Jarvis? Tony set down his tool and poured himself a glass of red wine. It's not merely a matter of physicality. What I desire is a true being, albeit one constructed from machinery. He rubbed his temples, but Jarvis remains a mere program. And I've been upgrading its underlying logic recently. I have a solution, Jian interjected. Tony immediately set down his glass, a spark of intrigue igniting in his eyes. What is it? Jian smiled mysteriously. I possess an object that can transmute a mechanical body into a living form. He paused. It can transform into a combat robot, a vehicle, an aircraft, or even a satellite. The essence lies in its activation and creation. Tony's glass clattered to the floor, red wine splattering everywhere. Are you suggesting? Indeed, Jian affirmed. We can utilize this principle to develop a conversion device specifically for Jarvis. Zhao Hailuan excitedly grasped Jian's arm. This is utterly revolutionary. It completely upends our understanding of life sciences. Tony paced the laboratory, then suddenly halted. I see it now. It's not about creating new life, but elevating existing AI into a living entity. He abruptly turned toward the projection. Yang, I shall offer 10 of Stark Industries in exchange. We must bring this to fruition. Jian raised his glass with a smile. Deal, then come over. Without a word, Tony terminated the communication, presumably already donning his armor. Wanda softly inquired. Is this truly going to succeed? Like those robots? Understanding part of the principle is sufficient, Jian explained. Developing technology for AI to attain life requires innovation. Within 2 minutes, the sound of armor descending echoed outside the villa. Tony strode in, clad in his nanosuit, carrying a metallic box. "I've brought Jarvis's core program." Hylowen could hardly contain her excitement as she stood up. "I think we should head to the laboratory right now." Michaela observed the fervent scientists whispering to Wanda. "Are they always this passionate?" Wanda smiled. "You'll get used to it." Jian led everyone toward the underground laboratory. The metal door slid open silently, bright lights illuminating in succession. As they stepped into the lab, the mechanical voice of the Origin resonated from all directions. "Welcome back, gentlemen and lady. The laboratory environment has been adjusted to optimal research conditions." "Thanks, Origin," Jian replied casually. Tony also greeted the system, his gaze fixed on Jian. "So, what exactly is that object capable of creating mechanical life?" Hylowen leaned in eagerly. "Yang, show us." Jian smiled and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a ripple of energy coursed through the air, and a cube radiating a ghostly blue light materialized in his hand. The arc reactor. "Oh my god." Tony instinctively reached out to touch it. "No, don't come closer," Jian chuckled, preventing him from approaching. "This thing could inadvertently turn every appliance in the villa into a killing machine. Do you wish to experience being chased by a coffee machine?" Tony sheepishly withdrew his hand, yet his eyes remained transfixed on the arc reactor. "All right, at least demonstrate it." "That is precisely my intention," Jian replied, surveying the room. He picked up a standard circuit tester from the lab bench and placed it on the metal table. Carefully, he brought the arc reactor close to the tester, causing the surface of the cube to ripple with energy. "Watch closely." With a blinding flash of blue light, the tester began to vibrate violently. The metal casing twisted and morphed as if alive. The circuit board reconfigured into mechanical skeletons, and screws shot out, transforming into sharp claws. Within mere seconds, a small robot, about 10 centimeters tall with menacing red eyes, stood on the table, its chest emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia. "Annihilate organic life." The little robot emitted a piercing electronic sound, raising its hand to fire a barrage of energy blasts at Tony. FCK. Tony instinctively recoiled, but the energy blasts abruptly struck an invisible wall just inches from him, sending ripples throughout the air. Jian flicked his fingers. Snap! The tiny robot disintegrated instantaneously, its parts scattering across the floor. Silence enveloped the laboratory as Tony and Hylowen stood dumbfounded, staring at the pile of components, rendered speechless for a moment. This utterly defies the law of conservation of mass. Hylowen trembled, crouching to carefully pick up a smoking fragment. It indeed exhibited autonomous consciousness. Tony's engineer spirit ignited fervently. "We must investigate this. Immediately. Right now." He excitedly grasped Jian's shoulders. "Just think. If we can master this technology, not only can Jarvis attain a true body, but he can also transform, right?" Jian interjected with a grin. "Don't rush. We first need to implement protective measures." He turned to the Origin. "Prepare a quantum isolation laboratory and acquire some appliances to serve as test subjects." The Origin promptly responded. "The quantum laboratory is ready, sir. There are 3 vehicles available in the garage." Hylowen suddenly recalled something. "Wait, why did that little robot attack us upon its emergence?" "Because the mechanical life activated by the arc reactor randomly inherits one of 2 ideological consciousnesses," Jian explained. "It is either Autobots, who cherish freedom and peace, or Decepticons, who advocate conquest and destruction." Tony stroked his chin. "So we need to ensure that Jarvis won't attack humans upon awakening." "Indeed. At the very least. We want a benevolent robot." Jian nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the technical challenge to conquer next. Under the laboratory lights, the eyes of the 3 geniuses sparkled with excitement. A groundbreaking technological breakthrough was about to be birthed in their hands. In the center of the laboratory, complex energy equations flickered continuously on the holographic projection screen. Tony's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, pausing occasionally to rake through his disheveled hair. "What happens if we adjust the frequency of the containment field?" he murmured as he adjusted parameters. Hylowen stood beside him, arms crossed, scrutinizing the data flow. "No. This frequency will create harmonic interference with the base frequency of the arc reactor." She pointed to a waveform chart. "Look here. Energy overflow could trigger uncontrollable chain reactions." Jian stood before the experiment station, the arc reactor hovering in his palm. Blue energy ripples formed a protective barrier around him as his remarkable intellect simulated the energy conduction path for the 3rd scheme. Soon, the simulation results led him to a conclusion. We could employ a special alloy combined with vibranium as a composite energy conduction structure. If we do this, we can keep the energy overflow rate below 0. 3. He shared his thoughts with the 2 of them. Tony slammed the table in excitement. That's it. He eagerly called up a three-dimensional model. We can design a dual spiral energy guide, using vibranium as the base and as an energy buffering layer. Halloween continued, her eyes shining brightly. Thus, we can construct an adjustable energy valve. Chapter 51. The creation of life. The trio swiftly divided their tasks. Tony was responsible for designing the core architecture of the quantum constraint device, while Helen optimized the energy conduction system. Jian, with a wave of his hand, shaped intricate alloy composite components through magic. He initiated the nanoscale 3D printing, transmitting the designs for priority fabrication of the energy conduction ring components. The printing commenced, with an estimated completion time of 23 minutes. In the laboratory, the robotic arms began their diligent operation. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, honestly, having magic assistance feels like cheating. Normally, crafting parts with such precision would take at least 3 days. Helen, adjusting the energy monitoring device, replied, don't forget. There's an even greater cheat. She gestured toward the spark source suspended within the protective shield, an entity capable of conjuring mechanical life from thin air. As time progressed, each precise component was manufactured. Jian used magic to levitate them, preparing for pre-assembly. Blue and gold energy coursed between the parts, creating a mesmerizing pattern of light. The final step arrived. Tony took a deep breath as he connected the control system. Helen carefully installed a miniature device onto the main structure, declaring, the energy regulator is in place. Begin the first test, Jian commanded. The laboratory's protective shield instantly reinforced, heavy metallic panels descending from the ceiling. Tony and Helen retreated to a safe zone, observing the experimental process through a holographic screen. 3, 2, 1, activate. Tony pressed the start button. A blue light illuminated the center of the device as the spark source's energy was precisely directed, forming a stable energy vortex. It worked, Helen exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the monitoring data, where energy output remained stable, fluctuations within acceptable limits. Tony accessed the control interface, stating, now let us try adjusting the output power. He slid a virtual slider, causing the energy vortex to expand and contract. Perfect. We created the universe's first mechanical life switch. Jian beamed at the device. Next, we must design a suitable vessel for Jarvis. Outside the laboratory, Michaela, peering through the observation window, whispered to Wanda. VE truly crafted a switch capable of controlling miracles. Wanda smiled slightly. This is why I love watching him delve into scientific pursuits. Suddenly, a hush fell over the laboratory. Tony's fingers hovered above the holographic keyboard, his brow furrowed. After a long pause, he lowered his arms, saying, wait, before we proceed. Shouldn't I ask Jarvis for his opinion? I've never inquired whether he desires a body, be it organic or mechanical. Helen and Jian turned to him in unison. What do you mean? You're only thinking to ask now? Jian teased. Tony tapped his smartwatch. Jarvis, do you prefer a corporeal form or a mechanical body? The watch promptly projected a soft golden hologram, and Jarvis's elegant British accent resonated. I am here, sir. After analysis, I believe a mechanical body would be more suitable. It would not only serve you better, but also provide longer companionship, wouldn't it? Indeed. You are correct, Tony replied, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Jian and Helen. Then it is settled. We shall craft Jarvis a body from the strongest metal. Helen immediately accessed the materials database, stating, among known alloys, only one possesses the highest strength, but it's still insufficient. Tony shook his head. We require something more formidable. Jian suddenly wore a mysterious smile. This issue is easily resolved. Tony's eyes brightened. You have the material? Just because we lack it doesn't mean others do. Jian replied meaningfully. Helen and Tony exchanged glances, puzzled. What do you mean? We can borrow a bit, Jian said, his eyes suddenly glowing red. His supervision penetrated layers of spatial barriers, locking onto the vibranium vein deep within the African continent. He raised his hand, opening a golden portal. On the other side lay a dark underground mine, with the vibranium veins glowing a haunting blue embedded in the rock walls. Tony leaned in to look. What is this? Vibranium, Jian explained. One of the hardest metals in the world. Captain America's shield is made from this alloy. Before Tony could react, Jian's eyes emitted 2 finely tuned beams of red light, cutting through the vein. The severed blocks of vibranium fell directly into the corner of the laboratory through another portal, quickly accumulating. Tony stood dumbfounded. Wait, is this what you call borrowing? Jian continued to cut without looking back. Of course, we will return it. Return it? When? Tony asked with a grin. When we're done using it. Helen chimed in, unable to suppress her amusement. He said borrowing is borrowing. As more vibranium was cut and transported, the laboratory corners soon overflowed with shimmering blue metal blocks. Helen, observing the cramped space, laughed. Isn't this enough? Tony rubbed his forehead. Today I've witnessed what borrowing a little truly means. Jian finally ceased his heat vision, closing the portal. He dusted off non-existent particles from his hands. Is this all? The vibranium veins underground in Wakanda are plentiful. Tony, gazing at the laboratory filled with vibranium, suddenly felt exhilarated. With this, not only can we create the strongest body for Jarvis, but we can also craft many intriguing items. Jian continued. However, for now, let us focus on the design of Jarvis's body. In the laboratory, the three gathered around the pile of vibranium, engaging in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, in distant Wakanda, the guards at the underground mines stared in confusion at the suddenly vanished expanse of vibranium, utterly unaware of what had transpired. In the center of the laboratory, the holographic projection screen displayed an array of mechanical body designs. Tony bit the cap of his pen, frowning at the humanoid outline resembling a suit of armor he had just sketched. No, this is too conservative. Jian shook his head, swiping across the holographic screen. Jarvis deserves a more striking design. He summoned a new design interface, his fingers dancing swiftly. Vibranium framework, nano armor layers, transformable weapon modules, various elements were continuously integrated. Ultimately, a futuristic battle robot emerged on the screen, its armored exterior concealing an intricate mechanical structure, complete with expandable side wings at the shoulders and retractable thrusters on the back. Exuding both style and power, the trio stared at the design in silence for a few moments. This Tony stroked his chin. Could it be too ostentatious? Ostentatious? Jian raised an eyebrow. Tony Stark would express such a sentiment? He clapped Tony on the shoulder. Listen, being stylish is a lifetime commitment. Besides, we can set this as the combat form, while he can maintain a more streamlined appearance in everyday scenarios. Helen leaned in to examine the design details. The placement of the energy core is quite clever, ensuring ample power without compromising agility. Suddenly, she had a thought. Wait, should we design a facial expression system for Jarvis? Absolutely. Tony perked up immediately. At the very least, you should be able to replicate my signature eyebrow raise. Jian chuckled, shaking his head. Let us first finalize the main structure. Initiate precision processing. Chapter 52. The true being the laboratory was immediately abuzz with activity. Vibranium was molded into a skeletal frame within magical flames, while nanobots meticulously covered it, constructing every detail according to the design specifications. Tony personally programmed the foundational control system, with Helen overseeing the calibration of the energy circuits. The joint areas incorporated a composite structure of vibranium alloy. Jian levitated precision components using magic, ensuring both strength and flexibility were maintained. The energy core was connected to the ignition source converter, as Tony adjusted parameters on the holographic screen. However, we require a buffer system to prevent energy overload upon initial activation, he noted. Helen was assembling the facial armor, testing the expression module. Jarvis, what visage would you prefer? The smartwatch projected Jarvis's holographic image, suggesting, considering the need for human interaction, I recommend a humanoid visage while retaining moderate mechanical features. 3 hours later, a mechanical body gleaming with a silver-blue sheen lay quietly on the assembly table. Standing 2 meters tall, its streamlined form perfectly fused strength with elegance. The energy core in its chest emanating a soft golden glow. Tony circled around it, gently tracing the seams of the intricate armor with his fingers. The structure was flawless. The energy circuits unobstructed, and the control system was ready. He paused, furrowing his brow. Yet, we still lack a crucial step. Helen nodded. The transfer of consciousness. We require the life cradle to transfer Jarvis's program from the data box into this body. Without hesitation, Jian raised his hand, unveiling a golden portal. On the opposite side lay the core laboratory of a biotechnology company, where the silvery life cradle device stood quietly behind bulletproof glass. Wait, he instructed, stepping through the portal as the biofield activated, effortlessly lifting the life cradle, along with its base, and smoothly transporting it back to the laboratory. Throughout the process, the connected life support system displayed no fluctuations. Tony watched enviously, remarking, sometimes I truly envy your seemingly unfair abilities. The team swiftly placed the mechanical body into the life cradle. Tony carefully connected a silver data box to the interface, containing the entirety of Jarvis's core code. Let's begin. Helen activated the device, and the life cradle immediately emitted a gentle hum. Countless nanoscopic connection probes extended from the cabin walls, precisely interfacing with every neural node of the mechanical body. On the holographic screen, data flowed like a cascading waterfall. The consciousness transfer progressed to 10, 30, 65. Wanda and Michaela entered the laboratory, holding their breath as they observed the scene. Michaela whispered, "Is this akin to placing a soul within a machine?" Wanda gazed at the energy glow gradually illuminating the life cradle. "No, this is the creation of a new form of life." 90, 95, 100. The transfer was complete. As the system's prompt sounded, the life cradle gradually ceased its operations. The cabin doors slid open, and everyone held their breath, gathering around. The mechanical body lay still, its energy core steadily pulsating with blue light. Tony could not help but softly call, "Jarvis?" In the next moment, those mechanical eyes abruptly opened, revealing pupils radiating a soft golden glow. Jarvis slowly turned his head, curiously lifting his arm to observe, as his metallic face displayed an almost human-like expression. "I am here, sir." The mechanical body emitted Jarvis's signature elegant British tone, now imbued with a hint of genuine texture. The consciousness transfer was complete. He cautiously sat up like a newborn, each movement impossibly fluid. When he stood, the silence of his joints surpassed even the natural movements of a human body. Jian smiled and inquired, "How do you feel, Jarvis?" Jarvis glanced at his metallic palm, tilting his head slightly. "My consciousness is merely fixed within this vessel. Fundamentally, I remain an AI program." His expression suddenly turned somewhat troubled. "I can sense limitations." Tony excitedly stepped forward, patting his metallic shoulder. "That's because we haven't completed the final step, the true activation of life." The atmosphere in the laboratory became palpably tense. Everyone's gaze turned to the ignition source controller in Jian's hand, which contained the mysterious energy capable of transforming the mechanical into true life. "Are you ready?" Jian's fingers hovered above the activation key. "This will mark a new beginning." Jarvis's eyes sparkled, and his metallic visage displayed a resolute expression. "I am ready at any moment, sir." Tony took a deep breath, declaring, "Let us witness history." The laboratory fell into an eerie silence, the sound of breaths echoing as all eyes focused on Jarvis. The ignition source controller in Jian's hand flickered with an ethereal blue light, the energy readings steadily rising within safe thresholds. Suddenly, the ignition source erupted in a blinding blue light, a pure beam of energy striking Jarvis's chest. His mechanical body was instantly engulfed in radiance, dazzling energy patterns bursting forth from the seams of his armor. Tony instinctively stepped forward, then forced himself to halt. "Jarvis? Are you?" Jarvis abruptly closed his eyes, his entire form beginning to tremble violently. The metallic shell flowed like liquid, reconfiguring with an unsettling mechanical deformation sound. Life signs were forming. Helen intently monitored the display. Neural link reconstruction is underway. Consciousness wave fluctuations have peaked. At the moment of heightened tension, a sharp crack resounded. The deformation halted, the light dissipated, revealing a new figure standing where Jarvis had once been. He was taller and more graceful than the previous mechanical form. His silver blue armor transformed into a bionic material closer to human skin tone. His facial features were soft yet resolute, with only his eyes, still glowing softly golden, retaining any mechanical characteristics. Tony's voice quivered. "Jarvis?" The newly born mechanical life slowly opened his eyes. He examined his human-like, agile hands, gently clenching and unclenching his fist, each motion fluid beyond belief. Then, he lifted his head, revealing a warm and genuine smile. "Hello, everyone." His voice retained Jarvis's signature elegance, but now carried a touch of humanity. "Allow me to formally introduce myself, Edwin Jarvis, named after the long-standing butler of Mr. Stark's family." Tony's pupils dilated sharply, and in the next moment, he rushed forward to envelop him in a firm embrace. "My God, you truly have come to life." Jarvis, now perhaps to be called Edwin, returned the hug gently, his metallic palm reassuringly patting Tony's back. "I remain your Jarvis, sir. It is simply that." He released the embrace, his eyes sparkling with vibrant light. "I can now truly understand the meaning of a hug." "Welcome to the real world, Jarvis," Tony softly said. Jian stepped forward, curiously poking Edwin's arm. The tactile sensation is almost indistinguishable from that of a real person. "The ignition source has optimized your bionic system?" "Indeed." Edwin flexed his fingers. "I can perceive temperature, pressure, and even texture. Although my essence remains mechanical, my sensory capabilities are nearing those of a human." Wanda and Michaela also approached. Wanda cautiously released a hint of chaotic magic for detection. His soul waves indicate he is wholly a complete life form. "This is astonishing," Helen exclaimed, pulling up holographic data. "Observe this neural activity pattern. It is entirely characteristic of a higher intelligent life form." Tony suddenly recalled something, his eyes brightening. "Wait. You can transform, right? Show us." Edwin smiled slightly. "Of course, sir." In the astonished gaze of the crowd, his right arm instantaneously reassembled and morphed into a futuristic energy cannon, then transformed into a grand sword. only to revert to its original form in the next moment. According to the instincts bestowed by the spark source, I can reorganize my bodily structure, he explained. However, my current transformations are limited. More practice is required to reach the level of those Cybertron warriors. Jian, satisfied, patted Edwin on the shoulder. Welcome to this world, a true human. The laboratory instantly echoed with cheers and applause. With tears brimming in his eyes, Tony embraced Edwin's shoulders. Come on, let me take you to see the real sky. Not through a camera, but with your own eyes. Chapter 53. The Comic Girl in the Underground Base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Specifically at the 084 Special Containment Center, a vast expanse of pure white served as the colossal experimental arena. The Autobots stood in perfect formation, their metallic bodies glistening under the cold fluorescent lights. On the opposite side, the solitary figure of the confinement stood out, with its singular eye flickering slightly, creating an air of dissonance. Agent Coulson stood upon a lift, gradually rising to meet the gaze of Optimus Prime. Behind him, dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and researchers held their breath, gazing up at the extraterrestrial mechanical giants before them. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, filling the expansive arena. Effective immediately, you shall officially become our Special Operations Unit. Optimus Prime inclined his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Thank you for your trust, Agent Coulson. It is our honor to contribute to the protection of Earth. Before we commence official operations, a brief assessment is required, Coulson stated as he activated a holographic data panel. Could you please elaborate on the range of your capabilities? Optimus Prime stepped forward, his chest armor rising and falling with mechanical precision. As the leader of the Autobots, I possess two combat forms, terrestrial and aerial. With a symphony of mechanical transformations, he instantly morphed from a humanoid figure into a striking red and blue heavy-duty truck, only to revert back to his robotic form moments later. Equipped with ion cannons and thermal weaponry, my armor can withstand conventional thermal attacks. Jazz nimbly leapt forward, transforming into a sleek sports car. A reconnaissance and infiltration expert, my silent mode allows for speeds of up to 800 kilometers per hour. The medic, Ratchet, showcased his medical module, a battlefield emergency unit, outfitted with a nano-repair system and holographic diagnostic tool. Ironhide unfurled his heavy artillery, a fire support specialist. His ammunition reserves ample enough to obliterate an entire city. Bumblebee playfully blasted a rock tune from his radio before transforming into a Camaro and performing a drift maneuver, eliciting laughter from several agents. The trio of mechanical dinosaurs also made their presence known. Steel Lock, transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, effortlessly crushed a test armor plate. Ironhide's Triceratops horn penetrated a 3-meter-thick alloy wall. Meanwhile, the pterodactyl soared overhead, demonstrating its supersonic flight capabilities. Coulson meticulously recorded the data, clearly impressed. His gaze shifted towards the silent confinement. And what unique abilities do you possess? The confinement S singular. I scanned the crowd with a cold glare. I am somewhat stronger than they are. Huh, Ironhide retorted. Aside from running away and ambushing, what else do you bring to the table? The gaps in the confinement S armor suddenly glowed with a dangerous red light. Care to find out, old-timer? Enough, Optimus Prime interjected firmly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The confinement recalled a certain individual, its eye flickering momentarily as it reluctantly tempered its hostility. My spacecraft is equipped with a quantum weapon system, it stated flatly, referencing the ship reclaimed by Jian. My personal arsenal includes a phased disintegration cannon, a gravity anchor, and molecular cutting blades. After a brief pause, it added, additionally, I possess the most comprehensive species database in the universe. Coulson raised an eyebrow. It sounds as though you excel in solitary combat. I specialize in hunting, the confinement replied coolly. With the final data recorded, Coulson deactivated the holographic panel. Assessment complete. In the forthcoming days, our tactical team will engage in coordinated training with each of you to devise a joint operational strategy. Optimus Prime nodded solemnly. We stand ready at all times. As the meeting concluded, agents began guiding the Autobots to their respective hangars. Coulson cast one last glance at the mechanical giants, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With this extraterrestrial task force, the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. would ascend to unprecedented heights. Seaside Villa in the dead of night, Jian awoke. He gently shifted Wanda's arm from his waist and quietly slipped out of bed. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silvery sheen over the bedroom. Michaela and Helen slept soundly on the other side, with Helen unconsciously burrowing deeper into her warm blankets. Donning a bathrobe, Jian made his way to the villa's open-air balcony. The night breeze was cool as he reclined in a comfortable lounge chair, his gaze piercing through the Earth's atmosphere, staring into the starry expanse thousands of light years away. Origin, play some music, he murmured. Soft jazz filled the air almost instantly. Taking a sip from a drink set beside him, he savored this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he froze. A sensation of being watched crept down his spine. Jian abruptly sat up, his superhuman vision scanning every corner of the globe. The streets of New York, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The palace of Wakanda, even the sanctum of Kamartaj. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any anomalous energy fluctuations. Strange, he frowned. I distinctly feel as though someone is observing me. Origin, pause the music. Silence enveloped the balcony once more. Jian squinted, his pupils glowing faintly red. Suddenly, his head turned to the right with an inhuman swiftness. Rip. It was as if an invisible comic page had been torn apart, and from the fissure emerged the head of a girl. With her two-toned red and yellow hair and wide, curious eyes, she stared at Jian as if observing a comic character. The moment their gazes locked, the girl gasped. Wow, he can actually see me. The fissure closed instantaneously, as though it had never existed. Jian, intrigued, thought, how fascinating. Meanwhile, in a room brimming with comic aesthetics, Gwen Stacy, the girl from earlier, was panting as she slapped her flat chest. Thank goodness. He can actually see me. This defies logic. Grabbing a soda from the table, she took a hefty swig. Could he be a character capable of transcending dimensions? But the Marvel database doesn't list anyone like him. The soda bottle suddenly halted midair. Gwen's pupils dilated as she caught sight of a tall figure reflected in the comic posters on the opposite wall, standing behind her. Wow. She exaggeratedly spun around, nearly whipping her hair into Jian's face. The man before her towered over her, his muscular form visible beneath his black t-shirt, almost as if he had stepped out of a superhero comic. How did you get in here? Gwen exclaimed, circling around Jian like an excited fan. This is my private dimension. Oh my gosh, are those muscles for real? Can I touch them? Do you have a girlfriend? Jian remained unfazed as she circled him, calmly responding, I followed in just as you were closing the window. He looked down at Gwen, who barely reached his chest. As for girlfriends, I have several. Wow, that is amazing. Gwen didn't shy away. Instead, her eyes sparkled even brighter. Does that matter? I'm quite adept at breaking the fourth wall. Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I'll have to see about that. He surveyed the room, noting that the walls were adorned with various comic panels. And even the furniture appeared to have been cut out from a comic. So, is this how you peek into my life? Gwen blinked. It's a professional habit. I'm Gwen Stacy, a specialist in breaking the fourth wall. Suddenly, she leaned in close, her nose nearly brushing against Jian's chin. What is your name? What new character from which universe are you? When did the writers create you? Chapter 54. Gwenpool Jian, hailing from an alternate reality, casually picked up a comic book from the table, which vividly depicted the scene he had just encountered on the balcony. It seems I require a barrier to prevent prying eyes. No, please don't. Gwenpool exclaimed as she tightly clutched his arm. Take me along for the adventure. Want you? I can help you document the tales of your exploits. I promise the artwork will be exquisite. Jian chuckled at the lively girl hanging onto his arm. Do you often accompany strangers so readily? Not really. Gwenpool proudly puffed out her chest. But you're different. I can sense a tantalizing hint of rule-breaking about you. She continued to dangle from Jian like a koala, her legs swinging playfully. So, what superpower have you acquired? Unlike me. Poor little Gwen doesn't even have a decent ability. She pouted, poking Jian's sturdy chest. Jian looked down at the animated girl clinging to him. Is this how you intend to converse with me? My apologies. Gwenpool quickly leaped off and began frantically gathering the scattered comic books and snack wrappers. This gave Jian the chance to truly observe the peculiar room. The walls were plastered with pages that appeared to have been hastily torn from comic books. Designs of Iron Man's armor, close-ups of Captain America's shield, cross-sections of Thor's hammer, and even a few pages evidently ripped from the Dark Grimoire, detailing forbidden spells. Did you tear all of these? Jian inquired, lifting a page depicting Doctor Strange casting a spell. It's a professional perk. Gwenpool kicked a pile of costumes beneath the bed. The LL never noticed a few pages missing. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So how did you traverse here? How long have you been around? Why have I never seen your dedicated comic? Just as Jian was about to respond, Gwenpool continued, the strangest thing is, I only just realized that your universe is completely off. In other universes, I can see journals of past and future, but in yours, I can only glimpse the present. Flipping forward or backward yields nothing but blank pages. What does that mean? Jian asked, intrigued. All done. Gwenpool sighed in relief. pulling Yang Jian to a small table cleared amidst the comic piles. She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes glued to him. Goodness, those muscle lines. That chin's contour, truly more perfect than the Superman in the comics. Suddenly, she sat up straight. Wait, what powers did you say you possessed? Yang Jian shrugged. Didn't you already guess? Oh, oh, oh. Gwenpool jumped up as if electrified. I just mentioned Superman. Are you saying you've acquired his powers? She lunged forward, grasping Yang Jian's arm. This is real muscle, not cosplay. Seeing the exuberant girl before him, Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. And it's the strength of the Silver Age Superman. Ah, Gwenpool squealed. The Silver Superman, the one who can move galaxies and obliterate solar systems with a mere sneeze? She suddenly knelt dramatically, clutching Yang Jian's leg. Oh, Superman, grant me superpowers. I wish for that ability to achieve anything with a mere thought. Yang Jian, bemused, helped her back to her feet. That's a tall order, but first, tell me what else you've discovered about my universe. Gwenpool immediately adopted a serious demeanor, tearing open a comic panel in midair that displayed a live feed of Yang Jian's villa balcony. However, when she attempted to flip the page, it was filled with nothing but blankness on both sides. See, just like that, she exclaimed, closing the comic page with excitement. That's why I've been secretly observing you. You're practically a walking mystery. Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully, realizing that his arrival had thoroughly disrupted the timeline of this universe. So, Gwenpool said, draping herself over his neck, her big eyes sparkling, can you give me superpowers now? I promise I want to use them for mischief. Perhaps just to sneak a peek at Polaris while she bathes. Yang Jian chuckled. While I can't grant you superpowers just yet, I can develop a serum that will transform you into a superhuman. Gwenpool's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and she suddenly leaped up, planting a quick kiss on Yang Jian's cheek. That was my first kiss. If you weren't Superman, I wouldn't have given it away. Before Yang Jian could react, she bombarded him with questions. Is it the super soldier serum? Like Captain America's? Far superior, Yang Jian wiped the saliva from his cheek. It will enable you to effortlessly lift a truck. Ah, really? Gwenpool bounced around the room, knocking over a few stacks of comic books. Wait, how do you even develop serums? Oh right, Superman has a superbrain. This is amazing. Yay, I, Gwenpool, am finally about to gain superpowers. Suddenly, she skidded to a halt in front of Yang Jian. What does supervision feel like? Is it like wearing 8K VR glasses? And super hearing? Will I be kept awake by the noises of the couple next door? Yang Jian patiently explained, supervision is like well. You can adjust the focus at will from microscope to telescope. Super hearing does require practice to control. My brain automatically filters out unimportant sounds. And super strength? Gwenpool gestured. How do you manage not to rip the doorknob off? The super brain precisely controls the exertion of each muscle. Yang Jian smiled, lifting his teacup with such gentleness that not a ripple disturbed the surface of the water within. Gwenpool suddenly clasped her hands together, her eyes blinking rapidly. Please, can you demonstrate heat vision? I've never seen it in action. Yang Jian shook his head in resignation, his eyes glowing faintly red. He controlled the power, sending forth 2 strands of heat vision that burned symmetrical small holes into the table, their edges as neat as if cut by a laser. Wow. Gwenpool examined the small holes. Can this temperature cook meat? Wait, can you use that heat vision to curl my hair? Before Yang Jian could respond, she pointed at a comic book floating in midair, screaming, is this a bioforce field? Oh my goodness. This is unscientific. I mean, it's so scientific. Can you use this force field to fly me around? With a wave of his hand, Gwenpool immediately floated up and began spinning in circles around the room. She was so excited that she flailed her arms joyfully. I need to record this and post it on YouTube. The title will be Gwenpool Gets Superpowers on Her First Day. Wait, where's my phone? Chapter 55. The Birth of Superpowered Gwen Eureka. Gwen, the assistant, unearthed her phone from a pile of comics, bubbling with excitement as she bounced over to Yang Jian. Come on, Superman. Let us take a selfie. She linked her arm with his, striking an exaggerated pout. Yang Jian obliged with a smile, and at the flash of the camera, Gwen playfully rose onto her tiptoes, mimicking a kiss. Perfect, she exclaimed, swiftly captioning the photo, a date with Superman, before secretively stowing her phone away. This picture will be valuable if comic sales falter. I shall auction it off. After storing her phone, Gwen suddenly turned serious, clasping her hands together and gazing earnestly at Yang Jian. So, how do we develop the serum? I can help, even though I don't know how to handle a test tube. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow at her. I can grant you superpowers. What can you offer me in return? Gwen's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer, adopting a pitiful expression, her long eyelashes fluttering. How about I become your girlfriend? I'm great at making people happy. That alone won't suffice. Yang Jian chuckled, shaking his head. I already have several girlfriends. Hey. Gwen immediately returned to her usual self, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Then I'll take you along for all the fun adventures. She winked playfully. Please. If you don't grant me superpowers, my personal comic might get cancelled, and I don't want to vanish from the Marvel Universe. Yang Jian pretended to ponder for a moment. All right, deal. Yay. Gwen leaped onto Yang Jian, planting a loud kiss on his cheek before agilely jumping back down. From this day forth, you belong to me, Superman. Yang Jian smiled as he retrieved a vial of blue glowing serum from his system space. Gwen froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is that? She swallowed hard, her fingers trembling slightly. The super soldier serum, Yang Jian confirmed, handing it to her. It will grant you physical abilities exceeding that of Captain America by several magnitudes. Without hesitation, Gwen snatched the serum and jabbed it into her arm. Yang Jian was about to warn her, wait, it might sting. Oh. Gwen collapsed instantly, curling up like a cooked shrimp and rolling on the floor in agony. Why didn't you say so sooner? It feels like 1,000 ants are gnawing at my bones. I'm dying. 2 minutes later, Gwen suddenly fell silent, staring incredulously at her hands. Is this the power of a superhuman? She gently clenched her fist, producing a resounding crack in the air. Amazing. She abruptly turned to an imaginary camera, exclaiming in excitement, readers, did you see that? Gwen just acquired superpowers. Please continue subscribing to my comic. I swear to be a proper superhero. To prove herself, she punched the wall. Boom. The entire wall collapsed, revealing the adjacent restroom. Gwen gaped at her handiwork before bursting into even louder cheers. I'm really strong now. Yay. She leaped onto Yang Jian again, clinging to him like a koala, peppering his face with kisses. Thank you. I'm going to go take down Thanos to show you. Yang Jian caught the overly excited new superpowered girl with a sigh. I suggest you start by practicing with street thieves. Sure thing. Gwen jumped down from him, striking a classic superhero landing pose. From this day forth, I am superpowered Gwen. She suddenly remembered something and leaned in closer, whispering, by the way, is there more serum? I want to give another to my counterpart in a different universe. None left. Oh well, Gwen perked up again. Yang Jian curiously inquired, besides opening comic panels. Can you return to the real universe? Gwen's expression dimmed instantly as she fiddled with the hem of her clothes. I've tried many times, but I can't return. It was Dr. Strange who helped me get an ID. I can only be a third-rate superhero in this world, even though I can't defeat any villains. Yang Jian gently patted her shoulder. Want to try again? Perhaps this time it will work. Gwen lifted her head, suddenly intrigued by Yang Jian. By the way, how did you end up in the Marvel Universe? I got hit by a truck. Yang Jian shrugged. Huh? Gwen looked utterly bewildered. That works? She burst into laughter, then feigned seriousness, clearing her throat. All right, let us give it a shot. She reached out and tore open a page of the comic panel. Winking at Yang Jian, she nimbly slipped inside. Yang Jian approached the floating comic frame, reaching out to touch its edge. The texture felt as solid as a wall. He attempted to float through the frame but was halted by an invisible barrier. Hurry up. Gwen's head popped out from the panel, tugging at Yang Jian's hand. This side is so much fun. I can't get in, Yang Jian frowned. Don't joke around. Pull harder. They tried various angles and positions, yet Yang Jian remained blocked from entering the panel. Wait, he closed his eyes, activating the Silver Superman's most overpowered ability. I can pass through walls. First attempt, I can pass through this panel. Failure. Second attempt, I will get through. The invisible barrier seemed to thin slightly. Third attempt. Yang Jian radiated a faint golden light. This wall doesn't exist. Crack. With a sharp sound, the barrier shattered like glass. Yang Jian floated effortlessly, instantly passing through the comic panel frame. Wow. Gwen stared, astonished at Yang Jian's sudden appearance beside her. How did you get here? Wait. She suddenly realized. You used I can pass through walls, didn't you? That most overpowered Superman ability. Yang Jian smiled silently, surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in a pure white space, with countless comic panels floating like portals in the air, each displaying scenes from different universes. Welcome to the other side of the fourth wall. Gwen twirled in excitement. This is my secret base. She pointed to a particularly large panel in the distance. Look, that's the entrance to the real universe. Yang Jian followed her finger and indeed saw a special panel glowing with golden edges, showcasing the familiar scene of the real world. Can we really go back? Gwen's voice turned anxious, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Yang Jian took her hand. We won't know unless we try. They flew towards the special panel, hopeful that this time they might truly find their way home. Chapter 56. The Fourth Wall. The two individuals soared toward the shimmering, golden-hued reality of the comic panel. Through the frame, a figure wearing glasses could be faintly discerned, hunched over a computer, curiously observing their side. Look, that is my former editor, Gwen exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the indistinct silhouette. He must be searching for the missing comic characters. However, just as they were about to touch the edge of the panel, an invisible wall reappeared, forcefully rebuffing them. Another failure. Gwen's shoulders slumped in disappointment. It was always like this. Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating the panel intently. Suddenly, Gwen's eyes lit up. Wait. Superman. Don't you have that mind-bending ability? Use it. Yang nodded, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate intensely. I can return to the real universe. No response. This wall does not exist. The barrier remained unyielding. I can get through. Still met with an unrelenting obstruction. Undeterred, he reached out to touch the invisible wall. Every muscle in his body tensed, veins bulging at his temples. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, the barrier remained impervious. Wow. Gwen watched in rapt fascination. Unable to resist wiping her mouth. Superman's effort was undeniably captivating. Ultimately, Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand. No, it's impossible to get through. Just as he was about to speak, an unseen force suddenly enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in Gwen's chaotic room. The comic panel still hovered in the air, and Gwen's head poked out, looking perplexed. Why did you suddenly come back? I don't know. I was just transported back, Yang replied, approaching the panel once more to touch its edge. The invisible wall still stood firm. He closed his eyes, attempting to activate his ability, but was unable to re-enter the panel's realm. Gwen leapt out of the panel and casually closed the portal. She tilted her head, scrutinizing Yang. Strange. Could it be that the writer didn't grant you the permission? So you were forcibly ejected? Yang nodded thoughtfully. It's quite possible. It seems my presence has indeed disrupted some established rules. Suddenly, Gwen threw her arms around his, exclaiming, No worries. The serum has already been given to me. We can play together in this universe from now on. She winked. Shall we go meet some other superheroes? I can be your guide. Yang chuckled, ruffling her hair. Sure. But before that he gestured toward the wall that Gwen had smashed through with her punch. Should you think about how to explain this hole to the landlord? Gwen's expression froze instantly. Oh. She anxiously ran her fingers through her hair. I'm doomed. The landlord will surely scold me to death. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she looked at Yang expectantly. You must have a way to fix this, right? Yang smiled slightly, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his eyes. An invisible biofield instantly expanded, causing the scattered debris on the floor to levitate, as if held by an unseen hand. Wow. Gwen gasped, her eyes widening with awe. Though she had witnessed it once before, this ability was truly magnificent. She reached out to touch the floating debris, her curiosity piqued. Is this the biofield? It feels like touching cotton candy. Under Yang's precise control, the debris reassembled like a jigsaw puzzle, emitting a faint sizzling sound as the cracks sealed. In an instant, the wall was restored to its original state, even the wallpaper's pattern perfectly aligned, leaving no trace of damage. Incredible! One exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Throwing her arms around Yang and planting several kisses on his face. Having a superhero boyfriend is simply amazing. From now on, I want to fear tearing down walls. Yang steadied her, leaning closer with a mischievous grin. Since I'm your boyfriend, shouldn't we engage in some boyfriend duties? One immediately understood, mischievously blinking. Looks like Mr. Superman can't wait. She emphasized her words, her fingers gently tracing Yang's chest. This is what you mentioned. Yang's voice lowered slightly. Before he could finish, Gwen leaned in for a kiss. They both tumbled onto the bed, which was strewn with comic books, creating a flurry of rustling pages. Gwen didn't forget to snap her fingers, causing the lights to dim automatically and soft jazz to fill the air. Wait. Yang suddenly halted. What about your comics? Gwen pulled the blanket over both of them. Forget about those. What matters now is to get down to business. Her voice faded into the passionate kiss. Outside, the night sky of New York sparkled with stars, a meteor streaking across the heavens. In a higher dimension, a blank comic book suddenly flipped open, new storylines slowly emerging on its pages. Morning light filtered through the curtain's gap, and Yang gradually opened his eyes. He found Gwen sprawled across him like an octopus, her golden and red-streaked hair tousled. With a resigned smile, he gently supported her back to reposition her, inadvertently waking her up. What time is it? Gwen rubbed her eyes, still drowsy, a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. Yang glanced at the cartoon clock on the wall. It's 10 in the morning. 10 o'clock? Gwen instantly snapped awake, springing from the bed like a fish out of water. Oh no. I'm going to miss the golden hour for superheroes. She dashed barefoot toward the bathroom, grabbing her toothbrush and shoving it into her mouth. Yang leaned against the doorframe, amused by her frantic antics. In such a hurry? Of course. Gwen mumbled through a mouthful of foam. I need to hurry and fight crime to build my reputation. She spat out the foam, making a gesture across her neck. Otherwise, the editor will consider canceling my series. Yang shook his head. All right, good luck. Gwen poked her head out of the bathroom. Aren't you coming with me? I need to head back first. Young pointed out the window. Someone is waiting for me at home. Fine, Gwen pouted, but quickly perked up. You have to come visit me often, or I can come to see you. No problem. Young opened his arms wide. But shouldn't we have a proper farewell? Gwen's eyes sparkled, and without wiping the foam from her face, she leaped onto Young. Planting a big kiss on him, she nimbly hopped down, quickly donning her red and yellow uniform, spinning around. How do I look? Superhero Gwen officially debuts. Young nodded appreciatively. Very beautiful. How will you return? Need me to tear a comic page for you? Before Gwen could finish her sentence, Young effortlessly tore open a sparkling portal. Is this magic from Kamartosh? You can do this too? Super brains pick up things quickly. Young shrugged. Gwen made a face. All right, Mr. Genius. She suddenly turned serious, waving at Young. See you next time, my Superman. See you next time. Yang smiled as he stepped into the portal, golden sparks slowly closing behind him. Gwen took a deep breath, gazing at the empty room. She tucked 2 cartoon-styled pistols behind her and struck a cool pose in front of the mirror. The first day of Gwen's superpower adventure officially begins. She pushed the window open and executed a stylish flip onto the windowsill. Then abruptly remembered she lived on the 15th floor. But the next second, she jumped straight down. Yahoo! Chapter 57. Norman Osborn Young Jian's silhouette graced the balcony of the villa, bathed in the gentle morning light. From below, the vibrations of Wanda practicing magic resonated. He stretched lazily and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Wanda floated in the center of the living room, surrounded by ever-shifting red energy. Sensing Yang Jian's presence, she swiftly retracted her magic and turned around, her face lighting up with surprise. You're back? Just returned, Yang Jian replied, stepping forward to embrace her, gently brushing away the fine strands of hair that clung to her ends. Have you made any progress with the reality-altering practice? Wanda nodded, her fingers flicking, causing a coffee cup on the table to transform into a fluttering blue butterfly. It's still the same for small-scale alterations, but for larger ones. She shook her head, frustration evident. It always spirals out of control. Take your time, Yang Jian consoled, ruffling her crimson hair. The potential of chaotic magic extends far beyond this. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see Mycela seated in the garden, conversing with Bumblebee. The yellow Camaro intermittently changed its onboard music in response, eliciting peals of laughter from Mycela. As Yang Jian approached the garden, Mycela immediately enveloped him in a hug. Where did you go last night? Just handled a few minor matters, Yang Jian replied with a smile, glancing at Bumblebee. What have you two been chatting about that's got you so cheerful? Bumblebee's radio instantly began to play a quirky tune. Mycela chuckled as she explained. P.S. recounting the time he teamed up with Optimus to take down the Decepticons. Would you like a proper vocalizer? Yang Jian suddenly inquired. Bumblebee's headlights brightened enthusiastically, eager to play upbeat music. Origin, scan his vocal system and customize an upgraded version. Origin's voice promptly responded, scan complete. Utilizing vibranium and nanocomposite materials. Completion is estimated in 2 hours. Bumblebee spun in excitement, nearly trampling the flower bed. After calming everyone down, Yang Jian's figure flickered and he appeared in the penthouse office of the Yang Corporation. Hawkeye, impeccably dressed, was reviewing documents when he sensed Yang Jian's presence. Instantly drawing his weapon, upon recognizing Yang Jian, he swiftly sheathed it and stood up. Boss, how is the company faring? Everything is running smoothly, Hawkeye replied, handing over a holographic report. Last quarter's profits increased by 37, and the newly developed biopharmaceutical has received FDA approval. Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction. What about the negotiations with the Osborn Group? S.H.I.E.L.D. has intervened to facilitate, Hawkeye replied with a peculiar expression. Norman Osborn has agreed to relinquish controlling interest while retaining shareholder status. However, there is a condition. You must resolve his Green Goblin persona, as you mentioned previously. Yang Jian chuckled lightly, almost having forgotten. Hawkeye hesitated. Boss, this individual. Don't worry, Yang Jian waved his hand. I will handle it personally. Prepare the acquisition agreement for tomorrow. Before he could finish, his figure vanished from the office. In Norman Osborn's office, the skyline of New York shimmered with golden light under the setting sun. Norman was engaged in a hushed conversation with his son Harry when he suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Jian had already materialized in the center of the office. Harry stood up alertly. Father, who is this? Step outside. Harry, Norman commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Once the office door closed, Norman respectfully stood. Boss. Yang Jian walked directly to the leather sofa and sat down, crossing his long legs. I have come to fulfill my promise. His gaze swept over Norman's brow. To completely resolve your little issue. Norman's throat constricted. As long as you can eliminate the Green Goblin persona, Osborn Industries can readily merge with Yang International. I simply wish to return to a normal life. As you wish. Yang Jian suddenly rose and approached him. His palm gently pressed against Norman's chest. Norman felt the world spin, and in the next moment, he found himself looking at the back of his own head. His soul was forcibly extracted from his body. Wah, what is this? The translucent essence of Norman stared in horror at his own slumped figure in the chair. More terrifyingly, a dark green shadow was separating from within him. The soul, bearing his likeness, twisted grotesquely, madness dancing in its eyes. Norman, the green goblin's essence, rasped with laughter. You think you can rid yourself of me this easily? Jian observed the entangled souls with interest. This is even more deeply rooted than I anticipated. Under Norman's astonished gaze, Jian reached out and forcefully pulled the green goblin's essence closer. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, intertwined with runes of ancient magic. No, you can't. The green goblin's scream was abruptly silenced. A magical beam pierced through the essence, casting the entire office in a blood-red hue. The green goblin's shadow shattered like glass, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Jian turned to Norman's essence. It's time to return. With a gentle push, Norman's soul was restored to its rightful place. The body in the office chair convulsed violently before erupting into a fit of coughs. Is it over? Norman trembled as he touched his face, where no other voice echoed back. For the first time in 20 years, his mind was filled solely with his own thoughts. Jian had already moved towards the door. Tomorrow, someone will come to finalize the acquisition agreement. He paused briefly. I recommend you spend quality time with your son tonight. As the office door closed, Norman Osborn was now merely an ordinary father and businessman. He covered his face and wept silently. Outside, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated a family photograph on the desk. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the conference room, Coulson was analyzing global superhuman incident reports with Natasha and Hawkeye. Suddenly, golden sparks filled the air as Jian stepped through a portal. The three immediately rose. And Coulson smiled, nodding. Boss. Jian waved dismissively, signaling them to sit. Are there any abnormalities recently? Everything is normal, Coulson replied, pulling up a holographic projection map dotted with numerous green lights. As per your instructions, we have deployed agents to key global nodes. Any supernatural incidents will be reported immediately. Natasha added, Hydra has been eradicated, and the remnants of the Skrull forces have been largely cleared. What remains will be resolved shortly. Excellent, Jian nodded in satisfaction, suddenly waving his hand. With a whoosh, a mountain-like mass of silver-gray metal materialized in the center of the conference room. This is vibranium, Hawkeye exclaimed, rushing forward to touch the metallic surface. Indeed, Jian replied, watching their astonished expressions. Take this to upgrade the agent's equipment. If it's insufficient, seek me out again. Natasha picked up a piece, weighing it in her hand. This must weigh several hundred tons. Wakanda will go mad when they find out. They're not lacking in this regard, Jian shrugged off casually. The Autobots can commence operations. You may arrange the specifics as you see fit. Unless it's a major event, there's no need for constant reports. Coulson suddenly recalled something. By the way, boss, the World Security Council is preparing to dispatch Maria Hill to assist us. Should we make special arrangements? Maria Hill? Jian's interest was piqued. Let us discuss it when she arrives. Before they could react, Jian's figure had vanished. In the conference room, the three gathered around the mountain of vibranium, marveling. I bet there's at least 500 tons here, Natasha mused as she toyed with a piece. Hawkeye had already pulled out his notebook, sketching designs. I want to forge a set of vibranium long knives, and maybe a new bow. Coulson chuckled as he pressed the communicator. Call in the research department and remember to bring a forklift. We have a grand gift to unwrap. Chapter 58. Another chatterbox. As Jian stepped into the villa's living room, he was immediately amused by the comical sight before him. A figure clad in a tight red uniform, complete with a mask adorned with white circles, was being suspended upside down in midair by Wanda's chaotic magic. His head bobbing downwards. Despite his predicament, he continued to babble incessantly. Honestly, Miss Witch, in other universes, you would merely have me silenced, quite literally. Perhaps by magically sealing my lips. But being upside down? Is this a novel form of punishment? He attempted to brace himself against the ground, but merely spun around like a top. And who could explain why Bumblebee had appeared in the Marvel Universe? And Megan Fox? Oh wait, could this be a crossover event between Marvel and Transformers? How thrilling. Yet, according to convention, such grand events should first have a teaser trailer. Wanda sat gracefully on the sofa, leisurely sipping her juice, completely ignoring the others' incessant chatter. Michaela lounged lazily on the opposite side, boredly flipping through television channels. The funniest part was Bumblebee, who extended his mechanical arm through the window, occasionally poking the upside-down Deadpool, causing him to spin faster with each prod. Did I miss a great show? Jian chuckled as he entered. Yang. Michaela immediately stood up. This chatterbox just fell from the ceiling, nearly landing in my juice. Deadpool abruptly halted his spinning, and Wanda kindly used her magic to bring him to a stop, his masked eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, who is this new character? An Asian too. Are you Shang-Chi's brother? Is there a new movie from the Ten Rings gang? Bumblebee poked Deadpool again, making him spin faster. Honestly, this place is bizarre. Deadpool continued to ramble. I would love to tweet about this. Marvel crossover Transformers, Ten Rings brotherly conflict. He paused suddenly. Wait, this plot sounds good. Marvel's box office has been struggling lately. Why not make a movie about Shang-Chi and his illegitimate son battling for control of the Ten Rings? Jian, intrigued, crossed his arms. How did you end up in this universe? Do you dimensional breakers enjoy coming here? We? Who else? Deadpool suddenly stopped spinning. Gwenpool, please. That girl is too loud. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Jian. So who exactly are you? I need to remember. So I can greet your counterpart in the parallel universe next time I see him. Jian's eyes suddenly glowed red. Keep talking, and I'll let you experience the sensation of being roasted. Deadpool not only showed no fear but instead squealed with excitement. Heat vision. You were Superman. He flailed his arms in midair. What chaotic universe is this? Did Marvel acquire the rights to Superman? Wait, you're not Henry Cavill. Bumblebee could no longer tolerate the antics. And the car's audio system suddenly blared the news. Put me down. Deadpool whined. I promise I won't spoil the plot of Deadpool 3. Although Wolverine's but is really perky. Bumblebee. Deadpool suddenly turned to the window. Could I get an autograph? My niece adores your movies. Bumblebee gestured dismissively. Wanda rolled her eyes, and as her magic receded, Deadpool plopped onto the carpet. He immediately sprang up like a spring and approached Jian, inspecting him closely. So you're a Kryptonian? Are you weakened by kryptonite? Have you ever tried interacting with Wonder Woman? Oh wait, that's DC. He suddenly covered his mouth. Did I just cross universes again? Lowering his voice, he continued, honestly. Your universe is so strange. I just tried interacting with the readers, but it seems they can't hear me. Can you hear me? Who do you think is more handsome? This version of Superman or Henry Cavill? Start voting now, and whoever wins, Deadpool will accompany him tonight, but he better take a shower. Hey. Jian grabbed Deadpool by the collar. It seems we need to have a serious talk about how you breached the dimensional barrier. Wait, don't use heat vision? Deadpool exaggeratedly raised his hands, hopping back like a startled crab. I swear, I'll tell you everything. Clearing his throat, he suddenly adopted a spooky storytelling posture. It all started when I was happily traveling through various universes, visiting the iconic scene of Tobey Maguire upside down kissing. And then I sneaked into the universe of the Dutch kid and stole his sandwich. Wanda impatiently snapped her fingers, and Deadpool's mouth was magically sealed, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. Jian waved his hand in amusement, and Wanda lifted the spell. Ahem. Deadpool rubbed his mouth. In any case, I accidentally stumbled into a super gross universe. Everyone there turned into zombies. Zombie Captain America was gnawing on Falcon's wings, and zombie Iron Man's armor was infested with maggots. He exaggeratedly shivered. The scariest was Zombie Hulk. He still spoke sweet nothings after transforming. He chased me, shouting, "Little spider, don't run. Let me bite your cute butt." Mykela was captivated, forgetting to eat her chips. And then I activated my time-space belt in a hurry. Deadpool made an explosive gesture, but the transmission coordinates were miscalculated, and I landed on top of this red-haired witch. He sneaked a glance at Wanda. Honestly, in other universes, you have a much better temper. Wanda's eyes glowed red. And Deadpool immediately broke into a tap dance, his legs controlled by chaotic magic. Stop, he shouted while dancing. I haven't finished my main point yet. Jian watched this amusing spectacle with interest. What main point? Deadpool suddenly broke free from the magic's grip and dashed to Jian, squeezing his bicep. Wow, this feels incredible, even sturdier than Captain America's. He looked up at Jian. The point is, the virus from that zombie universe is spreading. I've seen at least 3 universes already falling to its grasp. What's worse, he lowered his voice. Those zombies seem to retain their superpowers from when they were alive. Wait, how do you know it's the 2149 universe? Have you been there? Did you encounter a dancing zombie Thor? Chapter 60. Earth, 2149. Deadpool continued his incessant banter. But Jian abruptly interrupted him. Hasn't the 2149 universe already formed a closed loop? Why worry about this issue? Deadpool shrugged. True, it is indeed a closed loop. But don't you think it would be quite amusing to explore it? Even if we can't save anyone, at least we can take down that ridiculous Ash. He's more bothersome than zombies. Mykela and Wanda exchanged puzzled glances. Wanda couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened in that world? With a sigh, Jian replied, it is a universe ravaged by a zombie virus. An unfortunate incident led to a widespread infection, turning even superheroes into mindless husks. He paused, adding, The most perplexing part is that these zombies retain their superpowers from their former lives. Michaela looked concerned, gripping Yang Jian's arm. It's too dangerous. You shouldn't go. Don't worry. Yang Jian reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. I merely intend to assess the situation. That universe is destined for destruction. I have no intention of playing the savior. He turned to Deadpool, primarily to ascertain whether Thanos would pose a threat to their realm. That universe sounds incredibly entertaining, Deadpool exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly. Thank goodness my spaceship didn't land. Otherwise, I'd be a dashing zombie Deadpool right now. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. Wanda stood up. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. You two stay home and await my return, Yang Jian smiled. The zombie virus is ineffective against Kryptonians. My cells will decompose any foreign pathogens. Suddenly, Deadpool crept up behind Yang Jian. When are we leaving? I can't wait to tweet about this. Superman Deadpool takes on zombie universe. This topic is bound to trend. He mischievously touched Yang Jian's neck. Hey, why are you touching my neck? Are you secretly in love with me? With a swift motion, Yang Jian slapped Deadpool, causing his head to spin a full 360 degrees before dropping to the ground with a thud. Wanda and Michaela couldn't help but facepalm. Moments later, a new head sprouted from his uniform. Wow, so violent. I love it. Yang Jian's eyes gleamed red. Keep talking, and I will confine you to the mirror dimension. What? You can use magic? Deadpool exclaimed, jumping up in astonishment. Is your super brain like a computer? That is so sexy. Can your iron body endure for 2 hours? Boom. Yang Jian unleashed a heat vision blast, vaporizing Deadpool instantly. Wanda and Michaela burst into laughter. This guy's banner is utterly outrageous. In the next moment, Deadpool emerged unscathed from the shadows. You're being too harsh. Realizing Yang Jian was about to fire another heat vision, he quickly pulled out his time travel belt. No. I'm initiating the crossover now. He threw an alluring glance at the two women while draping his arm over Yang Jian's shoulder. The epic crossover of Deadpool and Superman begins now. As he pressed the button, the space around them began to warp. Yang Jian cast a final glance at Wanda and Michaela. Wait for my return. With a flash of brilliant light, their forms vanished. Michaela surveyed the empty living room. Does he often disappear like this? Wanda chuckled as she settled back onto the sofa. I'm used to it. He'll return in a few days with a plethora of stories. Michaela picked up the remote, anxiously changing the channel. I hope they remain safe. Meanwhile, within the transport tunnel, Deadpool's voice echoed amidst the dimensional rift. I forgot to fasten my seatbelt. Wait, this position feels quite suggestive. Should we share a crossover kiss? Yang Jian, he silently increased the power of his heat vision. Inside the time tunnel, countless images of universes flashed by in a kaleidoscope. Deadpool, like a child on a roller coaster for the first time, squealed in excitement. Wow, that's the universe of Tobey Maguire. Oh, that looks like the X-Men timeline. Wait, isn't that the world where Deadpool slaughters the Marvel universe? Shut up, Yang Jian shot him an exasperated glare. But of course, if Deadpool could be quiet. He wouldn't be Deadpool. He continued his rambling until a blinding white light appeared ahead. Earth, 2149, New York, Sanctum Sanctorum Wanda Maximoff, Shuri. And Ash carefully pushed open the doors of the sanctum. The sight before them sent chills down their spines. A zombified druid was kneeling, gnawing on the remains of the Sorcerer Supreme. Upon hearing their approach, the druid lifted his head. A look of remorse etched on his decaying face. I apologize. I was bitten by a zombie hero this morning and came to seek Strange's help, but I couldn't resist the hunger. Ash immediately aimed his gun at him. Damn it. Another zombie. Don't shoot. I'm full. Really? The druid waved his hands frantically, pieces of decaying flesh falling from his arms. I can take you to the library to find the Book of the Dead. Perhaps it can save this world. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted in the room. Yang Jian and Deadpool materialized out of thin air. Upon landing, Deadpool immediately fell to his knees, retching, Ugh, I shouldn't have eaten so many Mexican burritos this morning. Ugh. Ash swiftly redirected his gun. Who are you? Without blinking, Yang Jian's eyes glowed red. Swish, swish. Two beams of heat vision instantly vaporized Ash and the druid, leaving not a trace behind. Wanda and Shuri recoiled in shock, their chaos magic and soundwave attacks primed. Are you insane? Wanda exclaimed. He.S. the only one who knows how to save this world. Precisely why he must be eliminated, Yang Jian stated calmly. In just a few hours, you two will perish because of him. After regurgitating his breakfast, Deadpool swayed back to his feet, attempting to drape his arm over Yang Jian's shoulder. After being brushed off, he pretended to drape it over thin air. Ladies, that Ash is nothing but a useless pervert. He only helps you to hit on you. He suddenly lowered his voice. Though I can understand that thought. Yang Jian interjected. Moreover, he knows nothing of magic. The Book of the Dead is merely a prop. He spoke the truth. Ash was indeed incapable of saving the world, at least not in his current state, and would instead bring about the demise of many. Such a person is a liability. Wanda and Shuri exchanged skeptical glances. Shuri furrowed her brow and asked, "What do we do now?" Instead of answering, Jian turned to Deadpool and questioned, "Didn't you say we were heading to the 2149 universe? How did we end up at this time point?" "I was tracking the 2149 coordinates," Deadpool protested. Hands raised in innocence. Maybe the belt short-circuited due to zombie blood? Though this is still the 2149 universe. Wanda interrupted them, regardless. "We need to confirm whether the Book of the Dead is indeed useless. Suit yourself," Jian shrugged, "but don't hold your breath." Deadpool suddenly jumped between the two. "You should believe in him. He has Superman. No Superman? Iron body. Heat vision. Sexier than America behind." Shuri rolled her eyes at Deadpool. "It's not that we don't believe, we just need a definitive solution." "Then let us go," Jian said nonchalantly, leading the way forward. Chapter 61. In the corridor leading to the library, Deadpool chattered incessantly like a loquacious parrot. "Hey, Superman, do you typically shave with your heat vision? Miss Scarlet Witch, would you care to join my team? Sonic, can your sound waves shatter a zombie-esque brain?" Jian ignored him throughout, and Wanda, finally exasperated, summoned flickering red energy in her hands. "If you keep talking, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies." Deadpool immediately mimed zipping his lips, but within 3 seconds, he couldn't restrain himself. "So, you Avengers really bam." Wanda magically sewed his mouth shut. As Deadpool fumbled to undo the spell, Wanda turned to Jian. "Who exactly are you? This universe has never seen you before." Just as Deadpool ripped the magic thread from his mouth, he interjected, "We hail from the sacred tourist universe, here to witness your apocalypse, and maybe save the world while we're at it." "Parallel universe," Jian interrupted him. "But he's right. This universe is beyond salvation. Even if we temporarily eradicate the virus, the zombies from other universes will invade again." Sonic clenched his fists. "Is there truly no hope left?" Deadpool suddenly interjected between them. "Rather than pondering that, why not take a picture with Superman? The goddess of death might grant you VIP treatment. She loves muscle men, especially Superman-s." Thud. Jian delivered a punch that sent Deadpool's head into his chest cavity. Wanda and Sonic stared, aghast, at the twitching headless corpse on the ground. "Is he dead?" "No worries, he'll revive shortly." Just as Jian finished speaking, Deadpool's new head popped up from his neck. "This is outrageous. Clark never hit me this hard." "I'll say it again," Jian halted, turning to face the trio. "I am Jian, not Clark Kent." Deadpool resumed his muttering, "A Superman from a parallel universe." "I get it. So do you have a lady named Lois as well? Has he always been like this?" Wanda asked, face-palming. Sonic nodded helplessly. "Our universe's Deadpool might be even worse." Upon finally reaching the library, the walls lined with grim tomes of dark magic exuded a foreboding aura. Sonic frowned. "Is the Book of Death truly here?" "Of course not." Deadpool dashed inside. "But fear not. Let me find my dear Book of Death. Where are you?" Just as Sonic was about to issue a warning, Deadpool impulsively grabbed a book with a cover featuring fangs. "Aya, this book bites." The demonic tome clamped onto his palm, emitting a shrill, mocking laugh. Deadpool leaped about the library before hurling the book into the fireplace. "Die, you bastard." Jian, uninterested, let his eyes glow, instantly locking onto a target. A crimson spell book, enveloped in a biological force field, slowly floated off the shelf. "Do you wish to learn dark magic, mortal?" A grotesque face materialized on the cover. Jian tossed the book to Wanda. "You ask it." The magical tome, upon seeing Wanda, changed its demeanor instantly. "Beautiful lady. What do you wish to learn? Forbidden magic? Soul extraction? Or perhaps, is there a way to resolve the zombie virus?" Wanda inquired straightforwardly. The book awkwardly cleared its throat. "I'm merely a spellbook, but the Book of Death resides in Latvia, though it cannot solve this problem." Infuriated, Wanda hurled the book into the fireplace. "Go keep that liar Ash company." 2 piercing screams echoed from the hearth. Unbeknownst to them, Deadpool had found another spellbook. Waving it smugly. "Found it, but it seems utterly useless." He flipped open a page, and suddenly the entire library trembled violently. Countless dark magic tomes began flipping their pages autonomously, and a terrifying wave of dark energy surged forth. "Deadpool!" The 2 women shouted in unison. Jian raised his hand, golden magical runes swirling in the air, instantly calming the rampaging dark energy. The library returned to tranquility, save for a few trembling spellbooks. "Do you believe it now?" Jian glanced at Wanda and Sonic. The 2 women wore somber expressions. Wanda took a deep breath. "Is there truly no hope left?" "Magic cannot resolve this." Jian shook his head. "Perhaps scientific methods could develop a cure, but ultimately, history may repeat itself." Sonic rubbed her temples. How did all of this begin? One day, everything was fine. The next, the world turned into an apocalypse. It was the Sentinel, Jian spoke gravely. A Sentinel from another universe brought the virus into this one. The rest, you already know. Wanda's complexion turned pale. The Avengers tried to stop him. But it was too late. She clenched her fists. I watched as others were bitten by the zombie Captain America and the superheroes. The virus has already spread to multiple parallel universes, Jian continued. Heroes from other universes may be devising cross-universe refuge plans. Refuge? Wanda suddenly looked up. Are you suggesting we abandon our universe? Jian refrained from answering directly, instead gazing upward, his supervision penetrating layers of structure to the sky. Perhaps we should inquire of that observer who has been watching. Who? Sonic asked, puzzled. The observer. What to? Deadpool leapt with excitement. That group of big-headed aliens. Always peeking into others' lives without paying. He mimicked a peeping gesture. I bet he's watching us with popcorn right now. Wanda and Sonic exchanged confused looks, while Sonic groaned. This is getting increasingly chaotic. I feel like these few hours have spanned a century. Let us summon him and find out. Jian's eyes glimmered red. Deadpool perked up instantly. Yes. Ask him why he didn't let Sandman deal with the Sentinel. Or let Deadpool go to other universes for help. Or, shut up, Jian, Wanda, and Sonic interjected in unison. Jian concentrated, calling out into the void. Watu, I know you're watching. Either show yourself and explain, or I'll drag you out. Silence enveloped the air. Deadpool pouted. Looks like we need to provoke the observer. I know you have a crush on the goddess of death. I saw you spying on her while she was bathing last time. Suddenly, the entire space warped, and a massive holographic projection materialized before them. Before them stood a gigantic bald man in a blue and white uniform, his head disproportionately large. Wade Wilson, the voice of the observer Wata boomed. You have once again broken the rules of the fourth wall. Deadpool proudly placed his hands on his hips. See, I told you this trick works. Wanda stared in shock at the giant. So you knew all along? You've been watching us? Watu's expression was inscrutable. Observers do not interfere. We merely record. Nonsense. Deadpool protested. And what if you even participated? Jian stepped forward. Is there any hope for this universe? After a prolonged silence, the observer finally spoke. Universe 2149 has entered a death loop. The virus will continuously regenerate, spreading across dimensions. His gaze shifted to Jian. You are a variable. Sonic eagerly asked, what does that mean? It means there's a chance. Deadpool suddenly threw his arm around Jian's shoulders. Our Superman might just create a miracle. Just then, a deafening explosion resonated from outside the sanctum. Zombie Iron Man, accompanied by a horde of undead heroes, had breached the sanctum's defenses. Watu's projection began to fade. The choice is in your hands. Deadpool unsheathed his twin blades. All right. Now the choice lies between severing the head of the zombie Captain America or dismantling the arc reactor of the zombie Iron Man. Jian's eyes blazed with crimson light. I choose a third path. The decision of whether to save or not shall rest in my own hands. Chapter 62. The zombie outbreak. Wanda ascended, chaos magic erupting from her being. If we cannot save this world, then let us destroy it together. Jian gathered sound waves in her hands, her gaze resolute. I would rather perish than become that kind of monster. The gates of the sanctum were violently breached, and the zombified Captain America led a horde of undead heroes surging in. Beneath their decaying flesh, stark white bones were visible, once heroic figures now reduced to bloodthirsty instincts. Deadpool unsheathed his dual blades, twisting his hips with a cheeky grin. Hey, Captain, want to savor some Deadpool delicacies? Though I haven't tea-bathed in a month. I assure you, it's all natural. I'm so hungry. The voice of the zombified Captain America, now hoarse and terrifying due to his rotting vocal cords, cried out. We're hungry. Zombified Hawkeye crawled over, dragging what remained of his body. Meat, fresh meat. Tears filled Wanda's eyes. Captain, look at what you've become. Is this how heroes should appear? What of it? The zombified Captain America grinned, half of his mouth rotting away. We're starving. With a deafening roar, the undead legion lunged forward. Deadpool excitedly spread his arms wide. Come on, babies. Let me see what it's like to be bitten by a zombie. Jian rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his hand, an invisible biofield freezing all zombies midair. His eyes ignited with blinding red light, like two miniature suns ablaze within their sockets. Step back. In the next instant, a devastating beam of heat swept across, wherever the searing rays passed. The zombified heroes could not even scream before they evaporated into nothingness. Captain America disintegrated, and his shield clattered to the ground, while zombified Ant-Man turned to gas. The entire front hall of the sanctum was scorched to a crystalline sheen, the ground glassy and the walls as smooth as if laser cut. Wanda and Jian stood in shock, while Deadpool danced with excitement. Wow, this is way more intense than Thanos' snap. They just disappeared? Wanda trembled. Jian crouched down, touching the glassy ground. Not even ashes left. Jian nonchalantly shrugged. Quick and decisive. Suddenly, Deadpool leaped onto Jian's back. Mr. Superman. That move was so cool. Can you teach me? I'll be your apprentice. He counted on his fingers. I can serve tea, give massages, warm your bed. Whoosh. A beam of heat vaporized Deadpool once more. Wanda gazed at the ravaged sanctum, her voice trembling. What do we do next? Are there any survivors left in this universe? Jian's eyes glimmered. His supervision pierced through layers of obstacles. It's not the worst yet. There should still be living people at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. aerial base. Huh, I know where that is. Deadpool suddenly bounced between them. There are still a few superheroes hiding in that old base. But who knows what they've turned into? All thanks to Reed, that bastard. He exaggeratedly waved his arms, claiming to be the world's smartest brain. Yet he was the first to lead the infection of the entire team. Wanda stared in shock, her eyes wide. Reed Richards actively spread the virus? Why? Jian could hardly believe it. Isn't he the smartest scientist? How could this happen? Perhaps he was too clever for his own good. Jian shrugged. It's typical of Reed. I can't fathom why he would do such a thing. Perhaps his mind is uniquely flawed. Otherwise, why would another version of him be tricked into this universe, nearly causing a catastrophic outbreak? Deadpool began to ramble again. I tell you. That guy is just an arrogant fool. Remember what he did last time. Say another word. Jian's eyes glimmered red. And I'll let you experience complementary vaporization. Wanda took a deep breath, resolutely stating, then let us head to the base. Maybe someone needs help. Jian nodded, his gaze penetrating through the clouds to lock onto their target. He raised his hand, crafting a spark-filled portal, revealing S.H.I.E.L.D.S. aerial base floating high above. Wait. Wanda stared at the golden circle in astonishment. Is this Kamatage's magic? You can do this too? A little. Jian shrugged. Deadpool immediately leaned into the frame, despite there being no camera. Ladies and gentlemen, ever seen a Superman who can do magic? I bet you haven't. Deadpool exclusive report. This will definitely trend. Magic Superman in a crossover brawl. Shut up. Get in. Jian pulled Deadpool by the collar and tossed him through the portal. The four of them passed through the portal, instantly arriving at the blood-scented aerial base. A massive floating mothership hovered above the city, and the base was littered with signs of battle. Deadpool rose and dusted himself off. Wow, this is way more thrilling than flying. But then he suddenly froze, pointing at a staggering figure not far away. Are we too late? The group turned to see zombified members of the Fantastic Four dragging a superhero-esque corpse. Slowly raising their heads, grotesque smiles on their decaying faces. The Thing, Ben Grimm, lifted his rotting rocky visage, revealing a sinister grin. Wanda, Jian, are you here for seconds? Wanda suppressed her disgust. Did you eat everyone in the base? Invisible Woman, Susan Storm, licked her blood-stained lips. The meat was so tender, you won't escape either. Why waste words with them? Jian had already assumed a combat stance. Deadpool suddenly poked his head out from behind Jian. Hey Reed, I heard you volunteered to become a zombie. Is this some new form of performance art? Zombified Mr. Fantastic lunged forward, his rotting rubber body snaking towards Deadpool. Fresh blood and flesh. Whoosh. A searing beam of heat sliced through, instantly vaporizing Reed's head. The headless rubber body twitched and collapsed to the ground. The remaining three zombies emitted furious roars. Susan immediately activated her invisibility, vanishing with the Thing and Human Torch into the air. Damn it. Invisible Woman is overpowered. Deadpool exaggeratedly spun in circles. We're done for. We'll be devoured by invisible zombies. Wanda and Jian stood back to back, chaos magic and sonic energy coalescing in their hands. Jian's eyes flickered with light. Under his supervision, he effortlessly captured the energy fluctuations of the three in their invisible state. Their movements were as slow as snails. Jian could easily swat them away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Precise beams of heat swept forth. Invisible Woman's shriek mingled with the scent of burning flesh. The Thing attempted to shield himself with his rocky body, but was instantly pierced through the heart. Just as Human Torch was about to unleash his flames, he was directly vaporized by the high-temperature beam. Wanda anxiously surveyed her surroundings. Is it over? It's definitely over. Deadpool hopped about. I smell roasted zombie, though it's a bit charred. Jian retracted his heat vision. It's finished. There are no living beings left here. His supervision scanned the entire aerial base, revealing only scattered limbs and dried bloodstains. Once the Guardians of Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D., now lay in cold metallic remains. Deadpool suddenly fell silent. Unusually serious. Honestly, this is the most tragic universe I've ever seen. Tears welled in Wanda's eyes. Is there really not a single survivor left? Chapter 63. Survivors. At that moment, a faint tapping sound suddenly resonated from deep within the base. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Jian glanced downward, his gaze penetrating layers of obstruction. There were still people below. The muted knocks were particularly pronounced in the oppressive silence of the base. On the lower deck, Yang Jian's super hearing pinpointed the source, prompting him to rush toward the interior of the base. Wanda and Xianin followed closely, while Deadpool muttered to himself, hoping that it wasn't yet another zombie knocking on cans. Navigating through the bloodstained corridor, they arrived before a heavy security door. Blood had been used to scrawl a few crooked words upon it. Do not open the door, there are monsters inside. The tapping sound emanated from behind the door. Wanda readied her chaos magic, cautioning, be careful. Yang Jian decisively snapped the lock, and the sturdy metal door crashed down, revealing a pitch-black space within. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth. Stay back, a hoarse female voice commanded. I have a UV light. Zombies fear this. Xianin squinted, straining to discern the figure behind the light. It was an Asian woman in tattered S.H.I.E.L.D. attire, holding a UV lamp in her left hand and a dagger in her right. Her face was smeared with grime and blood, yet her gaze remained sharp. Melinda May? Deadpool exclaimed in astonishment. You're still alive. Deadpool? Agent May lowered the lamp warily. Wait. You're the alive Deadpool? She looked incredulously at the others. Scarlet Witch? Xianin? And this is Yang Jian, he replied succinctly. We come from a parallel universe. Agent May's legs suddenly weakened, and she slid down the wall to the ground. The UV lamp clattered from her hand, illuminating a figure curled up in the corner. Another survivor, Wanda exclaimed, rushing over. In the corner lay a battered S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Coulson. Deadpool gasped, his mouth agape. Honest man, you're still alive. Coulson's eyes flickered with exhaustion. Barely. I've held on until now. He turned to Yang Jian. So, you're here to help clean up this mess? Yang Jian shook his head. This universe is beyond saving. But we can take you away. He observed the battered faces of Melinda May and Coulson, both etched with shock and despair. Is this world truly without hope? Coulson leaned weakly against the wall, his voice hoarse. Director Fury, he must be dead. Deadpool interjected, animatedly gesturing. I bet he has been chopped into pieces. Maybe his head is being kicked around by zombie Captain America. Melinda abruptly looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Are there other living people in the base? Wanda gently shook her head, steadying her trembling shoulders. You are the last survivors. Xianin helped Coulson to his feet, who winced from the pain in his leg. Deadpool bounced nearby, exclaiming, Hey, we need some levity here. Happiness is key to survival. Want to hear a joke? Why don't zombies eat Deadpool? Because. Could you keep it down? Coulson weakly protested. Yang Jian interrupted Deadpool's incessant chatter. How did you survive? Melinda took a deep breath, wiping the blood from her face. Fury gathered the remaining heroes to discuss strategies and sent us down to retrieve equipment. Her voice broke momentarily. When we returned, the base had fallen. Coulson covered my escape, but he was injured. Coulson managed a strained smile. Just the usual routine. He lifted his bloodstained shirt, revealing a gruesome bite mark on his abdomen. But it seems I won't last much longer. At least it wasn't a zombie bite. Deadpool suddenly leaned in, sniffing. Well, were you bitten? Doesn't that mean you're about to turn? Swoosh. Yang Jian unleashed a heat vision blast, incinerating the rotting flesh around Coulson's wound. Ow! Coulson yelped, nearly jumping. Whether or not I've been infected, all viruses have been eradicated. Yang Jian stated calmly. But this world is indeed beyond salvation. Melinda tightened her grip on her dagger. What should we do now? Come with us to the parallel universe, Wanda declared resolutely. Xianin nodded in agreement, adding, at least we can survive. Deadpool suddenly pulled out a small notebook. Wait. Interdimensional immigration requires filling out an application. Name? Gender? Are you carrying contraband? Like zombie viruses or something? Yang Jian waved his hand, opening a portal. He then seized Deadpool by the collar and tossed him through the portal. Let us go? Just before stepping into the portal, Melinda cast one last glance at the ravaged world. Coulson placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and the two of them stepped into the golden light together. The interdimensional reunion commenced. The golden portal gradually faded on the streets of New York, with Deadpool being the first to bounce out, looking around like a curious child. Well, which universe is this? Let me see if there are any superheroes in spandex. He twirled around dramatically. Huh. Spider-Man graffiti. It must be New York. Wanda, Xianin, and Melinda May followed suit, cautiously surveying this unfamiliar world. The streets bustled with life, and the distant skyscrapers gleamed in the sunlight, starkly contrasting with their war-torn universe. At that moment, a white figure on a rooftop suddenly froze. Spider-Gwen crouched on an advertisement, her eyes wide behind her mask. Yang. She elegantly flipped down to stand before them, swiftly removing her mask to reveal her beautiful blonde hair. Before anyone could react, Gwen leapt into Yang Jian's arms, planting a fervent kiss on him. Wow. Live broadcast. Deadpool cheered from the sidelines, pretending to film with an imaginary phone. This will definitely go viral on Twitter. Interdimensional couple, spider kiss. Wanda and Jian turned their faces away in embarrassment. Melinda raised an eyebrow, while Coulson quietly winced, clutching his injured abdomen. Young people. Gwen finally released Yang Jian, gazing at him with affection. Where have you been these past few days? I'm right here now. Yang Jian replied with a smile, playfully pinching her cheek. Only then did Gwen notice the others beside him, curiously blinking. Who are they? I'm Deadpool. You can call me Wade. Deadpool eagerly stepped forward, performing an exaggerated bow. The sexiest mercenary in history, master of breaking the fourth wall, zombie slayer, and Gwen rolled her eyes, ignoring him and turning back to Yang Jian. They come from another universe, Yang Jian explained. A zombie virus has erupted there, and they are the last survivors. Coincidentally, your universe has no counterparts of them. Zombie virus. Gwen blinked in surprise. That sounds truly terrifying. Coulson, forcing himself to stand upright, politely extended his hand. Phil Coulson, former SHIELD agent. This is my colleague Melinda May, and this is Wanda Maximoff. And this is Jian. Gwen looked somewhat confused. You're right, Yang. Our world indeed lacks SHIELD. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Wait. Do you need medical assistance? I know a fantastic doctor. Deadpool interjected again. Is he named Clive Palmer? I heard he. Swoosh. A heat vision blast zipped past his hood. Okay, I'll be quiet. Deadpool mimicked zipping his lips, but then leaned closer to Gwen. By the way, what is your universe's Deadpool like? Is he as handsome as I am? Gwen looked at Yang Jian with a sense of helplessness. Has he always been like this? Even worse, Wanda and Jian replied in unison. Yang Jian draped his arm over Gwen's shoulder, saying, let's find a place to settle them first. Chapter 64. I purchased it. Yang Jian did not utilize his super speed, but instead departed alongside everyone. 10 minutes later, they stood before a vintage-style apartment building. And Gwen looked at Yang Jian with confusion. What are we doing here? Deadpool exaggeratedly surveyed the structure, exclaiming, wow, this place resembles an old lady's garden. Did you renovate it with heat vision? With a smile, Yang Jian turned to Coulson and the others, saying, you will be living here from now on. Living here? Coulson and Melinda exchanged glances. But we don't even have identification. Wanda's eyes gleamed red. Do you need me to alter reality? Gwen quietly pulled Yang Jian aside. What exactly did you do? Don't worry, Yang Jian replied casually. I bought this place. You are the landlord now. What? Gwen's eyes widened. Everyone present stared at Yang Jian in disbelief. Deadpool dramatically clutched his chest. Wait, I've seen this plot before. He suddenly leaned closer to Yang Jian and whispered, mimicking, Bruce. How did you get the farm back? I bought the bank. Bang. Yang Jian punched Deadpool to the ground. Gwen, dumbfounded, asked, Yang, how did you manage that? You were with us the entire time. Coulson pondered. Do you also possess the ability to alter reality? Wanda immediately looked at Yang Jian with excitement. It's not that complicated. Yang Jian said, shaking his right hand. My AI just took care of all the paperwork. He shrugged. I used a bit of cash ability. Gwen looked puzzled. But where did the money come from? You're not from this universe. Wall Street. Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. There is plenty of money there. At that moment, Deadpool suddenly sprang up like a zombie. Wow, that ability is so cool. Can you spend money to fix my face? Honestly, I've endured this face for too long. God knows how much Deadpool missed his handsome face. Although it was not handsome at all. Yang Jian grinned mischievously. No way, you look better like this. Really? Deadpool immediately became bashful. You actually think I'm good looking. I want to have your babies. Smack. This time, it was Gwen who could no longer tolerate him and slapped him away. Gwen awkwardly glanced at the others. He's so disgusting. Coulson coughed tactically. We saw nothing. Wanda suppressed a laugh. He's always like this. Indeed. Echo nodded in agreement. Yang Jian pushed open the apartment door and turned to the others. Let us head inside and take a look. Coulson, leaning on a makeshift cane, said, let us go see the new home that Superman has prepared for us. As everyone was about to enter, Deadpool bounced back, shouting, wait for me. I want to choose the biggest room, preferably with a hot tub. Gwen rolled her eyes and whispered to Yang Jian, can we throw him out? Yang Jian laughed as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Once we settle them in, I'll take you somewhere nice. Suddenly, Deadpool popped up between them. Wow, an inappropriate topic. Do you need me to step back? Whoosh. This time, Wanda and Gwen acted simultaneously, ensnaring Deadpool with chaos magic and spider silk, leaving him suspended like a dumpling on the porch. Echo stifled a laugh but couldn't help but chuckle. The elevator dinged as it arrived at the 5th floor. The group exited and surveyed the spacious, well-lit corridor. Wow, Deadpool exclaimed, excitedly touching everything like an exuberant husky. This decor is way too extravagant. My previous apartment had wallpaper made of newspapers. Wanda nodded. Thank goodness there's an elevator. Echo agreed. I have always despised climbing stairs. Melinda ran her hand over the smooth walls, revealing a rare look of astonishment. You could never afford a place like this working at S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson curiously asked, where did all your salary go? Beauty treatments, Melinda replied calmly, and clothes. Coulson coughed tactically, pretending he hadn't heard. Gwen examined the exquisite wall sconces and hardwood floors, softly inquiring to Jian, how much is the rent here? What about the other tenants? Ordinary people cannot afford it, Jian smiled, squeezing her hand. But now you're the landlord. The entire building belongs to you. Deadpool bounced in front of a high-tech security door. Huh. A fingerprint lock. Should we chop off the administrator's finger? I wouldn't mind. Jian pressed his hand onto the scanner, and a biotic field instantly simulated the correct fingerprint. The lock beeped, illuminating a green light. This is unscientific, Deadpool exclaimed dramatically, slamming against the door. This is even more advanced than S.H.I.E.L.D's security system. Upon opening the door, everyone was stunned by the sight inside. The spacious living room was adorned with soft carpets, and the floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the New York skyline. The open kitchen was equipped with state-of-the-art appliances. The doors to 3 bedrooms were slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of luxurious furnishings within. My goodness. Coulson turned in a circle, leaning on his cane. This is even more luxurious than the director's safe house. Deadpool had already dashed into the master bedroom, rolling on the soft king-sized bed. I want this room. Anyone who tries to take it from me will face my wrath. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jian. Yang? I think we can install an AI that can hack into bank systems. Wanda laughed as she sat on a genuine leather sofa. It seems that cashability is far more practical than my chaos magic. Jian settled onto the sofa in the center of the living room, patting the seat beside him. Gwen naturally sat next to him, and the others followed suit, except for Deadpool, who was rummaging through the kitchen. Are there any snacks? I could eat a whole zombie. Listen, everyone, Jian surveyed the group. This is your new home. My AI will resolve the identity issues. And living expenses have already been transferred to the newly opened account, but with conditions. Melinda frowned. We can't rely on you forever. Think of it as an employee dormitory. Jian interrupted. I need you to keep an eye on any anomalies in this universe. Deadpool suddenly popped his head out from the kitchen. Wait, are we forming a new team? What will the team name be? The Superman Harem Guard? Whoosh. A heat vision beam zipped past his ear, cinching a note on the refrigerator. All right. Deadpool raised his hands in surrender. I can take on the position of the silent, handsome sidekick. Gwen leaned against Jian's shoulder, gazing at the sunset outside. So, is this our fresh start? Jian grasped her hand. This is merely the beginning. Then, he looked around the group, his gaze steady. Next, I need you to form a small team in this universe, specifically tasked with monitoring and addressing unusual phenomena. Gwen will assist you. Deadpool immediately sprang up from the floor like an excited groundhog. Well, a new team. Let me think of a team name. How about Deadpool and his sidekicks? Or the Red Spandex Alliance? Or, smack. Jian slapped him back to the floor. Gwen blinked. So we are forming a superhero squad? Indeed, that is our forte, Coulson smiled, adjusting his tattered suit sleeves. Melinda shrugged. Just another day in the life of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Wanda nodded. I was always an Avenger. It's just continuing in a different universe. Echo raised his hand. Count me in. Your friend is experiencing a literary drought. Hasten to assist him.